Chapter 1. The Resurrection. In the kingdom of Chingon, nestled within the depths of the Qianhuan mountain range, amidst a swirling tempest of snowflakes and biting winds, two figures cloaked in black dragged a heavy burlap sack deeper into the heart of the forest. The tawny sack carved a profound imprint in the pristine snow, and where it had been trampled, faint traces of crimson seeped through, only to be swiftly obscured by the relentless snowfall. Coo, coo, coo. A disquieting cacophony of avian calls suddenly pierced the silence ahead. Brother, isn't this far enough? We're already deep within the Qianhuan mountain range. Any further, and we shall truly venture into its very core. The shorter of the two men surveyed the increasingly deep snow and the unfathomable surroundings, unwilling to take another step forward. Upon hearing his companion's words, the taller man glanced around, noting the shadowy thicket ahead, where trees loomed ominously, concealing unknown perils. After a moment's contemplation, he cast a look back at the sack and concurred with his partner's apprehension. Very well. Let us abandon her here. She is well beyond saving, the taller man uttered, hurling the sack forcefully ahead, where it landed heavily upon the snow. Coo, coo. The eerie calls of the birds echoed once more in the stillness of the forest, causing both men to tremble in fear as they fled towards the mountain's edge, terrified that lingering even a moment longer would lead to their demise at the hands of the mountain itself. As they departed, a magnificent white tiger emerged beside the discarded sack. It sniffed the contents within before seizing the burlap with its jaws and retreating into the depths of the mountains. Ugh, why does my head ache so? Am I not dead? How am I alive again? On a stone slab, a young girl, scarcely in her teenage years, stirred from a deep slumber, cradling her head in anguish as she murmured. Yet, before she could fully comprehend her predicament, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through her, inundating her mind with fragmented memories. After what felt like an eternity, she lowered her hands, her gaze drifting to her own hands and body, and then to the surrounding environment. Once her suspicions were confirmed, she whispered in disbelief, "I never imagined I would return to life in such a manner." At that moment, a spectral figure materialized before her, a man clad in a flowing black robe, tall and imposing, with silver hair cascading down, his face obscured by a mask, exuding an air of refined elegance. Upon witnessing the girl's awakening, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features, though it quickly dissolved into tranquility. "You are awake?" he inquired first. The girl regarded the enigmatic figure before her, then respectfully asked, "Did you save me?" The man merely nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor suggesting indifference towards the act of her rescue. Having received the answer she sought, the girl rose swiftly, clasping her hands in salute as she expressed, "I, Liang Shui, am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I vow to repay this debt in the future." The man cast a fleeting glance at Liang Shui, but offered no reply nevertheless. She sensed no malice emanating from him. "Repayment can wait for now. Your body, though resilient, cannot endure further strain. You must rest here and recuperate," he instructed. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious force surged into Liang Shui's being. Upon contact, she felt a tremor run through her, warmth enveloping her entirely. The man then vanished from sight, and as Liang Shui observed his disappearance, she felt assured of his benign intentions. She gradually reclined, meticulously piecing together the memories of her current form. The soul inhabiting this body was named Liang Shui, a 14-year-old princess of the kingdom of Chingon. Her mother was the reigning empress, yet she was not a legitimate princess of the kingdom, for she bore no blood ties to the emperor. 14 years prior, Emperor Liang Jing had encountered a breathtakingly beautiful woman during a winter excursion. Clad in white, her garments stained with blood, she had appeared as a striking bloom amidst the snow. In her arms, she cradled a newborn infant. Upon seeing Liang Jing, she had attempted to speak, but had succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself within the imperial harem of Chingon, and that woman was none other than the current empress, Lin Huishu, the mother of this body. Grateful for Liang Jing's intervention, Lin Huishu soon became enraptured by the young emperor's attentiveness, and before long, she found herself ensnared in his affections. When the emperor inquired about her origins, she claimed to hail from the eastern wilderness, a scion of a modest family, forced into marriage with a nobleman against her will. Not long ago, her husband had provoked a formidable adversary, resulting in the annihilation of their clan, leaving her as the sole survivor with her child. Upon learning of Lin Wishu's tragic plight, Liang Jing's compassion deepened, and he offered her and her child refuge, treating the infant as his own. Though Liang Jing expressed his intentions, Lin Huishu hesitated, believing herself unworthy of the emperor's affections, being a widow freshly bereaved. Eventually, after her recovery, Lin Huishu declared her desire to leave the imperial palace and live a life of simplicity with her daughter. However, through their time together, Liang Jing had grown infatuated with this woman, who sought neither power nor wealth, and thus could not bear to let her go. Besides, Lin Huishu never truly intended to depart. Her actions were but a ruse to elicit a more earnest response from the emperor, hoping to win his heart. After residing in the palace for over 3 months, Lin Huishu garnered much attention from the court, and although the societal constraints on women were not excessively stringent, they still existed. As a result, many urged Liang Jing to reconsider, for Lin Huishu was a married woman of unclear origins, accompanied by a child. Just as Liang Jing found himself in a quandary, Lin Huishu presented him with a treasured item, a 6th-grade Jin Yuan Dan, which could aid in breaking through at least 2 levels of cultivation. At that time, the kingdom's esteemed elder, Cheng Yu, had been ensnared at the 9th level of the spiritual king realm for nearly 3 decades. With this Jin Yuan Dan, he could ascend to the spiritual emperor realm, thereby solidifying Chang'an's position in the northern continent. Upon learning of Lin Wishu's possession of such a precious elixir, the elder adopted her as his goddaughter, thus legitimizing her status within Chang'an. Subsequently, through her cunning and beauty, Lin Huishu deftly secured Liang Jing's affections, transforming her identity from a widow to the young emperor's first love before his ascension to the throne. Chapter 2. A Tragic Heritage. Upon entering the palace, Lin Huishu was bestowed the title of Shu Fei, and her daughter was recognized as a legitimate princess. Yet, many were privy to the truth behind their status. Thus, Liang Shui became an anomaly within the imperial harem of burdensome princess. Lin Huishu had even publicly declared her desire to dissociate Liang Shui from the Liang lineage, wishing instead for her to adopt her surname. Faced with such loyalty and affection, Liang Jing naturally cherished Lin Huishu, reassuring her that a mere title of princess bore little significance. He affirmed that their child was as much his as it was hers. From that moment onward, Lin Huishu and Liang Shui established their lives within the kingdom of Chang'an. As for Lin Huishu's past, Liang Jing dispatched individuals to the eastern wilderness for inquiries. However, the vast distance of thousands of miles yielded no results. As the years passed, with Lin Huishu giving birth to a daughter and 3 sons, Liang Jing's suspicions regarding her past dissipated entirely. Through her beauty and guile, Lin Huishu ascended from Shu Fei to the position of empress in a mere 5 years. Initially, Lin Huishu cared for Liang Shui with diligence, but as the girl matured, her disdain for her grew ever stronger. By the age of 2, Liang Shui remained speechless, and by 3, she was still unable to walk unaided. By 4, she was still deemed a simpleton, earning her the moniker of the foolish princess. Moreover, her presence was a constant reminder of Lin Huishu's sordid past, ensuring that she would forever be subjected to scrutiny and derision. The year Lin Huishu ascended to the empress throne, she reveled in glory, yet endured scorn due to Liang Shui. In that same year, 5-year-old Liang Shui underwent talent assessments alongside other royal children to determine their aptitudes for cultivation. All the princes and princesses, along with the offspring of various ministers, exhibited remarkable talents, especially Liang Jing and Lin Wishu's eldest daughter, whose gifts were particularly extraordinary. In stark contrast, the long-derided Liang Shui displayed no spiritual roots whatsoever, rendering her a complete waste. From that moment onward, Liang Shui became the perfect excuse for others to attack Lin Huishu. Anyone could take the opportunity to belittle Lin Huishu by stepping on Liang Shui's reputation. Thereafter, Lin Huishu, citing Liang Shui's frail health, kept her sequestered in a remote royal villa far from her presence. Yet only Liang Shui was aware that at the tender age of 3.5, Lin Huishu had cruelly siphoned away her innate spiritual root, bestowing it upon her second daughter, Liang Xinghan, the legitimate princess of the Chang'an kingdom. With her spiritual root extracted, Liang Shui, already mentally impaired, sank further into a stupor, ultimately becoming the object of derision and scorn, a foolish wastrel subjected to the whims of others. As time passed, Many gradually began to forget Liang Shi's existence. Her name became a taboo within the harem of Qingan. Residing in the royal villa, Liang Shi transitioned from being a mistress to a mere punching bag for the palace's princes and princesses. Unable to rival Lin Wuxu's 3 sons and 1 daughter, they vented their frustrations upon Liang Shi, perceiving her as an extension of Lin Huishuan's opportunity to exert their superiority over her. Moreover, Lin Wuxu's children harbored a deep-seated loathing for their elder sister, blaming her for the ridicule they endured due to her perceived folly. Thus, whenever they faced humiliation from others, they would unleash their pent-up anger on this foolish sister. Fortunately, Lin Huishu had warned everyone that while she held no affection for Liang Shi, anyone who dared to bring about her demise would face dire consequences. Consequently, Liang Shi languished in this royal villa for 9 long years, lost in a haze of despair. As Liang Shi matured, her beauty gradually began to manifest. Those who beheld her remarked that her looks surpassed even those of Lin Huishu by a notable margin. In contrast, Liang Xinghan, the daughter of Lin Huishu and Liang Jing, appeared rather ordinary when compared to Liang Shi. Whenever Liang Xinghan overheard others proclaim that her foolish sister was destined to become the most beautiful woman in Qingan, she was consumed with jealousy. Just a few days prior, Liang Xinghan received shocking news that her father had, 8 years ago, promised Liang Shi in marriage to Qin Xiaofeng, the eldest son of the Qin family, in an act of humiliation against the Qin clan. The Qin family was one of the 3 prominent families in Qingan. However, during Liang Jing's time as a prince, the Qin family chose to side with the crown prince rather than support him. After Liang Jing successfully claimed the throne, he sought the Qin family's allegiance by proposing to marry one of their daughters into the royal household, but the Qin family declined his overtures. Consequently, Liang Jing began to distance himself from the Qin family, even contemplating their eradication, yet their deep-rooted influence in Qingan rendered him powerless against them. However, as Liang Jing's power solidified, the Qin family altered their stance, seeking to avoid further suppression from the royal family, and their actions appeared to Liang Jing as a form of submission. In retaliation for the Qin family's previous antagonism, Liang Jing betrothed Liang Shi, the princess, to Qin Xiaoyun, the eldest son of the Qin family. The Qin family recognized that Liang Jing's move was intended to provoke them. Yet at that moment, they had just begun to show deference to him. Rejecting his decree would likely invite his wrath. As for Liang Shi, the Qin family regarded her as a mere imbecile, believing that even if she married into their family, she would pose no threat. However, as the years passed, 8 years swiftly elapsed, and Qin Xiaofeng emerged as one of the most celebrated geniuses in Qingan, possessing remarkable talent at the mere age of 18, having already attained the 8th rank of spiritual master. Moreover, he had entered the prestigious Qingya sect, becoming a direct disciple of an inner elder, thus paving the way for a brilliant future. As for Liang Xinghan, who was merely a year younger than Liang Shi, she was the first child born to Lin Huishu after her elevation to the status of a noble consort. When Liang Xinghan was 7, during a palace banquet, the playful girl accidentally fell into a lake, only to be rescued by the timely intervention of Qin Xiaofeng. From that day forth, Liang Xinghan silently admired him, and as 6 years passed, Qin Xiaofeng became her unequivocal choice for a future husband. With each passing day, Liang Xinghan's admiration for Qin Xiaofeng grew and her desire to see him frequently. She even contemplated forsaking an opportunity to join a more prestigious sect to directly enter Qingya sect at the age of 10, only to be dissuaded by Lin Huishu. Originally, in just half a month, Liang Xinghan was set to conclude her visit home and return to Beiyun sect to continue her training. Yet prior to her departure, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between Liang Jing and Lin Huishu. Confronted with such news, Liang Xinghan's heart was seized by shock. She could scarcely believe that a dashing young man like Qin Xiaofeng would be betrothed to an imbecilic false princess.
Chapter 3 Initial benefits. Upon contemplating this, Liang Xinghan felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping her. After much deliberation, she resolved to ensure the complete disappearance of her infuriatingly foolish sister. Her father, the emperor, sought to ally with the Qin family, and a marital connection would serve as the most effective bond. Inevitably, the royal family would marry a princess into the Qin household. Thus, if the fool were to vanish, her mother could easily manipulate circumstances to ensure that the betrothed to the Qin family would be none other than herself. With this thought in mind, Liang Xinghan hurriedly exited the palace, making her way to the royal villa. After subjecting Liang Shuyi to a savage beating, Liang Xinghan further marred her sister's face with a dagger. Ensuring that no one would recognize her once Liang Shuyi was dispatched with her spiritual energy, she commanded her subordinates to dispose of the body deep within the distant Qianhuan mountain range, where it would truly be rendered unrecognizable. Following the murder of Liang Shuyi, Liang Xinghan rushed back to the imperial palace and informed Lin Huishu that Liang Shuyi had been abducted by a group of men in black. Lin Huishu, upon hearing this, immediately struck Liang Xinghan, demanding to know if she was involved. However, Liang Xinghan vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming that she merely wished to see her sister one last time before heading to Beiyun sect and had done nothing else. Despite being only 13, Liang Xinghan exhibited a remarkable level of cunning and composure. After conducting some inquiries, Lin Huishu could only ascertain that Liang Xinghan had visited the royal villa, realizing that Liang Shuyi was likely doomed. Lin Huishu desisted from further investigations, refraining from reproaching Liang Xinghan excessively. She understood her daughter better than anyone else. After orchestrating Liang Shuyi's demise, Liang Xinghan departed the kingdom of Chang'an, heading towards Beiyun sect to commence her training. As Liang Shuyi beheld these memories, the hatred within her nearly overwhelmed her entire being. She empathized with the humiliation endured, since fate had bestowed upon her the role of this body as master. From this moment forth, Liang Shuyi's vendetta would become her own. The Liang family and Lin Huishu would not escape retribution. In her previous life, Song Rong had lived to the age of 20. Yet her circumstances had not been much better than Liang Shuyi's. Abandoned to an orphanage as a child, she later became a mercenary for an underground organization, struggling daily to survive. Ultimately, she was betrayed and met a gruesome end during a mission. But fortunately, she managed to drag her betrayer into hell with her. She had thought that death marked the end, that one's existence would leave no trace in this world. To her surprise, she found that souls did endure after death, and she had transcended into this fantastical realm, becoming the master of this body. However, upon her soul's arrival in this world and entering the body, she experienced no discomfort or aversion. She felt as though this body was indeed her own. The sensation was astonishing, yet she decided to accept it, resolving to explore these mysteries later. The most pressing matter was to heal her injuries swiftly and begin her cultivation. This world was not like her previous life, where everyone was merely ordinary. Here, strength was the cornerstone of survival, where the strong were revered while the weak possessed no rights whatsoever. Thinking of cultivation, Liang Shuyi raised her hands to inspect them, only to discover a jade bracelet adorning her wrist. This bracelet was unlike any she had seen before. Typically, jade bracelets were crafted from the finest solid-colored jade, such as exquisite emeralds and precious stones, yet the bracelet she wore was a striking combination of black and white, resembling the Taiji symbol, and its surface was etched with peculiar runes. As she gazed at the jade bracelet, a memory struck her. In her previous life, her final mission had been to escort a treasured artifact to a designated trading location. Although the artifact was a closely guarded secret, she recalled seeing its photograph in the hands of another group before her demise. It was a bracelet entirely white in hue. Just by looking at that photograph, Liang Shuyi understood that the bracelet was not an ordinary object, which explained the exorbitant prices others were willing to pay for it. Coincidentally, in Liang Shuyi's memories, the current Liang Shuyi had worn a black jade bracelet since birth. This revelation left Liang Shuyi pondering why the bracelets from both worlds would merge into one upon her becoming the master of this body. Could it be that this bracelet had originally been a singular item, later split due to certain circumstances, and now reunited for reasons unknown? Her ability to traverse worlds suggested that many things could not be understood through conventional thinking. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Shuyi decided to let a drop of her blood fall onto the bracelet. In the next instant, the surface of the black and white jade bracelet seemed to shimmer with a slow, undulating motion. In the blink of an eye, an unseen force drew Liang Shuyi into the bracelet. Once inside, she was astounded by the sights before her. Within the bracelet, there were not only mountains and rivers but also endless grasslands, snow-capped peaks, deserts, and Gobi landscapes. All the scenery flew past her eyes in a breathtaking display. In what felt like a mere breath, she absorbed all of it. Eventually, she found herself halting outside a magnificent palace, a grand crystal structure reminiscent of celestial abodes from her past life's fantastical films, yet far more splendid and awe-inspiring than any cinematic depiction. The immense jade pillars radiated a gentle glow in the sunlight, and the glazed tiles exuded enchanting hues. Even the flora surrounding the palace emanated an invigorating aura, captivating all who beheld it and urging them to linger and admire. Welcome home, my master. As Liang Shuyi reveled in this breathtaking world, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, pierced through her reverie, abruptly pulling her back to reality. Turning around, she beheld a child of 6 or 7 years standing behind her. Instinctively, Liang Shuyi took a step back and inquired, "Who are you?" Upon hearing her question, the child's eyes momentarily dimmed but quickly returned to their usual brightness. He gazed at Liang Shuyi and replied, "I am Yufang, the spirit of this bracelet. Your blood has awakened it, and it has recognized you as its master." The name Yufang sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within Liang Shuyi. Could it be that she had entered into a contract with this bracelet? After contemplating for a brief moment, she asked again, then, am I your first master? The two instruments divine bracelet has only ever had one master, therefore, aside from you, I shall have no other. Liang Shuyi was taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated being the inaugural master of this bracelet, suggesting a profound and inexplicable bond between them. Chapter 4. From waste to genius in a mere second. Yufeng, why have you chosen to recognize me as your master? Do you not know that I am incapable of cultivation? My spiritual root has been taken from me, rendering me a mere waste. At her words, Yufeng merely smiled lightly and took a few steps forward. If you are a waste in this world, then they are but mud. There are far too many exceptions in this realm. No one dictates that one must possess a spiritual root to cultivate. Liang Shuyi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope at Yufeng's words as she eagerly asked, are you saying that I can cultivate even without a spiritual root? Sensing her fervent gaze, Yufeng nodded earnestly. Indeed, the path of cultivation has never been singular. The place you find yourself in now is simply too weak to comprehend these matters. Moreover, your physique is exceptional. Even without a spiritual root, you can still cultivate. Your spirituality differs fundamentally from that of ordinary individuals, so you need not worry about cultivation issues. Joy illuminated Liang Shuyi's face at his words. She had always believed that transforming from waste to genius often merely required a single moment. And thus she pressed on, do you have any cultivation methods or techniques that do not require a spiritual root? Certainly, such methods exist. However, I can only awaken the spiritual sea within you and assist you in embarking on your path of cultivation. As for other specifics, I cannot guide you, so you will likely need to find a teacher who can instruct you in your cultivation. Upon hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi's previously hopeful expression dimmed once more. Given her current predicament, finding a master would undoubtedly be a tall order. Nevertheless, she remarked, it is a pity that I am still gravely injured, coupled with my lack of talent. Seeking a master may take some time. And with my present condition, I fear no one would be willing to take me on. My master, as long as you desire it, you can immediately attain an excellent teacher, Yufeng said mysteriously, startled by Yufeng's statement. Liang Shuyi inquired, who are you speaking of? How shall I find them? Far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. Liang Shuyi's eyes flickered with intrigue, and she skeptically asked, are you referring to the person who saved me? Yufeng nodded, affirming her guess. Indeed, that is he. However, he is not human at present. He is but a wisp of a soul, not human. Liang Shuyi was taken aback. The white-haired man was not human. However, upon further reflection, from the very first glance at him, she sensed that he was somewhat different from ordinary people. She initially attributed his ethereal appearance to the fact that he was a practitioner, but little did she know that he was, in fact, a soul entity. She had fancied herself fortunate enough to have a super-powerful master, but it now seemed she had overestimated her destiny in this life. Still, having him around was better than being alone. At least he could provide her with some information, preventing her from wandering aimlessly in this world. It was revealed that he had died many years ago, and the one who killed him had used a formation to trap his soul here. Never to escape. Hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi inquired, are you suggesting that the place I currently inhabit is a formation that confines souls? Yufeng nodded affirmatively. Then why am I here, if I wish to leave? Will this formation obstruct me? Liang Shuyi felt a surge of anxiety. If this formation could imprison his soul, it could certainly imprison hers as well, and she had no desire to be trapped within it indefinitely. Master, the reason you are here is due to a white tiger outside the formation. It brought you here. Having lived alongside that soul entity for so long, the white tiger has gained a semblance of intelligence from it. It sensed the uniqueness of your blood, which is why it brought you back. Initially, it intended for that soul entity to occupy your body, but regrettably, not just anyone can take possession of your form. However, when that soul entity used its spiritual power to bring you into this formation, you were indeed in a state of death, so the formation did not reject you too harshly, but once your soul returned to your body, you revived, and now wishing to leave. Naturally. Yufeng paused deliberately, causing Liang Shuyi's heart to drop. Naturally what? Naturally, it is quite simple. You just need to absorb that soul entity into my divine bracelet, and then you too can enter it. You merely need to cast a spell to move the bracelet outward, and you shall be free. The twists and turns of Yufeng's words left Liang Shuyi momentarily bewildered, yet the eventual outcome allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Since he and I are both wayward souls, and he is now my savior, it seems only fitting that I take him as my master. Upon hearing Liang Shuyi's words, Yufeng nodded slightly and responded, I also support your decision to take him as your master. After all, your current circumstances are far from optimistic. While I can assist you in your cultivation and answer some of your inquiries, I am merely a tool spirit and cannot provide you with suitable advice regarding cultivation. What you truly need now is a teacher to enlighten you and accompany you as you gradually grow. And I am not entirely well versed in the outside world. I sensed a powerful spiritual force within that person's aura. In life, he must have been an extraordinary being, and furthermore, a pharmacist. In this world, pharmacists hold a position of great esteem. Given his current situation, should you take him as your master, he will undoubtedly impart all his knowledge to you. Liang Shuyi paused in surprise, recalling from her memories that in this world, Besides practitioners, there existed both pharmacists and weapon refiners. These professions were exceedingly rare. A family with even one pharmacist or weapon refiner could significantly enhance its strength. The requirements to become a pharmacist or weapon refiner were incredibly stringent, necessitating a person to possess a formidable spiritual root and a vast spiritual sea, along with an exceptionally strong mental force. Only by condensing the mental fire could one truly become a pharmacist or weapon refiner. If her memory served her correctly, Liang Xinghan had become a pharmacist after obtaining her spiritual root and condensing her mental fire, subsequently being accepted as a disciple by the Beiyun sect. With this in mind, Liang Shuyi resolved to reclaim everything that belonged to her, yet currently, her only condition was to bring him out of here, and she could not ascertain whether he would agree, for he appeared quite untrustworthy. Wei Yufeng, exuding confidence, assured her, "Rest assured, master, it would be a blessing for him to have you as his disciple, and he could not possibly refuse to. In that case, we should not delay. I shall go speak with him now, and if he agrees, I will first bring him into the space where he can benefit from the nourishment of the celestial energy." Chapter 5, The Water of Life. As Liang Shuyi spoke, she intended to leave, for she had lost all desire to explore the palace. Everything here belonged to her, and she could view it whenever she wished. Noticing her impatience, Yufeng hurriedly interjected, "Master, you need not worry. He has been here for nearly 2,000 years, so staying a bit longer will not matter. Furthermore, he has just imparted a fragment of his power to you, and his recent disappearance was due to his spiritual energy being depleted. He should be in a state of slumber for the next 2 to 3 days. What you must do now is enter the Hangyue Palace, awaken the spring of life, and condense the water of life, so that the space within the two instruments' divine bracelet may truly awaken from its slumber. Moreover, awakening the spring of life and condensing the water of life is of utmost importance, for you will undoubtedly encounter life-threatening moments in your growth, and the water of life can revive the dead and restore the bones. Possessing a single drop of the water of life means you have one more life than others, which is the greatest significance of the divine bracelet's existence. Liang Shuyi immediately perked up at this revelation. Such a miraculous treasure capable of preserving life truly existed in this world. In that case, let us hasten to see it, she declared, striding toward the palace. As Liang Shuyi approached the crystalline palace known as Hangyue Palace, the grand doors swung open ahead of her upon witnessing the furnishings within. She was once again awestruck. Inside the palace, enormous white marble columns adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings stood tall, while the dark red palace floor remained immaculate. Various intricate patterns were engraved upon the floor, each distinct yet harmoniously arranged without a hint of discordant colors. On either side of the palace, four tables were neatly arranged, each set of chairs intricately carved with totems of mythical beasts. At the very front of the palace stood a majestic throne of purple gold, and before it lay a long rectangular table of gold, upon which were the 4 treasures of the study, along with a small ornament resembling 2 porcelain dolls. Liang Shuyi lingered outside the palace, momentarily hesitant to step inside, feeling that this place was not a palace but rather a cage where entering would mean belonging to it forever. "Yufeng, may I inquire if anyone has ever resided here?" Liang Shuyi turned to ask. "No one has ever lived here. You are its sole master," Yufeng replied emphatically. "And do you know who created this 2 instruments divine bracelet?" Liang Shuyi pressed further. However, this time, Yufeng hesitated to respond, as if he had reservations. Noticing his reticence, Liang Shuyi pursued, "Why did you choose me as your master?" "Because your physique is unique. You are the legendary pure spirit saint body, and only such a body can gain the acknowledgement of the 2 instruments divine bracelet. As for its origins, it was birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, not crafted by human hands." Hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi felt reassured. If this jade bracelet were a creation of man, it was likely that she had some connection to that individual, or perhaps she could become a mere pawn in someone else's game, which she was determined to avoid. With a deep breath, she stepped forward into the imposing and solemn hall. Even if it was a prison, she had no choice but to enter. She was currently bereft of everything and had no other options. Guided by Yufeng, Liang Shuyi traversed the hall and arrived at the rear courtyard, which was astonishingly devoid of any flora, consisting solely of barren, hardened ground. "Master, the spring of life is over there. All you need to do is drop a drop of blood into that spring, and the seal here will be lifted, allowing the spring of life to gradually awaken, eventually nurturing the water of life." Following Yufeng's, Liang Shuyi saw a beautifully crafted circular platform beside a rockery, featuring a deep pit resembling a spring. As she approached the platform, she noticed it was inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip and let a drop of her blood fall into the spring. In the next moment, the previously dim spring erupted with resplendent golden light, and the runes surrounding the circular platform radiated with powerful energy. Although this energy posed no threat to Liang Shuyi, instead, it dispersed in all directions. Liang Shuyi stood rooted in place, once again astonished by the unfolding spectacle, as she perceived the power from the circular platform seemingly enveloping the entire space. If her guess was correct, this so-called water of life was the essence of heaven and earth. All the plants in this space existed to generate this essence, ultimately condensing into the water of life. She could only wonder how long it would take to produce a single drop of it. Master, it is done, now we simply need to wait, came Yufeng's excited voice, bringing Liang Shuyi back to her senses. However, she could not help but ask another question. Yufeng, approximately how long will it take for a single drop of life water to condense from the fountain of life? After pondering for a moment, Yufeng replied, on average, the condensation of a single drop of life water requires about 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing that it would take only 3 to 5 years to condense a drop, Liang Shuyi's face brightened, as she had initially thought it would take around 10 years for just one drop to materialize. By the way, Master, there is another matter. Once you are able to cultivate, you can do so right here. While you cultivate, absorbing the spiritual energy will expedite the catalysis of the spiritual spring, and the density of spiritual energy here is unparalleled by the outside world. Upon hearing this, Liang Shuyi nodded affirmatively. What she needed most was time, especially since her enemies had already cultivated for a full 6 years before her. With this thought, Liang Shuyi turned to Yufeng and said, now that the matter of the spiritual spring is settled, can you teach me the methods of cultivation? Seeing the urgency in his master's expression, Yufeng understood her intense desire for power and did not hesitate to lead Liang Shuyi to a cultivation chamber. Typically, ordinary cultivators comprehend cultivation as the activation of their innate spiritual roots, allowing them to draw an external spiritual energy through these roots, which is then transformed into spiritual power within their inner sea of spirit. Thus, if a person lacks spiritual roots, it signifies an inability to cultivate like ordinary cultivators, rendering them incapable of becoming a practitioner. However, there exist exceptions in this world, certain special physiques that do not adhere to conventional methods of cultivation. For instance, your physique, Master, does not require the use of spiritual roots. Your constitution is 1 in a millennium, a legendary pure spirit sacred body. The most significant difference between this physique and that of ordinary practitioners is that while typical cultivators must rely on their spiritual roots to filter the pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, the sea of spirit within a pure spirit sacred body can filter the energy autonomously. You merely need to activate your sea of spirit during cultivation, allowing you to absorb the energy of the universe through every pore of your body, enabling your sea of spirit to directly intake the spiritual essence from the ambient energy, thereby converting it into spiritual power. In this manner, you will not only be free from reliance on spiritual roots during cultivation, but you will also be capable of absorbing several times more spiritual energy into your sea of spirit than an ordinary practitioner. Upon hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi's previously tense heart finally relaxed. According to Yufeng, typical practitioners require their spiritual roots to filter out other energies from the surrounding spiritual essence before they can draw it into their sea of spirit. In contrast, her physique allowed her to absorb the energy of the universe directly without the need for such filtration, enabling her to draw in spiritual energy at an incomparably accelerated rate. So how do I activate my sea of spirit and begin my cultivation? Liang Shuyi inquired, unable to contain her eagerness to test this newfound ability. Master, please allow me to explain. Theoretically, you do not need spiritual roots to cultivate. However, to awaken your inner sea of spirit, you must first infuse it with spiritual energy. Unfortunately, your spiritual roots have been forcefully removed, making it difficult to awaken your sea of spirit. Therefore, you will need external assistance to achieve this, Yufeng replied, his voice somewhat somber, as he was aware that Liang Shuyi's spiritual roots had been forcibly extracted, and his words might evoke unpleasant memories for her. Hearing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Liang Shuyi's eyes, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. This was not the time for sorrow. It matters not. Please tell me what method I must employ to awaken my inner sea of spirit. You will need to consume this vial of spirit awakening liquid. However, this liquid possesses potent effects, and given that your meridians have not yet been nourished by spiritual energy, you may find it challenging to adapt to the influx of spiritual power. Consequently, you are likely to endure considerable torment throughout the process, which may last approximately 7 to 8 hours. Are you prepared? Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Shuyi accepted the white jade vial from Yufeng and, sitting cross-legged, swallowed the contents in one gulp. As the spirit awakening liquid entered her abdomen, she felt a warm current coursing through her. Heading towards her dantian, the warm liquid transformed within Liang Shuyi's body into waves of soothing energy, gradually enveloping her dantian. During this process, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if she were lying in a warm room. However, once that warm energy surged into her dantian, she experienced a pain akin to being struck with great force in her abdomen. In a short while, Liang Shuyi was drenched in sweat, with the pain in her abdomen showing no signs of abating. When all the effects of the spirit awakening liquid had been absorbed by her sea of spirit, she finally sensed its presence within her dantian, an expansive ocean filling the entirety of her dantian. Vast and unfathomable, Liang Shuyi also realized that she could now perceive everything within her body through her spiritual consciousness, bringing her immense joy, as inner vision was an essential skill for any cultivator. However, before Liang Shuyi could revel in her newfound ability, her once tranquil sea of spirit suddenly became tumultuous. She felt every hair on her body stand on end. The previously calm surface of the sea erupted with astonishing force. Fervently drawing in the surrounding energy of the heavens and earth, countless strands of this energy surged into Liang Shuyi's body like a tempest. After absorbing a sufficient amount of this energy, her sea of spirit began to glow with intense heat, causing her entire body to become scalding hot, as if engulfed in flames. The excruciating pain compelled Liang Shuyi to involuntarily groan, as if she were being roasted alive. Suffering immensely. As her sea of spirit transformed, her body also began to undergo a series of changes. Most notably, her blood vessels appeared to shimmer with a faint golden hue, though she remained oblivious to this while her eyes were closed. At the moment her blood vessels began to awaken, Liang Shuyi's anguished scream echoed throughout the palace, her body drenched in sweat. Seeing Liang Shuyi in such agony, Yufeng felt a pang of sympathy but reminded her. Master, this is the power of your bloodline cleansing your meridians and awakening your pure spirit sacred body, allowing your body to adapt to the spiritual power transformed by your sea of spirit in the shortest possible time. This is a process every cultivator must endure. However, your bloodline and physique are unique, resulting in a different level of suffering. If you can persevere through this trial, you will be able to cultivate from this point onward. Upon hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi straightened her previously slumped posture, her youthful hands forming resolute fists. She had thought that the cleansing of her meridians would be the most painful ordeal, but what followed nearly sent her to the brink of death once more. After her blood vessels were activated, the blood within her body began to surge wildly, causing her meridians to bulge and throb painfully. The excruciating pain coursed through her limbs and bones, nearly overwhelming her senses and rendering her unconscious. Yufeng, what is happening? Why can I not control my body? Liang Shuyi managed to ask in a weak voice, sensing her body yearning for some form of transformation. Master, this is your bloodline power reshaping your spiritual roots. The pain of reconstructing your spiritual roots is extraordinary. If you wish to stop, I can utilize the power of the divine bracelet to halt the process. Upon hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi was taken aback but quickly regained her composure and shook her head. I have endured the pain of having my spiritual roots forcibly removed. What do I have to fear from reconstructing them? With determination, Liang Shuyi channeled her anguish into strength, sitting up straight despite the agony in her arms, which felt as if they were being severed. She remained silent, refusing to express her suffering. The reconstruction of her spiritual roots lasted nearly an hour, and the moment her arms displayed the presence of spiritual roots, Liang Shuyi could no longer bear it and fainted. When Liang Shuyi awoke again, 3 days had passed. Yufeng, how long have I been asleep? She inquired, looking at Yufeng. Master, you have been asleep for 3 days. Are you feeling alright? Yufeng replied, regretfully noting that he had only one vial of spirit awakening liquid and no other elixirs, or else he would not have allowed his master to endure such suffering. Seeing Liang Shuyi's haggard appearance, Yufeng felt a deep sense of guilt. Liang Shuyi reached out to grasp Yufeng's hand and said, Yufeng, thank you. Without you, I would not have encountered such fortuitous opportunities. You have done exceptionally well. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Meeting you has been a blessing for me. You are the first friend I have made in this world, as well as my first companion. From now on, we shall forge ahead together, through life and death. Rest assured, I will never betray your trust. Yufeng nodded earnestly. I believe in you, Master. I exist for your sake. Even if you accomplish nothing, I will have no complaints. However, Yufeng refrained from voicing the latter part of his sentiment. Just then, an untimely sound interrupted the conversation between master and servant. The rumbling noise of a stomach echoed, reminding the ravenous Liang Shuyi that she had yet to cultivate and was merely immortal, making hunger an inevitable plight. Upon realizing this, Yufeng understood that his master was still an ordinary person whose excessive energy expenditure could lead to starvation. Upon contemplating this, Yufeng hastily rose to his feet and addressed Liang Shuyi. Master, please rest for a moment. I shall prepare some food for you. With that, he promptly exited, while Liang Shuyi continued to recline on the bed, pondering the matters that lay ahead. Although she had now commenced her cultivation, her understanding of the process remained woefully inadequate. As for Yufeng, he likely possessed little insight into cultivation himself, for he was merely a spirit of a tool and had never experienced the practice firsthand. Thus, she found herself in dire need of a mentor to guide her, and this individual would be the man in black from the formation. Moreover, he was an alchemist, and given her newly reshaped spiritual roots coupled with her unique constitution, there was a considerable likelihood that she could become an alchemist herself. Should she achieve this status, even if she were to find herself alone, she could still attract talent through her identity as an alchemist. Additionally, she had begun to form some conjectures regarding her origins, suspecting that she might not be the biological daughter of Lin Shuhui, despite having learned in her previous life that some individuals were unworthy of parenthood. The awakening of her bloodline had left her profoundly shaken. The mere power of her bloodline allowed for the reshaping of her spiritual roots. Such a lineage was surely not something that someone like Lin Shuhui could possess. Furthermore, the reason Lin Shuhui had so readily severed her spiritual roots to bestow them upon her biological daughter was likely due to her certainty that her own roots differed from those of others. It could even be said that Lin Shuhui was aware of her lineage as a descendant of a powerful individual, which prompted her to unhesitatingly transfer her roots to her daughter. If she were truly Lin Shuhui's child, then her bloodline should not differ greatly from Liang Xinghan's, even if their fathers were not the same. Indeed, just as Lin Shuhui had surmised, after acquiring her spiritual roots, Liang Xinghan had immediately transformed into a prodigy, even becoming a revered alchemist. As these thoughts swirled in Liang Shuyi's mind, she felt a tumult of emotions, for if her conjecture was indeed correct, then where were her true parents, and how was she to seek them out? Just as Liang Shuyi was lost in her musings, Yufeng returned, panting, bearing a bamboo water container and an assortment of herbs and wild fruits. "Master, please make do with this for now," he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he offered her the water and food. Noticing the appetizing wild fruits, Liang Shuyi did not hesitate. She accepted them and began to eat heartily, for according to her calculations, she had not consumed anything for 5 days. Coupled with her injuries, which had drained her greatly, she feared that without sustenance to sustain her bodily functions, she would soon perish from hunger. "Why Yufeng, thank you," Liang Shuyi said between bites, her eyes glistening with tears. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, devoid of family, growing up within a mercenary organization. She had become cold-hearted, yet she had eventually made a friend, only to be betrayed in the end. The original owner of this life seemed to have fared even worse, filling her with a sense of melancholy. Sensing his master's sorrowful demeanor, Yufeng quickly sought to reassure her. "Master, do not be disheartened, I shall always be by your side." Hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi nodded, inhaled deeply to steady her emotions, and inwardly mused, "Who would have thought that I too would experience such tenderness?" After satiating her hunger, Liang Shuyi felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She could already perceive changes within her body, feeling considerably lighter than before. "And now that my spiritual roots have been reshaped and my spiritual sea awakened, the matter of cultivation seems to have found its best resolution. I wish to see if that man has awakened." Liang Shuyi recalled that she had been in this life space for several days and was eager to ascertain the state of the soul of the man in the black robe. "Master, please do not rush. There is no need to be hasty. It would be wise for you to cleanse yourself first," Yufeng suggested, somewhat shyly observing Liang Shuyi. Upon hearing Yufeng's reminder, Liang Shuyi looked down at herself and realized that her garments were tattered and stained with blood. Additionally, the sweat from the recent reshaping of her spiritual roots had left her appearance rather unseemly. "Why Yufeng, I noticed a pond outside the palace. May I wash there?" Liang Shuyi inquired. "Of course, every inch of land and every drop of water in this space belongs to you." "Master. Why Yufeng, are there any garments for washing inside this palace?" Liang Shuyi asked, knowing she would need clean clothes to wash herself properly. Upon hearing her question, Yufeng immediately nodded and led Liang Shuyi to a room where numerous sets of garments and various pieces of jewelry were neatly arranged. As she gazed at the clothing and adornments, Liang Shuyi couldn't help but marvel. The luster emanating from the garments revealed their exquisite fabrics, not to mention the beautifully crafted hairpins and ornaments. Each piece was worth its weight in gold. Observing all this, Liang Shuyi felt a wave of confusion wash over her, and she turned to Yufeng, asking, "Has no one else ever resided here?" "Who then procured all these items?" "All of these things were prepared for you, master. However, as to who prepared them, I cannot recall," Yufeng replied, a fleeting glimmer of guilt flashing in his eyes, though Liang Shuyi remained unaware. Hearing Yufeng's words, Liang Shuyi chose not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, she selected a modest black gown, the most understated among the garments. Clutching the clean clothing, she hurried to the pond. Swiftly shedding her soiled garments, and adorned with the 2 instruments divine bracelet, she felt no trace of cold. "What is this?" Upon completely disrobing, she discovered a jade pendant hidden within her clothing. Picking it up from the ground, she realized that the jade appeared to be of poor quality, resembling a block filled with impurities. Moreover, it seemed to be an uncarved piece of jade, merely cut into an oval shape. As she examined the pendant in her hand, Liang Shuyi strained to recall any memory associated with it. Soon, she remembered that this pendant was given to her by Lin Shuhui when she was cast into the royal villa. She recalled Lin Shuhui's words at that time, "I went to great lengths to obtain this, only to find it a counterfeit. Since it is a fake, I shall return it to you." Since then, Liang Shuyi had kept the pendant close to her heart, and although the people at the royal villa had once stealthily taken it, they had returned it upon discovering its lack of value. This pendant, like the jade bracelet she possessed, was considered worthless and thus retained. Moreover, since Liang Xinghan had been responsible for her demise, it was only natural that she would leave nothing belonging to her behind. Gazing at the pendant in her hand, Liang Shuyi was unconvinced that it was indeed a worthless piece and promptly bit her finger, allowing a drop of her blood to fall onto the pendant. To her astonishment, as her blood made contact with the jade, it trembled slightly, invoking a sense of the uncanny within her. In the next moment, the pendant began to rapidly absorb her blood, and within the blink of an eye, it glowed brilliantly, transforming from a dull, impurity-laden piece into a luminous, flawless white jade. Startled by the transformation, Liang Shuyi instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding radiance. As the light subsided, the once lackluster jade now gleamed with a pristine clarity. Observing the pendant's metamorphosis, Liang Shuyi felt a tinge of disbelief, though the impact was considerably less than that of the 2 instruments divine bracelet. As she lifted the pendant, she noticed that its front was intricately engraved with a phoenix, while the back bore the inscription Ling Yue Huang. This, she surmised, was the original name of the former owner, Ling Yue Huang, a name that resonated with elegance. While Liang Shuyi pondered, the pendant flashed once more, and in an instant, a string of characters materialized in her mind. After a wave of dizziness, she closed her eyes to finally comprehend the entirety of the text. The characters detailed a cultivation method named Imperial Phoenix Art. Memorizing the contents of the technique, she opened her eyes. Though she could only observe the method for now, actual cultivation would likely require some time. However, she had begun to grow accustomed to such occurrences. Ever since she had become the master of this body, she had been continuously presented with opportunities to it was as if the universe was showering her with gifts. All of which rightfully belonged to Ling Yue Huang. Liang Shuyi chose not to dwell on this further. She simply hung the pendant around her neck before stepping into the pond to cleanse herself. During her bath, she was astonished to discover that the scars on her face had mysteriously vanished, likely due to the awakening of her formidable bloodline, which had repaired every inch of her skin. Gently caressing her face, she was filled with astonishment. A desire for beauty is universal, and she was no exception. Upon gazing at her reflection, she noted that the face of the original owner bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous self. Perhaps it is due to the essence of my soul, she mused. Regardless, in this life, she was Liang Shuyi, or rather, she should be Ling Yue Huang. Liang Shuyi has made the resolute decision to reclaim her identity as Ling Yue Huang, the name of the original owner, and she is determined to make this name resonate throughout the entire continent, as it should have been. After cleansing herself, Ling Yue Huang returned to the palace, where Yu Feng was resting. Upon seeing her return, he rose from his chair. My lord, have you finished your bath? Liang Shuyi replied, then removed the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Yu Feng, inquiring, Yu Feng, do you recognize this pendant? Yu Feng glanced at the pendant, then shook his head. I do not know, but this pendant appears to be a family token, and the techniques contained within are quite suitable for you, my lord. You may cultivate with confidence. As for the name inscribed on this pendant, it should be your true name. Hearing Yu Feng's words, Ling Yue Huang nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall step outside to see if that person has awakened. It is prudent to seek knowledge without delay. As you wish, my lord. Should you wish to depart, a mere thought will suffice, Yu Feng said, raising his hand in a respectful gesture. Simultaneously, he added, Yu Feng respectfully sees you off. Observing this, Liang Shuyi remarked before leaving, Yu Feng, we are partners. There is no need for excessive formalities in the future. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng smiled knowingly and replied, Indeed, my lord. As Ling Yue Huang exited the space of the divine bracelet, her gaze swept across her surroundings. After a brief survey, she noticed the absence of that person. She leaped down from the stone and advanced swiftly. The area of the formation was considerable, approximately the size of a football field. Yet it was barren, consisting only of rocks and yellow sand. Indeed, after traversing over 20 meters, Ling Yue Huang discovered a pitch-black alchemical furnace amidst a pile of stones. Aside from that, there was nothing else within the entire formation. Noting the lack of other objects, Ling Yue Huang speculated that the soul of the man in black must be slumbering within the alchemical furnace. With this thought, she found a stone nearby to sit upon. For having awakened her spiritual roots, she could distinctly sense that there was not a trace of spiritual energy within the formation. Her understanding of formations was limited. In her previous life, she had primarily dealt with assassination and combat techniques, as well as skills related to firearms. It seemed she had much to learn in the future. Suddenly, the previously still alchemical furnace emitted a series of sounds, and a shadowy figure began to emerge from it. Chapter 9, Seeking a mentor. The shadow gradually coalesced in midair, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into the figure of the man in black whom Ling Yue Huang had seen before. Upon witnessing the man in black, Ling Yue Huang immediately bowed deeply. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder. I did not intend to disturb your rest, and I hope you will forgive my intrusion. The man in black did not respond to her words but instead scrutinized Ling Yue Huang carefully, his piercing gaze seemingly penetrating her very being. After a prolonged silence, the man finally spoke, Little girl, you are the most peculiar person I have encountered in all my years. Ling Yue Huang was momentarily taken aback by the man's self-identification as old man. Based on his voice, she had assumed he would be a young man, at most middle-aged, but to her surprise, he turned out to be an elder. Before she could respond, the old man continued, however, you are also the most extraordinarily gifted individual I have ever met. A few days prior, when the white tiger brought you here, I distinctly sensed that you had perished, which is why I drew you into this formation. The white tiger has sent many individuals my way over the years, hoping I would borrow a corpse to return to life. Regrettably, I have never entertained such thoughts. I am loath to engage in such heinous acts, and my soul is unique, an ordinary body cannot accommodate it. However, upon the white tiger bringing you back, I discerned that your physique was exceptional. Indeed, it could house my spirit, yet, I still refrained from taking that step. From the scars upon your body, it is evident that you have endured inhumane torment. Even having your spiritual roots flayed, I could not bear to discard your body from the formation, as it would leave you vulnerable to being carried off by the ferocious beasts outside. Yet, scarcely half an hour had passed when your soul began to awaken, and you drew breath once more. Even I, who have witnessed many marvels, was greatly astonished, noticing the difficulty you faced in reintegrating your soul. I took it upon myself to protect you. After 2 days of slumber, you miraculously awoke, convincing me that you are indeed a person favored by the heavens, blessed with profound fortune. Thus, I imparted some of my soul power to assist in your soul-body fusion. Now, having only slumbered for 3 days, you reappear, having not only reshaped your spiritual roots but also awakened the formidable bloodline within you. Such fortune is hard to believe, and encountering someone so uniquely gifted has truly opened my eyes and evoked a sense of protectiveness within me. My greatest regret in life has been my lack of children. I have only one disciple. Alas, I was blind to the true nature of my apprentice, mistaking a wolf for a gem, which not only harmed me but also my entire sect. As he spoke, profound sorrow and boundless hatred flickered in the old man's eyes. Even as a mere wisp of spirit, Ling Yuewang could sense the immense desolation he bore. I, the junior Ling Yuewang, have been rescued by you, esteemed elder, and thus wish to take you as my master. May I ask if you would consent? Just as the elder was lost in his painful memories, Ling Yuewang knelt before him, articulating her request. Do you truly wish to take me as your mentor? The old man's body trembled slightly, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Ling Yuewang. Though I have reshaped my spiritual roots, my understanding of cultivation remains scant. I require a master to guide me in my training. Ling Yuewang's words were simple, yet the elder understood her intent. She sought his guidance but also wished to repay the kindness he had shown her. Such a grateful and benevolent person was not lost on him, especially considering her extraordinary talent. His earlier words had hinted at his desire to pass on his legacy to her. To his astonishment, she had preempted him by articulating exactly what he wished to convey, offering him dignity and respect. Truly a woman of exceptional grace and intellect. Listen carefully, little girl. My name is Lin Zhouchuan. As for my origins, I cannot divulge them to you at this moment, but I will inform you when the time is right. Furthermore, I have taken on a disciple before you, and that individual is the one who has imprisoned my soul here. Thus, should you become my disciple, you must cleanse my path. That individual is powerful and ruthless. He is undoubtedly now a dominant force. Do you fear facing such a foe, just a treacherous beast who betrays his master and annihilates his kin? What is there to fear? Ling Yuewang's words were resolute and brimming with confidence, her aura significantly strengthened. Excellent. You are indeed the heir I, Lin Zhouchuan, have chosen. Truly impressive. The elder's heart rejoiced upon witnessing Ling Yuewang's lack of fear. Seeing Lin Zhouchuan refer to her as his successor, Ling Yuewang immediately knelt before him. Master, please accept my 3 bows. Ling Yuewang respectfully performed the grand gesture, marking the beginning of her bond with another family in this world. Good, rise child, Lin Zhouchuan urged, moving his spirit closer to her. As Ling Yuewang stood, Lin Zhouchuan waved his hand, causing the mask on his face to dissipate, revealing his true visage upon seeing her master's authentic appearance. Ling Yuewang paused momentarily. She had assumed this self-proclaimed old man was indeed an elder. To her surprise, his features retained the vigor of a man in his 40s, with strikingly handsome and resolute features. His silver hair only lent him a gentler air, giving him an ethereal presence, as if he were a figure straight from a celestial realm. Master, may I inquire as to your age? Taken aback by her question, Lin Zhouchuan pondered for a moment before responding. It has been long since anyone asked me this. If we count from the time before my death, I would be 1,320 years old. However, if we include the time since my passing, it would be approximately 3,327 years. I never imagined I would be trapped here for 2 millennia. Time truly flies. Upon hearing Lin Zhouchuan's words, Ling Yuewang studied him in disbelief. It was astonishing that such a youthful master was, in fact, over 1,000 years old. This world was indeed filled with the extraordinary. Noticing her astonishment, Lin Zhouchuan chuckled. Do not be so surprised, little girl. Once you come to understand this world, you will realize that a millennium is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. Ling Yuewang nodded, recognizing the need to delve deeper into the mysteries of this world, for the original owner's understanding was woefully inadequate. However, her immediate priority was to bring her master into the divine bracelet and leave this place, for it was far from a safe haven. Chapter 10, Leaving the Soul-Locking Array. Master, we shall discuss cultivation later. For now, we must depart from here. You can no longer endure this torment. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's words, Lin Zhouchuan's gaze dimmed slightly. He surveyed the surroundings and sighed. Child, do you know why I have been trapped here for so many years? Without hesitation, Ling Yuewang replied, I do. There exists a formation capable of imprisoning souls, preventing your spirit from leaving. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhouchuan was momentarily taken aback, then inquired further, do you know that the formation here requires an exceedingly powerful force to be activated? Ling Yuewang, perceiving Lin Zhouchuan's lingering skepticism, replied, I am aware, but master, you need not worry, I have my own methods, you simply need to trust me and follow me out. Lin Zhouchuan felt that Ling Yuewang's words were somewhat presumptuous. He held little hope of escaping this place, and thus asked once more, "Child, do you truly possess a means to safely guide me out of this formation?" Although Lin Jiuquan suspected that Ling Yue Huang bore some treasure, he remained uncertain about the feasibility of a soul and a living being departing from this formation. "Master, I assure you I do not speak idly. I possess a life space wherein I can first place your soul, and then we shall be able to leave this place." Ling Yue Huang spoke with nonchalance, yet Lin Jiuquan was utterly stunned by her words. A life space? Such a thing truly exists in this world? Even after living for a millennium and encountering many wonders, Lin Jiuquan felt a twinge of embarrassment, for the concept of a life space was profoundly enigmatic to him. He had initially envisioned spending over a decade imparting his knowledge to this disciple, but given her unique constitution, he had hoped it would not take too long. Unexpectedly, the prospect of leaving this grand formation before his soul was scattered brought tears of joy to his eyes. "Child, is what you say truly so? Does the life space genuinely exist?" Lin Jiuquan's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, it is true," Ling Yue Huang affirmed, raising her hand to reveal the two instruments' divine bracelet, which promptly captured Lin Jiuquan's attention. Upon seeing it, Lin Jiuquan immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Although he had previously seen it in Ling Yue Huang's possession, he had failed to discern its uniqueness. However, in this moment, he could see that the bracelet emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy. It was indeed a legendary artifact. At this revelation, Lin Jiuquan scrutinized his newly accepted disciple anew. Not only did she possess the fabled sacred body, but she also wielded such a divine artifact. Could such a prodigious individual truly arise in the realm of Chang'an? Noticing Lin Jiuquan's unwavering gaze upon her, Ling Yue Huang surmised that even a formidable figure like him had likely never encountered a treasure as extraordinary as the two instruments' divine bracelet. "Master, let us depart this place first. We have ample time ahead of us," Ling Yue Huang suggested, eager to leave, especially since she was uncertain whether the formation posed any threat to her. After all, just days prior, she had been but a wisp of a soul, and perhaps her previous entrance into this formation had been due to it perceiving her as deceased. Whether she could successfully exit now remained to be seen. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," Lin Jiuquan replied, relinquishing his reservations. Having acquired a gifted disciple who could facilitate his escape from this soul-locking great formation, he felt he could depart without regret. Ling Yue Huang, undeterred, waved her left hand, and the two instruments' divine bracelet absorbed Lin Jiuquan's soul. With a mere thought, she entered the bracelet, directing it to move outward. As it was her first time using the two instruments' divine bracelet, the process was somewhat slow. However, within a short while, they traversed the barriers of the grand formation. We have emerged. Upon feeling the bracelet's departure from the soul-locking great formation, Ling Yue Huang took a deep breath of relief. Meanwhile, within the space, Lin Jiuquan was already astounded by the sights around him. He instinctively exclaimed, "Is this not a miniature version of the Imperial Splendor Palace? But isn't the Imperial Splendor Palace a legendary existence?" Immersed in the thrill of escaping the formation, Ling Yue Huang did not quite catch Lin Jiuquan's words. She only heard the mention of palace, thus she inquired, "Master, what were you just saying?" Lin Jiuquan quickly regained his composure and shook his head, saying, "It is nothing. I merely remarked that this place resembles a divine palace, breathtakingly beautiful. It is indeed splendid here," Ling Yue Huang replied, not pondering further on Lin Jiuquan's words. At that moment, however, a voice echoed in Lin Jiuquan's mind, "The master is currently too weak. Knowing too much would not be beneficial for her. I trust you understand." As soon as the words faded, Yufeng appeared beside Ling Yue Huang. "Master, we have successfully emerged," Yufeng announced, then turned to Lin Jiuquan with a smile, stating, "Yufeng pays respects to master." Upon hearing Yufeng's words, Lin Jiuquan immediately understood that the entity communicating with him through his consciousness was the spirit of the artifact before him. The realization that an artifact spirit possessed such capabilities left him astounded once more. However, as his gaze fell upon his surroundings, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. "Why, Yufeng, master, you can now communicate with me through your minds while in this space. I am at ease knowing you are within, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. I must find a place to settle." Upon hearing Ling Yue Huang's statement, Lin Jiuquan nodded in agreement. After all, she could not yet break through to a higher realm and needed sustenance and rest for her growth. The space seemed to contain only plants, devoid of animals, and subsisting solely on vegetation would not be conducive to her development. Furthermore, on the path of cultivation, she required opponents for comparison. "The beast that trapped my soul visits me once every 100 years. And it has been 90 years since its last visit. Now that we have left the soul-locking great formation without disrupting it, the one who set this formation will not immediately discern that my soul has departed. Thus, we have a decade of safety. However, should that individual discover my absence, they will likely embark on a widespread search for my whereabouts. At that point, danger will loom. So, child, you must strive to grow stronger swiftly. This is not a favorable place. We must select another location to settle down. However, before we leave, I wish to take the white tiger with us." Chapter 11. One for one. Lin Jiuquan wished for Ling Yue Huang to bring the white tiger along, as he had formed a bond with it over the years. Additionally, the white tiger had attained sentience a century ago, and with Lin Jiuquan's guidance, it had reached the 5th tier of the mysterious level. Such strength was not to be underestimated in the realm of Chang'an. Understanding Lin Jiuquan's intentions, Ling Yuehuang nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall go find it. Upon exiting the space, Ling Yuehuang swiftly surveyed her surroundings for any potential danger before making her way to the White Tiger's resting area. 5 days passed, and the heavy snow showed no signs of abating but rather continued to accumulate. Each step Ling Yuehuang took sank deep into the snow, which was now knee-deep, forcing her to move slowly forward. After a considerable time, she finally reached the grove of large trees that served as the White Tiger's habitat. However, fortune seemed to be against her today. The White Tiger was nowhere to be found. Just as she prepared to leave, a sudden rustling sound broke the tranquility of the snowy ground behind her. Soon a massive, snow-white white tiger appeared before her. Upon sighting the majestic creature, Ling Yuehuang's face lit up with joy. Yuehuang, allow me to speak with it. Lin Jiuquan's voice resonated in her mind as she gazed at the white tiger. Very well, she thought, and with a flick of her consciousness, Lin Jiuquan's soul floated out from the divine bracelet. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Jiuquan's soul, the white tiger let out an excited roar, seemingly overjoyed at the prospect of Lin Jiuquan regaining his freedom. Xiaotian, this is my newly accepted disciple. She is to lead us out of here. Do you wish to acknowledge her as your master and accompany us? Lin Jiuquan gently addressed the white tiger. The white tiger's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance as it gazed up at Lin Jiuquan, then glanced at Ling Yuehuang, its eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions. Ultimately, it solemnly nodded its large head, expressing its willingness to follow Lin Jiuquan. Seeing the white tiger's agreement, Lin Jiuquan smiled with satisfaction and said, Yuehuang, Xiaotian has consented to form a master-servant bond with you. Simply drop a drop of your blood onto its brow, and the contract shall be established. Without hesitation, Ling Yuehuang followed Lin Jiuquan's instructions. As a single drop of her blood landed on Xiaotian's brow, a radiant glow enveloped both of them. When the light faded, a mysterious connection formed between the two. Xiaotian pays respects to my master. The white tiger bowed before Ling Yuehuang. Though it did not speak, it could communicate with her through soul resonance. No need for such formality. Rise from this day forth, you shall be my first contracted beast, and we shall fight side by side as partners. Hearing Ling Yuehuang's words, Xiaotian stood up, its eyes sparkling with admiration as it gazed at her. It was the first time it had ever heard someone refer to the master-servant relationship as a partnership. Master, where are you headed? I shall carry you, the white tiger offered. After witnessing the bond between Xiaotian and Ling Yuehuang solidify, Lin Jiuquan returned to the divine bracelet, leaving only Ling Yuehuang and the white tiger standing in the deep snow. Without hesitation, Ling Yuehuang climbed onto the white tiger's back. As she settled in, the white tiger's body trembled, and a pair of ethereal wings sprouted from its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the white tiger ascended into the air, leaving Ling Yuehuang wide-eyed in astonishment at this unexpected spectacle. Xiaotian, what is the nature of your wings? Can the white tigers also take to the skies? Ling Yuehuang immediately communicated with Xiaotian through her soul. Upon hearing Ling Yuehuang's inquiry, Xiaotian lifted his head slightly, a hint of pride in his voice as he replied, Master, this is my unique ability. I am no ordinary white tiger, but a descendant of the ancient bloodline, the white-winged Xian tiger. White-winged Xian tiger, Ling Yuehuang pondered, finding the concept somewhat elusive, her understanding of this world still rather superficial. Indeed, Master, our white-winged Xian tiger lineage is naturally endowed with the ability to soar. However, as time has progressed, our lineage has nearly faced extinction. Even those few who have survived have largely devolved into common white tigers. Had I not encountered my benefactor, I would not have been able to return to my ancestral form and awaken my intellect, regaining my wings. Xiaotian's gratitude towards Lin Jiuquan was evident in his words, and Ling Yuehuang nodded in response, reflecting on her extraordinary fortune. Finding such a remarkable treasure while merely seeking a mentor, Ling Yuehuang had no intention of departing from the Thousand Illusions mountain range. As she was uncertain of her next destination, however, the center of the Thousand Illusions mountain range was fraught with peril, and few dared to venture there thus, until she possessed the ability to protect herself. She deemed it safer to remain in the heart of the mountain range. After a brief search on Xiaotian's back, Ling Yuehuang discovered a relatively large cave on a nearby peak. Upon entering the cave, she conducted a thorough inspection. The cavern was quite spacious, its walls smooth, and the ground scattered with remnants of fur and dried grass. It was evident that this place had once served as a lair for some creature. Though the occupant had long since departed for reasons unknown, Ling Yuehuang promptly decided to settle within this cave, while Lin Jiuquan utilized a fragment of his power to set up protective formations around it. For the time being, Ling Yuehuang and Xiaotian made their abode there, and Lin Jiuquan began to elucidate the fundamental framework of this continent to her. It turned out that this continent was known as the Ancient Spirit Continent, a realm where cultivation was achieved through the absorption of spiritual energy. The ancient spirit continent was vast, consisting of 5 continents, 4 wastelands, 3 kingdoms, and 1 domain, totaling 13 major regions, each comparable to an independent continent. Replete with numerous nations and factions. Among these, the 5 continents referred to the 4 cardinal directions and the central continent, with the central continent being the most powerful. However, people typically embellish the names of the 4 continents with the character for spirit. Such as Eastern Spirit Continent, the four wastelands also correspond to the four cardinal directions, sharing a common characteristic of being vast and sparsely populated, yet each wasteland possesses a degree of exclusivity, requiring a certain level of strength for entry. The three kingdoms referred to the Yu Wang Empire, Beiyan Empire, and Lanhui Empire, the three most powerful nations on the ancient Spirit Continent. The one domain, known as the Tongtian Domain, represented the very heart of the Spirit Continent and symbolized the most formidable region therein. Presently, Ling Yuehuang found herself in the Chang'an Kingdom, a diminutive nation within the northern continent, insignificant in the grand scheme of the ancient Spirit Continent. After outlining the basic information about the continent, Lin Jiuchuan proceeded to discuss fundamental concepts of cultivation. In the ancient Spirit Continent, not everyone is born with the ability to cultivate. Fewer than 1 in 10 possess spiritual roots, thus becoming cultivators. Among these cultivators, only a select few can ascend to intermediate and advanced realms, as cultivation relies not only on talent but also on the resources available to an individual. Spiritual energy exists not only in the air but permeates every aspect of the world, such as in spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and various spiritual treasures and herbs. The concentration of spiritual energy in these materials far surpasses that found in the atmosphere, making absorption significantly easier. Consequently, these cultivation resources become highly coveted. With some individuals lacking innate talent yet propelled to heights they do not inherently deserve through abundant resources. Conversely, those with great talent may struggle to thrive without the support of cultivation resources due to impoverished backgrounds. Thus, joining a prominent family or powerful faction becomes an essential choice for most cultivators, as only within such formidable clans can one expect to receive focused development and access to greater cultivation resources, thereby presenting opportunities for advancement. Regarding a cultivator's talent, it is typically assessed by the level of their spiritual roots, as the level of spiritual roots directly correlates with cultivation speed. The higher the root level, the greater the individual's potential. In the ancient Spirit Continent, spiritual roots are categorized into 7 levels: yellow, Xin, earth, heaven, blue, purple, and gold. Additionally, various cultivation techniques exist, equally vital as spiritual artifacts, with higher level techniques being rarer. Cultivation levels are divided into 9 realms: Spirit Practitioner, Spirit Master, Spirit General, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Lord, and Spirit Sage, each realm further subdivided into 9 tiers. Progressing through these realms becomes increasingly challenging, with some individuals remaining trapped in a single realm for their entire lives. Unable to advance, the classifications for alchemists and artifact masters differ from those of cultivators, with their levels divided into 9 grades. Naturally, the quality of pills and spiritual artifacts corresponds to the levels of their respective creators. Moreover, aside from humanity, the ancient Spirit Continent is home to various other races, such as the Beast Clan, Elf Clan, Dwarf Clan, and Half-Beast Clan, among others. Among these races, the Beast Clan's cultivation levels differ from those of humans. Categorized into 9 levels: Ordinary Spirit Beast, Yellow Spirit Beast, Xin Spirit Beast, Earth Spirit Beast, Heaven Spirit Beast, Holy Beast, Subdivine Beast, Divine Beast, and Super Divine Beast, each also divided into 9 tiers. As for other races, their cultivation levels mirror those of humans. And regardless of the race, the ultimate realm in cultivation is often regarded as legendary, with legends stating that the ancient Spirit Continent has not seen a spirit sage for tens of thousands of years. Upon hearing all this, Ling Yuehuang began to form a general understanding of this world, yet she recognized that this knowledge merely scratched the surface of the continent's complexities, and that further exploration was necessary. Even the seemingly insignificant Chang'an Kingdom posed challenges she was ill-equipped to handle, leaving her ignorant of the true power dynamics within this world. After reflecting on Lin Jiuchuan's explanations, she settled into a meditative posture, attempting to absorb the spiritual energy surrounding the cave. Initially, her efforts proved somewhat arduous, as she was only just beginning to engage with this elusive energy. However, after several hours of persistence, she found herself gradually acclimating. Her internal spiritual sea was now able to autonomously filter the atmospheric energy she absorbed. In merely a few hours, she successfully transformed spiritual energy into spiritual power, officially becoming a first-tier spirit practitioner. Upon attaining the status of a cultivator, a small world manifested within her dantian. At first, Ling Yuehuang believed there to be an issue with her body, but upon consulting Lin Jiuchuan, she learned that upon becoming a cultivator, one could construct an inner world. However, this inner world was not limitless. It could only accommodate contracted beasts and weapons imbued with spiritual energy. For instance, items like spiritual stones could be stored, while mundane coins lacking spiritual energy could not. This necessity gave rise to the existence of spatial spiritual artifacts, which are exceedingly precious, typically only possessed by the offspring of influential families. The lowest tier 4-grade spatial spiritual artifacts command prices in the hundreds of thousands of gold coins, often available only under rare circumstances due to the stringent conditions required for their creation, making them the domain of only a select few artifact masters. With her newfound spiritual power, Ling Yuehuang felt a significant lightness in her being. Her previously frail form suddenly possessed strength comparable to that of an adult. Elated by the transformation in her physique, she leaped from the ground and practiced a set of foundational martial arts within the cave. After completing the routine, she comprehended the disparity between cultivators and ordinary individuals. Even though her physical prowess in her past life far surpassed that of her current self, she realized that compared to her present capabilities, she would still fall short. After her reflections, Ling Yuewang returned to her seated position to continue her cultivation, recognizing that as a newly minted first-tier spirit practitioner, she needed to solidify her foundation for future advancements. Perhaps aided by the spatial inner fruit, she felt an inexhaustible energy within her. After 5 continuous days of cultivation within the cave, she finally sensed a flicker of hunger. You girl, do not be overly eager for results. You have been cultivating for several days. Step outside for a while, and I shall teach you about some fundamental herbs. Collect them and attempt to process a few, preparing for future alchemy endeavors. Seeing Ling Yuewang break through to the second-tier spirit practitioner in just a few days, Lin Zhichuan was equally astonished. After all, even he had taken nearly a month to ascend from the first to the second tier. While she had accomplished the feat in a mere 5 days, the difference between them was unmistakable. Upon hearing her masteress' intention to teach her about herbs, Ling Yuewang responded with delight. As she held considerable aspirations for alchemy, before departing from the cave, she could not help but pose a question to Lin Zhichuan. Master, may I inquire about the current rank of my spiritual root? Ling Yuewang had previously been unaware that spiritual roots were categorized into levels, and Yufang had not enlightened her on this matter. Now that she had come to understand the existence of such tiers, naturally she wished to ascertain the classification of her newly reformed spiritual root. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's query, Lin Zhichuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "The pure spirit sacred body emerges, rendering all spiritual roots inferior. Your constitution itself requires no spiritual root, why then should you concern yourself with its level?" In truth, Lin Zhichuan harbored another unspoken thought: the sacred body is invincible on the path, and a golden root reappears. Unmatched in the world, Ling Yuewang felt a sudden clarity wash over her. Indeed, her cultivation did not necessitate a spiritual root. The fact that she had reformed her spiritual root through the power of her bloodline was a fortunate occurrence. Why then should she cling to its classification? Xiaotian, let us take a stroll outside, she declared. Having come to this realization, Ling Yuewang gently patted Xiaotian's back and swiftly exited the cave. With Xiaotian promptly following suit, the duo, a girl and a tiger, traversed the mountainside, and before long Ling Yuewang had gathered a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. Master, it seems someone is approaching from this direction. Xiaotian alerted her as she prepared to continue onward. Upon hearing Xiaotian's warning, Ling Yuewang immediately surveyed her surroundings, but with her current strength, she could glean no useful information. Then let us find a place to hide, Ling Yuewang suggested, glancing around. Knowing she was currently no match for any adversaries, she and the white tiger concealed themselves within a nearby thicket. Although it had not snowed that day, the mountains were still blanketed in pristine white snow. Soon, a group of individuals emerged from the forest, led by a youth clad in a light blue robe, accompanied by 7 or 8 others in dark yellow robes. Young master, we should return. We have already ventured into the heart of the Thousand Illusions mountain range. If we proceed further and encounter danger, the master will surely not spare us, one of the dark-robed men urged, his tone tinged with desperation as he scanned the vicinity, fear evident in his eyes. What is there to fear? The heavy snow has sealed the mountains, and no one dares to enter the Thousand Illusions mountain range. Furthermore, the spiritual beasts within are in slumber. Thus, this is the perfect time to explore. If I can find a sleeping spiritual beast and contract it by surprise, I shall be able to walk freely in the city of Huanshe, the blue-robed youth replied, his eyes glinting with greed. A smile upon his face that suggested he believed he had already attained his desires. Observing their masteress' lack of trepidation, the individuals in dark yellow robes exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Suddenly, the blue-robed youth excitedly dashed forward a few paces and exclaimed, look, footprints, spiritual beast footprints. At the sound of the youth's enthusiasm, the entourage hurriedly approached, but upon examining the tracks, their expressions shifted to one of alarm. Young master, judging by these footprints, the spiritual beast must be a tiger or leopard. We should leave at once. The youth frowned at this, displeased. Chang-san, you are a practitioner of the 8th rank. How can you wish to flee at the sight of mere footprints? The man named Chang-san quickly explained, young master, this is the heart of the Thousand Illusions mountain range. Spiritual beasts capable of roaming here are likely not of low rank, at least yellow-level spiritual beasts. If not higher, while we may be numerous, we are no match for high-ranking spiritual beasts. I understand you desire a formidable contracted beast, but we need not take such grave risks, he continued. What do you know? That illegitimate son, Song Xiao, gained favor with his father precisely because he contracted a powerful spiritual beast. Not only was he included in the family tree, but even his lowly mother became a concubine of my Song family. If I cannot find a strong contracted beast soon, relying solely on cultivation, how long will it take for me to surpass him? the blue-robed youth spoke with indignation, jealousy evident in his eyes. Faced with his tirade, Chang San and the others bowed their heads, silenced. Seeing no further dissent, the blue-robed youth turned and pursued the footprints. Once the group had departed, Ling Yuehuang emerged from the thicket. Knowing full well that the tracks in the snow were left by Xiao Tian, after detecting the presence of these individuals, Ling Yuehuang had hidden, while Xiao Tian had swiftly retraced its steps. Leaving its own prints in the snow, before the group had arrived, Xiao Tian had already returned to Ling Yuehuang's side. With the group diverted, Ling Yuehuang felt reassured enough to continue her foraging. And by evening, she returned to the cave laden with various medicinal herbs. Inside the cave, Ling Yuehuang meticulously organized the herbs according to their properties, while Lin Zhouchuan patiently instructed her on the methods and environments necessary for preserving them. In this world, all things are interdependent, and medicinal herbs are no exception. Hence, to concoct potent elixirs, the first step is to understand these herbs. One must not only be able to quickly and accurately identify their shapes and types but also perceive their medicinal properties. For instance, the blackwood herb resembles a piece of haphazardly cut black cloth, its surface adorned with fine fuzz, thriving beneath massive rocks. Its properties are notably frigid, effective for moistening the lungs and dispelling heat. Understanding its properties allows us to concoct the desired elixirs based on its characteristics. To discern these herbs' properties, one must consider a pharmacist's affinity for spiritual herbs. Affinity, Ling Yuehuang interjected, unable to contain herself upon hearing Lin Zhouchuan's words. Noticing her confusion, Lin Zhouchuan explained, "Today, I instructed you to envelop these herbs with your own energy before attempting to infuse your essence into them. My intention is to facilitate your understanding of these herbs better. All things possess spirit, these herbs are unique living entities, each with its own life force. As a pharmacist, one must master pharmacology and pathology to prescribe accurately, and understanding a person's physiological structure is essential to discerning the cause of their ailments. Similarly, to grasp the efficacy of these herbs, one must comprehend their internal structures and sense the natural forces they harbor. Thus, when you can use your spiritual power to forge a profound connection with these herbs, you will reach heights unattainable by the average person. Achieving such a state signifies your ability to converse with flora, effortlessly discerning the hidden effects of these herbs, attaining the unity of person and medicine." Ling Yuehuang fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. According to Lin Zhouchuan, the so-called affinity refers to her level of perception concerning these plants in the natural world. To understand these plants, she must first establish a connection through a specific means, thereby gaining a more profound and accurate understanding of their characteristics. Chapter 14. Gathering the fire of spirit. As for the means, it lies within her spiritual power. Firstly, all things in the world are infused with the essence of heaven and earth, and these plants are no exception. The source of her spiritual power originates from the energies of heaven and earth. All things share a common origin, and thus a subtle connection exists between her and these plants. Reflecting on this, Ling Yuehuang softly uttered, "The heavens and earth are one source, all things share the same roots." Upon finishing her statement, Ling Yuehuang gradually infused a portion of her power into a medicinal herb, then closed her eyes. Soon, under the gentle embrace of her spiritual energy, the herb became suffused with her essence. In the next moment, Ling Yuehuang perceived the fundamental medicinal effects and characteristics of the herb with utmost clarity, leaving no detail overlooked. A floating ghost grass, cold in nature, prefers the shade, possessing the ability to clear heat and detoxify, as well as alleviate pain. Furthermore, the flower esteem contains toxins. Inhaling it induces nausea and vomiting, while ingestion leads to poisoning and death. Seeing Ling Yuehuang's demeanor and her words, Lin Zhouchuan's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief registering on his face as he gazed at her. "Master, am I correct?" Ling Yuehuang asked, looking at Lin Zhouchuan with a desire for affirmation. Lin Zhouchuan quickly reined in his astonishment, revealing a gratified smile as he replied, "Indeed, you are correct. Well done, my dear. Today, familiarize yourself with the medicinal properties of these herbs. Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to process them." "All right, master," Ling Yuehuang responded. After Lin Zhouchuan spoke, he returned to the two-element divine bracelet. The level of insight and ability Ling Yuehuang had just demonstrated left him with an uncanny feeling. Following a series of attempts, Ling Yuehuang gradually became acquainted with the properties of the various medicinal herbs before her. With a little more time, she would easily recognize the characteristics of each plant. As night fell, the following morning, Ling Yuehuang rose early to meditate in the cave, adjusting her inner breath in preparation for the day's alchemical endeavors. After consuming a few wild fruits, Ling Yuehuang summoned Lin Zhouchuan from the divine bracelet. "You girl, next, I shall teach you how to process these medicinal herbs. Pay close attention," Lin Zhouchuan instructed. With that, he raised his hand slightly, causing a medicinal herb to soar before him. As Lin Zhouchuan's hand moved, his power enveloped the entire herb, and in the next moment, his energy transformed into countless streams, dispersing throughout the herb, while a gust of air swept away the dust both inside and outside the plant. As the medicinal herbs gradually exuded minute impurities from within, after meticulously eliminating all impurities from the herbs, Lin Zhouchuan began to categorize the herbs into various portions based on their medicinal properties. ultimately returning them to their original positions. Did you clearly observe the actions I just performed, my disciple? Is there anything that confuses you? Lin Jiuquan inquired, turning his gaze towards Ling Yuehuang. She nodded and replied. Yes, Master, I understood. The first step involves using spiritual energy to cleanse the herbs. The second step is to segment the herbs into several parts according to their inherent characteristics. This is imperative because some herbs possess unique structures that necessitate tailored handling. For instance, the xianyu grass has differing efficacy between its roots and petals. If both are utilized together, not only would the potency diminish significantly, but it could also lead to adverse effects. Therefore, segregating them into distinct portions facilitates precise dosage during alchemy, ensuring that each herb's properties are meticulously controlled, enabling the creation of superior elixirs. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuquan nodded repeatedly, expressing his admiration. A genius indeed. It is truly remarkable that you have garnered such insights in such a short time. I am thoroughly astounded. You flatter me, Master. I am merely imitating your methods. It is your exceptional teaching that has brought me thus far. Ling Yuehuang replied, feeling a sense of joy from Lin Jiuquan's acknowledgement. Over the past few days, she had grown increasingly fond of her master, recognizing that Ling Yuehuang had attained a foundational level of understanding regarding medicinal herbs. Lin Jiuquan continued, in that case, let us proceed to the next lesson, the condensation of spiritual fire. Only by mastering this will you qualify as a competent alchemist. Yes, I shall heed your guidance. Ling Yuehuang responded with newfound seriousness. Condensing spiritual fire is no simple task. First, we must focus our minds to achieve a state of overflowing spiritual energy. To condense spiritual fire, we must synergize our spiritual and elemental energies, merging them into a singular force. Next, we must visualize our spiritual energy. This process is quite esoteric, as spiritual energy differs from elemental energy, which can be absorbed and transformed through spiritual roots and seas. Spiritual energy, being ethereal, requires profound understanding and recognition for it to be materialized and subsequently released from your consciousness, thus acquiring its offensive capabilities. The final step is to manifest the fire. The condensation of spiritual fire not only qualifies you as an alchemist but also empowers you in combat. Its might far surpassing that of ordinary elemental energy due to the infusion of spiritual force, which is a testament to the respect garnered by both alchemists and artifact forgers. As he spoke, Lin Jiuquan conjured a spectral illusion using his soul force, enabling Ling Yuehuang to observe the entire process of condensing spiritual fire. Yuehuang, did you see clearly? He asked after the demonstration. Yes, I did, she affirmed. Subsequently, Ling Yuehuang sat cross-legged, beginning to envision the actions depicted in the illusion. Embarking on her quest to condense the spiritual fire, her spiritual energy was vast, akin to an endless ocean, allowing her to effortlessly intertwine it with her elemental energy. Countless strands of spiritual energy gradually enveloped and intertwined with her elemental energy, slowly merging into one. With a mere thought, she could manipulate the elemental energy with perfect precision. I've done it, she exclaimed, exhilarated, as she beheld the flickering flame atop her fingertip. Casting her gaze towards Lin Jiuquan, who appeared utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the spiritual flame dancing on her finger. Noticing Lin Jiuquan's intense focus on her spiritual flame, she curiously inquired, Master, is there something amiss with my spiritual fire? Awakened from his reverie by her voice, Lin Jiuquan chuckled and replied, oh, it's nothing. After being trapped for 2 millennia, I have become somewhat of a frog in a well. Witnessing you condense spiritual fire in less than an hour caught me off guard. Chapter 15, Alchemy without a cauldron. Upon hearing Lin Jiuquan's words, Ling Yuehuang quickly reassured him, Master, you mustn't underestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are an all-knowing powerhouse. Lin Jiuquan could not help but chuckle at her comforting words. Indeed, you are a clever and understanding girl, he remarked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as if years of pent-up clouds had finally dispersed. He then summoned forth his blackened alchemical cauldron. As Ling Yuehuang beheld the darkened vessel, she could not help but internally muse, this cauldron is truly tarnished. How many elixirs must it have produced to attain such a state? Just as she was lost in thought, the cauldron suddenly emitted a low humming sound that snapped her back to attention. Lin Jiuquan, with a hint of apology, addressed the cauldron. My old friend, you have endured much over the years, remaining by my side in that dreadful place. Now that I have no further use for you, would you be willing to accompany my little disciple? A louder hum resonated from the cauldron, vibrating slightly in the air. Roland, Ling Yuehuang interjected. Master, no, the cauldron is an alchemist's tool. I cannot accept it. Lin Jiuquan smiled at her response, his gaze softening, yet he placed the cauldron before her. You girl, do not be hasty in your rejection. You require this cauldron. Without it, you cannot learn the art of alchemy. As for me, I am but a soul now. Retaining this cauldron would be a waste when it could be of use to you. Ling Yuehuang shook her head, resolute in her refusal. Master, this cauldron is clearly no ordinary item, given my current abilities. Even if you were to gift it to me, I would be unable to wield it. This cauldron has accompanied you for so long, and your soul's resilience within that formation is largely due to it. In essence, you and this cauldron have become one. Such a loyal spirit tool should remain with you. I promise that in the future, I will ensure both of you shine once more in the world. Please trust me. Very well, if that is your wish, Lin Jiuquan conceded, seeing her determination. He summoned the cauldron back into his being, but as it returned, it circled Ling Yuehuang once, as if expressing gratitude after reclaiming his cauldron. Lin Jiuquan spoke, when I was slain, I brought nothing with me except this cauldron. Now, I find myself unable to present you with a proper gift. Hastily, Ling Yuehuang interrupted, Master, you need not provide me with a gift. Meeting you, becoming your disciple, and receiving your teachings on cultivation and alchemy is already a tremendous honor. Observing her slightly distressed expression, Lin Jiuquan quickly reassured her, all right, however, I have left you a gift, albeit one that you cannot yet claim due to your current strength. When you grow stronger, I shall reveal it to you. For now let us focus on how to concoct elixirs without a cauldron. Ling Yuehuang's eyes brightened at his words, and she asked in astonishment. Master, one can concoct elixirs without a cauldron. Naturally, alchemy shares similarities with cultivation. Practitioners often rely on weapons to amplify their combat prowess and conserve their spiritual energy. Alchemists operate similarly, the cauldron serves as their instrument, enabling them to better control the alchemical process while conserving their energy, thereby increasing their success rate. Just as cultivators can still fight without weapons, alchemists can also concoct elixirs without a cauldron. However, this method significantly drains both their spiritual energy and mental focus, which is why few alchemists dare to attempt it. But fret not, despite your current limitations, your spiritual energy far exceeds that of the average person. As long as you maintain control, becoming an alchemist without a cauldron is not an insurmountable task. Ling Yuehuang was astounded by this revelation. She had just been contemplating how to procure a basic cauldron in a few days. And now it seemed that hope was not lost. All right, I am eager to give it a try, she declared, her anticipation palpable as she looked toward Lin Jiuquan. He nodded and began demonstrating. First and foremost, alchemy without a cauldron does not imply the absence of one entirely. After all, elixirs require a vessel, much like drinking water necessitates a cup. Thus, we must first use our spiritual energy to condense a temporary cauldron made of spiritual energy, enabling us to concoct elixirs without a physical cauldron. While this method appears straightforward, throughout the entire process of elixir refinement, we must continuously supply a portion of our spiritual energy to maintain the form of this spiritual cauldron, ensuring it retains its shape. Consequently, this method consumes a substantial amount of energy, and a moment's inattention could lead to the waste of all materials and potential harm, such as spiritual backlash or energy depletion. Thus, the act of alchemy without the aid of a cauldron essentially embodies the practice of multitasking and the exertion of one's energy in multiple ways. In this manner, the consumption of spiritual and mental energy becomes evident. Are you certain you wish to embark on this method of alchemy? Indeed. As soon as Lin Jiuquan's words fell, Ling Yuehuang solemnly nodded in response. For her, as long as she could become a practitioner and a pharmacist, any risk was worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuquan no longer hesitated and immediately began to instruct Ling Yuehuang on how to materialize a furnace using spiritual energy, how to control her own spiritual power, and how to refine the medicinal herbs. Since that is the case, let us commence our study with the preparation of medicinal liquid, Lin Jiuquan stated, conjuring another version of himself through his soul force to demonstrate to Ling Yuehuang. The process of concocting medicinal liquid is significantly simpler than that of alchemy. It merely requires placing the herbs into the cauldron in a specific order, refining them one by one until they gradually merge. This process is akin to a chef preparing soup, where various ingredients are added to a pot, allowing each flavor to meld together, thus creating a delicious broth. Similarly, the preparation of medicinal liquid follows the same principle, with the aim of dissolving all the herbs into liquid form, ensuring that each component fuses harmoniously, enhancing the efficacy of the concoction. As Lin Jiuquan taught Ling Yuehuang how to operate, he elucidated the principles behind it. Chapter 16, Stepping out of the mountains. Once Lin Jiuquan's ethereal form vanished, Ling Yuehuang began to mimic his previous actions. Bang, bang, bang. In a short while, the cauldron emitted loud explosive sounds, and soon after, her cauldron, formed from spiritual energy, was blown apart. Master, what is happening? Ling Yuehuang inquired, a mixture of embarrassment and confusion in her gaze as she looked at Lin Jiuquan amidst the scattered medicinal liquid. Seeing this, Lin Jiuquan hurriedly reassured her, it is of no consequence. You were on the verge of the final step. Compared to the average person, you have already exhibited extraordinary talent. Feeling somewhat bashful at his words, Ling Yuehuang scratched her head, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet I followed your instructions precisely, and I did not perceive anything amiss. Why then did the medicinal liquid react so violently? Ling Yuehuang pondered the previous scenario, but after a lengthy contemplation, she could not identify the flaw and thus sought Lin Jiuquan's guidance. Lin Jiuquan chuckled and pointed to the remnants on the ground, saying, you merely needed to add feng yuezi at that moment to successfully concoct the cleansing liquid. But have you considered that the herbs used for the cleansing liquid are all of a yang nature, and thus possess properties that invigorate and stimulate the meridians? As for feng yuezi, It is a substance of een and cold nature, which, in terms of efficacy, only serves to alleviate pain. Why then is it the final critical ingredient? His words plunged Ling Yue Huang into a moment of contemplation. She had felt a hint of confusion when first encountering the prescription, and reflecting on it now, it indeed seemed illogical. However, she quickly grasped the insight, exclaiming, "Master, I understand. The reason Feng Yuezi is the last ingredient in the cleansing liquid is twofold. First, it utilizes its cold properties to neutralize the effects of the other yang herbs. Second, Feng Yuezi's efficacy is pain relief, which is crucial because the preceding ingredients primarily invigorate the meridians and dispel blood stasis. If an average person were to consume it, they would undoubtedly endure considerable suffering, and the presence of Feng Yuezi can alleviate part of that pain." Lin Zhoushuan nodded appreciatively at her analysis and remarked, "Well articulated. As pharmacists, we are akin to healers, and we must prioritize the needs of the individual. Therefore, while refining medicines, we can appropriately adjust the prescriptions and formulas to create gentler elixirs without compromising their efficacy. This cleansing liquid's formula was modified by me personally. Typically, those who concoct the cleansing pill will have the consumer endure great torment. However, the version formulated by me not only possesses the same efficacy as others but also reduces the consumer's suffering by half." Upon hearing Lin Zhoushuan's words, Ling Yue Huang's eyes sparkled with admiration. The task of modifying prescriptions is far from simple. A moment's carelessness can lead to a pharmacist's disgrace. "I understand now," Ling Yue Huang replied, no longer fixating on the prescription but instead sitting cross-legged to recommence the concoction of the cleansing liquid. This time, she approached it with greater proficiency, and when she reached the last two steps, as she refined the 100 refinement flour, she promptly added Feng Yuezi into the cauldron. Indeed, almost at the moment the liquid began to boil, the addition of Feng Yuezi caused the previously volatile mixture to calm. "I did it! I succeeded!" Ling Yue Huang exclaimed, gazing at the light green liquid within the cauldron. "Quick, find a container to store it. We must not allow the efficacy to dissipate." Lin Zhoushuan, equally exhilarated, urged her. Ling Yue Huang hastily retrieved a bottle from her spatial ring and filled it. Although this batch of cleansing liquid was merely a small vial, she felt immense satisfaction, believing that having accomplished one, she could surely produce more elixirs and pills. In the days that followed, Ling Yue Huang's daily task involved foraging for herbs with Xiaotian and then returning to concoct cleansing liquid. After 5 days of practice, Ling Yue Huang finally became a true pharmacist. In addition to the cleansing liquid, she successfully prepared a second type of medicinal liquid in the realm of ancient spirit continent. A person capable of refining 2 or more medicinal liquids is deemed a first-tier pharmacist, marking their entry into the ranks of pharmacists. The second medicinal liquid Ling Yue Huang prepared was a vitality potion, a concoction that grants the consumer a significant boost in physical strength within a short period. After becoming a pharmacist, Ling Yue Huang found her application of mental energy increasingly adept. After residing in the Qianhuan mountain range for a month, Ling Yue Huang finally broke through to the 4th tier of spiritual practitioners, a speed of advancement that even Lin Zhoushuan found somewhat astonishing. Ascending 4 tiers in a month and becoming a first-tier pharmacist is a rare talent. Even in the realms of the 3 kingdoms, the snow has finally melted. Spring has returned, Ling Yue Huang remarked as she stood outside the cave, observing the tender sprouts emerging from the ground beside her. Xiaotian let loose a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the mountains. With Ling Yue Huang's rise in strength, the white tiger Xiaotian also successfully ascended to the 6th tier of the Xian level. After its roar, Xiaotian transformed into a small cat and leaped onto Ling Yue Huang's shoulder. Together, the pair set forth, treading upon the delicate sprouts as they made their way toward the periphery of the Qianhuan mountain range. After 2 days of travel, Ling Yue Huang finally emerged from the mountains, arriving at the nearest town, Qingyao Town. Qingyao Town, the closest settlement to the Qianhuan mountain range, took notice of Ling Yue Huang's arrival, not for her own identity but rather for her attire. The garments she wore, extracted from the 2 instruments' divine bracelet, were attention-grabbing even in their simplest colors and styles, coupled with her veil and the small white cat perched on her shoulder. The ensemble was indeed striking. Realizing her attire was too conspicuous, Ling Yue Huang felt compelled to change her outfit and promptly made her way to the town's only clothing store. "Esteemed guest, are you here to select garments? Please, come in, come in." The shopkeeper, having discerned the uniqueness of Ling Yue Huang's outfit, greeted her with a broad smile as she entered the store. Once inside, Ling Yue Huang wasted no time and inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you have apparel suitable for my stature?" "Naturally, we have options. Would you like me to fetch some for you to try?" Chapter 17. A change of appearance. The shopkeeper beamed with a sycophantic smile, his gaze fixated on Ling Yue Huang's attire since her entrance. "Then let us prepare 5 sets tailored to my measurements, both for men and women. Ensure they are of the latest styles and finest fabrics," Ling Yue Huang instructed the shopkeeper with a discerning gaze. Certainly, certainly, please wait a moment while I prepare them," the shopkeeper responded, his smile widening as he hurried to gather suitable garments for her. Ling Yue Huang surveyed the clothing within the shop, although the town was modest in size. Its proximity to the Qianhuan mountain range lent it a certain depth of character. The townsfolk predominantly donned fitted long skirts and robes, designed for ease of movement in the mountains, with styles that were relatively understated. As visitors typically ventured there either for training or specific tasks, soon, the shopkeeper returned, presenting around 10 sets of garments to Ling Yuehuang. Esteemed guest, take a look, these are the most fashionable styles in Chang'an Kingdom. Crafted from the finest materials available in my shop. Do you find any discrepancies? Ling Yuehuang examined the garments, confirming that they were indeed of high quality, as the shopkeeper had claimed, nodding in approval. She replied, quite satisfactory. Please wrap them all up for me. The shopkeeper, taken aback by her decisive response, regarded Ling Yuehuang with a hint of disbelief. Her straightforward demeanor was a refreshing change. He had often encountered members of prominent families in his shop, who, despite appearing affluent, would invariably nitpick and express dissatisfaction, all while seeking to leverage their status. However, Ling Yuehuang's presence seemed to shatter his preconceived notions about noble ladies, revealing her to be the epitome of genuine aristocratic grace. Certainly, I shall provide the refined translation of your text. Very well, I shall prepare it for you at once, the shopkeeper exclaimed, hurrying to the side while cradling the garments. With practiced skill, he meticulously packed all the clothes into a wooden box. Although the box was made of ordinary material, its craftsmanship was far from crude. It was evident that the shopkeeper of this tailor shop was a person who paid great attention to detail. Miss, your garments have been completely packaged. 10 sets of clothing, totaling 150 gold coins, the shopkeeper said, slightly bowing to Ling Yuehuang, his eyes filled with caution. Ling Yuehuang nodded and, with a flick of her wrist, produced a low-grade spirit stone, causing the shopkeeper's eyes to widen in astonishment. The shopkeeper accepted the low-grade spirit stone and continued, a low-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 gold coins. I shall return you 850 gold coins, please take care. After concluding the transaction, Ling Yuehuang stored the wooden box containing the garments into her spatial realm, then departed the tailor shop under the shopkeeper's respectful farewell. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he watched Ling Yuehuang leave, the shopkeeper muttered, indeed, she is a young lady from a prominent family, so casually using a low-grade spirit stone, and she even possesses a spatial artifact. Which noble family does she belong to, I wonder? After leaving the tailor shop, Ling Yuehuang settled into an inn and ordered some dishes. Upon her arrival, she promptly changed into a different set of clothing, this time opting for male attire. After changing, she stared at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps due to long-term malnourishment, her body had not developed well. It could even be said that it had yet to begin developing. However, with her long hair tied up and dressed in male clothing, a little enhancement rendered her appearance androgynous. Fortunately, despite her underdeveloped physique, her height was comparable to that of her peers, albeit slightly more slender. After her transformation, Ling Yuehuang left the inn intending to purchase some jade vials to store the elixirs she had concocted. After browsing the marketplace, she finally arrived at a porcelain shop. Welcome, young master. What might you be looking to purchase? We offer a wide variety of porcelain for your selection, the shop assistant eagerly greeted as Ling Yuehuang stepped inside. Do you have jade vials for sale? Ling Yuehuang asked directly, without any preamble. Upon hearing her request, the assistant hurriedly replied, yes, this way, please, I shall fetch them for you right away. In less than half a minute, the assistant returned with several small porcelain vials in hand. Esteemed guest, please take a look and see which you require, he said, placing the tray on the counter for Ling Yuehuang to inspect. The tray displayed 3 types of vials. The first was a dark brown, clearly suited for holding small pills. The second was a white jade vial, precisely what Ling Yuehuang desired, and the third was a larger white jade vial, intricately carved with simple patterns resembling a delicate vase. I'll take 50 of the black jade vials, 200 of the small white jade vials, and 20 of the large jade vials, she instructed. The assistant paused momentarily in surprise before quickly responding, of course, the esteemed guest, please wait a moment. After he finished speaking, the assistant dashed away from the front hall, attracting the attention of other patrons in the shop who were intrigued by Ling Yuehuang's substantial purchase. Minutes later, the assistant returned, accompanied by another assistant carrying a large chest. Slowly approaching Ling Yuehuang, esteemed guest, here are the goods you requested, please inspect them, he said, opening the chest. Inside lay a neatly arranged collection of porcelain vials, precisely matching the quantity Ling Yuehuang had requested. Very well, this will suffice. Ling Yuehuang nodded, indicating her satisfaction. After inspecting the items, the prices were as follows: 3 gold coins each for the black jade vials, totaling 150 gold coins for 50, 5 gold coins each for the white jade vials, totaling 1,000 gold coins for 200, and 10 gold coins each for the carved large jade vials, totaling 200 gold coins for 20. The total value of all jade vials amounted to 1,350 gold coins. However, our shopkeeper offers a discount for bulk purchasing, so we shall only charge you 1,200 gold coins. Does that sound agreeable? Indeed, that is acceptable, Ling Yuehuang replied, producing a low-grade spirit stone along with 200 gold coins. The assistant carefully accepted the spirit stone and gold coins from Ling Yuehuang. Astonished, as he had worked in the porcelain shop for many years and had never before witnessed someone using a spirit stone to purchase such a quantity of porcelain with a flick of her wrist. The chest filled with vials vanished into her spatial realm. As Ling Yuehwang departed the porcelain shop under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, a middle-aged man within the shop remarked, purchasing so many vials at once. Could this person be an alchemist? Yet, no one answered his query. Upon returning to the inn, Ling Yuehwang entered her spatial realm to fill the newly acquired vials with the elixirs she had previously concocted. Inside the cave in the Qianhuan mountain range, she had only been able to use 2 vases from the Hangyue palace to contain the elixirs, which appeared rather unrefined after filling the vials. Ling Yuehwang exited her spatial realm satisfied and began to arrange some low-level formations within her room. Once the formations were set, she sat quietly awaiting the arrival of an auspicious visitor that night. As the hour of Z approached, all remained calm, and Ling Yuehwang began to think she had been overly apprehensive, preparing to rise and retire for the night. However, the moment she stood, Xiao Tian leaped up from the floor and positioned himself at the door. Alertly watching the outside, seeing Xiao Tian's reaction, Ling Yuehwang's excitement surged. It seemed the murderous intent she had sensed at the marketplace was indeed valid. Before long, she heard the faint sounds of footsteps ascending the stairs, accompanied by the rustling of tiles on the roof. As the door creaked open, 3 masked figures clad in black entered Ling Yuehwang's room. The leader of the black-clad figures signaled to one on the left with a glance. The latter nodded and approached the bedside. In the next instant, the black-clad figure struck with his blade, the sharp sword piercing through the bedding, which he then flung aside, contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed. Beneath the bedding lay not a person, but a decorative embroidered pillow, causing the intruders to feel a sense of foreboding. At that moment of distraction, one of them inadvertently stepped onto the formation, triggering a surge of energy that propelled a small dagger towards the black-clad figure. In an instant, a dagger pierced through the chest of the black-clad man, blood dripping onto the floor as he collapsed in shock. Second brother, the leader of the black-clad figures, rushed forward to assist the fallen comrade, but as he moved, he accidentally brushed against a nearby chair. The chair spun twice before a sound of snapping threads echoed, and in the next moment a dozen wooden sticks flew towards the black-clad figures from all directions. Seeing this, the leader disregarded everything else, wielding his sword to deflect the incoming sticks one by one. The black-clad man who had been standing near the bed rushed over to assist, and together, they managed to fend off all the flying wooden sticks, just as the two prepared to lower their swords. A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, lunging towards the leader. "Brother, be careful," the remaining black-clad man shouted urgently. The leader quickly raised his hand to block, and in that instant, their swords clashed, sparking in the darkness. Just as Ling Yuehwang was preparing to launch her second attack, the previously dark room illuminated suddenly. It turned out that during the exchange, the black-clad figure on the roof had entered the room and lit the lamp. As the candlelight filled the space, both sides began to appraise one another. "Brother, are you all right?" the last black-clad figure asked anxiously, glancing at the leader. "I'm fine, but as for the second brother," the leader said, looking mournfully at the figure sprawled on the ground. Before he had time to react, the last black-clad figure charged at Ling Yuehwang. "Brat, return my second brother's life," he bellowed angrily, thrusting his sword towards Ling Yuehwang. Ling Yuehwang swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack, yet the black-clad man did not relent, swinging his sword again towards her abdomen. Ling Yuehwang raised her sword horizontally, parrying his strike, and then initiated her counterattack, while the fourth brother was preoccupied with Ling Yuehwang. The leader and the third brother lifted the fallen second brother, but it was too late. The second brother had already breathed his last. "Second brother, rest in peace. I shall avenge you," the leader vowed. Turning to face Ling Yuehwang, in the next moment, the leader and the third black-clad figure advanced towards Ling Yuehwang. This time, their aura was significantly stronger than before. The leader was likely at the 8th stage of the spirit realm, while the others were at the 6th stage. Given Ling Yuehwang's current strength, contending with either the third or fourth brother was already quite challenging, let alone facing all three. Realizing this, Ling Yuehwang called out towards the bedside, "Xiao Tian, it's time to ACTI." In an instant, the small white cat by the bed transformed into a robust white tiger, appearing before the trio. "Yes, it is a spirit beast, and it appears to possess considerable strength. Quickly, we must flee." The leading man in black instantly discerned the extraordinary nature of the white tiger and, as he spoke, prepared to take flight. However, the white tiger's speed far surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's figure had already obstructed his path. Realizing that escape was futile, the leading man in black halted his steps, terror etched across his face as he turned to Ling Yuehwang and inquired, "Who are you truly?" In response, Ling Yuehwang revealed a faint smile and asked, "And who might you be? What brings you to my chamber?" The leading man in black momentarily appeared taken aback, then replied, "Indeed, today's events are the fault of my brothers and me. However, you have also slain my second brother. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we?" "Not at all," Ling Yuehwang replied leisurely. "It seems you have no intention of letting us go. Allow me to inform you that I am from the Song family of 160 City. Should you take my life, my brother-in-law will not let you off easily. The Song family? Ling Yue Huang felt a flicker of familiarity, prompting her to repeat the name, upon witnessing the shift in her expression. The leading man in black assumed his words had instilled fear and proceeded to threaten her. Indeed, to the Song family, my brother-in-law is the head of the Song clan. Do you now comprehend the gravity of your situation? Seeing the leading man in black bolster his confidence, Ling Yue Huang slowly responded to the Song family, "What is that to me? You, Xiao Tian, incapacitate them." With Ling Yue Huang's command, the massive form of Xiao Tian lunged at the trio. Under the immense pressure of Xiao Tian's presence, the three men stood no chance of resistance. In mere moments, all three black-clad figures lay heavily injured upon the ground, rendered helpless like lambs awaiting slaughter beneath Ling Yue Huang's blade. "Please, we beseech you, do not kill us. As long as you spare our lives, we shall comply with any request you may have." Chapter 19, Extortion. At this moment, the leading man in black knelt on the ground. Blood trickling from his shoulder, the pain coursing through his body rendered him unable to stand straight, forcing him to lean sideways in a desperate plea to Ling Yue Huang. "You mentioned that your brother-in-law is the head of the Song family. Is that true?" Ling Yue Huang inquired with keen interest, regarding the man before her. Upon hearing her words, the man eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, my brother-in-law is indeed the head of the Song family. You are familiar with the Song family, are you not?" Ling Yue Huang nodded in acknowledgement, and the leading man in black seized the moment like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, hastily declaring, "My lord, if you would spare us, I would offer all my possessions to you. Additionally, I can ensure that the Song family will not pursue you. What do you say?" Ha! Ling Yue Huang could not suppress a cold laugh. This man was truly foolish. It was no wonder he found himself in such a predicament. "In that case, let us see just how much you are truly worth." With that, Ling Yue Huang swiftly rendered the men unconscious and stored them within her spatial realm before departing through the window atop the white tiger. When the trio awakened, they found themselves bound to several large trees, while Ling Yue Huang practiced her swordplay nearby. "What do you intend to do?" The leading man in black was filled with dread. Utterly oblivious to her intentions, hearing his voice, the other two men slowly regained consciousness, and upon surveying their surroundings, they too fell into a state of profound panic. Brother, where are we? Are we to perish?" The fourth man in black questioned, his voice tinged with disbelief. Meanwhile, the leading man in black paid no heed to his companions, fixating his gaze on Ling Yue Huang, desperate to understand why she had spared their lives the previous night, only to bring them to this desolate wilderness. After a prolonged silence, Ling Yue Huang finally addressed them. "What are your names?" As soon as Ling Yue Huang's words fell, before the leading man could respond, the third man interjected. "I am Lucen, this is Yang Kai, our eldest brother, and beside me is Fu Lao Si. We attacked you because he believed you were alone and, seeing your lavish spending, presumed you were the young master of a prominent family. While purchasing porcelain at the antique shop, he set his sights on you, suspecting you possessed a spatial spirit tool. A person with such an artifact would undoubtedly carry numerous valuable items. He intended to kill you and seize your belongings for himself. I have revealed everything now. I implore you, spare me, Lucen, you coward. After all my trust in you, how dare you betray me?" Yang Kai berated Lucen, disbelief evident on his face as he grappled with the betrayal of a longtime comrade. "Brother, I warned you, this lad dared to appear alone in Qingyao town and spent money freely. He surely has a powerful protector, yet you insisted on attacking him without considering that a person who spends spirit stones so liberally is not someone we can provoke. Now that he has spared us, it is clear he wishes to leverage you against the Song family. You are a relative of theirs, but we are not. He will not let us go. I must secure my own escape." Ling Yue Huang regarded Lucen, contemplating his cleverness, albeit slightly surpassing that of young Kai. At that moment, the white tiger appeared in midair, prompting the trio to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Then tell me, why would he, as the brother-in-law of the head of the Song family, engage in such acts of arson and robbery in a place like Qingyao town?" Continuing, Lucen answered, "He associates with us in Qingyao town because he is addicted to gambling. The head of the Song family tasked him with procuring medicinal herbs in Qingyao town, yet he squandered all the funds on gambling. To avoid his brother-in-law's wrath, he resorted to scheming and stealing from others, even killing and robbing when necessary. Thus, he barely managed to fulfill the Song family's demands each month through deception and extortion." Upon hearing Lucen's account, Ling Yue Huang felt that Yang Kai truly deserved his fate. Just then, the massive form of the white tiger materialized beside Ling Yue Huang. Ling Yue Huang turned to the white tiger and asked, "Is everything in order?" The white tiger nodded, communicating through their bond. "Rest assured, my master, I have personally delivered the letter you composed to the Song family in 160 city. Did they notice you?" "Not at all. I entered the Song family's residence under the cover of night and placed the letter in the head of the family's study. He noticed it immediately, but it seems he has no intention of rescuing his brother-in-law." "Very well. If he does not wish to pay, then let us eliminate these men." After concluding their discussion, the white tiger departed, leaving Ling Yue Huang with the three black-clad men. As time passed, the trio transitioned from mutual accusations to desperate pleas for mercy. As dusk approached, the white tiger reappeared. "How did it go?" Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Ling Yue Huang inquired eagerly. My master, the Song family has deposited the entire ransom at the location you specified. I have successfully lured them here as per your plan. What shall we do now? Ling Yue Huang was surprised to find that the Song family was indeed willing to pay for their release. However, she suspected ulterior motives. These men had likely taken many lives, and releasing them would not align with the chivalrous principles instilled in her by her master. As she approached the trio, anguished cries echoed through the forest. After completing her task, Ling Yue Huang pretended to lead the white tiger northward. When the Song family members discovered the men, they found them lifeless. Devoid of any sign of life, following the tracks on the ground, the Song family members pursued the direction in which the figures had vanished, unaware that Ling Yue Huang had already reversed her course to head towards them. However, the Song family was not entirely foolish. While they had brought the ransom to the designated spot, they had stationed a dozen guards nearby, prepared to strike down anyone who approached the ransom. Only a first-level spirit master had been dispatched, while the others were merely spirit practitioners. Ling Yue Huang mused inwardly about the Song family's lackluster strength as she observed their ambush. Xiao Tian, do you believe you can handle these foes alone? Ling Yue Huang gently patted Xiao Tian's back as she inquired. Chapter 20. Entering the city and nearly colliding. My master, rest assured, these foes are hardly enough to pose a challenge, Xiao Tian replied confidently. Very well, then let us proceed. With that, Ling Yue Huang led Xiao Tian into the view of the Song family's contingent. In the next moment, the 10 or so members of the Song family charged toward Ling Yue Huang. Given her current low strength, she could merely stand by and observe as Xiao Tian plunged into the fray, his enormous claws rising and falling with devastating effect, sending adversaries flying as if they were mere chicks. In under 5 minutes, Xiao Tian concluded the battle, having taken the time to teach Ling Yue Huang some combat techniques by allowing the foes to attack. After dispatching the last of the adversaries, Ling Yue Huang raised her hand and opened all the chests, releasing the concealed projectiles within. Fortunately, Ling Yue Huang had anticipated this. Xiao Tian instinctively positioned himself in front of her, using his spirit energy to shield her from the barrage of hidden weapons. Though the Song family had tampered with the contents of the chest, the gold coins within were indeed authentic. It seemed the head of the Song family held a significant regard for his brother-in-law. Without uttering a word, Ling Yue Huang promptly stored the 200,000 gold coins into her spatial realm. With this sum, she had acquired a modest amount of operational capital. The 2 spirit stones she had previously retrieved were taken from the stone pillars within her spatial domain. While there were many spirit stones in her space, they were all earmarked for the construction and adornment of the Hangyue Palace, each possessing its own intrinsic value. It was not her style to continuously extract them for personal use. After securing the gold coins, Ling Yue Huang mounted her steed and swiftly departed the scene. Her next destination was Wanxixi City. Wanxixi City, situated at the far western edge of the Chang'an Kingdom, lay thousands of miles from the capital. Jing'an City, beyond Wanxixi City, was the Weiyan Kingdom. As a crucial border point between the two nations, Wanxixi City played an essential role in Chang'an Kingdom. Moreover, the presence of the Zhenhuan mountain range rendered Wanxixi City a natural barrier separating the two countries. Under such a blend of circumstances, the situation in Wanxixi City became exceedingly intricate, transforming its administrators into local tyrants. Along her journey, Ling Yue Huang gathered various tidings about Wanxixi City. After approximately 5 days of travel, she arrived at the outskirts of Wanxixi City, gazing upon the towering city walls and the stringent defenses that characterized the border town. Clear the way, young Master Luo is returning to the city. Make way! Just as Ling Yue Huang was preparing to enter the city, urgent shouts resounded, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter in all directions like startled birds. Observing this, Ling Yue Huang stepped aside, but in the next moment, a figure appeared not far from her. As she discerned the identity of the figure, she realized the individual was now only 10 meters away from her. It was a young man, riding a colossal black rhinoceros, charging towards her at an alarming speed. Watch out! Just as Ling Yue Huang braced herself to dodge, she was suddenly propelled aside by an unseen force. After narrowly avoiding the rampaging black rhinoceros, she discovered that a youth had just rescued her. Are you alright? The young man, clad in a flowing azure robe and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, was quite handsome. Noticing Ling Yue Huang still on the ground, he hurried over. Ling Yue Huang rose to her feet, brushed off her attire, and with a polite gesture, replied, I am unharmed, thank you for your timely assistance. It was no trouble at all. By the way, why did you not dodge? Do you have any idea how perilous that black rhinoceros is? The young man inquired, concern etched on his face, feigning a hint of embarrassment. Ling Yue Huang scratched her head and explained, it was my first encounter with such a situation, and I failed to react in time. Though she had indeed stepped aside, yielding the main path, the rider seemed intent on not letting her escape, causing the rhinoceros to veer towards her, intending to use its massive bulk to collide with her directly. Curiosity piqued, Ling Yue Huang gazed at the young man and asked, might I inquire about the identity of the individual who so brazenly rides a spirit beast upon this thoroughfare? The young man glanced towards the city gate. Responding with a hint of disdain, he is none other than the eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Xiaowei. In 160 city, there is no one he dares to trample upon. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuehuang recalled the information she had gleaned during her travels. The Luo family was one of the three prominent families in 160 city, closely allied with the city lord's residence. The city lord's wife was the sister of the Luo family head, thereby solidifying the Luo family's unassailable position in 160 city. Contemplating this, Ling Yuehuang narrowed her eyes slightly. It appeared that seeking revenge against Luo Xiaowei would require considerable thought and strategy. Noticing Ling Yuehuang's prolonged silence, the youth asked, "May I know your name, young friend?" "I am Ling Yu, and you?" Ling Yuehuang replied courteously, "I am Qishu. You appear younger than I, so may I call you Ling Xiodi?" Upon hearing the name Qishu, Ling Yuehuang scrutinized the young man before her more closely. The Qi family was also one of the three major families in 160 city, equally matched in power with the Luo and Song families. No wonder the Luo family members had not reacted to his intervention. Qishu, feeling quite familiar, sensed a protective instinct towards Ling Yuehuang, who exuded an air of innocence and harmlessness, though slightly uncomfortable with being called Ling Xiaodi. Ling Yuehuang accepted it graciously, especially since he had just saved her. "May I inquire which family you hail from in 160 city? Would you like me to have someone escort you home?" "There is no need for your concern, Qi. I am not from 160 city. I have come here to attend to some personal matters, so I appreciate your kindness but must decline." Ling Yuehuang gently refused Qishu's offer. Her impression of him being quite favorable. If possible, she would like to befriend him. Understood. I shall not press the matter. However, should you find yourself at a loss in 160 city in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Qi residence, until we meet again. After Qishu spoke, he mounted his horse and galloped into the city. Once he departed, Ling Yuehuang made her way towards the city. Having established some rapport with Qishu, the soldiers stationed at the city gate did not impede her entry. Instead, they appeared somewhat obsequious as they allowed her passage into 160 city. Upon entering, Ling Yuehuang first visited a marketplace to procure a few masks for unforeseen circumstances. After acquiring the masks, she headed towards a spirit treasure hall, intending to explore for suitable weaponry. The long sword she had previously wielded was one she had found in the Qianhuan mountain range and was not particularly comfortable for her. Chapter 21, Spirit Treasure Hall. Welcome to the Spirit Treasure Hall. How may I assist you? The moment Ling Yuehuang stepped into the hall, a shop assistant greeted her warmly. Do you have any long swords for sale? Ling Yuehuang inquired as she walked further inside. Certainly, our Spirit Treasure Hall boasts a wide array of weaponry. Please follow me to the sword pavilion, and you may select at your leisure. The assistant led Ling Yuehuang directly to the third floor of the Spirit Treasure Hall. At the far right of the third floor, there were over 100 long swords displayed. Feel free to choose from these fine swords. The assistant gestured invitingly, stepping back to allow Ling Yuehuang to browse without further interference. Pleased with the assistant's demeanor, Ling Yuehuang strolled among the array of long swords, meticulously examining each one. Most of these swords were only second-grade, 7th-tier spirit weapons, and the majority were first- and second-grade lower-tier spirit weapons. Their craftsmanship could be deemed beautiful, yet not exquisite. After a short while, disappointment clouded Ling Yuehuang's features. None of the swords captivated her interest. Noticing her dismay, the assistant tentatively inquired, "Are there any swords to your liking?" Esteemed guest, Ling Yuehuang did not respond directly but instead turned to the assistant and asked, "Do you have any other long swords available?" The assistant pondered for a moment before replying, "There are a few on the 4th floor. But access to that level requires the permission of our shopkeeper." Intrigued by this information, Ling Yuehuang recognized that valuable items were often kept under wraps. What must one do to obtain the shopkeeper's permission? "The shopkeeper must meet with you to make a judgment. Would you like to see the shopkeeper?" "Yes, very well, please follow me," the assistant said, leading Ling Yuehuang to the 2nd floor. At the far end of the 2nd floor was a private room. Guarded by 2 sentinels. "Honorable sirs, this guest wishes to ascend to the 4th floor, the assistant explained to the guards stationed at the door. The guards exchanged glances before one of them turned to open the door. Stepping inside, shortly, the door swung open, and an elderly man, appearing to be over 50, emerged. He wore a pale blue robe, a jade pendant hung at his waist, and a flat hat adorned his head. As the elder stepped out, he clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he addressed Ling Yuehuang. "Is it you, young sir, who wishes to ascend to the 4th floor of my Spirit Treasure Hall?" Ling Yuehuang returned the gesture respectfully. "Indeed, I am. I kindly request your permission, esteemed shopkeeper." The elder scrutinized her for a moment before his gaze settled on the small cat perched upon her shoulder. However, he soon diverted his attention elsewhere. "Since you wish to go, then please follow me," he said, leading the way forward. Before long, under the elder's guidance, Ling Yuehuang arrived on the 4th floor. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to several large blades radiating a subtle sheen. Just one glance revealed to her that the items on this level were of a distinctly higher caliber than those below. "Esteemed young sir, these are our finest swords, please take a look." The elder gestured invitingly towards the exquisite blades. Ling Yuehuang stepped forward, examining the swords closely. Each of these blades was a 3rd-grade spirit weapon, with the highest among them being a 3rd-grade, 5th-tier weapon. The craftsmanship was exquisite, reflecting meticulous artistry, making them some of the finest weapons available in 160 City. Though she found them all somewhat lacking, she recognized that she truly needed a long sword as a weapon. For aside from this spirit treasure haul, she doubted she would find better options elsewhere in 160 City. As Ling Yuehuang hesitated over which sword to choose, her gaze fell upon a wooden cabinet, atop which lay a blade bereft of a sheath, its blade incomplete, missing its edge. Upon seeing this sword, an inexplicable sense of pity welled up within her, which struck Ling Yuehuang as quite peculiar. How could she feel such compassion for a mere weapon, as if it were meant to be more than this? Once she regained her composure, Ling Yuehuang reached for the third-grade, fifth-tier longsword before her. "Shopkeeper, how much for this sword?" The elderly man, upon hearing her query, couldn't help but smile, quickly responding, "Young master, your eye for quality is commendable. This sword is the prized possession of our establishment, a high-tier third-grade weapon. Priced at 35,000 gold coins. 35,000 gold coins? So expensive?" Ling Yuehuang revealed a hint of hesitation at his words. The old man, noticing her uncertainty, hastily added, "Young master, this price is quite reasonable. You must understand that only the offspring of prominent families can possess spiritual weapons above the third grade in Huanxi City. I perceive that you possess an extraordinary presence, hence, you must value quality. A well-suited weapon holds significant meaning for a cultivator. I trust you require no further persuasion from this old man." In light of the old man's words, the hesitation in Ling Yuehuang's eyes gradually transformed into firm resolve. Observing this, the old man's smile broadened. "Very well, I shall take this sword," Ling Yuehuang declared, clasping the weapon in her hand. The old man's eyes sparkled with delight as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Young master, what keen insight and boldness! Please hand the sword to me, and I shall have it wrapped for you." After saying this, the old man took the sword from Ling Yuehuang and passed it to a nearby attendant. Meanwhile, Ling Yuehuang generously continued to browse the surroundings, feigning interest as she approached the wooden cabinet and inquired, "Is this also a sword you sell? Why does it lack both an edge and a sheath?" Her tone was casual, even somewhat disdainful. The old man, unfazed by her attitude, chuckled and replied, "This sword is a defective piece, accidentally mixed in with our inventory. Our former shopkeeper found it appealing, so he chose to keep it. Unfortunately, after his passing a few years ago, this sword remained here. It is indeed a good sword, but without an edge, it is akin to a useless blade." After recounting the sword's origin, the old man seemed to notice something and remarked, "Young master, are you interested in this sword?" Ling Yuehuang shook her head, casually responding, "Not particularly interested, merely curious. I had expected it to be a rare treasure, but it appears to be a defective item. However, I do know a skilled blacksmith. Perhaps he could find a way to restore this sword." Upon hearing that Ling Yuehuang was acquainted with a weaponsmith, the old man's eyes glimmered, and his gaze toward her grew more respectful. "If your friend can truly repair this sword, then I shall take it upon myself to gift it to you as a token of appreciation for your purchase. What do you think?" Ling Yuehuang inwardly rejoiced at his words, though she maintained an air of nonchalance. "I appreciate the shopkeeper's kindness," she replied, unhesitatingly accepting the sword into her grasp, though the old man felt a twinge of reluctance. He understood that one must take risks to reap rewards. After all, it was merely a broken sword. "May I ask which esteemed family you hail from in Huanxi City, and is the blacksmith you mentioned also residing here?" The old man seemed anxious that Ling Yuehuang might refuse, pressing her for more information. Ling Yuehuang, holding the damaged sword, looked at the old man and replied, "My friend is currently not in Huanxi City." "What, do you wish to meet him? Forgive my curiosity, but I genuinely wish to meet your friend. My intentions are not ill. As a purveyor of spiritual weapons, I naturally seek someone who can provide me with a reliable source of spiritual artifacts for my shop." The old man's candidness was refreshing, yet Ling Yuehuang was not one to divulge her secrets to a merchant. "You may be disappointed, as neither my friend nor I are locals of Huanxi City, and he is notoriously elusive. If you feel you are at a loss, how much would you sell this broken sword for? I would be willing to purchase it." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the old man's features. Yet he maintained his smile. "If I have said I would gift you the sword, then I must honor my word. Please accept it without hesitation. Since the shopkeeper insists, I shall not decline," Ling Yuehuang said. Taking the sword and descending from the fourth floor, upon reaching the third floor, she handed over 35,000 gold coins to the old man, subsequently placing the box containing the long sword and the damaged sword into her spatial pouch. "Young master, do take care," the old man called out as he escorted Ling Yuehuang to the door. Before halting, Ling Yuehuang swiftly melded into the crowd, making her way from the south of the city to the north to find lodging. Once in her room at the inn, Ling Yuehuang leaned against the window, opened it to survey the outside for any irregularities, and upon finding none, closed it again. She then examined the damaged sword closely. However, after a prolonged inspection, she could not discern its secrets. Nevertheless, it felt remarkably well balanced in her grip, affirming her thoughts that something acquired for free often possesses its own value. Meanwhile, within the Lingbeatang that Ling Yuehuang had just departed from, a guard hastily ascended to the second floor. "Master, we've lost track of the person." A loud crash echoed as a teacup was forcefully slammed onto the table, followed by an irate shout, "Incompetent, you let a mere spiritual practitioner slip away." What use are you to me? I beg your forgiveness for my failure to fulfill my duty. Please punish me as you see fit, master. The guard outside quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Huanxi City is not that vast. Take 2 more individuals and find him for me. Understood. After the guard departed, another guard beside the old man cautiously inquired, Master, why are we pursuing that young man? The old man cast a sidelong glance at his companion, sneering as he replied, that young man possesses a spatial artifact and knows a weaponsmith. He is not of ordinary origin. Anyone who comes to Huanxi City must have ulterior motives. If we can uncover his background, we may ascertain his purpose for being here, which would undoubtedly elevate my status in the eyes of the city lord. Do you comprehend? I understand. After shedding her troublesome tale, Ling Yuewang remained in the inn for 3 days, during which she did not venture outside, dedicating herself to cultivating within her divine bracelet. On the 4th day, she experienced a breakthrough, successfully advancing to the 6th tier of spiritual practitioners, having spent over 10 days away from the Qianhuan mountain range. She gradually adapted to life in this world. Following a night of consolidation, Ling Yuewang exited the inn early the next morning. After some inquiries, she arrived at the entrance of an auction house. The sign above the establishment read Bogu Auction House, and without hesitation she entered it. Upon stepping inside, a clerk clad in a brown robe hurriedly approached her esteemed guest. May I inquire what treasures you wish to auction? Ling Yuewang replied directly, I would like to auction some first-grade cleansing elixirs. Does your auction house accept such items? The clerk paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in realization. Indeed. Please wait a moment while I summon our appraiser. The clerk promptly dashed upstairs. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yuewang wandered about the front hall of the auction house. Aside from some seating for guests, the remaining counters were adorned with exquisite jade artifacts and spiritual weapons. Overall, this auction house appeared to hold considerable standing within Huanxi City, though she wondered which family owned it. Young master, our appraiser requests your presence on the 2nd floor. Please follow me. The clerk soon returned, ushering Ling Yuewang upstairs. The layout of the 2nd floor was more elaborate than that of the first. Guided by the clerk, Ling Yuewang was led into a spacious room where an elderly man awaited. Upon seeing her, he promptly rose and bowed, introducing himself. I am Xiayan, the appraiser for Bogu Auction House. May I ask how to address you, young friend? Ling Yu, she replied, returning the bow. Ling, young friend, please take a seat. After they settled, a maid entered, carrying a teapot, and poured a cup for each of them. Once she had departed, Xiayan smiled and inquired, you mentioned having first-grade cleansing elixirs for sale. Is that true? Ling Yuewang remained silent, simply raising her right hand, causing 3 white jade vials to appear on the table. Xiayan, upon witnessing this, immediately set down his teacup and swiftly opened one of the vials. In an instant, a fragrant aroma wafted from the vial. Xiayan merely swirled the vial before sniffing it, then expressed his confusion. This fragrance is undoubtedly that of cleansing elixirs, but why does this liquid appear to lack any ripples? If it were genuine cleansing elixirs, a gentle shake would create layers of ripples. This liquid seems rather unusual. As he spoke, he regarded Ling Yuewang with a scrutinizing gaze. Had it not been for her remarkably calm demeanor, Xiayan might have already dismissed the elixir as counterfeit. Ling Yuewang, unfazed, countered his query. Elder Xia, what differences do you perceive between this cleansing elixir and the ordinary ones? After a moment of contemplation, Xiayan remarked that the medicinal ingredients used in this marrow-cleansing liquid appeared to be no different from those in ordinary formulations. However, it seemed that this particular vial contained additional components. Chapter 23, The Antique Auction House. As for the identity and efficacy of these ingredients, I cannot discern them, which is precisely why I have not dismissed this vial as counterfeit. Xiayan did not feign understanding, nor did he label Ling Yuewang a fraud simply because he could not identify the differences in the marrow-cleansing liquid. Instead, he candidly expressed his thoughts, which earned him a modicum of respect from Ling Yuewang. The reason this marrow-cleansing liquid diverges from the typical variety is that it has been refined. Conventional marrow-cleansing liquids possess a potent nature, causing ripples even with the gentlest shake, and practitioners who ingest them often endure great suffering. In contrast, this vial employs feng yuezi as a neutralizing agent, tempering the violent properties of Bai Lianhua, and also possesses analgesic effects, significantly alleviating the user's discomfort. If old Sha does not believe me, I can summon an ordinary practitioner to test it, free of charge. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's words, Xiayan's expression shifted from disbelief to elation. So it is feng yuezi. This formula has been ingeniously modified. He couldn't help but exclaim, are you an alchemist? Seeing Xiayan recognize the formula, Ling Yuewang casually inquired, yet Xiayan shook his head, stating, not at present. May I ask why? Ling Yuewang inquired with curiosity. In my youth, I indeed practiced alchemy, but regrettably, I encountered certain incidents that harmed my spiritual sea, causing a regression in my cultivation. Consequently, I became an appraiser at this antique auction house. Xiayan's experiences evoked a sense of sympathy in Ling Yuewang, prompting her to apologize. I am sorry, old Sha, it was not my intention. There is no need for concern, young friend. I have long since come to terms with it. This present state is quite satisfactory. Sha En replied with a sigh. After a moment, he turned to Ling Yuewang and asked, "May I inquire who modified this marrow cleansing liquid's formula?" "My master," Ling Yuewang responded with a hint of pride. "May I ask whom your master is? That information is confidential. As for this marrow cleansing liquid, old Sha, please see if you can accept it. If not, I shall take my leave," Ling Yuewang said, making a gesture to depart. "Ah, young friend, do not be hasty. This liquid is new to me, and I cannot ascertain its efficacy. How about this? I will find someone to test it. If your liquid proves to have the same effects as ordinary marrow cleansing liquids, I shall compensate you for this vial. As for the other 2 vials, I will take charge of their auction. You need not worry about the price. Our auction house will ensure you do not suffer a loss." Very well, Ling Yuewang readily agreed without hesitation. Under Sha En's arrangement, a test subject soon appeared in the room, a young man of about 17 or 18, with dark skin and no cultivation, merely an ordinary person. As Ling Yuewang assessed the young man, Sha En introduced, "This is an ordinary individual from our auction house, named Luli. He cannot cultivate due to a blocked spiritual root, so we have brought him in to test the liquid. What do you think? That is acceptable," Ling Yuewang replied without a second thought, confident in her concoction. Upon hearing this, Sha En nodded and presented the white jade vial to Luli, saying, "Though testing the medicine carries risks, should it succeed, your blocked spiritual roots will be unblocked, allowing you to embark on the path of cultivation. Are you willing?" Luli gazed eagerly at the jade vial, then resolutely responded, "I am willing." He took the vial, uncorked it, and as the fragrant liquid wafted into his nostrils, he raised it to his lips and drank it all in one go. Subsequently, Luli seated himself on the floor, beginning to assess the liquid's effects before both Ling Yuewang and Sha En. Before long, Luli's body began to heat up, though his expression did not betray any pain. As the effects intensified, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his hands began to tremble, droplets of impure liquid dripping from his fingertips. This entire process lasted about half an hour. Once the effects subsided, Luli realized he was drenched. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Have my spiritual roots been unblocked? Can I cultivate now? Luli asked, looking at his hands in a daze. Sha En rose, grasping Luli's wrist, and in an instant, he confirmed that all of Luli's blocked spiritual roots had been cleared, and most impurities had been expelled from his body, even improving his physique considerably. Under Luli's hopeful gaze, Sha En returned to his seat and remarked, "It seems this marrow cleansing liquid surpasses my expectations. Luli, you may leave for now. Once I conclude matters here, I will personally guide you in cultivation." Upon hearing Sha En's words, Luli could hardly believe his ears but managed to suppress his joy as he respectfully exited. After Luli's departure, Sha En said, "It seems my limited understanding led to this rash decision. I hope I have not embarrassed you, young friend. Old Sha, you exaggerate. Everyone has moments of uncertainty. Being cautious is not amiss." Ling Yuewang responded with her usual calmness. Sha En was somewhat surprised by her composure. He couldn't help but wonder if this youth was perhaps a prodigy in disguise. In that case, I shall honor my promise and compensate you for this experimental marrow cleansing liquid at market price, while the other 2 vials will be auctioned off. Do you have any objections? As Sha En spoke, he began to shift the porcelain vials closer to himself, preparing to call for someone to take them away when Ling Yuewang raised a hand to interrupt him. "Old Sha, please do not rush. The matter I wish to discuss has never been solely about those 2 vials of marrow cleansing liquid." Sha En's expression turned puzzled upon hearing this, without waiting for further inquiry. Ling Yuewang raised her hand again, and in the blink of an eye, the smooth surface of the table was adorned with an array of white and dark brown porcelain vials. Seeing the neatly arranged vials, Sha En was taken aback. "The white ones are marrow cleansing liquids, while the black ones are enhancement liquids." "Old Sha, please take a look. Once you've examined them, we can continue our discussion." Upon inspecting all the vials, Sha En turned back to Ling Yuewang. After some contemplation, he said, "Here's the deal, young friend. If you trust our auction house, you may place these liquids with us for auction. Grouping them for auction will surely yield a good price. It has been quite some time since so many medicinal liquids have appeared in Huanxi City at once. If you are not in a hurry, our auction house is willing to promote your liquids, holding the auction 3 days hence. What do you think?" As he spoke, Sha En closely observed Ling Yuewang's expression. A youth capable of presenting such a substantial quantity of medicinal liquids undoubtedly indicated that he was indeed an alchemist. Moreover, his earlier claim that the formula for the marrow cleansing liquid had been modified by his master suggested that such alterations were not within the reach of an ordinary alchemist. Thus, it stood to reason that his master must be an exceptional alchemist, someone whom a mere appraiser at a small auction house could not afford to offend. "Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall return in 3 days," Ling Yuewang replied, feeling relieved that her liquids had garnered interest in Huanxi City. Chapter 24, The Memory Spirit Card. "Very well, it is settled then." Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's agreement, Sha En eagerly responded, reaching into his robe to produce a blue card, which he extended to her. "Young friend, this is our auction house's VIP card. By presenting this card in the future, you will enjoy the highest level of service from us. Please accept it." Ling Yuewang took the blue card, noting that it did not possess the plastic feel typical of similar cards from her previous life. Instead, it felt metallic and substantial. While she examined the VIP card, Sha-en revealed another yellow card from his hand. Additionally, young friend, this card represents the deposit we are providing you. It contains 100,000 gold coins. Once the auction concludes in 3 days, we will settle the remaining balance. Ling Yuehuang took the yellow card, glancing at it and marveling at the wealth of this world, for the card she held was crafted from crystal. Shimmering under the sunlight. Thank you, old Sha, but if you have no other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, Ling Yuehuang declared as she prepared to depart. Seeing this, Sha-en made no attempt to retain her, promptly rising to escort her out. Take care, young friend. We shall meet again in 3 days. Rest assured our auction house will safeguard these liquids. There will be no mistakes. I trust you. Farewell, Ling Yuehuang replied before exiting the auction house. After her departure, Sha-en hastily left the premises, heading northward toward the city. Emerging from the auction house, Ling Yuehuang proceeded to the largest bank in Huanxi City. Had she not just visited the antique auction house, she would have been unaware that this world also possessed the concept of bank cards. However, the core of these cards was not a chip, but rather a memory crystal, a unique form of crystal. To be precise, memory crystals are a type of advanced spiritual stone, crafted into cards due to their distinctive memory functions, referred to as memory spirit cards. The price of a single crystal of memory can soar to tens of thousands of gold coins. With only a select few possessing such treasures, the yellow memory card that Shan had just given her is, in fact, the most affordable among all memory cards. However, this particular yellow memory card can only be utilized within their auction house. Consequently, Ling Yuehuang must procure a memory card of her own from the bank, enabling her to use it in any setting without restrictions. Before long, Ling Yuehuang arrived at the largest bank in Huanxi City. The Xingxi Bank. Young master, welcome. Please step inside. A charming woman greeted her with a warm smile upon her entrance. Ling Yuehuang came to a halt and said, I wish to apply for a memory spirit card without transaction limitations. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully responded, right this way, young master. The woman escorted Ling Yuehuang to the 3rd floor of the bank. After explaining Ling Yuehuang's intentions to the staff there, they respectfully began to outline the various conditions for obtaining a memory spirit card. The most basic type, the yellow tier spirit card, requires 30,000 gold coins, with transaction limitations typically confined to certain designated locations. The next tier, the blue tier spirit card, necessitates 50,000 gold coins, allowing for transactions in multiple locations, though the maximum transaction amount cannot exceed 200,000 gold coins, and it is subject to regional restrictions, unusable across the 5 continents and 4 wastelands, as well as the 3 kingdoms in 1 domain. The third option is the silver tier spirit card, priced at 100,000 gold coins, which has no restrictions on transaction locations and allows for maximum transactions up to 1 million gold coins, with no regional limitations. The fourth type is the gold tier spirit card, costing 300,000 gold coins, which bears no transaction restrictions and permits borrowing up to 1 million gold coins from any bank at will. Lastly, the black gold card, priced at 1 million gold coins, allows for unlimited transactions, granting an exclusive 20% discount at any store across the continent. However, acquiring a black gold card is not merely a matter of wealth. One must meet 3 conditions: possessing assets exceeding 10 billion, being the ruler of a family or nation on the continent, and holding strength at the spirit emperor level. Thus, those who possess a black gold spirit card are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 20 individuals across the 5 continents and 4 wastelands qualifying to obtain one. Upon hearing the bank staff's introduction, Ling Yuehuang gained a newfound understanding of the wealthy individuals within this realm. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, please issue me a silver card. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the staff member responsible for processing the spirit cards approached Ling Yuehuang, carrying a tray. Young master, your silver card has been prepared. You simply need to infuse a trace of your soul imprint into this card, and it will automatically recognize your soul's essence. In the future, you will only need to inject your aura to utilize it. Ling Yuehuang accepted the spirit card and handed over the yellow tier spirit card she had acquired from the Bogu auction house to the staff member beside her, although the yellow tier card had transaction limitations. Within the bank, all types of spirit cards could be used without restrictions. Soon, the bank staff transferred the 10,000 gold coins from the yellow tier card and returned it to Ling Yuehuang. Holding the silver card purchased with the 10,000 gold coins, Ling Yuehuang felt a pang of regret. Just moments ago, she had earned that amount, and now it was gone. After leaving the bank, she returned directly to the inn, intending to attempt concocting a first-tier cleansing essence pill over the next 2 days. Previously, she had only refined the medicinal herbs into a liquid form. Condensing that liquid into a pill would require considerable effort. While both the cleansing liquid and the cleansing pill are the same type of medicine, their efficacy varies greatly. The cleansing liquid is generally only effective for ordinary individuals, allowing them to cleanse their meridians and potentially become cultivators, whereas the cleansing pill not only enables ordinary individuals to cleanse their meridians but also allows cultivators to expand their muscles and bones, thereby enhancing their innate roots and accelerating their cultivation speed. However, these low-tier pills are only beneficial for low-tier cultivators. High-tier cultivators must consume higher-grade pills to achieve similar effects. Given Ling Yuewang's current strength, condensing the liquid into a pill would not be an easy task, requiring not only a significant investment of mental energy but also a plethora of medicinal materials. The herbs she had collected most abundantly in the Qianhuan mountain range were those used to refine the cleansing liquid. Thus, her first attempt at pill-making would naturally be the cleansing pill. Within the two-element divine bracelet, Lin Zhouchuan meticulously guided Ling Yuewang through each step. This initial pill formation is of paramount importance for an alchemist. Chapter 25, The Slave Market. Once all the medicinal liquids had fused, she concentrated her spiritual power to gather all the liquids into a singular entity. As the liquids combined, she increased the strength of her hands, causing the moisture within to evaporate quickly, thereby condensing the essence of the medicine into a pill in an instant. Throughout this process, the alchemist must remain focused and free from external distractions. Even a fleeting moment of negligence could result in utter failure. Furthermore, the alchemist's mental concentration is crucial. Any disruption may lead to mental damage, which is why alchemists often require solitude during their crafting. Lin Zhouchuan observed Ling Yuewang's state with great care, seemingly feeling a sense of tension he hadn't experienced in quite some time. At that moment, Ling Yuewang was meticulously controlling the medicinal liquid within the cauldron, allowing it to flow gently like a snowball, layer by layer, gradually forming a solid sphere. Finally, she amplified her spiritual power, evaporating the excess moisture and leaving behind the essence of the medicine. Pill formation. With a low shout from Ling Yuewang, a layer of white mist dispersed, revealing a pill formed from her condensed spiritual power within the cauldron. Master, I have succeeded. Ling Yuewang withdrew her spiritual power, dissipating the cauldron, and eagerly ran towards Lin Zhouchuan, holding the pill in her hand. Seeing the pale green pill in Ling Yuewang's grasp, Lin Zhouchuan nodded in satisfaction. You girl, your talent is indeed enviable. It is rare for someone to succeed in their first attempt at pill making. You are truly a born alchemist. Upon receiving Lin Zhouchuan's praise, Ling Yuewang felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and humbly replied, It is all due to Master's excellent teaching. Without your meticulous guidance, even with my innate talent, it would be of no use. Lin Zhouchuan, hearing her words, chose not to debate further and instead shifted the conversation. Though you have just embarked upon the path of an alchemist, your journey thus far has been remarkably smooth. While talent plays a significant role, you must not become complacent, thinking alchemy is as easy as walking on flat ground. Understand, I shall follow Master's teachings and maintain a reverent attitude towards alchemy, treating every detail with utmost caution. Good, your temperament requires no further admonition. Rest for a moment before attempting again. I am weary and shall retire to rest. With that, Lin Zhouchuan's spirit vanished from Ling Yuewang's sight. Leaving her alone in the alchemy room, Ling Yuewang adjusted her mindset and continued to channel her spiritual energy, commencing her second attempt at pill making. It wasn't until the following day that Ling Yuewang emerged from the alchemy room. Having spent nearly a full day and night attempting to craft pills, she had tried 7 times, succeeding 4 times and failing 3, ultimately yielding 4 first-tier cleansing pills. Upon exiting the alchemy room, Ling Yuewang felt utterly exhausted, a clear sign of overexertion of both her spiritual and mental energies. She carefully stored the pills and, without hesitation, retreated to her room, collapsing into a deep sleep. It was not until the 3rd morning that she fully regained her vitality. After emerging from the two-element divine bracelet, Ling Yuewang tidied herself briefly, donned a mask, and exited the inn. Hey, have you heard? A batch of new stock has arrived at the slave market in the south of the city today. They say the quality is superb. Would you like to take a look? Yes, I've heard the same. It is said there are several beauties among this batch. If one could be purchased to warm my bed, how delightful would that be? If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let us finish our meal and head over to. I've won quite a bit of gold at the gambling house these past few days. Just in time to buy myself a little concubine to play with. I share that sentiment. At that moment, Ling Yuewang was enjoying her breakfast at the roadside when she suddenly overheard a group of burly men discussing slaves, sparking her interest. Slavery is not uncommon in this world. Many prominent families engage in the extensive purchase of slaves for their own use. Even ordinary merchants, provided they have the funds, can acquire powerful slaves to serve as bodyguards. Ling Yuewang hastened her meal, and as the other men stood to leave, she set down her bowl and chopsticks and followed closely behind them. Soon, she found herself accompanying the men to a slave trading venue, where hundreds of cages of various sizes held an assortment of slaves. Most of these captives were of the human race, men, women, ordinary folk, and cultivators alike, but without exception, the light had faded from their eyes, leaving only an overwhelming sense of desolation. Ling Yuewang walked from the outermost edge of the slave market to the inner sanctum, observing no fewer than hundreds of slaves along the way. Yet none met her criteria. As she ventured further inside, the crowd dwindled because the slaves within the market were exorbitantly priced, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Today's rare treasure, the East Sea merman. Is breathtakingly beautiful, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Just as Ling Yuehuang pondered where she might find a suitable companion, a voice filled with temptation rang out nearby. Merfolk. Upon hearing this term, Ling Yuehuang was momentarily taken aback. Unable to fathom that such beings truly existed in this world, driven by curiosity, she took a step forward. Not far ahead, within a vast pool of water, a graceful silhouette was gliding gently beneath the surface. The mermaid was adorned with shimmering blue scales that radiated dazzling light under the sun's embrace. Ling Yuehuang approached the edge of the pool, eager to ascertain the true appearance of this mermaid. To see if she was indeed as breathtaking as the tale suggested. As she drew near, the mermaid seemed to sense Ling Yuehuang's scrutinizing gaze and gracefully emerged from the water. The mermaid was a woman. Her long blue hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, and her exotic features possessed an allure that could enchant any soul. Upon beholding the mermaid's beauty, Ling Yuehuang couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. A natural beauty indeed. However, Ling Yuehuang had no intention of rescuing this mermaid. Firstly, the mermaid's spiritual power was feeble, akin to that of a yellow-tier spirit beast. Secondly, her potential was mediocre, and even if she were to accompany Ling Yuehuang, she would likely not contribute significantly in the future. Ling Yuehuang's purpose for today was to seek out a slave of comparable age and exceptional talent to cultivate as an attendant. Young master, do you harbor an interest in this mermaid slave? Just as Ling Yuehuang prepared to turn away, a beguiling voice reached her ears, followed by a lavishly dressed woman who sauntered towards her. Chapter 26. Unexpected gain. The woman swayed her slender waist as she approached Ling Yuehuang, her enchanting phoenix-like eyes sparkling with mischief, seemingly dismissing Ling Yuehuang as nothing more than a curious youth. Upon reaching Ling Yuehuang, she feigned an intention to place her delicate hand on Ling Yuehuang's shoulder, but Ling Yuehuang deftly sidestepped, evading the woman's touch with an air of nonchalance. The woman, undeterred, merely smiled faintly and said, "I am Yao Tao, pleased to make your acquaintance. Young master, pray tell, are you drawn to this mermaid?" Being so close to her watery prison, Ling Yuehuang cast a glance at the pool and coolly replied, "Not in the slightest. Oh, but does young master not wish to be a valiant hero, creating a tale of gallant rescue?" Yao Tao remarked, moving towards the pool's edge. Before Ling Yuehuang could respond, she waved her hand lightly, transforming the previously tranquil waters into a tumultuous frenzy. A water whip lashed across the surface. Startled, the mermaid let out a cry and swiftly dove to the bottom of the pool, paralyzed by fear. "What is the matter?" Feeling pity, Yao Tao turned to Ling Yuehuang, noticing a flicker of anger in her eyes, and a smug smile crept onto her lips. "Boring," Ling Yuehuang retorted tersely, turning to leave, leaving Yao Tao momentarily flabbergasted. She had thought her victory was assured. Why did this person's demeanor change so swiftly? Though Ling Yuehuang had indeed displayed anger, it did not stem from any sense of compassion. Rather, she merely perceived that the world offered no kindness to the weak. The mermaid was currently trapped in the pool, but who could guarantee that she herself was not a fish ensnared in someone else's net awaiting slaughter? To escape the confines of this pool, one must possess formidable strength, becoming the one who controls the fates of others, if not to dictate another's life or death, at the very least to determine her own. Seeing Ling Yuehuang walk away without a backward glance, Yao Tao angrily struck the water's surface once more. Meow, meow. Just as Ling Yuehuang reached the entrance of the slave market, a melodious cat's meow caught her attention. There, beside the entrance of the slave market, a black kitten was confined within a small iron cage, its emerald green eyes fixed intently on Ling Yuehuang. Beside the black cat sat a pure white fox, and the sight of these two creatures sharing a cage astonished Ling Yuehuang. Typically, cats and foxes are not known to coexist peacefully, yet these two seemed to have forged an amicable bond. The slave market sold not only slaves but also spirit beasts and even some ordinary wild animals that had yet to gain sentience. And these two little creatures appeared to belong to the latter category. Upon noticing Ling Yuehuang halt, the black cat glanced at the white fox and meowed twice, and Ling Yuehuang discerned urgency and helplessness in the cat's gaze. "Master, please save them. That fox is gravely injured. It should possess slightly greater strength than I, and its lineage appears to be noble. I cannot fathom how it has come to be in such a state." The black cat seems to have little power, perhaps just recently awakened to consciousness, but that white fox has a noble bloodline, not a common fox. If you rescue it and earn its allegiance, it would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. The voice of Xiaotian resonated within Ling Yuehuang's mind, prompting her to direct her gaze towards the injured white fox, which indeed bore severe wounds, barely clinging to life. If left untreated, it would struggle to survive the day. After considering Xiaotian's words, Ling Yuehuang resolved to assist these two unfortunate creatures. "Young master, are you looking to purchase a pet?" The slave trader, seeing Ling Yuehuang at his stall, approached with a broad smile, inquiring cheerfully. In the slave market, those who sold slaves were referred to as slave traders, while those who bought slaves were known as slave masters. Ling Yuehuang pointed at the black cat and asked, "How much for this black cat?" The slave trader scrutinized Ling Yuehuang for a moment, then, after some deliberation, extended 5 fingers, stating, 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins? For a mere pet cat, the surrounding crowd turned to gaze at the slave trader in astonishment upon hearing his outrageous price. This individual truly dares to ask such a premium for a cat. If he manages to sell it today, I shall catch a few black cats tomorrow. Indeed, we sell spirit beasts of the common tier for just a few thousand gold coins. How can he dare to price a wild cat at such an amount? Truly underestimating this young lad's intelligence, whispers of disbelief circulated among the merchants, causing the slave trader to feel a tinge of unease, though his demeanor remained composed, clearly accustomed to swindling. Brother, do you think you can take advantage of my youth and inexperience? Asking 5,000 gold coins for a simple pet cat is rather unreasonable, wouldn't you agree? Ling Yuewang replied, her voice carrying a hint of challenge, drawing a crowd around her. Young master, while I understand your concerns, this cat, though not a spirit beast, possesses remarkable intelligence and an exquisite appearance, jet black fur, green eyes. It is a prime specimen of the Xian cat. The slave trader spoke with exaggerated conviction, as if the black cat were of the highest pedigree. Its appearance is indeed commendable, else I would not wish to acquire it, but it remains an ordinary black cat. Charging me 5,000 gold coins for it is akin to highway robbery. Wouldn't you concur, everyone? Ling Yuewang pressed on, refusing to relent in her stance. As the crowd observed the unfolding drama, the slave trader began to feel the pressure of scrutiny. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Ling Yuewang and asked, "Then how much would you be willing to offer?" Ling Yuewang mirrored the slave trader's earlier gesture, extending a single finger and stating 1,000 gold coins. What, 1,000 gold coins? The slave trader's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such audacity in bargaining. Yes, just 1,000 gold coins, impossible. At least 3,000 gold coins, 1,000 gold coins, and not a single coin more. How about we both make concessions and settle on 2,000 gold coins? 1,000 gold coins. If you refuse, so be it. Fine, 1,000 gold coins it is. You have a deal. Under Ling Yuewang's unwavering resolve, the slave trader ultimately capitulated, recognizing that even 1,000 gold coins would be a profitable venture. Wait, I shall take this black cat. Just as Ling Yuewang was about to finalize the transaction with the slave trader, an unexpected voice interrupted them. The newcomer was adorned in an intricately embroidered white robe, a jade crown atop his head, and a piece of yellow jade hanging from his waist, indicating considerable wealth. Oh, isn't this the second young master of the Song family? What brings you here today? Chapter 27, The Fox That Borrows the Tiger's Might. Upon seeing the newcomer, the slave trader rushed forward, bowing and fawning over him. The man known as the second young master of the Song family merely cast a cursory glance at Ling Yuewang before commanding, "As I said, have that cat sent to the Song residence." Faced with the second young master's imperious demand, the slave trader glanced at Ling Yuewang, then hesitated. "Young master, this black cat has already been claimed by this young gentleman. If you desire it, I can procure 2 more for you in a few days." The second young master of the Song family shot the slave trader a glare and reiterated, "I said I want that Xian cat. Do you not comprehend?" "Why yes," the slave trader stammered, forced to comply without daring to voice any objections. "Young master, it seems this transaction cannot proceed today. Should you wish for it, please return in a few days, and I shall reserve one of even better quality for you." The slave trader, unwilling to offend the Song family, sought to salvage his reputation. "Boss, there is a principle of first come, first served. I have already negotiated the price. If you refuse to sell, that is your choice. You fear offending the Song family, but I do not. Here is the payment. I want both the cat and the fox." Ling Yuewang tossed a low-grade spirit stone to the slave trader and seized the iron cage containing the black cat and the white fox. The slave trader, clutching the spirit stone, stood frozen, realizing that the young man before him was not to be trifled with. In this city of illusions, those daring to challenge the Song family are few and far between. Neither the Song family nor the youth before him can be trifled with, thus he resolves to remain silent and play the role of an unobtrusive observer. "Who are you to speak with such arrogance? How dare you underestimate the Song family?" The second son of the Song family glares at Ling Yuewang with an expression that suggests he is ready to kill. The Song family indeed holds sway in this modest city, but beyond its borders, what significance do they possess? You, Ling Yuewang's imposing presence and assertive tone momentarily intimidate the second son of the Song family, instilling a flicker of fear within him as he regards the youth. "Young man, your words are bold. Do enlighten me on your identity." As he speaks, the second son scrutinizes Ling Yuewang. For one who can nonchalantly produce a spirit stone for payment hardly resembles a pushover. "You are not worthy to know my identity. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave," Ling Yuewang declares, lifting the iron cage as he prepares to depart. "Young man, in this city of illusions, there is no one the Song family dares to provoke." The second son roars, extending his right palm towards Ling Yuewang in an aggressive strike. Sensing the impending attack, Ling Yuewang swiftly retreats a few paces, evading the onslaught. Observing the confrontation, bystanders scatter in alarm. With his strike missing its mark, the second son plants his left foot firmly before launching a powerful kick aimed at Ling Yuewang's chest. In response, Ling Yuewang hastily sets down the iron cage and summons Xiaotian. With a mighty roar, Xiaotian sends the second son hurtling backward several meters, landing with a resounding thud, utterly disheveled. "I warned you." I am not someone you can afford to provoke. Ling Yuehuang glances at the second son before affectionately patting Xiaotian's formidable head and departing the slave market without a backward glance. Witnessing Ling Yuehuang's exit, the second son of the Song family suppresses his murderous impulse that he had come unaccompanied, with only a single attendant by his side. From Ling Yuehuang's earlier display, it was clear he was not a mere scion of a minor family. Otherwise, he would not possess such a formidable contracted beast. Thus, he refrains from acting rashly, opting to bide his time and investigate the youth's background before deciding on a course of action. Ling Yuehuang strolls leisurely. And once he exits the slave market's jurisdiction, he exhales a heavy sigh of relief. Master, your display of bravado was truly masterful, Xiaotian cannot help but exclaim after leaving the slave market. Initially, he intended to commend Ling Yuehuang for his courage and cunning. But his limited vocabulary led him to the phrase bravado. However, to him, bravado is not necessarily pejorative. After all, the fox relies on the tiger's fearsome reputation. This phrase signifies that the tiger's renown is widespread and imposing, instilling trepidation in all who hear it. Ling Yuehuang, upon hearing Xiaotian's words, finds herself somewhat speechless. Had it not been for Xiaotian's insistence on rescuing the two unfortunate creatures, would she have needed to resort to such bravado? Xiaotian, do you not understand the saying that one's status is self-bestowed when one is out in the world? I do not comprehend. Xiaotian's response leaves Ling Yuehuang feeling as though she is speaking to a brick wall. Nevertheless, this is not the moment for her to contemplate her identity. With that in mind, she disregards Xiaotian and quickens her pace, soon arriving at the entrance of the Bogu auction house, without hesitation. She produces her blue membership card, prompting the attendant to promptly usher her inside. Who is that person? To possess a blue-level membership card for the Bogu auction house, I have never encountered such a figure in the City of Illusions. I have no idea, they seem like a mere fledgling. Who knows their origins? Who can say? It appears tonight's auction may prove quite entertaining. As the staff of the Bogu auction house escort Ling Yuehuang to the third floor, whispers of speculation arise among patrons in the front hall. Guided by the attendant, Ling Yuehuang enters a luxurious private room on the third floor, where she discovers that the blue-level membership card entitles her to first-class privileges and exclusive service. Once inside the private room, she dismisses the staff and releases the mysterious cat and white fox from the iron cage. Meow, meow. The mysterious cat vocalizes upon its release, gesturing with its paw towards the white fox. Displaying a look of concern, you clever little creature, immediately clamoring to rescue your companion upon release. Very well, in light of Xiaotian's request, I shall reluctantly examine this fox, Ling Yuehuang states as she reaches out to pat the mysterious cat, only for it to deftly evade her touch. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Ling Yuehuang scolds, you ungrateful little thing, refusing even a simple pat. How aloof you are. Chapter 28, buy one, get one free. However, Ling Yuehuang decides not to waste more time with the black cat and instead lifts the motionless white fox from the iron cage. Placing it on the table for a thorough examination, the sight of the fox's wounds elicits a gasp of astonishment from Ling Yuehuang. A deep gash runs through the white fox's abdomen, piercing from its chest to its right leg, revealing glimpses of exposed bone. The gruesome wound is crudely stitched together with coarse thread, and any gentle contact causes blood to seep forth. No wonder the slave owner had remained silent when she expressed her desire to take the white fox. He must have known that the fox was on the brink of death, possessing no further value to exploit, thus opting for silence. To Ling Yuehuang's surprise, she realizes that the fox is female. Initially believing it to be male due to its fierce demeanor, yet, irrespective of gender, a fox capable of fighting is a valuable ally. Ling Yuehuang gazes at the white fox and poses, I can save you, but you must become my contracted beast, allowing me to ensure your safety in my secret sanctuary. Do you consent? The white fox struggles to lift its head, casting a glance towards the black cat. As if seeking its opinion, however, the white fox's gaze towards the black cat is not one of camaraderie but rather one filled with deference, akin to a subordinate seeking guidance from a superior. Ling Yuehuang is taken aback. According to Xiaotian, this white fox possesses pure blood and considerable potential, yet, why would such a creature regard a recently awakened cat with such reverence? This thought astounds her. As the white fox is evidently far superior to the black cat, yet its eyes radiate authenticity. As the white fox looks at the black cat meets its gaze, exuding an air of mystery. After a few moments of scrutiny, the black cat seems to resolve itself to a decision, approaching Ling Yuehuang and gesturing with its paw. Are you indicating that you wish to become my contracted beast? Ling Yuehuang quickly grasps the meaning behind the black cat's gesture, her incredulity evident. Upon hearing her words, the black cat fervently nods, its dark head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Well, whether I acquire one or two, it matters little. I always desired to have a cat or dog in my past life, but the opportunity never arose. Now, I suppose this dream is fulfilled. With that, Ling Yuehuang focuses her thoughts, and both the cat and fox follow her into the two instruments' divine bracelet. Master, can you heal this little fox's wounds? Once inside the space, Ling Yuehuang eagerly seeks out the resting Lin Jiuxuan, having learned some first aid and basic wound care techniques in her previous life. She realizes that as merely a first-grade alchemist, her abilities are insufficient to save the white fox. Upon seeing Ling Yuehuang carrying a white fox to him, Lin Zhouchuan immediately understands her intention to save the creature and begins to examine it. This white fox appears to have been injured by a sharp weapon while fleeing. The wound was only superficially treated, and now it is festering and difficult to heal. To treat it, we must reopen the previously sealed wound. Excise the necrotic tissue, apply medicinal salve, and then resuture it. However, the white fox has already lost considerable blood and is in a precarious state. If we reopen these wounds, it may perish from blood loss unless we can procure third-grade hemostatic and regenerative pills to ensure its survival. Ling Yuehuang's heart sinks at this revelation. Where could she possibly obtain third-grade hemostatic and regenerative pills? Even if she could, the little fox might not survive until morning. Master, is there any way to prolong the little fox's life for a couple of days? Ling Yuehuang, feeling despondent, turns once more to Lin Zhouchuan for help. Lin Zhouchuan shakes his head, indicating that he is also at a loss. Witnessing his master's helplessness, Ling Yuehuang's mind races as she contemplates possible solutions. Just as she feels utterly powerless, Lin Zhouchuan, seemingly unable to bear the sight, remarks, "This matter is not entirely devoid of hope." Upon hearing Lin Zhouchuan's words, Ling Yuehuang immediately lifted her head and asked anxiously, "Master, have you devised a plan?" "Indeed, there exists a method, but it necessitates our mutual cooperation. I am uncertain if you are amenable to this." Ling Yuehuang, upon hearing this, exhibited a trace of confusion and inquired, "Master, please speak plainly. There is nothing we cannot discuss between master and disciple." Hearing her words, Lin Zhouchuan felt reassured and replied, "Actually, my method involves me utilizing your hands to concoct the third-grade blood-stanching pill and flesh-replenishing pill. However, this requires your soul to voluntarily retreat into your sea of consciousness, while I assume temporary control over this body. Thus, with your current first-grade prowess, we shall be able to forge a third-grade elixir. Nevertheless, this approach will deplete your spiritual energy, and given your present condition, you can only employ this method once within a year." Ling Yuehuang fell into silence upon hearing this. She comprehended Lin Zhouchuan's words clearly. While the method was feasible, it posed a significant challenge for both her and her master. It was not that she doubted Lin Zhouchuan, but rather she was concerned about the potential harm to his soul. She would never consent to jeopardize her master for the sake of a little fox she had just met. Perhaps sensing her apprehension, Yufang interjected, "Mistress, you need not worry about master's soul sustaining any damage. He can bear this level of spiritual energy consumption." Upon hearing Yufang's reassurance, Ling Yuehuang's anxiety eased slightly, and she stated, "If that is the case, then I shall trouble my master. I will prepare the medicinal ingredients immediately. Rest assured, my dear Yu, this little fox is under my care here. It can hold out for at least a day and a night, so there is no need for you to be overly anxious." Nodding in agreement with Lin Zhouchuan's words, Ling Yuehuang exited the space. "Come in," she called towards the door, and shortly after an auction house staff member entered. "How may I assist you?" "Esteemed guest, I wish to see Elder Xia. Please inform him that Ling Yu wishes to meet him." "Understood." After the staff member departed, Ling Yuehuang hastily wrote down all the medicinal materials required for the blood-stanching pill and flesh-replenishing pill. Chapter 29, Acquaintances. This was the formulation that Lin Zhouchuan had just imparted to her in her mind. To prevent the formula from being leaked, Ling Yuehuang deliberately mixed all the medicinal ingredients together. In the ancient spirit continent, alchemists are a rare breed, and alchemical formulas are even more precious. It is said that 10 alchemists may scarcely produce a single formula, especially for high-grade elixirs, which are seldom shared. In a small place like Huanxi City, third-grade elixirs are already considered high-grade, and this formula is known to only a select few. Therefore, Ling Yuehuang exercised such caution, wary of anyone with ill intentions who might seek to replicate the formula. For she was not one to engage in such unprofitable business. Knock, 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 come in. Just as Ling Yuehuang was pondering these matters, the door was knocked upon, and then Xian stepped inside. "Ling, my young friend. We meet again. There is still some time before the auction. Are you perhaps concerned about my auction house?" Upon entering, Xian cupped his hands and smiled at Ling Yuehuang. "Greetings, Elder Xia, you jest. How could I possibly doubt you? The reason I summoned you is for another matter," Ling Yuehuang replied, rising to return the courtesy. "Oh, you are not here regarding the auction? What is it then?" Xian seemed quite intrigued by Ling Yuehuang's affairs and promptly pressed for details. Ling Yuehuang's expression became somewhat troubled as she hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "I am new to Huanxi City and not very familiar with the familial powers within. However, I have recently encountered some matters that urgently require certain medicinal ingredients. I have heard that the master behind your Bogu auction house is from the Qi family. I wonder if you could assist me in gathering these ingredients within today. If you can procure them all by today, I would be willing to purchase them at 3 times the market price. What do you think?" After finishing her words, she handed a list filled with the names of the medicinal ingredients to Xian. Xian glanced at the list and noted that the majority of the ingredients were quite common, with only a few at the end being somewhat rare. However, they should be available in the Qi family's treasure vault. After carefully reviewing the ingredients, he was certain that this was a formula for crafting a certain elixir. Though he couldn't discern which one, considering this, Xiayan said, while I am at Bogu auction house and can be considered a semi-responsible party, to facilitate this request, I fear I must report to the master before providing you with an answer. I would appreciate it if Elder Xia could make that trip for me. If this matter comes to fruition, I assure you I will not let you make the trip in vain. Ah, you are a valued guest of Bogu auction house. It is our honor to assist you. In that case, please wait a moment, and I shall return shortly. Thank you. Xiayan took the list and exited Ling Yu Huang's private room. But instead of heading downstairs or leaving the auction house, he ascended to the fourth floor. Ling Yu Huang had previously observed the general layout of the auction house. The main structure was a conical wooden building, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, consisting of 5 levels, 1 underground and 4 above. The largest floor was the first floor, divided into the auction hall and the front reception area. While the second floor housed trading rooms and reception areas, the third floor contained private rooms for esteemed guests and some administrative offices, and the fourth floor was likely home to the actual overseers of Bogu auction house. From the third floor guest rooms, one could see that the first floor was already bustling with people, yet the private rooms on the third floor remained unoccupied. Knock, 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 come in. Just as Ling Yu Huang was observing the auction hall, Xiayan returned. Ling, my young friend, our master requests your presence. Xiayan entered in, without waiting for Ling Yu Huang to speak, directly conveyed the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu Huang did not hesitate and nodded, saying, please lead the way, Elder Xia, please follow me, my young friend. With that, Xiayan guided Ling Yu Huang to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the fourth floor, a breathtaking landscape painting depicting a sunrise over mountains greeted them. Exuding a remarkable artistic ambience, there was only one door on the entire fourth floor, and at that moment, it stood wide open as if awaiting someone. Xiayan approached the door and respectfully announced, young master, Ling Gongzi has arrived, come in. A youthful voice called from within. Upon hearing that voice, Ling Yu Huang felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had heard it before. Ling, my young friend, please. Xiayan gestured to Ling Yu Huang, then followed her into the room. Inside, Ling Yu Huang beheld a young man seated within. He wore a flowing blue robe adorned with water patterns, and his dark hair was held up with a jade hairpin, giving him a spirited appearance. Qi Shu, upon seeing the young man, Ling Yu Huang instantly recognized him as the same boy she had encountered at the city gate a few days prior. After surveying Ling Yu Huang for a moment, Qi Shu, seated in the main position, asked excitedly, Ling Yu, are you the Ling Xiaodi I met outside the city gate a few days ago? Ling Yu Huang did not conceal her identity and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Upon her confirmation, Qi Shu immediately rose and grasped Ling Yu Huang's hand, exclaiming, what a coincidence, so you are the alchemist that old Xia mentioned. No wonder you appeared so composed that day. It turns out you have such an identity. I was in a hurry that day and failed to pay you proper attention. I hope you do not take offense, brother Qi. You flatter me. That day, I was fortunate to have your assistance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I would have escaped unscathed. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude. Ling Yu Huang made to bow in thanks, but Qi Shu swiftly grasped her arm, halting her gesture. What are you doing, Ling Xiaodi? Even if it were someone else, I would have acted, so there is no need for such formalities. Now let us sit and converse. After both took their seats, Qi Shu personally poured tea for Ling Yu Huang, displaying no semblance of a host's demeanor. Once the teacups were set down, Qi Shu turned to Ling Yu Huang and asked, you wish for our Qi family to procure medicinal ingredients for you? And to complete the task today, may I inquire what urgent matter has arisen that you require them so swiftly? I have indeed encountered some pressing issues necessitating this batch of medicinal ingredients. Were it not for this, I would not have sought assistance from the Qi family. Facing Qi Shu, Ling Yu Huang refrained from employing her previous evasive tactics, recognizing that Qi Shu was not Xiayan. Sometimes a half-truth is more credible than a complete fabrication. Since it is you, Ling Xiaodi, who has made this request, I shall gladly accept this business. I have just reviewed the list, and all the items can be gathered by my family within a day, ensuring they will reach your hands by tonight. Chapter 30, the auction. Upon finishing his statement, Qi Shu handed the list to a nearby guard, instructing, go and take care of this. It must be done swiftly. The guard swiftly departed the auction house with the list in hand. Seeing this, Ling Yu Huang immediately clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, Ling Yu is deeply appreciative. Qi Shu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, since I have called you brother, your matters are my matters too. Qi Shu's magnanimous attitude took Ling Yu Huang by surprise, although she understood that a significant part of his readiness stemmed from her identity as an alchemist. She still sensed that Qi Shu harbored a sense of chivalry, making him a worthy friend to cultivate. Today, I have grasped your intentions, brother Qi. Should you require assistance from me in the future, I shall undoubtedly lend my utmost support. This assurance from your humble servant Ling renders my current efforts worthwhile. Qi Shu found himself quite fond of the young man before him. He felt that this youth was markedly different from the majority of the young masters in 160 city. There was an elusive aura about him that seemed almost unattainable, and perhaps, in the future, he would indeed be of great assistance to him. Upon hearing that the matter regarding the medicinal herbs was settled, Ling Yu Huang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was soon reminded of her prior promise to purchase those herbs at triple the price, and now she appeared to be without a single coin. She wondered if the washing marrow solution and the strength-enhancing liquid would suffice to cover the cost of the herbs. With this thought in mind, Ling Yue Huang turned to the side and inquired of Xia. Elder Xia, might it still be possible to add more items to the auction? Xia promptly replied, of course, it is entirely feasible. Very well, then I would like to include these few washing marrow pills in the auction as well. As she spoke, Ling Yue Huang handed a porcelain vial to Xia. Upon receiving the vial, Xia opened it and inhaled deeply, a fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils, which even Qishu, standing nearby, could perceive that this was a first-grade washing marrow pill, its efficacy far superior to that of the washing marrow solution, making it particularly suitable for lower-tier cultivators. As for the pricing, that would naturally be determined by your auction house. Ultimately, Ling Yue Huang was not well-versed in the pricing of such pills. She believed that such specialized matters should be left to professionals. After all, she was merely an alchemist, not a pricing expert. The auction house personnel would certainly have a clearer understanding of the value. I shall attend to this immediately, Xia stated, departing the fourth floor with the pills in hand. With the matter of the medicinal herbs settled, Ling Yue Huang stood to take her leave, although Qishu had wished to converse further with her. He was deterred by the indifference evident in her gaze, and thus withheld his words of retention. Very well, I shall not keep you, brother Ling. As Ling Yue Huang turned to depart, Qishu gazed after her retreating figure, a glimmer of determination illuminating his eyes. Upon returning to her own VIP room, Ling Yue Huang entered her mystical bracelet to recuperate, recognizing the necessity of restoring her mental fortitude to aid her forthcoming alchemical endeavors. As twilight approached, the auction at the Bogu auction house finally commenced. Hearing the commotion from the first floor, Ling Yue Huang concluded her meditation and exited the space of the bracelet, pushing open the window. She cast her gaze downward, discovering that the auction hall was nearly filled to capacity, and the lights in the VIP rooms on the third floor had also been illuminated, under the watchful eyes of the audience. A woman clad in a pale yellow gown gracefully approached the auction stage. Esteemed guests, welcome to our Bogu auction house this evening. I am Furong, and I shall be your host and guide for this auction. Upon finishing her introduction, Furong bowed to the audience. Her voice was both melodious and enchanting, complemented by her striking appearance, which elicited rounds of applause from the crowd, noticing the playful banter from the audience. Furong merely responded with a serene smile before stepping aside. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence the auction. The first item for bidding is about to be presented, and I encourage all to participate actively. For rare treasures are indeed scarce. Her final remark carried a hint of playful charm, igniting a fervent eagerness among the attendees. Now let us unveil our first item, Furong announced, as a striking woman in a flowing red gown approached the stage. Delicately carrying a tray, Furong extended her hand to lift the crimson cloth covering the tray, revealing a jade fan. This fan, known as the Encountering Immortals fan, boasted a handle crafted from the finest sheepfat jade. While its ribs and feathers were made from the plumage of double-sided cranes, it was incredibly lightweight, and bestowing such a gift upon a fair maiden would surely create a beautiful tale. The starting bid for the Encountering Immortals fan is 10,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. As Furong's voice faded, the audience promptly began to call out their bids. 11,000 gold coins, proclaimed the first bidder, a young man seated in the 19th seat of the second row, clad in a blue robe and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age and age-ripe for the allure of the first item. 12,000 gold coins, came the response from a middle-aged man in a black robe seated in the 38th seat of the third row, exuding an air of aloofness as he clutched a long sword. 13,000 gold coins, bid a woman in her 30s from the third row, elegantly adorned in a long embroidered gown. 14,000 gold coins, countered a youth in white robes seated in the 65th seat of the fourth row, his demeanor reminiscent of a cultured scholar. 15,000 gold coins, the young man from the 19th seat bid again. 18,000 gold coins, the third lady raised her bid significantly. 20,000 gold coins. The black-robed man was undeterred, continuing to raise the stakes. 22,000 coins, the third lady responded in kind. Upon reaching this price, the previously bidding individuals began to show hesitation, as a mere fan hardly seemed worth such a hefty sum. Seeing no further bids, Furong turned to the crowd with a smile. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise their bid? The hall fell into silence, and after a few moments of waiting with no new bids, Furong cheerfully announced, the first item, the Encountering Immortals fan, has been won by the lady in C3. Once the first item was withdrawn, the second item was promptly introduced. Next, we present our second item for auction, the Shuiyang sword. This sword is a third-grade, 6th-tier spirit weapon and once belonged to a powerful spirit king. The starting bid is 35,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence. As Furong concluded her statement, the crowd erupted into fervent bidding. 36,000 gold coins, called out a man in his 30s, seated in the 6th seat of the first row. With a rough demeanor, one leg casually draped over the chair. 37,000 gold coins, a middle-aged man in a blue robe from the 16th seat of the second row responded. 40,000 gold coins. Came the third bid from a gentleman in the 9th seat of the first row. 41,000. An elderly man from the 45th seat of the third row chimed in. 43,000 gold coins. A woman from the 24th seat of the second row raised the stakes. 45,000 gold coins. The man from the 16th seat bid again. 50,000 gold coins. The man in the 6th seat joined the fray once more. 53,000 gold coins. The woman from the 24th seat continued to compete. 54,000 gold coins. The 6th seat bidder raised the price again. 60,000 gold coins. The previously hesitant man in the 9th seat suddenly jumped the bid, eliciting gasps from the audience. As the bidding reached 60,000 gold coins, uncertainty began to spread among the bidders. Although the Shuiyang sword appeared impressive, spending over 60,000 gold coins seemed unwise. 62,000 gold coins. The 6th seat bidder, with a serious expression, raised his bid, revealing it was indeed his limit. 65,000 gold coins. The 9th seat bidder seized the opportunity to raise the stakes by 3,000 coins, prompting a glare of frustration from the 6th seat bidder, who sighed in resignation. Seeing no further bids, Furong stepped forward and inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to raise their bid?" A few seconds passed without a response, and Furong joyfully announced, "The second item, the Shuiyang sword, has been secured by the gentleman in the 9th seat." The auction staff acted swiftly, bringing forth the third item. "Ladies and gentlemen, our third item for auction is a century-old purple lotus ginseng. As is well known, this ginseng is renowned for its ability to replenish energy and is a vital ingredient for refining the solidifying essence pill, particularly the century-old specimen." The efficacy of the ginseng required no further elaboration from Furong, and she declared, "Let the bidding commence at 50,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000 gold coins." How splendid! A century-old purple lotus ginseng. Ling Yuehuang thought her desire to acquire it ignited. She contemplated the prospect of cultivating it within her space, enhancing the beauty of her pond while yielding even more purple lotus ginseng. Though she currently lacked the funds, she could surely extract a few low-grade spirit stones from the stone pillars in her space. After all, Yufeng had affirmed that everything within her space belonged to her, allowing her to manage it as she pleased. It would be perfectly reasonable to borrow a few spirit stones for immediate use, with the intention of repaying them once she earned some money in the future. 51,000 gold coins. As Ling Yuehuang pondered her thoughts, the first bidder had already begun to bid, a young girl in a light green dress seated in the second seat of the first row. 53,000 gold coins, called out a burly man from the 47th seat in the third row. 55,000 gold coins. A veiled woman in black from the 5th seat in the first row chimed in. 60,000 gold coins. The young man from the 9th seat re-entered the bidding, immediately raising the price. 63,000 gold coins. A middle-aged man in a light yellow robe from the 20th seat of the second row joined the fray. 65,000 gold coins. This time, the bid came from the third-floor VIP room. As the patrons in the VIP room on the third floor began to bid, many unconsciously turned their gazes upward towards that level. 70,000 gold coins. The current bidder was number 7 from the front row on the first floor, an elderly man with a head of white hair. 75,000 gold coins. Bid number 2 continued to raise the stakes. 80,000 gold coins. Number 3 from the third floor joined the fray as well. 100,000 gold coins. The first floor bidder number 7 abruptly escalated the price to 100,000. Redirecting the attention of the audience back to the front of the first floor, observing the 15 individuals seated in the foremost row and the 5 private boxes on the third floor, Ling Yuehuang found herself wavering. This rare purple lotus ginseng was indeed tempting, yet it was not an exceptionally rare medicinal herb, commonly found in the herb trading market. Its value lay solely in its age, not its scarcity. The thought of having to part with over a dozen inferior spiritual stones to afford such a herb made her feel a pang of regret. At this moment, her desire for sudden wealth soared to its peak. After bidder number 7 raised the price to 100,000 gold coins, a heavy silence fell over the room once more. In the city of Wansixi, 100,000 gold coins constituted a significant sum for many affluent merchants. Even members of the 3 major families would struggle to produce such an amount in a single instance unless they were among the most central figures. Furong, ever timely, softly inquired, "Does anyone wish to place a higher bid?" Another silence ensued, prompting Furong to promptly declare, "The third auction item, the purple lotus ginseng, goes to bidder number 7. After the third item was taken away, the fourth item was soon brought forth, which happened to be the soul cleansing liquid refined by Ling Yuehuang. As the soul cleansing liquid was presented on stage, the crowd began to murmur, "This must be the soul cleansing liquid mentioned by the Qi family. It appears they indeed have a connection with that alchemist." Indeed, as the Qi family stated, there seems to be quite an abundance. If we obtain this soul-cleansing liquid, our family could easily produce a dozen more practitioners, significantly enhancing our clan's strength. Truly, it is the soul-cleansing liquid. My grandson is saved. With this, he can commence his cultivation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fourth item at our auction today, 24 bottles of first-grade soul-cleansing liquid, along with 10 bottles of boosting liquid. Totaling 34 bottles of potions, the effects of the boosting liquid are well known to most of you as cultivators. It enhances physical capabilities for a limited duration. However, I wish to particularly highlight the 24 bottles of soul cleansing liquid, which differ from the ordinary variants. These 24 bottles have been refined for improved efficacy and require only half the suffering typically endured from regular soul cleansing liquids, sparing the user from inhumane torment. Of course, these results are not mere fabrications of our auction house, but have been confirmed through trials conducted on subjects. Chapter 32, Challenging the Bid. Please observe the individual standing beside me is Lu Li. The test subject. Just 3 days ago, he was an ordinary person with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate. Those who frequent our auction house may recognize him, as he previously managed the reception area, but now he has become a first-tier spiritual practitioner and has been accepted as a disciple by our auction house's chief appraiser, Elder Siat. His future is undoubtedly bright. Having said this, I trust you now possess some understanding of the soul-cleansing liquid. Let us proceed as Furong explains the bidding process for our fourth item. First, the 24 bottles of soul-cleansing liquid and the 10 bottles of boosting liquid will be divided into 3 groups. The first group consists of 4 bottles of soul cleansing liquid and 1 bottle of boosting liquid. The second group comprises 8 bottles of soul cleansing liquid and 3 bottles of boosting liquid. The third group encompasses 12 bottles of soul cleansing liquid and 6 bottles of boosting liquid. The bidding for the first group begins at a base price of 30,000 gold coins, with each increment not to be less than 1,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence. 31,000 gold coins. 35,000 gold coins. 37,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins. 41,000 gold coins. 97,000 gold coins. 99,000 gold coins. 105,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins. In the span of merely half a tea session, the price for the first group of soul cleansing liquid surged to 120,000. Many wished to place bids, yet were unable, sighing in resignation. Ultimately, the first group of soul cleansing liquid was secured by an elderly gentleman for 120,000 gold coins. The second group of auction items was then introduced, with a starting price of 80,000 gold coins, each bid to be no less than 1,000 gold coins. The bidding commenced. 81,000 gold coins. 83,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. 105,000 gold coins. 280,000 gold coins. 285,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. The price of the second group escalated rapidly, primarily driven by representatives of various families, resulting in substantial increments. However, once the price reached 300,000, no further bids were placed. Individuals capable of producing such an amount were exceedingly rare in the city of 160. This round of bidding was predominantly contested by the larger families within the city, with the final bid coming from the Luo family. Faced with the Luo family, others tactfully chose to withdraw, allowing the second group to be claimed by the Luo family for 350,000 gold coins. The bidding for the third group then commenced, starting at a base price of 200,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 1,000 gold coins. 201,000 gold coins. 220,000 gold coins. 400,000 gold coins. That is from the second box on the third floor. It's from the Song family. Sounds like Song Mingcheng. It was no wonder he could elevate the price to 400,000 gold coins so swiftly. He truly was the wealthiest in the city of 160. I heard that many matters are currently managed by Song Shao and the Song family. Who would have thought that Song Mingcheng himself would attend today? Hush, don't speak so loudly. Are you trying to get us killed? Song Shao is merely a bastard. Song Mingcheng is the legitimate heir, the rightful successor, hence it is only natural for him to represent the family. TCH, that good-for-nothing Song Mingcheng. I heard he foolishly ventured into the Qianhuan Mountains and lost most of his subordinates there. It is utterly laughable. Aside from his birthright, he is nothing. Listening to the discussions below, Ling Yuehuang directed her gaze towards the second box across the way, realizing that the person she had encountered in the Qianhuan Mountains was indeed Song Mingcheng. Through the window of Song Mingcheng's box, she also spotted a familiar face, the second master of the Song family, whom she had met at the slave market. Previously, when Ling Yuehuang descended, she had inquired about this second master of the Song family. His name was Song Yun, the younger brother of Song Wenhua, the head of the Song family. Due to the old patriarch's late-life child, the members of the Song family were particularly indulgent toward him. Song Yun was merely 2 years older than Song Mingcheng, and thus they grew up together, sharing a close bond. Often, they appeared more like brothers than uncle and nephew. The moment Ling Yuehuang noticed Song Yun, he too recognized her, and in an instant, his expression turned fierce. After several hours of investigation, Song Yun had surmised that this young woman was not from the city of 160, and seeing that she was alone without any attendants, it was evident she did not hail from a prominent family. Leaning closer to Song Mingcheng, he whispered urgently in his ear. Upon hearing this, Song Mingcheng immediately lifted his gaze towards Ling Yuehuang's box. Noticing the greed and disdain in Song Mingcheng's eyes directed at her, Ling Yuehuang boldly called out, 41,000. Who is in the 5th VIP room? How dare they openly challenge the Song family? Who knows, however, anyone who can become a guest at the Bagugu auction house is certainly not an ordinary person. As Ling Yuehuang had the audacity to confront him, Song Mingcheng's expression darkened. 45,000. He provocatively countered, fixing his gaze on Ling Yuehuang. 46,000, she retorted, returning his gloating smile with one of her own. 50,000, he nearly growled, clenching his teeth as he raised the bid. Young Master Song is truly generous. This group of soul-cleansing liquid is yours, Ling Yuehuang declared, promptly closing the box window. For a moment, the crowd was taken aback, having anticipated that the two would continue to escalate their bids. They were surprised by Ling Yuehuang's abrupt withdrawal. In truth, it was not that she was timid, but rather that the value of the 12 bottles of soul-cleansing liquid and 6 bottles of boosting liquid amounted to precisely that much. The Song family was not a minor clan and was certainly aware of the soul-cleansing liquid's worth. 50,000 had already surpassed its value. Although Song Mingcheng was inept, it did not imply that his associates shared his lack of acumen. Congratulations to young Master Song, this group of soul-cleansing liquid is yours, Furong's melodious voice rang out, marking the conclusion of the bidding for the fourth item. As familial rivalries intensified, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Next, we present our fifth auction item, a Tier 3 4th grade Xian iron armor. This armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities, easily withstanding attacks from spiritual instruments of Tier 3 and below, making it a defensive spiritual artifact. The starting bid is 50,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 1,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. I never imagined that Bagugu Auction House would truly present such an array of exquisite items. It seems my visit here was indeed worthwhile. Indeed, while the Shen Tai armor is commendable, it proves to be exceedingly weighty when worn, making it difficult to exert one's full strength in battle. Such a defensive spirit artifact is only suitable for robust cultivators. Chapter 33, Barter for Goods. I still find that medicinal pills are more to my liking. They are compact and portable, capable of saving one's life in critical moments. Although they are exceedingly precious and beyond the means of someone like me to indulge in, this is hardly news. Medicinal pills are incredibly rare, and within the entire city of Huanqi, there are only 2 first-grade alchemists. And they are merely novices. The concoctions they produce are hardly sufficient to satisfy the needs of the Lord's manor, let alone be available to us. Indeed, otherwise, the prominent families would not have come here to vie for first-grade medicinal liquids and pills. 70,000 gold coins. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd below, the price of the Shen Tai armor has already reached 70,000 gold coins in comparison to medicinal pills and other spirit artifacts. This armor appears to be less favored, with few bidders participating. Soon, the bidding for this third-grade Shen Tai armor concluded hastily at 80,000 gold coins. Next up is our sixth item for auction. A first-grade Shisui pill. This pill, like the previous Shisui liquid, is produced by the same individual. However, its efficacy is double that of the liquid. For ordinary individuals, it can cleanse the marrow and open the meridians, while for cultivators, it can strengthen the sinews and enhance physical constitution. This vial contains 5 Shisui pills, with no starting price. The highest bidder shall take them. I never expected a Shisui pill to be part of the auction. The Bagugu auction house truly conceals its treasures well. During the promotion, they only mentioned the Shisui liquid, not revealing that there would also be Shisui pills. The families that just spent so much gold on the Shisui liquid must be regretting their hasty purchases now that 5 Shisui pills are available. Has the Qi family recently befriended some alchemists? They seem to have brought forth an abundance of pills for auction. Yes, first the Shisui liquid, then the strengthening liquid, and now the Shisui pills. Surely there can't be anything of even greater value to follow? It seems unlikely. The auction's promotion stated there are only 7 items today, and the last one appears to be some jade, not a medicinal pill. With her formidable mental acuity, Ling Yuehuang silently noted all the discussions among the attendees on the first floor. As this information was of utmost importance to her. In just a few minutes, the bidding has escalated to 600,000 gold coins, which surprised Ling Yuehuang. She had not anticipated that a mere first-grade medicinal pill would be so scarce in Huanqi City. Master, do not underestimate the value of the first-grade medicinal pills you refined. In a small place like Huanqi City, alchemists are already rare, and even if there are some, they are generally of poor quality and cannot produce any effective pills. Upon sensing Ling Yuehuang's thoughts, the entity known as Xiaotian spoke up to clarify her doubts. Xiaotian, how do you know all this? Ling Yuehuang inquired with curiosity upon hearing Xiaotian's explanation. Although I have been active within the Qianhuan mountain range, many come and go from there. After years of listening to their discussions, I have naturally come to know certain matters. For instance, in the present-day Cheng'an kingdom, the highest-ranking alchemist is only at the late 3rd grade level, and there isn't even a single 4th grade alchemist. The current situation stems largely from the state of the continent. Many promising cultivators and alchemists, as soon as they show potential, are taken away for training by the major powers. In small nations like Cheng'an, it is already difficult to find individuals of exceptional talent. Even if one does emerge, they are quickly snatched away. Thus, over time, this has led to the current scarcity of medicinal pills and talented individuals. With various national powers being nearly wholly controlled by sections upon hearing Xiaotian's words, Ling Weihuang finally understood that the prestige of alchemists might be even more coveted than she had previously imagined. Just as Ling Weihuang and her companion were conversing, the bidding below surged to 700,000 gold coins. This time, the Luo family members exhibited the most determination, adopting an attitude of inevitability. Noticing the resolute stance of the Luo family, many others chose not to confront them directly. Gradually withdrawing from the bidding, Ling Yuehuang realized that the Luo family had the backing of the Lord's Manor and that the families within Huanqi City would not dare to offend them lightly. So she did not dwell on it. Ultimately, the sixth item was secured by the Luo family for 700,000 gold coins, and the enthusiasm of the crowd began to wane. The final item for this auction is a piece of jade inscribed with mysterious runes, which a mysterious guest fortuitously obtained. Due to the peculiar nature of this treasure, its owner requested that it be auctioned through a barter system, stipulating that the items offered must have the effects of prolonging life and strengthening one's constitution. Interested parties need only to declare the names of their treasures. This barter auction method is not unprecedented, so the attendees were not overly surprised. However, their interest in the broken piece of jade seemed somewhat lackluster. After all, aside from its decent appearance, it offered no other tangible value. Even if it possessed some mysterious abilities or secrets, it was merely a fragment, and retrieving the rest would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Trading one's most practical, even life-preserving treasures for a piece of shattered jade hardly seemed worthwhile. That I offer a moon mulberry fruit, announced an elderly man nearing his 50s as the first to present a treasure. Upon seeing the moon mulberry fruit, Ling Yuehuang felt a twinge of envy. That fruit is indeed a marvelous item, capable of enhancing beauty and prolonging life. I offer a century-old wild ginseng. I offer a floating life herb. I offer a century-old Chinese yam. I offer a 300-year-old sleeping lotus pod. I offer a piece of warm jade. The Song family offers a 500-year-old meat cistanche, proclaimed Song Mingcheng, prompting the crowd to collectively gasp in astonishment. Brother Song, you truly are generous to offer a 500-year-old meat cistanche so casually. I admire you. A voice from box number 4, Luo Xiaowei, chimed in, causing Song Mingcheng to be taken aback. He had not expected Luo Xiaodai to be present, as he had not heard him speak until now. I thought you weren't coming to join the festivities today, Brother Luo. Brother Song, do not be modest. If you can come, I naturally can as well. Since the Song family has offered a 500-year-old meat cistanche, the Luo family, shall also present a 500-year-old meat Ganoderma. Before Song Mingcheng could respond, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. The Lord's Manor offers a third-grade 7th-tier recovery pill. A high-tier third-grade medicinal pill. The Lord's Manor truly is affluent. It seems this mysterious fragment of jade will belong to the Lord's Manor. Yuehuang, find a way to acquire that fragment. It is not an ordinary piece of jade, but a rare material known as Tianshan meteorite jade. It appears to be jade, yet it is several hundred times harder than jade, judging by the shape of the fragment. It likely represents a portion of a token. If you can find the complete token in the future, it may yield unexpected rewards. Chapter 34. Each takes what they need. Just as Ling Yuehuang was engrossed in watching the proceedings, Lin Jiuchuan, who had been within the divine bracelet, suddenly conveyed his thoughts to Ling Yuehuang through soul transmission. Upon hearing Lin Jiuchuan's words, Ling Yuehuang began to think rapidly. With her current meager resources, obtaining the jade fragment would likely be a challenge. As her mind raced, she analyzed everything she possessed, and aside from a few precious items, she was struck by the realization of her true poverty. She hardly had anything of value. With no other options, she turned her attention back to the Hangyue Palace. Sensing Ling Yuehuang's intentions, Yufeng felt somewhat helpless. To prevent Ling Yuehuang from continuing to extract spirit stones from Hangyue Palace, Yufeng proactively selected a low-grade medicinal herb for her, a century-old Shou Chun flower. Initially, Ling Yuehuang believed the plants within the two instruments' divine bracelet were merely ordinary flora, only to discover, under Lin Jiuchuan's guidance, that they were all medicinal and constituted a veritable medicinal garden. However, these plants were exceedingly precious, primarily suitable for crafting high-tier medicinal pills. Moreover, each of these herbs was a spirit plant that generated spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. To condense life-giving water, it was imperative to nurture these spirit plants, making them unsuitable for casual harvesting. Ling Yuehuang sometimes felt helpless. Despite possessing boundless wealth, she dared not use it, which was truly vexing. I offer a century-old Shou Chun flower. One flower can extend life by 10 years. Heavens, someone is actually offering a Shou Chun flower to exchange for that jade fragment. Are they mad? The Shou Chun flower, reputed to be an exceptional spirit herb for prolonging life, blooms only once every 100 years and bears fruit only once every century, with a flowering period of merely 3 days. One Shou Chun flower could restore youth for 10 years. Who knows if this is true? It must be true. I once heard my grandfather's brother's master say that a single Shou Chun flower could be worth 1,000,000 gold coins, priceless and extremely rare. I never thought we would witness its true form here today. It seems that the jade fragment is far from ordinary. The individuals in box number 5 likely have an impressive background. Upon witnessing Ling Yuehuang produce the Shou Chun flower, Song Mingcheng and others were equally astonished, their gazes toward her filled with greed. Luo Xiaowei in box number 4 merely chuckled softly, then glanced at box number 5 with an amused expression, muttering, "Interesting." The elderly gentleman consented to exchange with the young man in box no. 5. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, an aged voice resonated, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the auction hall. Soon, the auction house staff brought forth the fragmented jade to the third floor. Subsequently, the veiled woman approached outside Ling Yuewang's box and entered alongside the auction staff. "Young master, I am Yolian, sent by my master to exchange for the spiritual herb. Here is the jade piece you requested." Upon her words, the auction staff presented the fragmented jade before Ling Yuehuang, who nodded slightly and then handed the shochuan flower to the woman. Yolian accepted the shochuan flower, delicately inhaling its fragrance before a smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, "Indeed it is the shochuan flower. My master shall be saved this time, for which I thank you, young master." After expressing her gratitude with a slight bow, Yolian added, "Might I inquire if young master is an alchemist?" Ling Yuehuang, with a hint of displeasure, responded with a smile, "Miss Yolian, does it truly matter whether I am an alchemist?" Sensing the shift in Ling Yuehuang's demeanor, Yolian quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand, young master. My master has spoken highly of your exceptional roots and extraordinary talent, predicting that you shall become a formidable force in the future. Thus, he wished for me to inquire if you would consider following him. If you..." Before she could finish, Ling Yuehuang interrupted, "Miss Yolian, please convey to your master that I appreciate his goodwill. But we are not of the same path." Disappointment flickered across Yolian's face, yet she respectfully replied, "I understand, young master. I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell." After Yolian departed, the auction house staff knocked once more on the door. And this time, it was Sha-En himself who entered. "Congratulations, young friend Ling, on acquiring your treasures. I have come to inform you that the medicinal materials you requested from the Qi family are fully prepared for you to take shortly. Additionally, I am here to settle accounts with you. The 24 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid and 10 bottles of enhancement liquid you auctioned amount to a total of 920,000 gold coins. According to our regulations, we would typically charge you 92,000 coins. However, as you are a valued blue-tier member, you are entitled to a 20% discount, thus you need only pay 73,000 coins. Furthermore, the medicinal materials prepared for you by the Qi family are valued at 260,000 coins. You mentioned paying 3 times the market price, yet our young master has decreed that we will charge only the market price. Thus we owe you 587,000 coins. How would you prefer to settle this? Please transfer the remaining amount entirely to this card." Ling Yuehuang replied, summoning a silver memory card to her hand. Upon seeing the silver card, Sha-En was momentarily taken aback but swiftly masked his surprise, for the individual before him was indeed an alchemist. "Please allow me a moment, young friend Ling." Once Sha-En departed, Ling Yuehuang utilized her spiritual connection to inquire of Lin Zhouchuan within her space. "Master, are you aware of the strength of that elder?" Lin Zhouchuan nodded. "That elder is likely an expert of the Spirit King realm, albeit severely injured with depleted vitality. The wound appears to be recent, hence his desire to gamble on the jade piece." Upon hearing Lin Zhouchuan's response, Ling Yuehuang pondered. That individual hails from the northern desolation and possesses formidable strength. Such a person's presence in Huancher City cannot bode well. Could it be that there is some treasure here that has caught their attention? Regardless, these matters are beyond my current involvement. First, I must revive the little fox. Before long, Sha-En returned to Ling Yuehuang's box, and she accepted the card, successfully departing with 2 large boxes of medicinal materials under his guidance. Upon returning to the inn, Ling Yuehuang immediately entered the space of the divine bracelet, where she encountered the mysterious cat, which now regarded her with significantly more warmth than before, shedding its previous aloofness. Chapter 35, Healing the White Fox Master. "May we commence?" Ling Yuehuang inquired, gazing at the nearly lifeless white fox. Feeling it imperative to act swiftly, Lin Zhouchuan nodded, and Ling Yuehuang promptly settled into a meditative posture, gradually diminishing her consciousness as she awaited Lin Zhouchuan's spirit to enter her body. As her awareness slipped into slumber, Lin Zhouchuan's soul instantaneously merged with hers. In the next moment, Ling Yuehuang's eyes opened, emanating a soft blue glow. Her irises transformed into azure. Under Lin Zhouchuan's guidance, she summoned her darkened alchemical furnace. "Old friend, we have work to do," Lin Zhouchuan stated as a green flame erupted from his fingertips, igniting beneath the furnace. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence from alchemy, the pressure of crafting even a mere third-tier elixir weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, alchemy was an innate skill etched into Lin Zhouchuan's soul. No matter how time passed, he could effortlessly find his rhythm. As an array of herbs were placed into the furnace, fragrant aromas wafted forth, causing the nearby mysterious cat's eyes to widen, its mouth watering in anticipation. Lin Zhouchuan worked with remarkable speed, completing the hemostatic pill within the time it took for a single incense stick to burn. Before seamlessly transitioning to the flesh-replenishing pill, within the span of half an hour he had successfully crafted both elixirs. As the last pill was completed, Lin Zhouchuan swiftly exited Ling Yuehuang's body. The moment Lin Zhouchuan departed, Ling Yuewang's consciousness returned, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. You girl, are you well? Lin Jiuchuan rushed forward, concern etched across his features. I am fine, Ling Yuewang replied, clutching her chest as she struggled to sit upright. Do not speak yet. Once your consciousness fully recovers, adjust your internal energy, Lin Jiuchuan advised, ensuring her mental state was stable before allowing himself to relax. After 2 hours of meditation, Ling Yuewang gradually opened her eyes. While her mind and awareness had returned, her spiritual energy had yet to replenish. The toll of Lin Jiuchuan utilizing her body to concoct third-tier elixirs was not something most could endure. Had her physique not been exceptional, he would not have dared to employ such a method. Upon rising, Ling Yuewang's gaze fell upon the 12 elixirs laid out on the table, and her face lit up with joy. Master, you are truly incredible. Under such circumstances, you managed to produce multiple elixirs at once. Ling Yuewang, who found even crafting a single elixir a daunting task, marveled at Lin Jiuchuan's ability to create 6 at once under such dire conditions, an accomplishment that could only be described as terrifying. Seeing the admiration in his disciple's eyes, Lin Jiuchuan merely smiled gently and replied, You have only just embarked on the path of an alchemist. With time and practice, your innate talent will enable you to produce multiple elixirs with ease. Ling Yuewang nodded earnestly and added, Even if I become as formidable as you in the future, I will always be your disciple, and you will forever remain the most powerful. You possess a childlike heart. Lin Jiuchuan smiled knowingly at Ling Yuewang. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard each other as their only family. And next, Ling Yuewang followed Lin Jiuchuan's guidance meticulously, tending to the wounds of the little white fox. After reopening all the wounds, she discovered the extent of the rot was far worse than she had initially perceived. Cautiously, she excised the necrotic tissue, applying medicinal powder before meticulously stitching the flesh back together with the gentlest of touches. By the time Ling Yuewang completed the treatment, she was drenched in sweat, breath coming in quick, sharp gasps. Although the little white fox had consumed the elixir and halted the bleeding, it succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted. Fortunately, its breathing gradually stabilized, indicating it was no longer in critical danger, allowing Ling Yuewang to breathe a sigh of relief. The mysterious cat remained silently observant throughout, its green eyes dimming only as the little white fox's condition improved. Little one, go rest. The white fox should be fine now. I will have Xiaotian keep watch over it. The mysterious cat glanced at Xiaotian before following Ling Yuewang out of the room. Within the Hangyue Palace, numerous chambers were available, and Ling Yuewang had arranged individual rooms for each of her beast companions. Once back in her own room, Ling Yuewang collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Unbeknownst to her, a small creature had followed her into the room, sitting quietly by her bedside, watching her for a long while as she drifted into a deep sleep. In her dreams, Ling Yuewang experienced an unusual vision. Within a grand palace, a female infant was born amidst the winter chill, her first wail prompting all to kneel in reverence. Upon the infant's forehead rested a mark resembling a phoenix, glimmering radiantly at her brow. The surrounding crowd expressed their affection for the girl, showering her with indulgent smiles. Just as Ling Yuewang sought to discern the faces of those around her, she was abruptly awakened from her dream. Opening her eyes, Ling Yuewang realized she had seemingly slept for a long time. Was that merely a dream? Recalling the recent scene, Ling Yuewang could not help but feel a tinge of surprise. She rarely experienced dreams, perhaps it was due to her exhaustion. Ling Yuewang did not dwell on it for long. After all, it was merely a dream. Rising from her bed, she adjusted her clothing before stepping out of the room. My master. Upon seeing Ling Yuewang, Xiaotian immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. There's no need for such formalities. How is the little fox faring? Ling Yuewang inquired as she made her way to the side of the small white fox and took a seat beside it. Replying to my master, the little fox is fine. The wound has begun to heal thanks to the efficacy of the healing essence pill. It won't be long before it can move about again. Xiaotian responded. Hearing his words, Ling Yuewang let out a sigh of relief. All her efforts had not been in vain. Nevertheless, she checked the little fox's condition once more, and only after confirming its well-being did she feel at ease enough to exit the space. Once outside, Ling Yuewang did not linger at the inn, opting instead to leave directly and find a roadside stall to grab a bite. As she relished the pleasure brought by the food, an untimely voice interrupted, instantly extinguishing her appetite. Young Master Ling, what a pleasure to meet you, said Luo Xiaowei, who, clad in a grey robe, donned a silver crown, had a jade pendant at his waist, and held a folding fan. Uninvitedly took a seat opposite Ling Yuewang. Chapter 36, a hostile visitor. Gazing at Luo Xiaowei, Ling Yuewang set down her utensils and replied coolly, and who might you be, upon hearing her feigned ignorance. Luo Xiaowei merely smiled undeterred. I am Luo Xiaowei from the Luo family of Illusory Breath City. Young Master Ling, we met last night at the Antiquities Auction House. It is not uncommon for esteemed individuals such as yourself to forget such encounters. What business does young Master Luo have with me? Surely you do not mean to say you enjoy the buns from this establishment as well? Ling Yuewang was not inclined to engage in idle conversation with Luo Xiaowei and instead cut straight to the chase. Luo Xiaowei's lips curled into a charming smile as he clasped his hands together. I feel an instant rapport with young Master Ling and wish to forge a friendship, thus, I have come to invite you to visit the Luo family. Would you be willing to accept me as a friend? Ling Yuewang found his words amusing and could not help but chuckle. After a brief moment of mirth, she replied, "Your kindness is duly noted. Young Master Luo, but my humble status hardly warrants friendship with one of your stature. Would that not tarnish your esteemed reputation? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, she prepared to stand up and depart. "Impudent, how dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? He has offered you his friendship out of respect, and yet you presume to elevate yourself." Before Ling Yuewang could rise, a burly attendant beside Luo Xiaowei bellowed at her, igniting a spark of fury within her heart. "Shut your mouth, you brute!" After the attendant's outburst, Luo Xiaowei reprimanded him with a glare. The brute promptly fell silent. Though disdain lingered in his eyes, Luo Xiaowei, noticing the tension, scolded his attendant once more. "You ignorant fool, do you not know how to show respect? Apologize to young Master Ling at once." Reluctantly, the brute offered a curt bow and muttered, "My apologies, young Master Ling. It was my thoughtless outburst." Ling Yuewang remained silent, observing the unfolding drama with a calm demeanor. Seeing her lack of reaction, Luo Xiaowei kicked the brute and forced a smile. "Please forgive me, young Master Ling. It is my failure to manage my subordinates properly. I hope you can overlook this incident. I have already stated that I am not well acquainted with young Master Luo. And as for the Luo family, I dare not presume to associate with you. Farewell." With that, Ling Yuewang stood and began to walk away. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Luo Xiaowei slammed his fist onto the table, sending dishes and tea scattering across the ground. "You, Ling Yu, have disrespected me. I extend my invitation, and you respond with disdain. Not if that is your attitude, do not blame me for being ungracious." Luo Xiaowei waved his hand, and several of his attendants charged toward Ling Yuewang, summoning a longsword with her right hand, one she had purchased from the Spirit Treasure Hall. Ling Yuewang stood her ground. The attendants were all practitioners ranging from the 5th to the 8th rank of spirit cultivation. As the first two rushed at her, she swiftly countered with a kick, causing onlookers to scatter in fright, leaving only Ling Yuewang and Luo Xiaowei's entourage, with only 2 of his 6 attendants having engaged thus far. The remaining 4 quickly joined the fray upon witnessing Ling Yuewang's prowess. Soon, she found herself surrounded by 6 adversaries, but her remarkable reflexes allowed her to evade their attacks with ease, frustrated by her elusiveness. The burly attendant raised his iron hammer, infused with spiritual energy, and swung it toward Ling Yuewang. It struck, she would surely suffer grave injury or worse. As the seemingly colossal hammer descended, Ling Yuewang stood firm, raising her left hand to unleash a surge of green spiritual energy that met the hammer head-on. With a resounding crash, the force of their collision sent tables and chairs flying, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. "You are an alchemist." The burly attendant, stabilizing himself after the impact, gazed at Ling Yuewang in disbelief. Though she had managed to block the blow with her spiritual flame, the force of the hammer still propelled her several meters back. Had she not grasped her longsword, she would have surely fallen to the ground. Struggling to regain her composure, Ling Yuewang smiled and inquired, "What is this? Did your master fail to inform you?" The brute immediately glanced at Luo Xiaowei, but quickly averted his gaze. Luo Xiaowei, now realizing the implications, responded with a smile, "Indeed, you are an alchemist. No wonder the Qi family was willing to gather so many herbs for you yesterday." Ling Yuewang was not particularly surprised by his revelation. After all, in Illusory Breath City, the 3 major families surely had their spies, and any unusual actions would be swiftly reported. Before she could speak, Luo Xiaowei continued, "Young Master Ling, I see you are quite young yet already a first-grade alchemist. Such talent should not be wasted on roadside stalls. How about this? Join the Luo family as our dedicated alchemist. I assure you, should you choose to join us, riches, honor, and status will be yours for the taking. What do you say?" Ling Yuewang found his proposition laughable. Luo Xiaowei's intellect seemed to lag far behind that of Qi Shu. The Luo family in mere Illusory Breath City hardly piqued her interest. "Young Master Luo, you may wish to seek wiser counsel. You, how presumptuous, you are but a first-grade alchemist and dare to speak such bold words before me, since you look down upon the Luo family. We shall teach you a lesson." With that, Luo Xiaowei's words ignited a renewed assault from the 6 attendants. Having learned from their previous encounter, they approached Ling Yuewang with caution, aware that an alchemist's spiritual flame posed a significant threat. Exchanging glances, the burly attendant and his companions moved in unison, weapons drawn, ready to strike. "Stop!" Just as Ling Yuewang prepared to summon Xiao Tian, a familiar voice resounded. Qi Shu, dressed in a green robe and wielding a long sword, appeared before her, blocking the incoming attack. Qi Shu single-handedly thwarted the assault from the burly attendant and his companions, instilling fear in those around them. Luo Xiaowei's brow furrowed at the sight of Qi Shu. "Qi Shu, what is the meaning of this?" "Brother Luo, my apologies, the situation escalated unexpectedly, and my actions were hasty. I hope you will not take offense. This young Master Ling is my friend. I am unsure of what grievance he has caused you to warrant such an uproar." Chapter 37, a twist of fate. Faced with Qi Shu's inquiry, Luo Xiaowei's frown deepened. It was clear that Qi Shu intended to defend Ling Yuewang. "I was unaware that you and this individual were friends." However, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I hold no particular grievance against this young man, I merely wish to engage him in a friendly spar, yet, it seems that you have taken it upon yourself to protect him. Are you aware of the potential consequences of your actions? Luo Xiaowei's words were laced with veiled threats. Though the three major families appeared harmonious, beneath the surface lay a tumultuous undercurrent. A single misstep could ignite conflict. Today, Qi Shu had chosen to confront the Luo family on behalf of someone seemingly unrelated, and should this incident be exploited, it could lead to a bloody confrontation between the Qi and Luo families. Ling Yuehuang understood the implications and wished to avoid entanglements with the major families, thus she addressed Qi Shu. Brother Qi, please step aside. I can handle this myself. Upon hearing her insistence, Qi Shu's demeanor changed. He believed that Ling Yuehuang's statement might inadvertently implicate him, so he replied, "What do you mean, Ling? Am I the type to shy away from repercussions? I have declared you my friend, and should a friend be in peril, how could I stand idly by?" Ling Yuehuang felt warmth in her heart at Qi Shu's words. Though they had only met a few times, he had consistently come to her aid, and she was not blind to his loyalty. "Qi Shu, what are you implying? Do you intend to confront the Luo family on behalf of an unrelated individual?" Before Ling Yuehuang could respond, Luo Xiaowei interjected, his patience wearing thin upon observing Luo Xiaowei's ominous and fearsome countenance. Qi Shu merely offered a faint smile and remarked, "Brother Luo, your words are rather severe. To my knowledge, Ling does not have any ties with the Luo family. If you wish to take Ling away in my presence, I kindly ask you to provide me with a reasonable justification." Luo Xiaowei, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and replied, "When did matters concerning the Luo family become within the jurisdiction of the Qi family? Since you, Brother Luo, insist on this course of action, do not blame me for my rudeness. That if you wish to lay a hand on him today, you must first contend with me." As Qi Shu spoke, he pointed his sword forward, prompting those around to retreat several steps. "Qi Shu, you!" Luo Xiaowei glared at Qi Shu, who stood protectively in front of Ling Yuehuang, his face filled with fury, yet he refrained from striking. Although Qi Shu was merely a year his junior, he possessed 2 levels of higher strength. Luo Xiaowei was only at the first stage of Spirit Master, while Qi Shu had reached the 3rd stage. Even with the assistance of several others, they were no match for Qi Shu. Qi Shu, I shall remember this matter for today. We are leaving," Luo Xiaowei declared after a moment of contemplation. Once Luo Xiaowei departed, Ling Yuehuang sheathed her sword and bowed to Qi Shu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Qi, for your assistance once again today. Brother Ling, there is no need for such formalities. It is only natural to lend a hand when witnessing injustice, especially for a brother such as yourself," Qi Shu replied nonchalantly, appearing unfazed by the earlier incident. Just then, a man clad in a brown robe hurriedly approached Qi Shu. "Young master, the matter you asked me to investigate has yielded some results." He began intending to elaborate but hesitated at the last moment. Sensing his reticence, Qi Shu urged, "There are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak." The man quickly continued, "Young master, according to our investigation, Master Song from the Song family visited the Luo family early this morning. After his departure, the eldest son of the Luo family arrived here with his entourage." "Understood, you may withdraw." Qi Shu gestured for the man to step back while directing his gaze toward Ling Yuehuang, who seemed to grasp the significance of the information. However, her expression held a probing curiosity. Feeling her gaze upon him, Qi Shu promptly inquired, "Sister Ling, do you trust me?" Ling Yuehuang did not respond directly but instead stated, "The favor you have shown me today, I, Ling Yu, shall remember. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Observing Ling Yuehuang's intention to depart, Qi Shu shook his head helplessly. "You still do not trust me?" Nevertheless, Qi Shu did not leave. Instead, he followed closely behind Ling Yuehuang, akin to a loyal attendant. "We are merely strangers who met by chance. You need not go to such lengths that if you wish for me to join the Qi family. There is no need to waste time." "I shall never agree," she asserted as they walked. "I have never suggested that you join the Qi family, not now nor in the future. I have said it before. I merely wish to be your friend, your brother," Qi Shu replied earnestly, keeping pace with her. "As far as I know, the Qi family does not lack male heirs, and given your standing in Huanxi City, why would someone like me be worthy of your friendship?" Ling Yuehuang countered, "You are correct, yet I judge individuals not by their power or status. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I perceived a kindred spirit within your gaze, thus I desire to befriend you," Qi Shu proclaimed. "Do you truly believe I would trust you?" she asked incredulously. "Perhaps not, considering the recent events are merely coincidental. I myself struggle to articulate if I am not somehow involved behind the scenes. However, I assure you, my presence here is solely due to reports that individuals from the Luo family intended to capture you, prompting my swift arrival. As for the sudden interest of the Luo family in you, I suspect the Song family is orchestrating something from the shadows, particularly since you had a confrontation with their members last night, which is why I had my people investigate." After Qi Shu's explanation, Ling Yuehuang halted and turned to face him. "Are you aware that I have become a target for both the Song and Luo families? Are you not afraid that by befriending me, the Song family may retaliate against you?" In response to Ling Yuehuang's query, Qi Shu's eyes reflected a mixture of resignation and a hint of resentment as he slowly articulated, The Qi family is already on the brink of collapse. Even if I do not associate with you, they may not spare me. Conversely, if I can persuade you to ally with me, perhaps the Qi family still has a glimmer of hope. Ling Yuehuang was taken aback. She had always perceived the Qi family as one of the three prominent families in Huanxi City, not something to be easily targeted. Noticing the surprise and confusion etched on her face, Shishu earnestly stated, "If you can place your trust in me, I would like to invite you to the Qi family for a visit. Rest assured, I would never engage in anything detrimental to you. I swear this by my very soul." Chapter 38, The Old History of Huanxi City. As Shishu spoke, he genuinely invoked a vow to the heavens. Seeing such sincerity from him, Ling Yuehuang acquiesced. She had little interest in the affairs of the major families, yet she sought to navigate the murky waters of Huanxi City, where chaos would only serve to her advantage. Consequently, Ling Yuehuang followed Shishu to the Qi family, where she began to uncover certain secrets regarding the current dynamics between the three major families and the city lord's mansion. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, Huanxi City had only one city lord's mansion, devoid of the three families. The latter were, in fact, the families of the city lord's three sons and law. At the time, the city lord had no male heirs, only three daughters. The old city lord initially intended to recruit a son-in-law, but later, the imperial court of the Chang'an dynasty, seeking better control over Huanxi City, abolished the hereditary system and implemented a system of appointed officials, using the lack of a male heir as justification. To preserve the wealth accumulated over generations, the old city lord selected three talented cultivators from Huanxi City as sons-in-law, marrying his daughters to them and distributing the family fortune evenly among them. With a solid financial foundation and ample cultivation resources, the old city lord's three sons-in-law gradually established themselves in Huanxi City. Eventually, upon the death of the old city lord, a newly appointed city lord sent by the court took charge of Huanxi City, giving rise to the city lord's mansion and the three major families. Initially, the three families were quite united, allowing for rapid development within a short period. Eventually, their status even surpassed that of the city lord's mansion. However, as time passed, the familial bonds among the three families weakened, leading them to scheme against one another for their own interests, resulting in incessant conflict. The proverb "when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits" aptly illustrated how the struggles among the three families inadvertently benefited the city lord's mansion. Particularly after Liang Jing ascended to power, he heeded the council of sycophants, reinstating the hereditary system of the city lord's position, which allowed the current city lord, Chen Jiangting, to expand his influence significantly. Rather than curbing the excesses of the city lord's mansion, the three families retreated and allowed it to regain its former dominance over several decades. Now, the city lord's mansion had grown insurmountable. Contemplating a strike against the three families, instead of uniting against this oppression, the families continued their scheming, aiming to merge into a single entity to resist the city lord's mansion. However, such a merger was easier said than done, as none were willing to relinquish their power, leading to further disintegration among the three families. In recent years, as tensions escalated, the Luo family had already aligned with the city lord's mansion, while the Song family opted to remain a neutral observer. Only the Qi family remained steadfast in their desire to maintain unity among the three families, seeking to stand against the city lord's mansion, ensuring their continued existence in Huanxi City. Now, the Qi family found itself in a precarious situation, besieged from all sides by the city lord's mansion and the other two families, having reached a dead end. After listening to Qi Shu's account, Ling Yuehuang came to understand that the seemingly prosperous Qi family was, in fact, beset on all fronts, facing dire straits. Where there are people, there will be conflict, especially among prominent families. This did not surprise Ling Yuehuang. However, one aspect left her perplexed. Through her inquiries over the past few days, she had heard the most about the current city lord being remarkably low profile, rarely appearing in public and handling matters with leniency. Some claimed he was somewhat henpecked, allowing the Luo family to act with impunity within Huanxi City, resulting in mixed opinions among the populace regarding the city lord. Initially, she had assumed he would be a benevolent ruler, but it now appeared that he might be a cunning fox. With this thought in mind, Ling Yuehuang turned to Qi Shu and asked, "Could you tell me about the mysterious city lord of Huanxi City?" Upon hearing Ling Yuehuang's inquiry about the city lord's mansion, Qi Shu's interest peaked immediately. He raised his cup and drained the tea before responding. "The current city lord is named Chen Jiangting, possessing the strength of a third-stage spirit general. He is the distant cousin of the Zhang family, one of the four prominent families in Jing'an City. 20 years ago, due to offending the head of the Qin family in the capital, the Zhang family dispatched him to Huanxi City to pacify the anger of the Qin family. Initially, Chen Jiangting held little regard for this insignificant Huanxi City and constantly lamented to the Zhang family, imploring them to find a way to return him to the capital. However, the Zhang family had no intention of jeopardizing their relationship with the Qin family over an outsider, thus disregarding Chen Jiangting's pleas. After this incident, Chen Jiangting came to realize that without value, he would receive neither protection nor recognition. Though the three prominent families were embroiled in constant conflict, they maintained a semblance of peace. rendering Qin Jiangting, the lord of 160 city, a largely superfluous figure. Regardless of who held the title of lord, none could surpass the three families and truly govern the entire city. Often, those who appear the most harmless and unambitious are, in fact, the most cunning of hunters. Qin Jiangting, leveraging his limited power, discerned the intricate rivalries among the three families, realizing that their alliance was not as unassailable as it seemed. Thus, he chose to feign weakness and sought to ingratiate himself with the financially robust Luo family, proposing to become their son-in-law. At that time, the Luo family was the most formidable of the three, yet they had but one daughter, Luo Yuzhu, the future lady of the city. Qin Jiangting orchestrated a dramatic rescue of the fair maiden, captivating her with his noble lineage and charming demeanor, swiftly winning her affection. Although Qin Jiangting was merely a nominal lord then, he hailed from the capital, with a father who was a third-rank official and a mother who was the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family. This illustrious background sparked the Luo family's interest in allying with him to forge a connection with the Zheng family. Qin Jiangting, once a down-and-out scion, became an asset for the Luo family, who believed that should he regain his footing in the capital, he would remember their kindness. Consequently, the Luo family soon consented to their union, and after marrying into the family, Qin Jiangting began to utilize their influence to manage the lord's estate. Initially, he prioritized the interests of the Luo family, even going so far as to extend his connections to elevate their status. As the Luo family began to interact with families in the capital, they conceived a notion to completely dominate Qin Jiangting and reduce the lord's estate to a mere puppet of the Luo family, thereby establishing their supremacy and perhaps even becoming a vassal family of the capital. Chapter 39, Turning the Tables. In pursuit of this ambition, the Luo family continuously intertwined their enterprises with those of the lord's estate, gradually consolidating control. As time passed, the lord's estate and the Luo family became increasingly enmeshed, and by the time the Luo family recognized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. A decade ago, the elder Luo patriarch mistook Qin Jiangting for a coward, a man who feared even his own wife, and sought to absorb the lord's estate's assets into the Luo family. However, before he could issue the command, over half of the Luo family's assets inexplicably turned to the lord's estate overnight, shocking the Luo family into a state of disbelief. Later, the Luo family attempted to delineate their boundaries with the lord's estate, but Qin Jiangting maneuvered Luo Yuzhu into the spotlight, subtly reminding the Luo family of the many secrets she held. He indicated that should the Luo family sever ties with the lord's estate, their fate would not be favorable. Thus, 2 years passed, and Qin Jiangting received a decree from the court, reinstating the hereditary system in 160 city. The restoration of hereditary rule signified that the Qin family would become the eternal rulers of 160 city, ensuring that all of Qin Jiangting's endeavors would not be in vain. That year, the patriarch of the Luo family passed away, leading to the family's fragmentation. Qin Jiangting seized this opportunity to place Luo Qinghai, the current head of the Luo family and the brother of Luo Yuzhu, into power. Luo Qinghai, though a sibling to Luo Yuzhu, was timid and fond of indulgence, failing to earn the favor of the elder Luo patriarch, who had married twice, first to Yi, who bore him Luo Qinghai and Luo Yuzhu, and then to Wang, from whom he favored the second son, Luo Shi, as his heir. However, the elder Luo patriarch's sudden demise left the succession unestablished, making Luo Qinghai a mere pawn in Qin Jiangting's game. Once the Luo family was entirely under Qin Jiangting's control, his gaze shifted towards the other two families, the Song and Qi families. Initially, the Song family maintained their alliance with the Qi family, but in recent years, many matters were handled by Song Xiao, the illegitimate son, who convinced the family head to sever ties with the Qi family, opting for neutrality. While this seemed prudent, Song Mingqing of the Song family advocated for collaboration with the lord's estate, aspiring to become a vassal family like the Luo family. Consequently, a faction within the Song family began to entertain the idea of submitting to the lord's estate, even taking tangible steps toward that end. Presently, only my Qi family remains in negotiation with the lord's estate. Do you think we can still secure a place in 160 city? Upon hearing Qi Shu's words, Ling Yuehuang gained a new perspective on the lord. Realizing he was indeed a cunning old fox, concealing his true nature behind a facade. However, she smiled and inquired, if the other two families have chosen to align with the lord's estate, why does your Qi family continue to resist? Is it not a source of discontent to remain subservient? Qi Shu immediately grasped the implication behind Ling Yuehuang's query and shook his head with a wry smile. It is not that our Qi family harbors lofty ambitions or refuses to be subordinate. Rather, we are compelled by circumstances beyond our control, otherwise, we would not dare to confront the lord's estate at the risk of our very existence. Qi Shu's admission piqued Ling Yuehuang's interest, prompting her to ask, what circumstances could compel the Qi family to take such a perilous stand? Could you share some details? Since I have broached this topic with you, I have no intention of concealing anything. However, I do have one request. Regardless of whether you choose to involve yourself in this matter, I wish for our conversation today to remain a secret between us, with no third party privy to it. Noting the gravity of Qi Shu's expression, Ling Yuehuang nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I vow upon my soul that I shall not divulge a word of our discussion today, lest I face divine retribution. After Ling Yue Huang made her solemn promise, a mark was inscribed deep within her soul, ensuring that should she betray her oath, she would face dire consequences. With her assurance, Qi Shu began to divulge their family's secret. In truth, several centuries ago, the former lord, upon distributing his wealth among his 3 daughters, did not do so equitably. He divided his riches into 3 parts, yet he possessed a precious item which he entrusted solely to his youngest daughter. This incident has become a well-guarded secret among the generations of the Qi family, known to but a handful, while the Luo and Song families remain oblivious. Pausing briefly, Qi Shu continued, that item is the Fulling Pearl. A treasure passed down in Wanxixi City for centuries. The Fulling Pearl is a celestial artifact, amplifying the surrounding spiritual energy within a 50-meter radius to twice that of other locations. Consequently, cultivating in its vicinity yields remarkable results. Which explains why the Qi family has consistently outshined the other 2 families. However, this secret is unbeknownst even to the Qi family members themselves, who attribute their prowess to their gathering formation. Alas, the gathering formation is merely a facade. In a place like Wanxixi City, who possesses the means to establish such a formidable formation? As Qi Shu finished his account, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Leaving Ling Yue Huang puzzled. Logically, if your family possesses such a treasure, you should have a plethora of skilled individuals at your disposal, yet I have heard that your family boasts only 1 expert at the spirit general level. Why is that? With a bitter smile, Qi Shu replied, indeed, you possess keen insight, discerning the crux of our Qi family's dilemma. In theory, with the Fulling Pearl, our family should be abundant in talent, yet the reality is quite the opposite. Those who cultivate to the 9th stage of the Spirit Master level fail to break through, as if shackled, with only a select few managing to ascend to the Spirit General level. This explains why, despite holding a treasure, our family lacks formidable experts. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue Huang's surprise deepened. No wonder your Qi family refuses to yield. Holding such a treasure yet failing to utilize it effectively would frustrate anyone. Did your ancestors not inquire about the specific effects and capabilities of this treasure when they acquired it? No, Qi Shu sighed. While such issues existed a century ago, they were not pronounced. Many of our ancestors could still break through to the Spirit General level after reaching the pinnacle of the Spirit Master level. This phenomenon has only emerged in recent decades. We have conducted numerous investigations and experiments, yet we have yet to uncover the underlying cause. Chapter 40, The Fulling Pearl. Upon hearing Qi Shu's explanation, Ling Yue Huang inquired, if you are aware of the issues surrounding the Fulling Pearl, why do you not abandon its use in your cultivation? With a resigned sigh, Qi Shu responded, over the years, we have divided the members of the Qi family into 2 groups, one that cultivates within the aura of the Fulling Pearl and another that trains far from the family estate. The discrepancies have become glaringly apparent. Those cultivating within the inner sanctum progress swiftly, often elevating from spirit practitioner to the peak of spirit master in just over a decade. Conversely, those training in the outskirts make only slow advancements, with only the most gifted individuals managing to reach the peak of Spirit Master after many years. Admittedly, those who attain the peak in the outskirts find it easier to break through to the Spirit General level. But it still requires significant resources from the Qi family. As such, many choose to cultivate within the inner sanctum, for in a small place like Wanxixi City, truly gifted individuals are exceedingly rare. To harness the power of the spirit-infusing pearl and cultivate to the pinnacle of Spirit Master within a mere decade is a realm that remains largely unattainable for many ordinary practitioners. Naturally, those endowed with exceptional talent may choose to forego the aid of the pearl and instead retreat to the outskirts for their training, yet the journey is undeniably protracted. Regarding Qi Shu's remarks, Ling Yue Huang refrained from offering a definitive opinion. After all, in a small town like Huanshe, the number of practitioners is scant, and gifted individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers. In a prestigious family like the Qi clan, known as one of the 3 great families, only the elders have attained the pinnacle of Spirit Master. For ordinary clan members, reaching the apex of Spirit Mastery is already the zenith of their aspirations. Under such circumstances, the majority would naturally opt to expedite their ascension to the Spirit Master realm, a prowess sufficient to allow them to stand out within the clan and earn the family's favor. However, the consequences of this choice are glaringly evident. The existence of the spirit-infusing pearl has ensnared the Qi clan's descendants in a self-imposed limitation. They are solely intent on utilizing the pearl's power to reach the Spirit Master realm, driven by a desire for immediate results, neglecting to solidify their foundational skills, and even losing the indomitable spirit that practitioners ought to possess. With each successive generation making this choice, a significant portion of the Qi clan's youth now harbors an immense fear of breaking through from the Spirit Master realm to the Spirit General realm. It can even be described as a psychological shackle, a deep-seated belief in an insurmountable chasm, which has culminated in the Qi clan's current stagnation in cultivation, reflecting on the Qi clan's present predicament. Coupled with Qi Shu's recent statements, Ling Yue Huang seemed to grasp the underlying issue, prompting her to inquire, have you discerned the crux of the Qi clan's troubles? Observing Ling Yue Huang's expression, Qi Shu immediately recognized that she had understood the key point. And he nodded in affirmation. However, upon seeing Chishu's nod, Ling Yuewang shook her head with a smile, as though she had surmised the reason for Chishu's insistence on her visit to the Qi residence. Chishu, noticing the hint of mockery on Ling Yuewang's face, felt no displeasure. Instead, he managed a wry smile, one that was tinged with helplessness and bitterness. Ling Yuewang directly asked if you are aware of the core issue. Why risk the entire Qi clan for that object? The spirit-infusing pearl is a closely guarded secret of the Qi clan. Should this secret be exposed, it would not only attract the covetous gaze of the city lord's mansion but could potentially invite even greater troubles. If I were to hand the spirit-infusing pearl over to the city lord's mansion, given the current state of the Qi clan, we would soon vanish from everyone's sight, with a legacy spanning a century. If it were to end with me, I, Chishu, would find death inconsequential, but I would feel utterly ashamed to face my grandfather and our ancestors. As Chishu spoke, his eyes were filled with unyielding resentment. He could not accept submitting to the city lord's mansion and allowing the hard-earned resources of the Qi clan to fall into another's hands, yet, confronted with such a predicament, even he found himself powerless. Otherwise, he would not have divulged the Qi clan's secret to an outsider like Ling Yuewang. Noticing Chishu's silence, Ling Yuewang remarked, "Have you considered that perhaps you are betting on the wrong treasure? You seek my assistance, yet I am merely a fifth-tier spiritual practitioner. How could I possibly aid you?" Upon hearing this, Chishu's demeanor shifted, and he replied, "I believe you possess the capability. As long as you can persuade those behind you to concoct third-grade or higher Jin Yuan pills for my Qi clan, assisting our 7 pinnacle spirit masters to break through to the spirit general realm, the strength of the Qi clan could rise several tiers in a short time, compelling even the city lord's mansion to retreat. This would grant me the opportunity to recalibrate our cultivation methods. Within a decade, the Qi clan's predicament would be resolved." Indeed, upon hearing Chishu's words, Ling Yuewang silently sighed within, though her expression remained unchanged. After Chishu finished speaking, he cast a hopeful glance at Ling Yuewang, nervously asking, "Ling, would you be willing to assist me?" In response to Chishu's gaze, Ling Yuewang turned her face away and casually lifted the teacup on the table. Taking a delicate sip, after setting the cup down, she replied with a calm tone, "After all this discussion, may I see what the spirit-infusing pearl you speak of looks like?" At her request, Chishu's expression darkened momentarily. Then he raised his right hand, revealing a pearl that emitted a soft white light. Surprised by Chishu's action, Ling Yuewang had initially expected the pearl to be in Chishu's father's possession, never anticipating it would be in Chishu's hands. As Ling Yuewang observed the spirit-infusing pearl, she suddenly heard Lin Jiuquan's voice resonate in her mind. "You girl, that pearl is a treasure, but its true name is not the spirit-infusing pearl. It is known as the Spirit-Nourishing Stone. The Spirit-Nourishing Stone is a high-grade spiritual stone, and even within the Tongtian domain, its numbers are exceedingly rare. This type of spiritual stone can gather the surrounding spiritual energy, nurturing itself. Given enough time, it can produce a substance called source crystal. The spiritual energy stored within a source crystal is millions of times that of an ordinary high-grade spiritual stone, and if one could obtain a source crystal and refine it, they could experience rapid breakthroughs in several tiers, even transcending an entire realm. It is immensely precious. The Qi clan's use of it for cultivation is indeed plausible, but this stone possesses a certain spiritual awareness, and it would certainly sense when individuals attempt to seize its spiritual energy, subsequently employing some means to confuse the hearts of the Qi clan members. This has rendered the Qi clan unable to touch the threshold of the spirit general realm, trapping them in the spirit master realm. Taken aback by Lin Jiuquan's words, Ling Yuewang realized that this fist-sized pearl could even produce smaller pearls. Indeed, this world is fantastical, where stones give birth to stones, utterly devoid of flaws. Chapter 41, Sincerity. Seeing Ling Yuewang fixated on the spirit-nourishing stone in his hand, Chishu felt as though his treasure was being coveted, prompting him to stow the pearl away and smile as he said, "Now that Ling has glimpsed the spirit-nourishing stone, might I inquire if you would be interested in hearing my terms?" Ling Yuewang, regaining her focus, replied with curiosity, "Oh, I am quite interested to hear what kind of sincerity you can offer." Chishu. If you are willing to assist my Qi clan through this crisis, we would honor you as our chief elder. I am aware that you are an alchemist and require a plethora of medicinal materials. As a long-term elder, you would have unrestricted access to all of the Qi clan's resources. Furthermore, you would be permitted to cultivate within our inner sanctum, and with the aid of the spirit-nourishing stone, I believe your cultivation could achieve a rapid breakthrough. Lastly, I, Chishu, am willing to form a sworn brotherhood with you and share the Qi clan's earth-tier techniques. Would such sincerity be agreeable to you? Upon hearing Chishu's propositions, Ling Yuewang was slightly astonished and inwardly mused. I never expected Chishu to be so generous. The position of chief elder in the Qi clan is tantamount to being the second in command. Is Chishu unafraid that the clan might one day bear a different surname, or does he believe he can fully control me? Noticing Ling Yuewang's silence, Chishu's expression shifted to one of urgency as he pressed, "If you have any other demands, please do not hesitate to state them." Ling Yuewang turned her cool gaze toward Chishu and replied, word by word, "If you want my assistance, I do not desire any elder position or brotherhood. I only require the pearl in your hand. You want the pearl? Shishu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that Ling Yue Huang would propose such a condition. As Shishu's expression began to darken, Ling Yue Huang stood and said, "Your conditions may appear enticing, even brimming with sincerity, yet they are only appealing to others. For me, they hold no benefits whatsoever. You are the one proposing the terms, and you are well aware of the pros and cons. If it were not for my identity as an alchemist, would you dare to offer such conditions? Unfortunately, I am no fool who merely sees the immediate benefits. Therefore, if you wish for my assistance, you must hand over that pearl to me. The hour grows late. I must take my leave." With that, Ling Yue Huang departed from the Qi clan without a backward glance, and Qi Shu did not attempt to stop her, for he could not afford to show any disrespect toward her at this juncture. Upon returning to the inn, Xiaotian remarked, "Master, several individuals followed us back just now. I sensed it. Ling Yue Huang's spiritual power has significantly improved since successfully condensing her spiritual flame, allowing her to detect anyone below the spirit general realm approaching. As for those people, Ling Yue Huang need not even guess. They are likely sent by the Luo and Song families. However, she has no time to concern herself with them now. Let them spy as they wished. It would be best if they attempt something. This way her strength can be better acknowledged by the Qi clan when the Qi clan is cornered by the city lord's mansion. It will be the perfect moment for them to present their treasures. That spirit-nourishing stone is something I highly covet." Although Ling Yue Huang's actions may seem opportunistic, lacking in decency, she understands that for the Qi clan to avoid being devoured by the city lord's mansion, they must pay a price. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Collecting her thoughts, Ling Yue Huang stepped into the two instruments divine bracelet, intending to check on the well-being of her little fox. Upon entering the space, Yufang immediately approached Ling Yue Huang wearing a disgruntled expression. Ling Yue Huang teasingly asked, "Yufang, what troubles you?" "Master, you must discipline that night owl," Yufang said, increasingly aggrieved. Ling Yue Huang initially thought she had misheard, and she inquired, "Are you referring to that black cat? What has it done?" "Master, see for yourself," Yufang replied, guiding Ling Yue Huang into the Hangyue Palace. When Ling Yue Huang beheld the chaotic scene within the Hangyue Palace, she was momentarily dumbfounded, wondering if her palace had been invaded by thieves. The room lay in utter disarray. The once orderly tables and chairs were now strewn haphazardly across the floor, while books and paintings were scattered everywhere. Even the spirit stones embedded in the stone pillars were dislodged, littering the ground. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Ling Yue Huang felt her blood pressure surge alarmingly, and the temperature around her plummeted rapidly. Even Yufang, standing nearby, could not help but take a few steps back. "Fetch me that black cat," Ling Yue Huang commanded through clenched teeth, directing her orders at Yufang. Upon hearing this, a smug grin spread across Yufang's face, and he quickly departed. In mere moments, he returned with the black cat in his arms. The creature squirmed violently, hissing threateningly. Had it not been bound by an unknown grass rope, it would have surely clawed at the little spirit that had caused this mess. Observing the black cat, tied up and glaring with an air of arrogance, Ling Yue Huang's exasperation reached its peak. She stood up and approached the creature, seizing it by the scruff of its neck and lifting it off the ground. The once ferocious black cat instantly curled its fluffy tail around itself, its fierce gaze shifting to one of evasion. Holding the small creature in her grasp, Ling Yue Huang coldly inquired, "I heard you've been quite unruly in my absence?" The cat, sensing the predatory glint in her eyes, displayed a look of fear in its emerald orbs, its previously boastful demeanor crumbling into one of pitiful defensiveness, as if pleading, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You must listen to my excuses." Even Ling Yue Huang couldn't help but admire the creature's rapid transformation. "Little one, do not think that your attempts at cuteness will resolve this matter. You cannot speak yet, and I have no desire to understand why you wreaked havoc. Thus, I present you with two choices: either return everything to its rightful place and restore this space to its former glory, or I shall sell you as a pet to someone else. Choose wisely." With that, she loosened her grip, and the black cat landed on the ground, barely managing to steady itself. Had it not been so agile, it would have surely tumbled. Once steady, the black cat glanced around at the chaotic surroundings and began to scratch the back of its head with one paw, feigning busyness. "If you do not make a choice, I shall choose for you," Ling Yue Huang warned, reaching for the cat's neck again. The black cat promptly sidestepped her grasp and began picking up the scattered books and paintings with its mouth, returning them to their original positions. Seeing the black cat voluntarily tidying up the mess, Ling Yue Huang decided to leave it be and proceeded to the backyard. Chapter 42, The Soul Contract. When Ling Yue Huang encountered the little fox, it had regained some of its consciousness. Upon seeing her, it attempted to rise, but she halted. "Do not move. Your wound has yet to heal. If you strain yourself, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Here, there is no need for false niceties." Hearing her words, the little fox's eyes glimmered with gratitude as it nodded at her, appearing exceedingly endearing. No wonder it could captivate King Zhou of Shang. Who could resist such a charming visage? Ling Yue Huang mused to herself. While contemplating, she examined the little fox's wound, and after confirming that it was no longer a serious concern, she prepared to leave the backyard. However, just as she was about to exit the space, the black cat, which had been diligently working, blocked her path and meowed insistently, yet Ling Yuehuang could not comprehend what it was saying with no other option. She sought assistance. Xiao Tian, can you understand what it is saying? Ling Yuehuang communicated through their bond master. I cannot understand it either. Normally, we should be able to communicate with any beast, but I cannot decipher the words of this cat. Last time at the slave market, I could only guess it was seeking help, but its exact words elude me. Xiao Tian replied. Ling Yuehuang fell into deep thought upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Logically, this clever little creature should possess some degree of intelligence. It was strange that Xiao Tian could not comprehend it. This little fellow might harbor some secrets, reflecting on the previous days when she had mentioned forming a contract with the little fox. It had immediately glanced at the black cat, not with a look of pleading, but rather one of inquiry. Could it be that the little fox was the black cat's attendant? The very notion struck Ling Yuehuang as hard to believe. An esteemed fox of high lineage reduced to being merely a cat's subordinate, it seemed implausible, yet the signs pointed to such a reality. After contemplating this thought, Ling Yuehuang turned to the black cat and asked, "Are you blocking my way because you wish to form a contract with me?" Upon hearing this, the black cat straightened up and nodded earnestly at Ling Yuehuang, observing the cat's serious demeanor. She felt that its intelligence might surpass that of other spirit beasts. If you wish to become my contracted beast, you must adhere to my rules. First, you are forbidden from causing further chaos. You must obey. Second, regardless of your species, I shall not disdain you, but you are not permitted to be lazy. You must diligently cultivate. I do not keep idlers, nor do I tolerate weaklings. Do you understand? The black cat let out a meow, seemingly acknowledging her words. Seeing the black cat's agreement, Ling Yuehuang summoned her spiritual energy to make a small incision on her fingertip, preparing to form the contract. However, she was interrupted by a voice. "Master, wait a moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yufang appeared before Ling Yuehuang. Confused by his interruption, she inquired, "Yufang, what is the meaning of this? Master, are you truly considering contracting it?" Yufang asked gravely, noticing his hesitant demeanor. Ling Yuehuang pressed, "Yufang, do you know the origins of this little creature?" Yufang turned his gaze to the black cat and shook his head. "I do not know its origins. But I can sense one thing. It is not an ordinary feline. In fact, it may not even be a cat at all." Ling Yuehuang's expression grew contemplative upon hearing Yufang's words. If this little creature's background was indeed extraordinary, would contracting it bring her unforeseen troubles? As Ling Yuehuang's hesitation became evident, the black cat hissed sharply at Yufang, as if reproaching him for meddling. "Little one, do not overstep your bounds. This is my domain." Ling Yuehuang's icy voice resonated, causing the black cat to retract its body and sit upright once more. Just as Ling Yuehuang found herself at an impasse, an urgent voice called out, prompting her to rush to the backyard with the black cat and Yufang. "Little fox, what are you doing?" Ling Yuehuang asked, seeing the little fox struggling to rise. "Ow, ow, ow." The little fox cried out urgently, as if it had something important to convey. Ling Yuehuang immediately summoned Xiao Tian to listen to what the little fox had to say. "Master, this fox says that its master is not a malicious beast. It has only recently been born, is playful, and harbors no ill intentions," Xiao Tian relayed, translating the little fox's words for Ling Yuehuang. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuehuang cast a deep glance at the black cat, realizing her initial suspicion was indeed correct. The little fox was the black cat's attendant. "Xiao Tian, ask it which beast clan the black cat belongs to and its origins." Ling Yuehuang instructed. Xiao Tian conveyed her question to the little fox, which pondered for a moment before responding. "I cannot disclose my master's origins or background to anyone, including you. However, if you choose to contract with my master, you will learn of it in due time. Rest assured, our master grows quickly and will not remain weak for long. It will undoubtedly become your most loyal companion." Hearing Xiao Tian's translation, Ling Yuehuang felt a surge of curiosity towards the black cat. Though its origins remained a mystery, which was rather unfortunate, still, she wondered what this little creature would become as it matured. Meow, the black cat's call pulled Ling Yuehuang from her thoughts, looking at the anxious feline. She smiled. "And now you are anxious? Whatever happened to that mischievous spirit?" Upon hearing her words, the black cat's eyes revealed a hint of grievance, and it promptly lowered its head, its ears drooping in defeat. "Alright, I was just teasing you. Since you were so eager to be my contracted beast, then come here." Ling Yuehuang extended her hand, allowing a drop of her blood to fall onto the black cat's brow. In the next moment, two beams of light enveloped them both. Immediately thereafter, a tender voice echoed in Ling Yuehuang's mind. "Heaven's will is manifest, the path is boundless, with heaven and earth above, and the sun and moon as witnesses. I Mingying hereby form a soul contract with my master Ling Yuehuang. I vow to follow my master through life and death, in all my reincarnations." As the childlike voice faded, two golden marks embedded themselves within Ling Yuehuang and the black cat. Subsequently, Ling Yuehuang sensed the black cat's soul imprint within the depths of her own spirit. However, the imprint was exceedingly vague, resembling both a cat and a fox, making it difficult to perceive clearly. Ling Yuehuang understood that Mingying wished to keep its true nature hidden from her, yet, rather than feeling anger towards this action, she found it reasonable. After all, their bond was akin to one entity. and she believed Minging would not bring her harm. When the two beams of golden light dissipated, Ling Yuehuang felt a sudden jolt, causing her to sit down abruptly. Chapter 43, The Little Leader. Fortunately, after a brief moment of dizziness, she regained her composure. On the other side, the mysterious cat, having succumbed to the light's disappearance, curled its body into a tight ball and fainted. Yuehuang, are you alright? Ling Zhouchuan, who had appeared here at an unknown time, rushed to Ling Yuehuang's side, his voice laced with urgency upon noticing her unusual expression. Seeing her master, Ling Yuehuang promptly waved her hand and reassured him. Master, I am fine. After saying this, she rose to her feet and then slowly inquired, Master Yufeng, what just transpired? Ling Zhouchuan exchanged a glance with Yufeng before he spoke. That little creature just forcibly forged a soul contract with you. Which is why there was such a commotion. What is a soul contract? Ling Yuehuang asked, her understanding only partial. A soul contract is a very ancient form of agreement, typically formed between humans and beasts. And it generally falls into two categories. Point 1 is the common master-servant contract, which is inherently unfair. The human is the master, and the beast is the servant. If one dies, the other follows suit. Yet if the beast dies, the human may live on. The other type is the soul contract, as the name suggests, where both parties use their souls as a medium, binding their lives together. If one perishes, so does the other, ensuring their fates are intertwined. However, not all humans and beasts can enter into a soul contract. The ordinary beast must gain the human's consent to form such a bond. Without this permission, only those beasts with exceptionally noble bloodlines can force a soul contract upon humans. Upon hearing Ling Zhouchuan's explanation, Ling Yuehuang nodded thoughtfully. So this contract indeed favors the strong. With the weak subjugated, the mightier party dictates the terms, yet even a powerful beast cannot surpass a human and become their slave. Contemplating this, Ling Yuehuang gazed at the mysterious cat suspended in midair and remarked, it truly is a domineering master approaching. She cradled the mysterious cat in her hands and placed it in its designated chamber. Though I have formed a contract with this little creature, I am still in the dark about its true identity. All I know is its name, which leaves me utterly perplexed. Ling Yuehuang sighed softly, acknowledging that this enigmatic cat was the most inscrutable being she had encountered since arriving in this world. Master, do not fret. It merely suffered from a depletion of mental energy and has fallen into slumber. Once it awakens, it will undoubtedly be much stronger than now. Yufeng comforted her upon noticing her sigh. I am not concerned for its physical state, rather, I wish to understand its origins and why it forcefully entered into a soul contract with me. It must be aware of the consequences of such a bond. Am I truly worth all that it has gambled? Of course you are worth it, Master. You are an unparalleled genius, and it has elevated itself by aligning with you, Yufeng asserted firmly in response to Ling Yuehuang's self-doubt. Hearing Yufeng's words, the shadows on Ling Yuehuang's face dissipated, replaced by a smile. You are right. How could I doubt myself? I saved it and the little fox, and I am also the legendary pure spirit body. My future is boundless. It is fortunate for it to be with me. After expressing this, she affectionately patted Yufeng's small head before exiting the room. Upon stepping out, Ling Yuehuang encountered Xiaotian, who was cowering outside, seemingly frightened. Xiaotian, what troubles you? Struggling to compose himself, Xiaotian replied, Master, is the little boss unharmed? Little boss? Ling Yuehuang blinked in surprise at Xiaotian's words, then turned to look behind her, confirming that Xiaotian referred to the mysterious cat. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiaotian, why do you call it little boss? Shouldn't you be the boss? Xiaotian shook his head vigorously in response. No, master, I dare not act so before the little boss. Are you truly afraid of it? Do you know what its true form is? Ling Yuehuang probed, testing Xiaotian. I fear the little boss because I can sense the pressure emanating from it, a pressure only those with the most noble bloodlines among beasts can possess. As for the little boss's true form, I cannot ascertain that. However, I can tell you this body is a facade, not its true self. That is all I know. Beyond that, I am unaware. Ling Yuehuang's curiosity deepened upon hearing Xiaotian's words. Why would a beast of noble lineage disguise itself? She pondered for a moment before shaking her head, dismissing her thoughts. Speculating aimlessly would yield no results. It would be best to wait for Minjing to awaken and speak for itself. Having resolved matters concerning Minjing, Ling Yuehuang exited the space, realizing that others awaited her. Once outside, she noticed the sky had darkened, prompting her to call for an attendant to fetch some food, just as she began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Two uninvited guests kicked open the door to her room. The other guests on the second floor, startled by the commotion, fled in panic, turning the inn into a scene of chaos. What ill fortune! Do they not realize that interrupting someone's meal is quite rude? Ling Yuehuang set down her chopsticks and turned to face the two intruders. The two men in black masked their faces, swords in hand, exuding an aura of menace. 2 fifth-tier spirit masters. They seem to regard me highly, Ling Yuehuang muttered to herself in a low voice. However, the two men exchanged surprised glances, for logically their cultivation level was a significant tier above that of the youth before them, making it implausible for him to perceive their true strength. Nonetheless, they did not pursue the matter further. After a brief exchange of looks, one of them declared, onward. They advanced towards Ling Yuehuang from both sides. But she remained seated, showing no inclination to rise. The two black-clad men, noticing her calm demeanor, also took precautions. While one wielded his sword to attack, the other quietly gathered spiritual energy in his left hand. Just as their swords were a mere meter away from Lingyue Huang, she suddenly emanated a formidable force, sending both men crashing backward. A white tiger materialized before her. It is a spirit beast. Indeed, those above were not mistaken. She possesses a formidable spirit beast. Judging by its appearance, it is likely at the pinnacle of the yellow grade, or even of the mysterious grade, one of the men thought. What shall we do now? Retreat. As they spoke, they attempted to flee, but in an instant, a shadow flashed past, and before they could react, one was sent sprawling to the ground with a kick, with the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Both men simultaneously spat out blood. Since you've come, you shan't leave, otherwise, your superiors might think this is a marketplace where one can come and go as they please. Spare us. Ling Yue Wang's voice faded. Both men let out a chilling scream, after which their breaths ceased. She is killed, she is killed, someone in the crowd suddenly screamed, prompting a mass exodus from the inn, while Ling Yue Huang contemplated how to deal with the bodies. A clamor of hooves echoed from outside as a group of soldiers clad in silver armor stormed into the inn. It seems this was a trap, Ling Yue Huang remarked with a cold smile. Did you kill these two? A burly man stepped forward from among the soldiers, aggressively pointing at Ling Yue Huang. Who are you? Ling Yue Huang countered, refusing to answer his question. The man scoffed, placing his hands on his hips with an air of arrogance. I am Aoba, the first commander of the city lord's mansion. You have committed murder, and by the order of the city lord, I am here to apprehend you. Soldiers, see sir. Yes, sir, at Aoba's command. Dozens of soldiers charged towards Ling Yue Huang. She raised her hand, and a long sword materialized in her grasp. A cacophony of clashing weapons ensued as Ling Yue Huang single-handedly held back the soldiers. Most of these soldiers ranged from 1st to 5th tier in cultivation. Some were merely skilled in hand-to-hand combat, lacking any real cultivation. Ling Yue Huang enveloped her sword with her spiritual flame, causing it to emit a soft green glow. Each swing of her blade dealt fatal blows, and the soldiers, witnessing her ruthless approach, began to tremble in fear. Seeing this, Aoba furrowed his brow and unsheathed the large blade strapped to his back. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself towards Ling Yue Huang. Master, be careful, Xiaotian exclaimed, leaping in front of Ling Yue Huang upon witnessing Aoba's movements. Aoba, a first-tier spirit general, posed a formidable threat, and Ling Yue Huang, recognizing the danger, retreated several meters. With a thunderous roar, Aoba was sent reeling backward, the force of his spirit energy creating a maelstrom that shook the inn. He stumbled as he landed, crashing into a table before regaining his balance. Once steady, Aoba gazed up at the white tiger, astonished. Is this truly a mysterious great spirit beast? That strike surely surpassed my strength. No wonder this person dares to act so brazenly. Take everyone here away, and I may grant you a chance to live, otherwise, none shall escape, Ling Yue Huang coldly declared, turning to re-enter the room. Seeing that Ling Yue Huang did not wish to pursue absolute annihilation, Aoba hastily instructed his subordinates to remove the corpses from the ground. However, before departing, Aoba uttered a remark. Though you have a profound-level spirit beast by your side, do not forget whose territory this is. We shall see how this unfolds. Ling Yue Huang paid no heed to Aoba's words. She summoned the innkeeper, handed him 1,000 gold coins, and then closed the door to her room. The innkeeper, initially fearing calamity had befallen him, was taken aback by the unexpected righteousness of Ling Yue Huang. Tears streaming down his face as he praised her magnanimity. After returning to her chamber, Ling Yue Huang re-entered the divine bracelet, seated herself cross-legged, and began her cultivation, considering the evening's incident a mere fleeting distraction. The following morning, Ling Yue Huang emerged early from her space, allowing the inn staff to prepare some food, and then leisurely began her breakfast. Yet again, the timing was impeccable. Ling Yue Huang retracted her consciousness and spoke coolly, finishing her soy milk in one gulp. A series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by a male voice. May I inquire if young Master Ling is present? I am Wang Quan, the chief steward of the city lord's manor. I have been sent by the city lord to invite you for a discussion. I hope you will honor us with your presence. While I appreciate the city lord's goodwill, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot disturb the esteemed city lord at this time. Please convey my regards, Ling Yue Huang replied. Outside, Wang Quan's eyes flickered with displeasure, but his demeanor quickly reverted to a smile as he said, Young Master Ling, the city lord has insisted that he must meet you today, and I beseech you not to make it difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue Huang's heart was filled with cold laughter. Chen Jiangting certainly possessed remarkable composure, sending his men to test her abilities last night. The result was a double loss for him, a mere youth having slapped his face. Logically, he should have come under the pretext of eliminating a threat to the populace, yet, instead, he dispatched someone to invite her for a visit to the city lord's manor first thing in the morning. It seemed that Chen Jiangting was preparing a grand banquet for her. Since the city lord's invitation is so earnest, please ask the steward to wait a moment while I change my attire. She said, very well, please take your time. Wang Quan replied. Ling Yue Huang indeed needed to change her clothes and disguise herself anew, although her appearance and demeanor were not greatly different from an ordinary young man. It was prudent to be cautious when dealing with a cunning old fox like Chen Jiangting. And just a brief moment, she opened the door and followed Wang Quan to the city lord's manor. "Young master, please mount," Wang Quan said, leading a remarkably tall steed to her. Observing the majestic horse before her, Ling Yuewang took the reins and mounted with fluid grace, not displaying any signs of unfamiliarity. Following her lead, Wang Quan mounted as well, and they sped towards the city lord's manor. How stingy of Chen Jiangting, not even providing a carriage. If it weren't for my past life experience with horses, my identity as a wealthy young master would surely be exposed, Ling Yuewang thought, unable to suppress her inner critique as she bounced in the saddle. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the city lord's manor. The architecture of the manor was not ostentatious, yet it exuded a profound sense of heritage. 2 stone lions stood guard at the entrance, the red door adorned with a black plaque inscribed with the word City Lord's Manor. For guards, each wielding long spears, stood at attention, resembling statues alongside the stone lions. "Young Master Ling, please," Wang Quan smiled as he ushered Ling Yuewang inside. Upon entering the city lord's manor, she was astonished by the exquisite plants that could only be described as works of art. Upon entering, several pines reminiscent of welcoming trees obstructed much of the view of the main courtyard, bestowing upon the manor a sense of alluring obscurity. Unique trees lined the main path, dividing it into 3 routes, one leading directly to the main courtyard of the city lord's manor, while the other 2 branched off to the left and right courtyards. The architecture of the manor sloped from front to back, with the left and right buildings separated by lotus ponds. The path from the main gate to the central courtyard was a long corridor built over water, flanked by 2 pavilions, which provided a serene reprieve from the summer heat, ideal for enjoying the flowers. Along the corridor, meticulously arranged pots of greenery were placed every few meters, each pot a veritable masterpiece. Noticing Ling Yuewang's lingering gaze upon the flora, Wang Quan remarked, "Young Master Ling, at such a young age, you have a keen interest in bonsai." Ling Yuewang humbly replied, "Interest may be too strong a word. I merely find these plants to possess exceptional quality. The person tending to them must surely be patient and discerning." "Ah, your powers of observation are indeed commendable," Wang Quan chuckled lightly, yet he refrained from disclosing who tended to the plants. Soon, having traversed the waterway corridor, Ling Yuewang and Wang Quan arrived at the entrance of the main courtyard, which bore a door engraved with the words Ihue Courtyard. 2 guards of the Spirit Master realm stood watch outside. "You have arrived. Please wait here while I inform them," Wang Quan said, and with a nod from Ling Yuewang, he hurried inside. Ling Yuewang cast one last glance at the city lord's manor, reflecting in her heart that it was indeed impressive, a place that had been refined over a millennium, with exquisite attention to every detail. "Young Master Ling, please come in. The city lord awaits you." Wang Quan led her into the Ihue courtyard and into Chen Jiangting's study. Upon entering, she beheld a middle-aged man seated at a desk, savoring tea. It was none other than Chen Jiangting himself. Ling Yuewang had anticipated a shifty character, but to her surprise, he possessed a kind and gentle countenance. "You are the young alchemist, Ling Yu?" Chen Jiangting inquired as he regarded Ling Yuewang. "Greetings, city lord," she replied, bowing respectfully. "No need for such formalities. Please take a seat." "Steward, bring the tea," Chen Jiangting said, nodding in return before instructing Wang Quan beside him. Wang Quan promptly accepted the tea from a serving girl, personally pouring a cup for both Chen Jiangting and Ling Yuewang, then respectfully retreated outside the study. Ling Yuewang was unreserved, lifting the teacup for a glance before taking a sip, savoring it thoughtfully. "Excellent tea," she remarked softly, her expression hinting at lingering enjoyment. Chen Jiangting smiled at her words, saying, "This tea is freshly harvested. It is deep in color and bitter in taste, difficult for most to swallow. I did not expect young Master Ling to praise it so readily. It seems this tea suits your palate well." In response to Chen Jiangting's probing, Ling Yuewang smiled. "Indeed, while the initial taste is bitter, upon careful reflection, it reveals a delightful fragrance that refreshes the spirit and lingers pleasantly on the palate. The aroma carries hints of plum blossoms. If I am not mistaken, this tea originates from the plum grove at the foot of the snow mountain in the northernmost part of Huanshe City, where plum trees and tea plants are interplanted. When the plum blossoms fall, the new tea emerges, resulting in the uniquely flavored falling plum welcoming spring tea. Am I correct?" Upon hearing Ling Yuewang elucidate the origins of the tea, Chen Jiangting's eyes flickered with surprise, for this tea was exceedingly rare, known only to a select few. However, recalling that Ling Yuewang had visited the Qi family yesterday, he quickly surmised the reason and laughed heartily. "Haha, young friend Ling truly has an eye for quality." Ling Yuewang merely smiled faintly at the compliment and then asked, "May I inquire as to the purpose of the city lord's summons today? Is it to apprehend me?" Chen Jiangting chuckled awkwardly. "Young friend Ling, you are being too severe. I acknowledge that my people acted out of line last night, but it was in the line of duty. I have already investigated the matter. Those 2 men in black had ulterior motives upon seeing wealth, while you acted in self-defense and are without fault. This was a failure on my part, and I hope you will not take it to heart." Ling Yuewang merely scoffed inwardly but maintained a smile on her face as she said, "Thank you, City Lord, for your discerning judgment. I am indeed innocent. Ah, it is the duty of my manor. The reason for summoning you today is that I have heard from my subordinates that you are an alchemist, and I have always had a penchant for talent. Upon hearing of last night's events, I sent someone to invite you here early, Chen Jiangting explained. The city lord wishes to recruit me into the city lord's manor, Ling Yue Huang inquired with interest. Chen Jiangting shook his head. Not at all. With your qualifications and abilities, you undoubtedly have a family or a master guiding you. I presume you would look down upon my humble city lord's manor. I brought you here to discuss a transaction. Might you be interested? Oh, what sort of transaction does City Lord Chen wish to discuss with me? Ling Yue Wang asked, intrigued. Chen Jiangting, noting her interest, allowed a knowing smile to creep upon his lips and then said, but before we discuss the transaction, might young friend Ling enlighten me about your background, such as your sect or family? Ling Yue Huang thought to herself that this old fox likely intended more than mere casual conversation. After a moment's contemplation, she slowly responded, I apologize, City Lord Chen, but my background is a secret I wish to keep. If you desire to discuss a transaction, let us do so. If you find me lacking or unworthy, you are free to seek someone else. Wouldn't that be the reasonable course of action? After Ling Yue Huang finished speaking, a shadow of gloom crossed her face, as if to warn Chen Jiangting that her secrets were not for him to know. Naturally, Chen Jiangting detected the dark expression on Ling Yue Huang's face, yet he harbored a sense of anger towards her attitude. Nevertheless, he maintained a faint smile, concealing any real emotional shift. I must have overstepped. Chen Jiangting chuckled lightly, attempting to dispel the increasingly somber atmosphere. Since Miss Ling is unwilling to share, I won't press the matter further. Let us return to the main topic and discuss the transaction. Chapter 46. Tempting conditions. Having spoken, Chen Jiangting paused for 2 seconds before continuing. My objective is quite straightforward. I wish for you, Miss Ling, to assist me in seizing the Qi family for the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in Ling Yue Huang's eyes, tinged with a hint of confusion as she replied, City Lord Chen, I find your words somewhat perplexing. I would be grateful if you could elaborate. There is no need for you to feign ignorance with me, my dear. You visited the Qi family yesterday and had quite an extensive discussion with Qi Shu, did you not? However, it seems you did not reach an agreement. Correct. Ling Yue Huang was not surprised by Chen Jiangting's remarks. It was hardly astonishing that the city lord's mansion had insiders within the Qi family, since the city lord had broached the subject so directly. She suggested, why not simply state how you wish for me to assist you? Tell me what you discussed with the Qi family yesterday, share their plans with me, for I believe you possess information sufficient for me to take control of the entire Qi family. Chen Jiangting spoke with unwavering confidence, as if he were already privy to the details of the conversation between Qi Shu and Ling Yue Huang. However, she was certain that he did not know the specifics of their discussion. Otherwise, he would not go to such lengths to enlist the help of someone so inexperienced. City Lord, I think you may be mistaken. I am but a minor figure who has just arrived in Huanxi City. My encounter with Qi Shu was merely a chance meeting, so how could you think that the young master of the Qi family would divulge to me the secrets of their survival? Ling Yue Huang's tone carried a hint of mockery, yet Chen Jiangting insisted, there is no need for you to conceal the truth. The Qi family is now at their wits' end if they refuse to submit to the city lord's mansion. As I, Chen Jiangting, have suggested, their only fate will be annihilation. As for why they approached you, I am fully aware. They merely wish to use you as a means to connect with the powers behind you, leveraging medicinal elixirs to forcibly enhance their strength. Furthermore, the Qi family possesses a treasure, their ancestral spirit-gathering array, which is the primary reason they are reluctant to submit to the city lord's mansion. After all, they have long fantasized about utilizing that array to cultivate a cadre of spirit general-level experts, thus dominating Huanxi City, or even claiming supremacy over the entire Chang'an kingdom. Chen Jiangting's tone was laced with contempt, as he seemed to possess an exhaustive understanding of the Qi family's circumstances. If the city lord is already aware of the Qi family's trump card, then why has action not been taken against them? Ling Yue Huang inquired, raising her teacup for ASIP. At her words, Chen Jiangting narrowed his eyes and replied, though the Qi family's financial resources do not match those of the Luo family, they possess far more spirit and tenacity than both the Luo and Song families combined. If I wish to acquire the Qi family without bloodshed and have them serve me, I must compel them to bow their heads willingly, otherwise, they will fight to the bitter end, while I currently occupy the position of city lord. Many within the city remain fiercely loyal to the three great families, viewing them as the rightful heirs, while I am merely a figurehead. If I wish to earn the recognition of the people of Huanxi City, I must reclaim all power and prestige held by the three great families. Only then will my efforts not be in vain. Chen Jiangting's assertions held merit. After all, the three great families were the descendants of the former city lord, and their influence was deeply entrenched over generations. Forgive my ignorance, city lord, but despite your elaborate explanation, I still do not comprehend what you wish for me to do, Ling Yue Huang said, her expression revealing a hint of bewilderment, her youthful features strikingly apparent at that moment. Upon hearing her words, a glint of cunning flashed in Chen Jiangting's eyes as he stated, I want you to feign assistance to the Qi family. gain Chishu's trust, and obtain the formation of their spirit-gathering array for me. What benefits would I derive from such actions? Should you assist me in taking down the Qi family? I can grant you entry into the North Continent's foremost sect, the Baiyun sect, allowing you to become an outer disciple. How does that sound? The Baiyun sect. Ling Yuehuang was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous city lord of Huanqi City had connections with the Baiyun sect. It appeared that Chen Jiangting's backing extended beyond merely the Zheng family of the Chang'an Kingdom's capital. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "The conditions you propose, City Lord Chen, are indeed enticing. However, I am not interested in joining the Baiyun sect. And thus I fear I cannot accept your generous offer." Chen Jiangting's face displayed astonishment upon hearing Ling Yuehuang's refusal. He cast a sidelong glance at her, as though verifying the authenticity of her words. For his offer was extraordinarily tempting. After a pause, he finally spoke in a subdued tone. "Miss Ling, do you know what it signifies for a practitioner from the North Continent to enter the Baiyun sect?" Ling Yuehuang merely smiled faintly in response, saying, "The Baiyun sect, the largest sect in North Spirit Continent, boasts immense influence and abundant cultivation resources. Those who gain entry are the elite among the elite." With boundless prospects ahead, upon hearing her words, Chen Jiangting's brow furrowed, and his gaze upon Ling Yuehuang grew more scrutinizing. Meanwhile, Ling Yuehuang continued to smile, saying, "I appreciate your goodwill, City Lord Chen, but I cannot partake in this transaction. My purpose in coming to Huanqi City is solely to seek opportunities for cultivation, not to involve myself in the disputes between your families. I hope you understand, since Miss Ling is disinterested. Will you not lend a hand should the Qi family encounter difficulties in the future? My acquaintance with Chishu was merely a fleeting encounter, unless the Qi family can offer me something I desire. I will not intervene, you need not worry about that." City Lord. At Ling Yuehuang's words, Chen Jiangting's eyelids flickered, and he inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "What I seek, naturally, is something the Qi family possesses." Ling Yuehuang replied with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "It seems you are after the spirit-gathering array as well," Chen Jiangting stated solemnly. Ling Yuehuang merely smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. After a few moments, Chen Jiangting remarked, "It appears that the Qi family will not easily part with that spirit-gathering array, otherwise you would not have left their residence yesterday. In that case, it seems I have nothing of interest to offer you today, and this transaction cannot proceed. Since that is the case, City Lord, I understand you are busy with official matters, so I shall not intrude further." Ling Yuehuang said as she rose to leave. Seeing her intent to depart, Chen Jiangting felt somewhat reluctant, yet he hesitated to act rashly against this young woman. After a moment of contemplation, he finally stood and said, "Very well, I shall not detain you any longer. Miss Ling Wangquan, please see her off." Chapter 47. Strike first. Ling Yuehuang left the city lord's mansion without incident. Upon exiting, she did not return to the inn but instead headed towards the outskirts of Huanqi City. Meanwhile, Chishu, who had been waiting at the inn for Ling Yuehuang's return, was filled with rage upon learning that she had left the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing that Ling Yuehuang had exited the city, Chen Jiangting's brow furrowed tightly as he found her actions inscrutable. Outside the city, Ling Yuehuang rode her steed, Xiaotian, westward. Along the way, Xiaotian inquired, "Master, why are we leaving the city?" "Because Chen Jiangting covets the Qi family's spirit conduit pearl. And I desire it as well. That if you and another individual both seek the same treasure, what would you do?" "Naturally, one would strike first," Xiaotian replied without hesitation. "Precisely, Chen Jiangting harbors considerable ambition and has numerous forces backing him. He desires that spirit conduit pearl even more than I do. However, he remains unaware that the spirit gathering array is the same as the spirit conduit pearl, otherwise, he would have acted already. Now that I am a variable in the equation, he will undoubtedly prevent any collaboration between me and the Qi family while I am absent, and he will strike fiercely during this interval. My plan is to wait until the Qi family can no longer hold out, and then I will make my appearance. At that point, they will naturally offer me the spirit conduit pearl. However, securing it hinges upon my ability to endure. Master, what if the Qi family chooses to submit to the city lord's mansion instead? That is not a concern, the Qi family will never submit to the city lord's mansion. For their lives would be far from easy should they do so. After all, they have monopolized the spirit conduit pearl for so many years. If the Luo and Song families were to find out, the Qi family would be targeted relentlessly. Moreover, the Qi family possesses a trump card they have yet to reveal, which is the very reason they refuse to yield. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian asked in confusion, "Master, what other trump card does the Qi family possess?" "A gold mine." A gold mine. Though Xiaotian was a spirit beast, it understood the significance of a gold mine, recognizing that for a family, possessing one signifies the potential for prosperity. "You will soon find out," Ling Yuehuang replied, feigning mystery. As anticipated, not long after Ling Yuehuang arrived at the outskirts of a mountain range, accompanied by Xiaotian. Finding a concealed spot, Xiaotian descended, and the pair began to observe their surroundings. Not far from Ling Yuehuang, a group of individuals stood on high alert, vigilantly scanning the vicinity, while behind them, several rudimentary straw huts were erected. Upon noticing these individuals, Xiaotian sniffed the air and then communicated with Ling Yuehuang through spiritual sound transmission. Master, the scent of these people is identical to that of the Qi family. Indeed, they are members of the Qi family. Ling Yuehuang replied, Master, how did you know that the Qi family has a gold mine here? Xiaotian inquired with great curiosity. Ling Yuehuang, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and explained, It was revealed to me by my master yesterday. When I visited the Qi family, my master sent out a fragment of his soul and inadvertently overheard a conversation between the head of the Qi family and its elders. Xiaotian nodded in understanding. In his heart, Lin Zhouchuan was his benefactor, akin to a divine being. Although Lin Zhouchuan now existed as a sole entity, he had once been a formidable force. And his trace of spiritual power was certainly undetectable by those of the Qi family. Ling Yuehuang observed from the bushes for a considerable time before silently departing. When she reappeared in 160 City, she had changed her attire and donned a mask. The inn she chose to stay at was located on the same street as the Qi residence. The following day, a rumor spread like wildfire through the streets of 160 City. Have you heard? The Qi family possesses a gold mine. We are about to strike it rich. Is this true? Although the authenticity was uncertain, the rumor had taken the city by storm given that the Qi family had only maintained a modest apothecary business alongside an auction house in recent years. One could not help but speculate that the existence of a gold mine was highly plausible. If true, the Qi family was bound to rise to prominence, and one wondered if they were in need of more hands. I would be quite willing to serve them. So would I. Within the city lord's mansion, Qin Jiangting surveyed those before him, his expression dark with anger. What is the truth behind the Qi family's gold mine? My lord, we genuinely do not know. We only heard the news this morning, and we cannot ascertain its veracity. Several subordinates exchanged troubled glances, their discomfort palpable. Qin Jiangting, upon hearing their response, was consumed by rage and berated them. You don't know, how can you not know about such a significant matter? What use are you to me? A bunch of useless layabouts. The subordinates, chastised, lowered their heads in silence, noticing their lack of response. Qin Jiangting bellowed, Go investigate, you have 1 day to uncover the truth. If you fail, you shall present your heads to me. Understood. Once they departed, Qin Jiangting returned to his seat, fuming at the thought of the Qi family possessing a gold mine. He could scarcely believe it. If this were true, he, the lord of the city, would indeed become a laughingstock. It was common knowledge that in the kingdom of Chang'an, nearly all gold mines were controlled by the royal family, with only a few prominent families in the capital privately owning small mines, all with the tacit approval of the royals. Now, in this remote 160 city, where the mountains were high and the emperor distant, he prided himself on being the local sovereign, yet the Qi family was mining gold right under his nose. Was this not a slap in the face? It was no wonder the Qi family had shown no signs of decline despite his various suppressions. They had evidently concealed such a trump card. The more Qin Jiangting pondered, the angrier he became. After enduring humiliation in 160 City for so many years, was he to end up empty-handed, in stark contrast to Qin Jiangting's fury? The Qi residence was in disarray. The members of the Qi family wore ashen faces, anxiety etched upon their brows. Who is it who has leaked this information? In the Qi family's council chamber, the head of the Qi family, Qi Hong, demanded answers from his kin, yet all present bore expressions of despair, none daring to speak. After a prolonged silence, Qi Shu finally broke the quiet. Father, this must be a deliberate act by someone aimed at making our Qi family the target of public scorn. Chapter 48. The sixth. Will Qi Hong cast a brief glance at Qi Shu, then said, Shu'er, you have always been perceptive. Please share your thoughts on this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Shu replied, Father, I believe this situation is rather peculiar. Very few are aware of our family's gold mine. Even those involved in mining are individuals we trust implicitly. However, we have overlooked one crucial aspect. What aspect? Qi Hong inquired eagerly. We have neglected the women of the Qi family. Woman, Qi Hong responded, somewhat perplexed, but soon realization dawned upon him, and he wore a knowing expression. Are you suggesting that there is a spy among our women? Perhaps not one from the city lord's mansion, but regardless of the source, I am certain there is a spy from another household within our estate. Qi Shu asserted confidently. The senior members of the Qi family fell silent, for they could not guarantee that their own confidants had not betrayed them. Qi Hong contemplated this, then stated, while we can guard against external threats, it is challenging to detect internal traitors. Finding the source of this leak will undoubtedly prove difficult. Our only course of action now is to first fend off external threats and then cleanse our inner sanctum. With the city lord's mansion now aware of this situation, it won't be long before Qin Jiangting and the Luo and Song families make their moves. We must prepare ourselves to prevent Qin Jiangting from striking a fatal blow against the Qi family. I will entrust this matter to the Grand Elder. Yes, head of the family. Qi Zhang promptly acknowledged. Sure, you will remain here to manage family affairs. I must step out. We cannot afford to remain idle in the face of such a crisis. Understood, Qi Shu replied immediately. After giving a few more instructions, Qi Hong hastily exited the Qi residence, leaving no one aware of his destination. Meanwhile, Qi Shu gathered all the members of the Qi family to prepare for battle. Knowing that their gold mine must not be easily taken, Ling Yuehuang strolled in the vicinity of the Qi family, observing the serious expressions of its members as they came and went. She realized that the Qi family was determined to defend their gold mine at all costs. She had anticipated their reaction but was uncertain whether the city lord's men possessed the capability to uncover the location of the Qi family's gold mine. Otherwise, her grand spectacle would be in jeopardy. After thoroughly surveying the area around the Qi family, she stealthily withdrew and returned to the vicinity of the gold mine. This time, she approached from the rear. Intending to play the role of a sixth wheel, Xiaotian, I shall rely on you for this endeavor. As soon as Ling Yuewang finished speaking, Xiaotian gradually released his pressure, summoning the surrounding spirit beasts and wild animals with a sound only they could perceive. Gazing at the multitude of spirit beasts and wild animals before her, Ling Yuewang felt akin to a zoo director. She quickly organized a formidable excavation team but chose to remain hidden in the bushes until nightfall before initiating their operation. As night fell, the excavation brigade led by Xiaotian commenced its work. They first deployed wild beasts to scout the terrain, selecting the most suitable path for digging. Then, smaller spirit beasts with sharp claws took charge of the excavation, while larger and stronger spirit beasts transported the rubble and soil away. Within a few short hours, they had unearthed a subterranean passage just wide enough for an adult to traverse. Ling Yuewang entered the tunnel, soon reaching a depth of over 100 meters underground, where she beheld a nearly blinding gold mine. As she gazed at the gold mine, still covered in dirt, Ling Yuewang could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, wealth is a marvelous thing, and just the sight of it was utterly enchanting. Yet she quickly realized that the task was not as simple as she had envisioned. The gold was buried deep underground and was exceedingly hard. Even with dozens of spirit beasts assisting her, it would be impossible to quietly extract the gold. Just as she contemplated the abundance of gold yet felt powerless to claim it, Lin Jiuquan's voice resonated in her mind. "You girl, do you wish to take these gold mines with you?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the inquiry, not wanting to appear overly greedy before her master, she nonetheless admitted her intentions. "Yes, master, I do wish to claim these gold mines for myself." "I understand. Since you desire it, I shall assist you once more, just as before. Allow me to temporarily borrow your body." Ling Yuewang, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Master, didn't you say that this method could not be employed again within a year?" "No worries, as long as it's not for alchemy, it is permissible. The reason I mentioned that you could not lend your body for alchemy within a year is not due to my soul's inability to withstand it, but rather because your current mental strength does not permit it." Reassured by Lin Jiuquan's words, Ling Yuewang promptly allowed her consciousness to drift into slumber. In an instant, her eyes transformed to a striking blue, and her aura surged severalfold. Once Lin Jiuquan occupied Ling Yuewang's body, he immediately commanded Xiaotian to disperse all the spirit beasts. After all the beastmen had departed, Lin Jiuquan had already arranged a formation before him, a seeking gold array. With a low command from Lin Jiuquan, several streams of spiritual energy shot forth from his fingertips, and the gold nuggets, which had been intertwined with the stones and soil, began to gradually detach from the rocky terrain. Lin Jiuquan extended his right palm forward, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that swiftly collected the liberated gold pieces into the two instruments' divine bracelet. In the blink of an eye, 90% of the gold ore in the mine had been secured within the bracelet by Lin Jiuquan. After re-establishing a formation to stabilize the mountainside, he quickly returned to the divine bracelet. Ling Yuewang's consciousness soon awakened. Upon perceiving the vast emptiness ahead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Once she confirmed that the mountainside would not collapse, she hastily retreated, sealing the recently excavated entrance to obscure any trace of their actions. Having completed all this, Ling Yuewang silently slipped back into the city. Upon returning to the inn, Ling Yuewang entered the spatial realm, where Yufang had meticulously arranged all the gold nuggets. As she gazed upon the towering mound of gold, her admiration only grew. Observing her smile as she admired the gold, Lin Jiuquan felt a pang of heartache. He lamented that if he were not merely a wisp of soul at present, his cherished disciple would not have to endure such hardship. Just a handful of gold could bring her such joy. Chapter 49. A gift. Thus, he silently vowed that upon returning to his territory and reclaiming what belonged to him, he would ensure his little disciple could truly live a life of comfort. Naturally, Ling Yuewang remained unaware of Lin Jiuquan's thoughts. After admiring the mountain of gold for a while, she retreated to her cultivation chamber to begin her training. As night passed and dawn broke, Ling Yuewang set out early, wandering near the Qi family estate. However, before she could approach, a resounding commotion erupted in the streets. Upon looking towards the source, she spotted a troop hastily advancing towards the Qi family. Recognizing them as members of the city lord's mansion, she identified the leading figure as Aoba, the commander who had previously attacked her at the Inn. In no time, the group arrived at the entrance of the Qi residence, where the elder, Qi Zhang, stood with a grave expression. Upon seeing Aoba dismount, Qi Zhang slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "Vice Commander Ao, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Qi family today?" Without preamble, Aoba replied, "Elder Qi, I have come on behalf of the city lord to investigate the matter of the Qi family's gold mine. I hope you will facilitate this inquiry." Qi Zhang's demeanor shifted immediately as he replied earnestly, "Gold mine? What gold mine? When has the Qi family ever possessed a gold mine?" this is merely a baseless slander by those with ill intentions. I urge the city lord to see through this deception." Seeing Qi Zhang's refusal to acknowledge the situation, Aoba sneered, "If Elder Qi claims this is a deliberate frame-up, then I must investigate further to clear the Qi family's name. Wouldn't you agree?" Elder Qi, indeed, Vice Commander Ao speaks wisely. However, the crux of this matter lies in apprehending the individual spreading these rumors. Once they are caught, the truth will naturally emerge. Therefore, I implore you to expedite the capture of the slanderer and restore our family's honor." Qi Zhang implied, suggesting that if Aoba wished to investigate, he should target the rumor monger, portraying the Qi family as the victims. Aoba's expression darkened at this retort, and he countered, "Elder Qi, your words are misguided. The situation is shrouded in mystery, especially since the Qi family is the focus of these allegations. If the Qi family possesses no gold mine, then from whence comes this rumor? After all, there is no smoke without fire." "Wouldn't you agree, Elder Qi?" Seeing that Aoba was unwilling to relent, Qi Zhang inquired, "So do you suspect that the Qi family is hoarding a gold mine?" Detecting Qi Zhang's rising hostility, Aoba responded with a smile. "Elder Qi, please do not take offense. My purpose here is to clarify the matter and vindicate the Qi family. After all, the issue of the gold mine pertains to the very survival of the entire illusionary Breath City. It is of utmost importance that we uncover the truth swiftly, otherwise, if word reaches the capital, the entire city shall suffer. I believe you understand the stakes involved. Thus, if the Qi family cooperates and allows us to conduct our search, we can readily restore your family's reputation. The innocent shall be exonerated. This is the simplest course of action. Would you not agree, Elder Qi?" At this moment, Qi Zhang's face darkened ominously. Aoba's words escalated the gold mine issue to a level that the Qi family could not control. If he obstructed Aoba's entry, it would only confirm suspicions of guilt. Conversely, if he allowed Aoba in, they risked uncovering something they should not. "Great Elder, let Vice Commander Ao and his men proceed with their investigation." A voice suddenly interjected from behind. Turning around, they saw Qi Shu, a smile adorning his face. Upon seeing Qi Shu, Aoba's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "It is indeed wise of young Master Qi. In that case, I shall proceed with due diligence." With that, Aoba waved his hand, and dozens of men promptly entered the Qi residence in an orderly fashion. The sounds of rummaging and clattering echoed within as they scoured the premises, leaving no stone unturned. After what felt like an eternity, Aoba reluctantly led his men out of the Qi residence. As soon as Aoba departed, Qi Shu smashed his teacup in a fit of rage. "Young master, please do not be angry." One of the attendants quickly bowed in response. "Sure, do not lose your temper. Now is not the time," Qi Zhang sighed, attempting to pacify him. "That old scoundrel Qin Jiangting is truly intolerable. Had we not been extremely cautious and refrained from bringing a single gold nugget into the Qi residence, he would have had us caught red-handed today." Qi Shu had thought that if they could endure a little longer until they could exploit the gold mine on a larger scale, the Qi family might turn their fortunes around. Yet, they were now inexplicably thrust into a precarious position, leaving anyone unable to swallow their indignation. Lingyue Huang, observing Aoba return empty-handed from outside the Qi residence, found it unsurprising. The Qi family had always been prudent and would not leave such incriminating evidence within their estate. Fortunately, while the Qi family had discovered the gold mine, they lacked the means to exploit it effectively. Relying on manual labor for minuscule yields, according to her observations over the past 2 days, they could only extract around 10 pounds of gold daily, which would yield roughly 1,000 gold coins. No wonder the Qi family had failed to turn their fortunes around despite having possessed the mine for a year. Just as Lingyue Huang prepared to leave the Qi residence to present a grand gift to the city lord, an unexpected visitor arrived, piquing her interest. Song Xiao, a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, approached the Qi family hall with a warm smile, greeting Qi Shu and others. Suppressing his simmering anger, Qi Shu responded in a low voice, "Brother Song, no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." Once Song Xiao was seated, Qi Shu cautiously inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit to the Qi family today?" "Do not be alarmed, Brother Shu. I have come not to trouble the Qi family but to ascertain whether the rumors of your gold mine are true. Should the Qi family be willing to share the truth, my Song family is prepared to ally with you to resist the city lord's mansion. What say you, Brother Shu?" Song Zhao's proposition took Qi Shu by surprise. He had not expected such directness from him. However, he remained skeptical of the Song family's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Shu queried, "May I ask when you came to represent the entirety of the Song family?" At this remark, Song Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Qi Shu's words seemed to mock his legitimacy to speak on behalf of the Song family. Nevertheless, Song Xiao maintained his composure, replying with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Shu, today, I speak on behalf of the Song family." Chapter 50. Seeking support. Seeing Song Zhao's unwavering tone, Qi Shu realized that the matter of cooperation had indeed received the head of the Song family's approval. However, Qi Shu's face bore a hint of regret as he replied, "I fear I may disappoint you, Brother Song. The Qi family does not possess any gold mine. Had we would not have endured such humiliation." Qi Shu's tone was laced with self-deprecation, and his expression looked quite strained, but Song Xiao remained unconvinced. "Brother Shu, at this juncture, do you truly intend to face the city lord's mansion alone? Are you aware that they have summoned a 4th-tier spiritual general from the capital?" Upon hearing this, Qi Shu's expression froze. He found it hard to believe Song Zhao's claim, yet he could not afford to dismiss it outright. If your Song family is already aware of the city lord's powerful reinforcements, why would you risk your own safety to ally with the Qi family? Surely you do not claim it is out of a newfound conscience. In response to Qi Shu's pointed inquiries, Song Zhao maintained a placid smile, exuding an air of indifference to the situation. Your concerns are entirely reasonable, Brother Shu. However, the Song family is not one to shy away from confrontation. In times of peril, we must stand together. The Song and Qi family should support one another. The Qi family boasts 2 spiritual generals, while the Song family has 3. If we unite our strengths, opposing the 5th-tier spiritual general from the city lord's mansion should not pose a significant challenge. Having reached this juncture in the discussion, Qi Shu grasped the implications of Song Zhao's words. He then coolly inquired, "And what are the terms? Gold mine, split evenly between our 2 families." Upon hearing this, Qi Shu couldn't help but laugh. The appetite of the Song family remained as voracious as ever. However, I have already stated that my Qi family possesses no gold mines, so I must ask Brother Song to take his leave. Seeing that Qi Shu was unwilling to relent, Song Zhao continued, "Shu Di, sometimes a judicious sacrifice is not a bad thing. Gold mines are typically under the exclusive purview of the imperial court, and those who contravene this rule face the gravest of penalties. Of course, while Huanxi City is distant from the imperial capital, our esteemed city lord is indeed a bona fide denizen of the capital. Should he report this matter, it could escalate to a point that would be difficult to remedy." Qi Shu coldly scoffed, "Humph, do not resort to such alarmist rhetoric. Do you truly believe that Chen Jiangting, with his insatiable greed, would report this matter to the court, and can you guarantee that your Qi family can truly contend with him? That is a matter for my Qi family to handle. There is no need for Brother Song to concern himself with that." Song Zhao took his leave. After departing from the Qi residence, Ling Yuehuang emerged from the shadows, internally assessing that Song Zhao was indeed several notches more astute than that inept Song Mingcheng. He must have surmised that the Qi family possessed a gold mine. However, Ling Yuehuang did not dwell excessively on the Song family. Her priority was to present a gift to the city lord's mansion. In a short while, she restored her previous guise and strode confidently into the city lord's residence. "My young friend Ling, it is a pleasure to see you again. I wonder where you have been these past few days?" Upon entering Chen Jiangting's study, he was the first to extend pleasantries. Ling Yuehuang had encountered city lord Chen before, and although she did not wish to engage too deeply with this crafty old fox, basic courtesies were still required, so she cupped her hands in salute. "There is no need for such formalities, my young friend. Please take a seat and converse with me." Chen Jiangting gestured for her to sit down. Once she was seated, Chen Jiangting immediately inquired, "What brings you back to see this old man?" Ling Yuehuang's lips curved into a smile as she replied, "I have returned to present City Lord Chen with a significant gift. I wonder if you might be interested." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangting ceased his writing and turned his gaze toward her, asking, "What kind of significant gift do you intend to present to me?" Ling Yuehuang did not respond to his question but instead extended her right hand, revealing a gold stone the size of a fist resting in her palm. As he beheld the gold stone, Chen Jiangting's eyes widened with astonishment, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of greed. However, he quickly composed himself and adopted a serious expression as he asked Ling Yuehuang, "Do you know the location of the Qi family's gold mine?" Ling Yuehuang placed the gold piece on the table and nodded affirmatively. "Speak, what do you desire?" Chen Jiangting asked directly. "And my request is modest. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones," Ling Yuehuang replied with a calm smile. At this, Chen Jiangting's expression darkened considerably. He had expected Ling Yuehuang to seize the opportunity to request passage to Beiyun's sect, yet to his surprise, she opted for spirit stones instead. While he possessed such stones, they were far scarcer than gold coins in Chang'an country, and he had only 3,000 low-grade spirit stones in total. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Jiangting finally spoke, "Your words lack proof. How can I be sure you are not deceiving me? Let us do this. Take me to the gold mine first. If it truly exists, I shall promptly provide you with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Ling Yuehuang let out a cold laugh. "City Lord Chen, we are both intelligent individuals. Why resort to such deceit? If I were to lead you there, not to mention whether I would receive those 1,000 spirit stones, my very life might be at stake. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing that Ling Yuehuang was unreservedly exposing his intentions, Chen Jiangting feigned ignorance and replied, "My young friend, you are mistaken. I, Chen, have always been a man of my word. If I promise something, I will certainly deliver." Noting Chen Jiangting's reluctance, she continued, "Since you are unwilling to trust me, how about I share another piece of information with you?" "What information?" "The head of the Qi family has gone to Lingji." Upon hearing that Qi Hong had gone to Lingji, Chen Jiangting's brows furrowed deeply. While others may be unaware of Qi Hong's purpose, he was well aware Lingji City was not far from Huanxi City, but it was significantly larger, and Huanxi City was under the domain of the Ding Wang. Qi Hong's trip to Lingji was clearly to seek support. If the Qi family truly aligned themselves with the Ding Wang, then he could forget about making a move against them. Previously, the Qi family would not have caught the Ding Wang's eye, but now, with their possession of a gold mine, they had a bargaining chip for negotiation. Ling Yuehuang noted the flicker of concern in Chen Jiangting's eyes and fanned the flames further. City Lord Chen, have you given this any thought? If you feel this news is not worth the price? I shall take my leave. As she spoke, she prepared to rise, prompting Chen Jiangting to grit his teeth and declare, "Fine, I shall agree, but you had better not play any tricks, or I swear I will make your life a living hell." Rest assured, City Lord Chen, if I did not possess reliable information, how would I dare to engage in negotiations with you? Ling Yuehuang replied earnestly. In no time, Ling Yuehuang secured 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from Chen Jiangting and, in turn, provided him with the exact location of the Qi family's gold mine. It was only after Chen Jiangting dispatched individuals to verify the authenticity of her claims that he allowed Ling Yuehuang to depart. After leaving the city lord's residence, Ling Yuehuang returned to the inn, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of events. Sure enough, an hour later, the Qi family, led by Qi Shu, swiftly headed towards the location of the gold mine. Observing this, Ling Yuehuang immediately followed, knowing that a confrontation between the city lord's residence and the Qi family was inevitable. When Qi Shu and Qi Zhang arrived at the gold mine, they found that the entrance was already under the control of the city lord's men. With all the Qi family members who had been stationed there apprehended, Chen Jiangting, what is the meaning of this? The Grand Elder shouted angrily at Chen Jiangting upon seeing the Qi family captured. In a remarkably good mood, Chen Jiangting remained unperturbed even as Qi Zhang hurled accusations at him. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Elder Qi, do I take it that you are acknowledging these individuals as members of your Qi family?" Realizing the implications of Chen Jiangting's words, Qi Zhang suppressed his anger and turned to Qi Shu. Seeing that the gold mine was controlled by Chen Jiangting, Qi Shu understood that reclaiming it would be futile unless they could overpower him. Otherwise, they would suffer in silence. "Uncle Qi, since we are here, let us speak plainly. How do you wish to handle this matter?" Qi Shu's best course of action was to buy time until his father could arrive with reinforcements. "You Qi family have concealed a gold mine. This crime deserves punishment. However, considering the long-standing relationship between our families, and viewing you as half my subordinate, I too bear some responsibility for lax oversight. Therefore, as long as the Qi family refrains from interfering with this gold mine, I, the city lord, can treat this matter as though it never occurred. What do you think, nephew?" Chen Jiangting's words were laden with implications, first pointing out the Qi family's crime of concealing the gold mine, then cleverly coaxing them into admitting their status as his subordinates, and finally exonerating himself under the guise of negligence. After hearing Chen Jiangting's proposition, Qi Shu shot him a sharp glance before responding. "Uncle Chen, my family cannot accept such an accusation. We have always held ourselves to high standards, treating the laws of the land as sacred and never daring to transgress even a hair's breadth. It is true that the gold mine was discovered by my family, but the extraction is not our doing. We are merely acting on behalf of another. If you do not believe me, let us wait a moment. It will not be long before the true owner of this gold mine arrives to explain the situation to you." City Lord Chen Jiangting understood precisely whom Qi Shu referred to. It could only be the Ding Wang's agents. My dear nephew, your father fails to grasp the situation. Do you not see it either? The Ding Wang, while respectable, is merely an unfavored prince. Do you truly believe I would fear him? Seeing Chen Jiangting's dismissive demeanor, Qi Shu felt anxious, uncertain whether the Ding Wang could indeed stand against this cunning old fox. Before Qi Shu could respond, Chen Jiangting, with an air of calm, continued, "You need not doubt. Even if your father brings the Ding Wang to assist him, I shall not be intimidated, for I have not only the Zhang family backing me, but also the Crown Prince and the Empress. To me, the Ding Wang is of little consequence." At this revelation, Qi Shu trembled slightly. He was aware of the court's dynamics. In today's Chang'an country, who could rival the favor of the Empress and her son? Yet Qi Shu was loath to concede, having expended considerable resources to uncover the gold mine, only to see it fall into the hands of another. Chen Jiangting, you boast with an arrogance that is far from ordinary." Just as Qi Shu found himself at a loss for a decision, a voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see Qi Hong approaching from the east, accompanied by a man clad in black robes. Third stage of the spirit general realm, the elder seated beside Chen Jiangting rose immediately, his expression turning grave as he regarded the newcomer. Upon hearing the elder's words, the confident smile on Chen Jiangting's face vanished in an instant. To his surprise, Qi Hong had indeed managed to persuade the Ding Wang to intervene. As the black-robed man descended, he addressed Chen Jiangting, "The Chen family truly is presumptuous. Upon my return, I will relay your words verbatim to His Highness the Ding Wang." Upon hearing these words, Chen Jiangting did not back down. Instead, he assumed an unyielding demeanor and boldly declared, "When has anyone from the Ding Wang dared to meddle in the affairs of the Zhang family? The Zhang family, do you truly believe yourself worthy to represent them? Such audacity! If you were genuinely part of the Zhang family, they would not have left you to languish in this insignificant city of Huanqi for over 20 years. As for the Empress and the Crown Prince, you may regard them as your masters, but they certainly do not see you as anything more than a mere hound." The words of the man in the black robe pierced Chen Jiangting's heart like a sharp thorn. For years, he had endured humiliation in managing Huanqi City, striving to prove himself as a person of worth to these individuals, yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass the legitimate descendants of the Zhang family. Nor could he ever catch the emperor's eye. Even if I, an old man, am down on my luck, I am still the master of a city. Whenever I wish to return to the capital, I can do so at any moment. Moreover, my master is the crown prince, unlike certain others, who, even if they desire to return to the capital, find themselves unable to do so and must skulk in Lingji, living with their tails between their legs. Chen Jiangting's retort was piercingly accurate, leaving the man in the black robe momentarily at a loss for words, only able to glare at him fiercely. As the verbal exchange reached a boiling point, an elder beside Chen Jiangting slowly interjected, "I have heard that the Ding Wang is accompanied by two formidable spiritual generals, one clad in black and the other in blue. I presume you must be the Black Eagle." Upon hearing this, the Black Eagle cast a glance at the elder and, emulating his tone, replied, "I have also heard that the Zhang family boasts two spiritual generals. One at the 4th tier and the other at the 6th. I take it you are the 4th tier spiritual general Zhang Jinyu." "Indeed, that is correct. As of now, you possess one 1st tier and one 3rd tier spiritual general, while we have one 2nd tier and one 4th tier. What do you intend to use to contest against us?" Zhang Jinyu's mention of the 1st tier spiritual general naturally referred to the elder Qi Zhang of the Qi family, while the 2nd tier spiritual general referred to Luo family's elder Luo Wu. Given the current circumstances, it was true that the city lord's mansion held the advantage, yet the 7th 9th tier spiritual masters of the Qi family should not be underestimated. As Zhang Jinyu's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with both sides poised for confrontation, the air thick with anticipation of impending conflict. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from a distance, shattering the stalemate. "Master Song, your information is truly remarkable. You found your way here so swiftly." Qi Hong was the first to speak, a mocking tone lacing his words. Brother Qi, what do you mean by that? If you all can come, why should I not? Besides, I was merely concerned for your safety, which is why I rushed here," Song Wenhuo retorted, disregarding Qi Hong's thoughts. He positioned himself on the left side of both factions, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was merely a passerby eager to witness the spectacle, which infuriated Qi Hong further. "Father," Qi Shu whispered, noticing Qi Hong's furious gaze directed at Song Wenhuo. He gently tugged at Qi Hong's sleeve and leaned in to murmur a few words in his ear, which caused Qi Hong's expression to soften somewhat. Likewise, upon seeing Song Wenhuo and his son Song Xiao, Chen Jiangting's countenance did not brighten. The Song family, as a fence-sitter appearing here, surely indicated they were not merely spectators. Before the Qi family and the city lord's people could respond, Song Xiao smiled at Qi Shu and inquired, "Shu Di, have you pondered over the matter we discussed previously?" The significant implication behind Song Xiao's smile filled Qi Shu with indignation. However, now was not the time to quibble with the Song family. The Qi family was currently at a disadvantage, and to overcome the city lord's mansion, they must align with the Song family. If the Song family were to lend their support, helping the Qi family weather this storm, the Qi family would be willing to share this lucrative mine with the Song family. As Qi Shu uttered these words, various expressions crossed the faces of those present, yet Song Xiao merely shook his head with a smile, saying, "Shu Di, I believe you are misunderstanding me. I was simply testing whether the Qi family truly possessed a mine. I do not dare to express interest in such a treasure. Even if you were to offer it to me, I would decline. Moreover, you have already pledged this mine to the Ding Wang. After today, it is likely to bear the Ding Wang's banner, and my Song family would not dare to meddle." Qi Shu was nearly choked with rage upon hearing this, almost succumbing to his fury. However, before he could compose himself, Song Xiao continued, "While I do not dare to accept the mine, it is not impossible for the Song family to offer assistance. If Shu Di were to hand over the Qi family's gathering array formation to me, the Song family would be willing to extend a helping hand to the Qi family. What do you say?" Qi Shu's mind raced with conflicting thoughts, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. He was acutely aware that he was surrounded by predators. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. "Very well, I agree. As long as your Song family aids my Qi family in seizing the mine and eliminating Chen Jiangting, the Ding Wang shall appoint a new city lord for Huanqi City by tomorrow. From henceforth, the governance of Huanqi City shall be determined by you and me." Brother Song, what are your thoughts? Upon receiving Qi Shu's straightforward proposition, Song Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint its cause. To proceed with caution, Song Xiao insisted that Qi Shu swear an oath. Without hesitation, Qi Shu raised his hand and vowed, "I, Qi Shu, hereby swear that I will exchange the Qi family's gathering array for the Song family's assistance. Afterward, I shall present the gathering array, and should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning." Once the oath was established, the crowd remained momentarily stunned. "Damn it, the Song family is nothing but a troublemaker. I knew their arrival would bring misfortune," Chen Jiangting thought, as he witnessed the swift formation of an alliance. This diminished his dignity as the city lord. So this is what you meant when you informed the family head that Huanqi City was entirely under your control? Zhang Jinyu mocked Chen Jiangting, noting the addition of another 2nd-tier spiritual general to the enemy ranks. "Indeed, the recent changes have been overwhelming, leaving my nephew somewhat at a loss. I hope the 3rd elder Before Qin Jiangting could finish, Zhang Jinyu impatiently interrupted. Enough with the explanations. Let us see how this matter unfolds today. In response to the third elder, our current strategy must be to take bold action. The Ding Wang has already learned of the mine, and he will surely pursue us relentlessly, which will inevitably involve the Zhang family. It is better to resolve this matter here today, and afterward we can report it to our grandfather, allowing him to present it as a gift to the crown prince. Thus, the rights to mine will remain with our Zhang family, and the Ding Wang will find himself losing both men and resources, gaining nothing in return. Upon hearing Qin Jiangting's words, Zhang Jinyu nodded in agreement, as his purpose for this journey was to bring back the Qi family's gathering array to the Zhang family. This mine could serve as an excellent gift for the family head, and how the family head chose to handle it was not his concern. Moreover, it offered a chance to undermine the Ding Wang, which alone would be enough to earn the family head recognition and rewards from the crown prince and empress. In that case, as you say, let us eliminate these individuals and reap multiple benefits. Seeing the third elder concur with his proposal, a cunning glint flickered in Qin Jiangting's eyes. He then shouted towards the Qi and Song families, I grant you one final opportunity. Submit to the city lord's mansion and become vassals of the Chen family, and I shall pretend none of this has ever occurred. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding past loyalties. Qin Jiangting, do not feign righteousness at this juncture. Who are you attempting to deceive, even if my Qi family were to surrender? Do you truly believe you would spare us? Look at the people you brought today, most are likely from the Luo family. This is the best fate that awaits those who follow you. Upon hearing Qi Hong's words, the expressions of those behind Qin Jiangting shifted dramatically, yet at this point, Qin Jiangting was unconcerned with their fates or opinions. That if you refuse my goodwill, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. All soldiers, heed my command. The Qi and Song families have hoarded the mine with treasonous intent. Capture them all, regardless of life or death. With Qin Jiangting's command, the guards of the city lord's mansion erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with flashing blades and the splatter of spiritual energy. As the combatants engaged, Zhang Jinyu sought to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion and charged towards the Black Eagle. Unlike before, the Song family did not resort to underhanded tactics but instead sent forth their sole spiritual general to confront the Luo family's spiritual expert directly. Seeing this, Qi Zhang led the remaining members of the Qi family to contend with Qin Jiangting and his Luo family allies. The Black Eagle soared high into the sky, clad in a black robe, then dove towards Zhang Jinyu with astonishing speed. Gathering energy in his hands, he unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power aimed directly at Zhang Jinyu as he closed the distance. Recognizing the intensity of the Black Eagle's assault, Zhang Jinyu did not dare to be negligent. He stamped his right foot on the ground, bent his knees, and thrust his palms forward, conjuring an impenetrable barrier around himself. The Black Eagle's spiritual force collided with Zhang Jinyu's shield, emitting a blinding flash of light that compelled those nearby to instinctively retreat. After warding off the Black Eagle's attack, Zhang Jinyu summoned his weapon, a silver blade that resembled a crescent moon. Brandishing the blade, he ascended into the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the Black Eagle. Utilizing his agility, the Black Eagle deftly evaded Zhang Jinyu's onslaught. Yet he remained a tier lower in cultivation, rendering him somewhat overwhelmed in the face of Zhang Jinyu's fierce offensive. The talons of the ruling king are but trifles. Zhang Jinyu scoffed as he observed the Black Hawk gradually succumbing to disadvantage. The Black Hawk, upon hearing this taunt, refrained from retaliating, for he had only recently ascended to the 3rd rank of Spirit General, while this old cur had been at the 4th rank for several years, surpassing him in both strength and combat experience. With this thought, the Black Hawk immediately called out to Qi Zhang below, elder of the Qi family, come to my aid. Qi Zhang, who had been engaged in battle with several high-ranking spirit masters from the Luo family, upon hearing the Black Hawk's plea, swiftly struck out with his sword, repelling the spirit masters, and seized the opportunity to soar into the sky. With Qi Zhang's intervention, the tide of battle in the air shifted once more. Young Black Hawk, do you believe that with the addition of this old relic from the Qi family, you stand a chance against me? Zhang Jinyu mocked while continuing to engage the two. First form of the Thousand Illusions sword, a single sword that conjures 1,000. As Qi Zhang hurled his long sword upwards, it immediately stood inverted before him, empowered by Qi Zhang's spiritual energy. The sword gradually ascended, subsequently manifesting thousands of illusory sword shadows. This was the Qi family's Earth-tier sword technique, the Thousand Illusions sword art, recognized at a glance by some in the crowd. Go, Qi Zhang commanded with a flick of his fingers, unleashing countless illusory sword strikes towards Zhang Jinyu. Silver Absolute Slash. In response to Qi Zhang's Thousand Illusions sword, Zhang Jinyu wielded the Zhang family's Earth-tier blade technique, with both hands gripping his blade. His spiritual energy surged, and he executed a downward slash, producing a crescent-shaped blade of light that instantly expanded in the air, radiating blinding brilliance. With a resounding crash, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted, stirring a fierce wind that rustled the surrounding trees, enveloping the area in dust. As the residual energy dissipated, the crowd beheld Qi Zhang, who had retreated several dozen meters, his complexion notably pale. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinyu had once again entangled himself with the Black Hawk. Observers could easily discern that Zhang Jinyu had decisively triumphed over Qi Zheng in that exchange. Qi Zheng, striving to steady his breath, soon seized another opportunity to thrust his long sword at Zhang Jinyu. The aerial combat was exhilarating, yet the ground skirmishes were nearing their conclusion as the three great families had nearly exhausted their strength, suffering significant casualties. The elder of the Song family and the elder of the Luo family were still battling, albeit with some restraint, both sides sustaining relatively minor injuries. After hours of conflict, their strengths remained in a precarious balance, seemingly trapped in an enigmatic stalemate. Observing the situation, Chen Jiangting surveyed his surroundings, and an idea struck him. He exchanged glances with the two guards beside him, who immediately provided cover. Before long, Chen Jiangting's figure vanished amidst the fray. Spotting Chen Jiangting conceal himself behind a large tree, Ling Yuehuang sensed that he was undoubtedly concocting some sinister scheme. However, what that scheme entailed eluded her for the moment, leaving her to remain hidden and observe. Chen Jiangting's actions were swift. In the span of half a minute, he appeared to have set everything in motion before returning to his ranks. Just as Ling Yuehuang pondered what Chen Jiangting had just orchestrated, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the dense forest. Subsequently, flocks of birds began recklessly soaring toward the combat zone. In no time. Apart from the birds, the ground was clear of any terrestrial creatures. Upon witnessing hundreds of spirit beasts converging towards them, the engaged fighters immediately recognized the anomaly, instinctively distancing themselves from one another. The Black Hawk and Qi Zhang, witnessing the unfolding chaos below, also sought to withdraw, yet Zhang Jinyu, this old cur, relentlessly pursued them without granting any opportunity for retreat. Zhang Jinyu, you old fool, do you intend to annihilate my Qi family today? Qi Zhang roared in fury upon observing Zhang Jinyu's merciless onslaught, each strike seemingly aimed at their demise. Zhang Jinyu responded with a cold chuckle, asserting, Qi Zhang, if your family wishes to survive, you must immediately surrender the formation for the spirit gathering array and submit to my Zhang family. Otherwise, today shall mark the extinction of your Qi family. It seems your Zhang family has long coveted my Qi family's spirit gathering array. You have plotted this day for quite some time, haven't you? Qi Zhang glared angrily at Zhang Jinyu, yet Zhang Jinyu showed no interest in banter, instead swinging his silver blade fiercely toward Qi Zhang. The aerial battle raged fiercely, while below, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. As the spirit beasts seemed to fix their blood-red gazes upon the Qi family. Observing the beasts before them, Qi Shu inquired in confusion, what on earth is happening? Why have these spirit beasts suddenly appeared here? Soaring nearby, Song Xiao interjected, I have no idea, but it is undoubtedly the work of someone with ill intent. Qi Shu immediately directed his gaze toward Chen Jiangting's location, and sensing Qi Shu's scrutiny, Chen Jiangting wore a smug smile. Realizing their suspicions were correct, Qi Shu and Song Xiao understood that this entire predicament was orchestrated by Chen Jiangting. Everyone heed my command, retreat behind me, Chen Jiangting suddenly bellowed to his subordinates. The remaining members of the city lord's mansion did not hesitate and promptly withdrew behind him. Once all had retreated, Chen Jiangting produced a pouch of powder from his robe and drew a fine line in front of him with it. Just as the Qi family members wondered about Chen Jiangting's intentions, he took out another pouch of powder and forcefully cast it above the Qi family. The fine powder scattered above them, prompting the Qi family members to dodge, yet they were unable to avoid being dusted with some. At that moment, the previously stationary herd of over 100 spirit beasts erupted into a frenzy, charging madly toward the Qi family. Only then did the Qi family realize that Chen Jiangting's actions had been to lure these beasts with the powder. Chapter 54, The Light of Redemption. This powder incites madness in spirit beasts. Spread out, Song Xiao commanded, having already leaped onto his massive lion spirit beast, which appeared quite ferocious. Observing this, Ling Yuehuang immediately communicated telepathically with her master. Master, what is this powder that Chen Jiangting just used? What he employed should be a powder derived from the bewitching flower, a temporary toxin that causes one's blood to boil, inducing agitation and loss of reason, leading to a desire to tear apart everything nearby. This toxin is manageable for humans, yet nearly uncontrollable for beasts, as most beasts possess lesser intelligence and their violent bloodlines far exceed that of humans, rendering them utterly defenseless against the toxin's effects. However, such substances are exceedingly rare, typically held by poison sects or alchemists. Ling Yuehuang frowned upon hearing this, realizing that Chen Jiangting aimed to annihilate both the Qi and Song families in one fell swoop. Is there an antidote for this bewitching flower toxin? The antidote is a vine known as the sweet potato vine, which grows nearby. If Chen Jiangting has the bewitching flower powder, he likely possesses the antidote as well. But obtaining it from him won't be easy. Furthermore, while the powder is toxic, it is not lethal. Within 2 days, these spirit beasts will recover on their own. However, if you wish to acquire that spirit stone from the Qi family, I do have a plan. Upon hearing Lin Zhochuan's words, Ling Yuehuang's eyes instantly brightened. Meanwhile, as Ling Yuehuang was momentarily lost in thought, the Qi and Song families had already engaged the spirit beasts in fierce combat. Most of these beasts were of the common tier, with only a few being of the yellow tier, possessing limited intelligence. At this moment, their eyes were filled with bloodlust, recklessly charging through the crowd. Though the Qi and Song family members vastly outmatched the spirit beasts in strength, they had just engaged in a grueling battle with the city lord's forces, leaving them with little stamina and spiritual energy. Now, faced with such a horde of spirit beasts, they found themselves overwhelmed. What to do? There are simply too many of these beasts. At this rate, we will all be dragged to our deaths, Qishu exclaimed as he fought off the spirit beasts while seeking a strategy from Song Shao. With their families now intertwined in fate, the fall of the Qi family would surely spell doom for the Song family as well. At this moment, Song Shao was equally distressed. Had he known Qin Jiangting would resort to such tactics, he would never have allowed the Song family to become involved. We must find a way to reach their side. These spirit beasts seem to fear the powder on the ground. If we rush through, we either all perish together or survive. Song Shao directed his subordinates to charge toward Qin Jiangting, yet the latter's forces had already prepared to block their path. In an instant, neither the Qi nor Song families could breach that white line. Qin Jiangting, you bastard, you treacherous scoundrel, Qishu shouted vehemently at the sight. It was evident that the situation had become perilous for both the Qi and Song families, and they were at a loss for a solution. Facing imminent demise. As he watched those around him falling victim to the spirit beasts, Qishu's eyes turned crimson, yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. With a resounding roar, the rampaging herd of spirit beasts suddenly ceased their assault. As if quelled by an unseen force, when Qishu beheld Ling Yuehuang appearing with the white tiger, 2 tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. You, Ling, Qishu called out, trembling as he addressed her. At that moment, Ling Yuehuang appeared as a beacon of hope, rekindling Qishu's spirit. However, she did not glance at him, her focus solely on Qin Jiangting. Lingyu, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to intervene in this matter? Qin Jiangting inquired, gazing at Ling Yuehuang. Ling Yuehuang strode forward, standing before Qishu, and questioned, at this juncture, can you still bear to let go? In response to Ling Yuehuang's interrogation, Qishu's eyes were filled with indecision. A visage of torment etched upon his face. I shall provide you with 3 numbers. Should you refuse, I shall not lift a finger to save anyone. Ling Yuehuang was unwilling to squander time with Qishu, for delay could lead to unforeseen changes. 3.2 I will grant you the spirit pearl, but you must ensure you eliminate Qin Jiangting. It is settled. Ling Yuehuang readily acquiesced, and upon her agreement, Qishu extended his hand. Revealing a pearl that materialized in his palm, Ling Yuehuang hastily accepted it. Sure, what are you doing? Qi Hong finally grasped the situation and shouted towards Qishu, Father, please forgive my inability to protect the Qi family and safeguard the spirit pearl. At present, all I desire is to save you and eliminate Qin Jiangting. Whether I am to be punished or scolded, I leave it to your discretion afterward. As Qishu spoke, his eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet there was a hint of solace. At least he could save the remaining members of the Qi family. The spirit pearl, what is that? Qin Jiangting mused within, perplexed as to why he had never heard of it. Above, amidst the fierce battle, Zhang Jinyu had just witnessed the transaction between Ling Yuehuang and Qishu. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the spirit pearl, he promptly kicked Qi Zheng away, sending him flying. Qin Jiangting, you fool, the item that boy just took is a treasure of heaven and earth. If I am not mistaken, the Qi family's treasured possession is that pearl, not some gathering formation. You idiot, Zhang Jinyu, having spent nearly a century in the capital, instantly recognized the pearl's peculiarity. Upon hearing Zhang Jinyu's words, Qin Jiangting immediately connected recent events, and suddenly, it dawned upon him, Ling Yuehuang's persistent maneuvering between the Qi family and himself was precisely for this moment. Ling Yu, you despicable villain, Qin Jiangting erupted in fury. Ling Yuehuang had acquired the spirit pearl, her objective was achieved, and she had no desire to engage further in meaningless dialogue. Xiaotian, let these spirit beasts depart. Having taken others' wealth, we must alleviate their calamities. Oh whoa, Xiaotian let out a tremendous roar towards the spirit beasts that had long since prostrated on the ground, and they fled in an instant. This was the strategy that Lin Zhochuan had spoken of. The Beast Clan's bloodline hierarchy was strict. Now that Xiaotian had awakened an ancient bloodline, the pressure he exuded was beyond what these ordinary spirit beasts could withstand. Thus, by releasing his full pressure, Xiaotian could forcibly awaken the consciousness of those beasts, thereby controlling them through the might of their bloodline. Witnessing the spirit beasts he had painstakingly summoned retreat in such a manner, Qin Jiangting's fury erupted towards Ling Yuehuang. Ling Yu, you scoundrel! After cursing Ling Yuehuang, Qin Jiangting turned to Qishu, revealing a mocking smile, and said, Qishu, you fool, do not be deceived by that little wretch. Surely you do not yet realize, city lord. Be careful, Ayu. With a sudden cry, the previously boastful Qin Jiangting found a slender dagger piercing through his chest. The closest Aoba had just rushed to his side, despite his attempt to shield Qin Jiangting from the blow. He was still a moment too late. City lord, Aoba caught the faltering Qin Jiangting. How is this possible? Gazing at the dagger embedded in his chest, Qin Jiangting looked forward in disbelief. Ling Yuehuang stood a short distance away, quietly observing him, as if this strike were not of her doing. This is something that a spirit practitioner cannot accomplish. Qin Jiangting's eyes widened, filled with fear and incredulity. This is naturally not something a spirit practitioner can achieve, but to deal with you, the strength of a spirit practitioner is more than sufficient. At this moment, Ling Yue Huang's eyes shimmered with a faint blue light. Her entire being radiating an aura of terror, unmistakably not resembling that of a mere spirit practitioner. The eerie pressure caused the onlookers to shudder involuntarily. Who are you? Chen Jiangting gazed at Ling Yue Huang. Filled with bewilderment, I am simply the one sent to kill you. Why do you intend to condemn me to death? You deserve it. Not only you, but all those behind you must perish. Hearing Ling Yue Huang's words, Chen Jiangting's rage surged, and he attempted to continue questioning, but he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open in death, witnessing Chen Jiangting's demise by a single strike. The remaining individuals began to retreat, perceiving the danger Ling Yue Huang posed was as great as that of the white tiger beside her. You dare to kill my Zhang family's young master. Upon seeing Chen Jiangting dead, Zhang Jinyu brandished his large blade, plunging it into Qi Zheng's abdomen, and then charged towards Ling Yue Huang. Elder Qi Shu exclaimed in alarm as he saw Qi Zheng's body plummet like a kite severed from its string. Rushing forward in an attempt to catch him, although Chen Jiangting was not favored within the Zhang family and was not a legitimate master, he was nonetheless a member of that family. To die at the hands of a mere child was a humiliation that would surely cause the Zhang family to be ridiculed. With this thought, Zhang Jinyu's grip tightened, and as he approached, Ling Yue Huang showed no reaction. It was only when Zhang Jinyu was within 2 meters of her that Ling Yue Huang casually waved her hand, and in the next moment, Zhang Jinyu's body was sent flying backward. Before Zhang Jinyu could hit the ground, the white tiger beside Ling Yue Huang crouched low, poised to spring. As soon as Zhang Jinyu landed, before he could rise, Xiaotian stomped his hind leg, propelling himself forward. In an instant, Xiaotian's right paw collided with Zhang Jinyu's, creating a powerful surge of spiritual energy that shattered trees within a radius of several dozen meters. After landing, Zhang Jinyu violently spat out a mouthful of blood. A fifth-tier spiritual beast, how could it possess such terrifying strength? Regaining his composure, Zhang Jinyu looked up at Xiaotian, confusion etched upon his face. As Zhang Jinyu repeatedly faltered, unable to withstand even a single blow from Xiaotian. Heiying and the others widened their eyes in astonishment as Zhang Jinyu awaited Ling Yue Huang's response but was met instead with another attack from Xiaotian. This time, the spectators were left utterly speechless as they witnessed the enormous white tiger leap into the air. Sprouting a pair of white wings from its back amidst the astonishment, the white tiger's massive paw rose and fell repeatedly, launching a relentless assault on Zhang Jinyu from all angles. I am an elder of the Zhang family in the capital. Do you not fear the retribution of the Zhang family for killing me? Zhang Jinyu, pressed by Xiaotian, retreated repeatedly, and in less than half a minute he bore several wounds. I concede, before Zhang Jinyu could finish his sentence. The immense paw of the white tiger crushed him beneath its weight, extinguishing his life. With the deaths of Chen Jiangting and Zhang Jinyu in swift succession, the once assured city lord's mansion crumbled into chaos. Devoid of any resistance, I surrender, I concede, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to the Qi family. At that moment, the voice of the elder from the Luo family rang out, before anyone could react. The Luo family elder approached Aoba and struck the top of his head with a palm. Aoba could scarcely believe that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own kin. After dispatching Aoba, the Luo family elder unexpectedly knelt before Qi Shu in front of everyone. Following suit, more members of the Luo family and individuals from the city lord's mansion knelt, signifying the victory of the Qi family. What follows, whether to execute or despair, rests upon your decision. After eliminating Chen Jiangting and Zhang Jinyu, Ling Yue Huang entrusted the decision-making power to Qi Shu. Qi Shu surveyed the remaining individuals and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, leave none of the city lord's mansion alive. As for the Luo family members, those who swear loyalty to the Qi family shall remain. Those who resist shall perish. As Qi Shu's words fell, the remaining Luo family members promptly thrust their swords at the individuals from the city lord's mansion, as loyalty required a demonstration of allegiance. In an instant, cries of agony erupted, and the 100 or so individuals brought by Chen Jiangting were all slain. The Luo family members vowed their allegiance to the Qi family, and as for the Song family, after this battle, they would surely refrain from troubling the Qi family. Ling, are you leaving already? Upon seeing Ling Yue Huang mount the white tiger, Qi Shu hurriedly chased after her, inquiring, yes, all gatherings must eventually part. I bid you farewell, take care, and if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me in Huanyan City. Indeed, after speaking, Ling Yue Huang mounted the white tiger and set off towards the mountains in the opposite direction. Watching Ling Yue Huang depart, Qi Shu felt as though it were all a dream. But if this were not a dream, could there truly exist such an astonishing youth in this world? May we meet again one day. But also may we never encounter one another again. Regarding Ling Yue Huang, Qi Shu understood that he could only admire her from a distance, for a person of her caliber was beyond his reach. Ling Yue Huang wrote Xiaotian heading northwest, Master, are we truly leaving? Can the Zhang family in the capital let the Qi family go? On the journey, Xiaotian inquired with some confusion. Upon hearing Xiaotian's question, Ling Yue Huang jested. Oh, who would have thought that our Xiaotian also cares about others? Master, please do not mock me. I merely wish to understand why the Qi family is unafraid of the Zheng family's retribution after we were instructed to eliminate that city lord. I have heard that your kind places great importance on familial reputation. Chapter 56. The Law of the Jungle. The reason why humanity values face is merely because others have encroached upon their own interests. Although Qin Jiangting is indeed the distant cousin of the Zheng family, he does not bear the Zhang surname, and the members of the Zheng family do not hold him in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to reside in this small city of 160 for over 20 years now. Relying on his cunning, he has gradually established his foothold in 160, reaping numerous benefits and using his wealth to forge connections leading to the capital. His affluence signifies his utility, and as his status rises, the Zhang family acknowledges him as one of their own. However, now that the Zhang family has heeded his words and sent a fourth-tier spirit general to assist him, he has inadvertently caused that spirit general's demise. Even if he survives, the Zhang family will not pardon him. Furthermore, a significant figure has become involved in this matter, the esteemed Wang, who is not an individual to be trifled with. If both Qin Jiangting and Zhang Jinyu perish, the one reporting this incident will be the Qi family, who are currently backed by the Wang. How the narrative unfolds, and how it is spun, will be dictated by the Qi family. Even if the Zhang family wishes to pursue the matter, they have no evidence, and the face they must consider has shifted from the Zhang family to the Wang. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's words, Xiao Tian could not help but exclaim how intricate the world of humanity truly is. Your beast clan is not much different. This world has always adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest. After flying south for a considerable time, Ling Yuewang finally discovered a mountain range that satisfied her and decided to halt deep within the mountains. Xiao Tian sought out a location of auspicious feng shui, and together, the human and the tiger entered a mode of deep cultivation. Following Lin Jiuquan's guidance, Ling Yuewang arranged a genuine gathering spirit array within the cave. To her surprise, her luck was indeed fortuitous. The spirit stone had just arrived, and it was on the verge of producing small stones. Seated cross-legged, Ling Yuewang gazed at the spirit stone floating above, growing increasingly fond of it. Her current task was to utilize the gathering spirit array to accelerate the accumulation of spiritual energy within the spirit stone, enabling it to produce source crystals in a short period. During this time of catalyzing the spirit stone, she also took the opportunity to practice her alchemy skills. In the ensuing days, Ling Yuewang ventured out to gather herbs in the morning, sought nearby spiritual beasts to hone her skills at noon, and diligently mastered her techniques and combat skills. By night, under Lin Jiuquan's tutelage, she practiced alchemy, allowing herself only 2 hours of sleep each night, without daring to slacken even for a moment. As the days passed, with the aid of the gathering spirit array, the spirit stone finally showed signs of birthing a source crystal by the 3rd month. Just as Ling Yuewang prepared for the delivery, a group of uninvited guests intruded upon the cave's entrance. Young master, the cave ahead is brimming with spiritual energy. There must surely be treasures within. A man clad in a white robe adorned with a jade crown and a purple sash gazed intently at the cave where Ling Yuewang resided. Accompanying him were 2 men and 2 women. The woman to his left, dressed in a light blue gown, exclaimed upon witnessing the phenomenon within the cave, her eyes sparkling with excitement, "Young master, please allow Wuwan to fetch that treasure for you," said the maid on his right, preparing to soar forward. "Wait!" The white-robed man promptly raised his hand to halt Wuwan's movement, leaving the maid perplexed. "Young master," Wuwan softly called out, her expression tinged with grievance. "Indeed, there are treasures within the cave, but they likely belong to someone," the white-robed man explained directly. The others gasped in surprise, their expressions shifting to one of caution. As the spiritual energy within the cave intensified, it occasionally emitted bursts of golden light, igniting the group's impatience. Ling Yuewang, of course, noticed the newcomers, yet this was a critical moment for the crystallization of the spirit stone. If interrupted, all her efforts would be in vain. "Xiao Tian, guard the entrance. It seems those outside are becoming restless," Ling Yuewang hastily instructed. In the next instant, a white tiger leaped from the cave, roaring fiercely at the group. A profound-level spirit beast, Wuwan and her companions exclaimed in astonishment. Not at Xiao Tian's rank, but at its magnificent white wings. "That must be the legendary winged tiger," one of the guards whispered in awe. The white-robed man's eyes gleamed with greed. Indeed, he had come to the right place. "Anyone who approaches within 100 meters shall perish," came Ling Yuewang's voice from within the cave, followed by an overwhelming aura emanating from the white tiger as it slowly advanced. "Young master?" One of the guards attempted to act, only to be stopped once more by the white-robed man. The group retreated to a distance of 100 meters, refraining from engaging with Xiao Tian. However, this did not mean they would remain passive. Rather, the white-robed man appeared to be waiting for an opportune moment, seemingly having deduced what was unfolding within the cave. As time elapsed, after a tense standoff lasting nearly 2 hours, an astonishing surge of power erupted from within the cave. A torrent of spiritual energy poured forth, exponentially increasing the density of spiritual energy within 100 meters. This spiritual energy is so rich A maid could not help but exclaim, overwhelmed by the changes around her. Now is the moment, the white-robed man declared, his voice low. With a decisive stride, he dashed towards the cave. The others, upon witnessing this, immediately assumed combat stances, exchanging knowing glances before charging toward Xiao Tian. The white-robed man wielded a long spear, and in an instant, he thrust forward, his right hand grasping the spear while his left hand struck at Xiao Tian. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Tian swiftly dodged, realizing that the man's strength was not inferior to its own. Seizing the opportunity as Xiao Tian evaded, the white-robed man swiftly maneuvered past it. Xiao Tian aimed to pursue, but was ensnared by the other four. As the white-robed man drew nearer to the cave, Xiao Tian became enraged, roaring at the four opponents before engaging them in fierce combat. Though these companions were maids and guards, they all possessed the cultivation of first-tier spirit generals and fought in perfect synchrony, leaving Xiao Tian at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the white-robed man was a sixth-tier spirit general. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, the white-robed man immediately discerned the presence of a defensive array and unleashed a powerful strike, shattering Ling Yuewang's protective formation. Once the array was dismantled, he finally glimpsed the interior of the cave. Aside from a young boy seated upon a stone, the cave was utterly devoid of anything else. Upon seeing that the cave housed merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, the white-robed man was taken aback. For this youth appeared to possess only the cultivation of a 7th-tier spirit practitioner. Chapter 57, Old Acquaintances. In his eyes, a 7th-tier spirit practitioner was no different from an ant, yet he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this boy. Xiao Tian, return, Ling Yuewang commanded, disregarding the others as she summoned Xiao Tian back to her side. Hearing her call, Xiao Tian immediately turned and flew back into the cave. Meanwhile, the group of followers swiftly positioned themselves behind the white-robed man. Gazing into the cave alongside him, I am Qin Xiaofeng of the Qin family from the state of Cheng'an. May I inquire how to address you, young brother? Qin Xiaofeng inquired. Qin Xiaofeng. Ling Yuewang's countenance stiffened upon hearing the name. She abruptly lifted her gaze to meet his. Qin Xiaofeng noticed the shift in her aura upon the mention of his name, sensing a surge of animosity and murderous intent emanating from her. Do you recognize me? He asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Ling Yuewang regarded the impeccably dressed young man before her, realizing suddenly why Liang Xinghan had harbored such deep feelings for him, although Qin Xiaofeng had been an unwitting victim. Their betrothal was a means for Liang Jing to humiliate the Qin family, rendering him a partial victim. Nonetheless, her demise remained inextricably linked to him. In her memories, the maids and servants would often speak of how the young master of the Qin family despised her. His betrothed, in front of outsiders, as if her name were a forbidden topic within the Qin residence. Reflecting on these memories, Ling Yuewang found it somewhat absurd. He perceived her as a disgrace, yet was she not equally blameless? The entire world knew of her mental afflictions and tragic origins. If he were truly a gentleman, he should have shown her some compassion rather than disdain, as others did. Had he exhibited even a modicum of pity over the years, perhaps she would not have felt so utterly desolate and helpless. Though his sins did not warrant death, encountering an old acquaintance again, if he harbored intentions of malice, she would never spare him. I do not know you. It is simply that the name of young Master Qin is well known throughout the state of Cheng'an. Ling Yuewang reined in her murderous intent and hatred somewhat. After all, she was not yet inclined to kill him. Taking a life was a simple matter, but achieving true revenge was far more complex. Based on her previous memories, Qin Xiaofeng had been an 8th-tier spirit master a year ago. How had he ascended to a 6th-tier spirit general in less than a year? Were many of her prior understandings merely misconceptions? To validate her suspicions, Ling Yuewang tentatively inquired, as a 6th-tier spirit general, young Master Qin must have encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities this past year. In response, Qin Xiaofeng merely smiled faintly. It seems you have been in this mountain for quite some time, young brother. Indeed, I have recently experienced some fortunate encounters. Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's words, Ling Yuewang was momentarily relieved, realizing that the issue did not lie with her. Humph, you ignorant little brat, you are yet unaware that our young master has acquired great fortune, inheriting the legacy of a peak powerhouse from the Immortal Mirror Sect's spiritual sect. Now, our young master is an inner disciple of the Immortal Mirror Sect in the Northern Wilderness. Noticing that Ling Yuewang was oblivious to the nature of Qin Xiaofeng's fortune, Wu Wan hastily boasted to her, the Immortal Mirror Sect of the Northern Wilderness. If memory serves, that should be the second largest sect in the Northern Wilderness. It seems that Qin Xiaofeng indeed possesses a degree of luck. However, was not Qin Xiaofeng originally a disciple of the Qingye sect in the kingdom of Cheng'an? Has he switched sects? Hey, you little brat, why don't you quickly present the treasure to our young master and plead for him to spare your life? Seeing Ling Yuewang lost in thought, seemingly dismissive of Qin Xiaofeng, Wu Wan urgently barked, Hey Wu Wan, do not be rude, Qin Xiaofeng remarked as he cast a glance at Wu Wan, who immediately lowered his head and took a step back. Little brother, I bear no ill will towards you. If you could simply hand over the treasure that just emerged from the cave, I would allow you to leave unharmed. TSK, the young master of a noble family is indeed different. Even the act of coercive plunder can be articulated with such righteous indignation. You, Qin Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yuewang's words, his expression faltering. You little brat, how dare you speak so insolently before our young master? Do you truly wish to court death? Upon witnessing Qin Xiaofeng's embarrassment, a guard promptly stepped forward to reprimand him. Observing the countenances of the four individuals, Ling Yuewang deduced that they were likely not from the kingdom of Chang'an, but rather sent by the Immortal Mirror sect to protect Qin Xiaofeng. I shall not comply. What can you do to me? Ling Yuewang instantly adopted a posture of disdain. You little fool, you seek death. The guard, upon hearing this, swiftly lunged at Ling Yuewang with his sword drawn, but Xiaotian immediately intervened, blocking the guard's advance. Little brother, I understand that your cultivation is arduous, and I wish not to take your life. Hand over the treasure to me, for even with such formidable beasts at your side, you are no match for these few individuals. As Ling Yuewang remained obstinate, Qin Xiaofeng once more urged her to relent. If there were bystanders present, they would surely commend Qin Xiaofeng for his benevolence. Qin Xiaofeng, I recognize the rarity of your fortune, and I do not wish to kill you at this moment. If you depart now, I shall let bygones be bygones, otherwise, you shall surely regret encountering me. You are truly obstinate, this is of your own making, do not blame me for being strong and taking advantage of numbers. Angered by Ling Yuewang's words, Qin Xiaofeng's countenance darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, the three individuals behind him charged toward Ling Yuewang simultaneously. Observing this, Ling Yuewang extended her hand, and a long sword appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, the sword flew forth, aimed directly at the guard named Wuwan. Wuwan extended his right hand, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his palm, swiftly colliding with Ling Yuewang's sword. Meanwhile, the other two guards attacked Xiaotian and continued their assault on Ling Yuewang. As Ling Yuewang summoned her sword back, she positioned it horizontally, raising her hand to deflect the attack from another guard. Just as she parried one strike, Wuwan launched another assault, compelling Ling Yuewang to retreat while simultaneously unleashing a wave of spiritual energy to counter Wuwan's blow. Faced with the onslaught of Wuwan and his companion, after less than 3 exchanges, Ling Yuewang found herself at a disadvantage. Despite the fact that these two had yet to exert their full strength, the disparity between a spiritualist and a spiritual general was as vast as a chasm. Ling Yuewang could only rely on her agile movements and the environment around her to obstruct their attacks, all while continuously retreating. With your level of cultivation, you might as well be tickling me. Wuwan taunted as he closed in on Ling Yuewang. Chapter 58. Making a friend. Wuwan cornered Ling Yuewang against the inner wall of the cave. At this point, she had nowhere left to retreat. Seeing this, Wuwan thrust his sword downward, aiming directly for Ling Yuewang's heart. Just as Wuwan believed victory was within his grasp, an unexpected force suddenly propelled him, along with his sword, several meters away until he crashed against the cave wall. Sister, the other guard called out urgently to Wuwan, rushing to her side without regard for anything else. When Wuwan was assisted by her sister, both realized that a towering snow fox had materialized beside Ling Yuewang. A 9th-tier spiritual beast of the Wuwan and her sister gazed in disbelief at the white fox, their eyes filled with panic. The previous strike had severely injured Wuwan, blood still seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion pale, witnessing Wuwan's plight, Qin Xiaofeng could no longer stand idly by. He swiftly flew to the sister's side, handing Wuwan a medicinal pill while casting a grave glance at Ling Yuewang and the white fox. Who exactly are you? This time, Qin Xiaofeng's tone bore a hint of trepidation, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. A mere teenager accompanied by 2 high-ranking spiritual beasts, such a privilege would be rare even among the top families in the northern wilderness. However, if he were the heir of a prestigious family, he should not possess merely the cultivation of a 7th-tier spiritualist at the age of 14 or 15, at the very least, he ought to have reached the spiritual master realm. Yet if he were not the offspring of a powerful clan, how could he command the allegiance of 2 contracted beasts? Qin Xiaofeng was perplexed, his brow furrowing deeper. As for who I am, young Master Qin, that is of no concern to you. Shen Yan, go teach him a lesson, make him unrecognizable even to his own mother. The white fox's lips curled slightly, seemingly delighted. Of course, it was pleased, for it had been a long time since it had stretched its limbs, and its owner was treating it well by allowing it to vent its frustrations. With a flicker, the white fox appeared before Qin Xiaofeng, and before he could react, its pristine legs struck his abdomen. What followed was a scene that even Ling Yuewang found hard to watch, as Qin Xiaofeng was tossed about by the white fox, attempting to flee, but to the fox, his movements appeared as though in slow motion. He was utterly unable to escape. Young master, please spare us, we beg you. Seeing Qin Xiaofeng utterly defenseless, the Wuwan sisters quickly pleaded with Ling Yuewang. Oh, now you feel sympathy. When you were demanding my death just moments ago, where was your compassion? Ling Yuewang's words caused the faces of the Wuwan sisters to flush crimson, leaving them speechless. They prided themselves on their noble lineage and formidable strength, and had never once felt compassion for the weak. Young master, please show mercy. We are from the Immortal Mirror sect in the northern wilderness. If you spare our young master, we are willing to offer you some compensation. As Wuwan's sister supported her, She once again implored. That depends on your sincerity, Ling Yue Huang replied, her spirits lifted at the prospect of extorting a sum from these individuals. As long as the young master is willing to let us go, we shall offer you 3 4th-tier 5th grade solidifying essence pills and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ling Yue Huang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A large sect, even a mere maid speaks of such grand sums. How about this? For 5 lives, I shall demand 5 4th-tier solidifying essence pills along with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This, Fuling, do not plead with him. He would not dare harm us regardless. Do not be deceived. Regaining a semblance of strength, Wu Wan retorted in indignation, confident that Ling Yue Huang would not dare take action against them. Observing Wu Wan's defiant demeanor, Ling Yue Huang narrowed her eyes. Wu Wan indeed possessed some discernment, but not enough. Although she sensed that she held no murderous intent towards them and that she did not fear their so-called sect, she failed to grasp the depths of her intentions to ensnare them. Since she believed her injuries were insufficient, Ling Yue Huang resolved to oblige her. Xiaotian, come here. Xiaotian had already rendered the other 2 guards unconscious and was currently engrossed in the spectacle upon hearing his master's call. He scampered over eagerly. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Why, to kill, of course. Did you not claim that I lack the courage to kill you? Let us see if I dare. Xiaotian, emboldened by Ling Yue Huang's words, strode menacingly towards Wu Wan and her sister, causing them to retreat in fear. Wu Wan, while backing away, shouted, "Stop! We bear the unique seal of the Immortal Mirror sect. If you kill us, the sect will undoubtedly know it was you. And do you wish to be hunted by the entire Immortal Mirror sect? Sister, do not speak." Seeing Wu Wan still spouting arrogance, Fuling immediately reprimanded her, yet she still stood protectively in front of Wu Wan. "Friend, please do not harm them. I am willing to offer you a 5th grade body refining pill, along with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Just as Xiaotian prepared to strike the 2 guards, Qin Xiaofeng, still grappling with the white fox, disregarded his own injuries and shouted towards Ling Yue Huang. Observing that Qin Xiaofeng bore no serious wounds, the white fox's frustration subsided considerably, and Ling Yue Huang decided to spare him for the time being. "Shen Yan, return for now," Ling Yue Huang called to the white fox, which retracted its claws and cheerfully trotted back to her side. Gazing at the fox's mischievous grin, one could hardly associate it with the ferocity it had just displayed. It resembled more a mother tiger than a mother fox. At this moment, Qin Xiaofeng shakily rose to his feet. Although the white fox had delivered a harsh beating, he sustained only superficial injuries, indicating that the young man before him did not wish for his demise. "This is a token of goodwill for my friend. I hope you will accept it," Qin Xiaofeng said, extending a porcelain vial towards Ling Yue Huang. After Ling Yue Huang accepted the porcelain bottle, Qin Xiaofeng handed her a storage bag. Inside this bag lay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Yue Huang unreservedly accepted the storage bag and then probed it with her spiritual sense, confirming the presence of the promised 50,000 spirit stones. "I was previously in the wrong and may have caused offense. I hope my fellow cultivator can forgive me. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? What, do you wish to seek revenge next time?" "No, not at all. I simply find you quite intriguing and wish to befriend you, with no ulterior motives. Might I inquire your name?" "There is no need for friendship. In this lifetime, we shall never become friends." Perhaps taken aback by Ling Yue Huang's resolute response, Qin Xiaofeng's expression turned somewhat astonished. He felt as if this youth before him recognized him, and he too experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this young figure. Chapter 59. Another unexpected visitor. "Since you refuse to have any dealings with me, I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer. Farewell." As a prodigy, Qin Xiaofeng naturally possessed his pride and turned to leave with the other 4. Once Qin Xiaofeng and his companions departed, Ling Yue Huang turned back to the cave master. "Why did you not allow me to eliminate those individuals just now?" the white fox inquired curiously as it approached Ling Yue Huang. It had distinctly sensed the aura of murder emanating from its master earlier, yet that intensity had inexplicably vanished. Sometimes, taking a life is indeed quite easy, but doing so could lead to greater troubles. We must consider whether it is the right time to act. The world of martial arts is not merely about fighting. It is also about human relationships. Our foremost priority now is to remain low-key and develop steadily. When we become strong enough to no longer fear the forces behind them, then we can discuss revenge. Hence the saying, "A gentleman seeks revenge." It is never too late. "Oh, master, I understand." The white fox nodded, though it seemed uncertain whether it truly grasped the concept. "Next, I will refine this source crystal here. You and Xiaotian will guard me outside the cave. It may take some time, so prepare yourselves mentally." "Understood." "Shen Yuan will ensure that no one disturbs master during your cultivation. Please rest assured." Having said this, Ling Yue Huang turned and re-entered the cave, retrieving the source crystal she had previously stored in her spatial pouch. Maternal love is truly magnificent. Regardless of species, even a mere stone embodies this essence. Ling Yue Huang mused as she gazed at the source crystal in her hand. The nurturing spirit stone, having diligently absorbed spiritual energy for nearly 10,000 years, had finally birthed a source crystal. Upon its creation, the nurturing stone would instantly turn to dust, its life force extinguished, vanishing from the realm. Suspending the source crystal above her head, Ling Huang sat cross-legged and began to refine the immense spiritual energy contained within. Time flowed unnoticed as she became enveloped in an ethereal space filled with continuous streams of spiritual energy flowing into her body. Miss, the surrounding spiritual energy in the mountains ahead seems rather unusual. Should we investigate? Not far away, a young girl clad in a pale pink dress, accompanied by 7 or 8 attendants, gazed toward the mountains where Ling Huang resided. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with skin fairer than snow and eyes clear as a spring. Exuding an air of elegance and charm. Let us go investigate, the girl said, her lips parting with a hint of determination. Miss, the fluctuations in spiritual energy are emanating from that cave. It must harbor treasures. One of the attendants exclaimed excitedly upon sensing the anomalies within the cave. Allow me to scout ahead. If there is no danger, I will signal for you to follow. Another attendant volunteered, stepping forward to investigate. As he approached the cave within 100 meters, a surge of spiritual power suddenly sent him flying several dozen meters away. San, the girl called out lightly, and with a flick of her left hand, she summoned a surge of spiritual energy to catch the throne attendant. Miss, be cautious, there is danger. San, regaining his composure, warned urgently. Upon hearing this, the girl raised her delicate brows, her interest piqued by the unseen assailant. She released her aura and stepped forward cautiously. Upon reaching the very spot where San had been attacked, she halted, awaiting the next move of the hidden foe. Roar, just as the girl believed the hidden figure would not dare to act. A tiger's roar echoed, and a white tiger lunged forth, its massive paw aiming directly at her. Instantly, a shield of condensed spiritual energy materialized before the girl, deflecting the tiger's powerful strike, which left only a sharp scratch on the shield. A cold smile crept onto her lips as she retaliated with a surge of spiritual energy directed squarely at Xiaotian's chest. Observing the attack, Xiaotian unfolded its wings and executed a graceful backflip, effortlessly evading the girl's strike. Is that the legendary winged tiger, and quite formidable at that, at the 6th tier of the mysterious level, just what I need for a mount. The girl gazed at Xiaotian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If she could tame this winged tiger as her steed, she would undoubtedly gain renown across the northern continent. Men, capture this winged tiger for me. I wish to have it as my mount. She commanded her 8 followers. Yes, miss, they replied in unison, swiftly surrounding Xiaotian. Roar, enraged by their audacity, Xiaotian let out a furious roar directed at the 8 encroaching figures. The 8 individuals accompanying the girl were all at the 2nd to 4th tiers of the spirit general realm. And despite Xiaotian's 6th tier strength, they managed to exchange blows with it through coordinated teamwork. After a prolonged struggle, however, they still could not subdue Xiaotian. The leader of the 8 shouted, "Form the 8 star dragon locking formation." As his command fell, the other 7 scattered, encircling Xiaotian. They simultaneously raised their spiritual energies, weaving them into a net-like formation above Xiaotian's head. Capture. With the leader's order, the net glowed brightly and rapidly descended toward Xiaotian. Seeing the net approaching, Xiaotian attempted to escape, but no matter which way it retreated, the net followed suit. Just as it seemed Xiaotian was about to be ensnared, a triumphant expression graced the girl's face. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the girl and her companions prepared to close in, several surges of spiritual energy struck the formation, causing the iron-like net to shatter in an instant. Is this the power of a spirit king? Panic flickered in the girl's eyes as she could no longer maintain her composure, swiftly moving to join her 8 companions. Asan, go inform father that we are in danger. Hurry. Yes, Asan, disregarding everything else, turned and flew back the way they had come. Only after Asan vanished from sight did the girl finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they could hold out until her father arrived, everything would be resolved. I am Miss Lin of the Changqian Kingdom in the northern continent. May I ask who you are? Could you reveal yourself? Perhaps feeling emboldened by her lineage, the girl boldly announced her identity toward the cave. Meanwhile, within the cave, the white fox was in a state of frantic agitation, not out of fear of those outside, but because it and Xiaotian could not communicate verbally. It wished for the intruders to leave but could only emit a series of squeaks. Chapter 60, the strategy of luring the tiger away from its mount. And observing its master still in meditation, the white fox could no longer contain itself and dashed out of the cave. Roar, with a commanding yet adorably fierce cry, a snow-white figure appeared before the onlookers. A blue-white snow fox. The girl gasped in astonishment upon seeing the white fox. As her gaze fell upon the 2 white figures, a greedy glint sparkled in her eyes. It was her first encounter with an earth-tier spiritual beast, and a noble-blooded blue-white snow fox at that. However, amidst her excitement, concern crept in as she glanced toward the cave. If her assumptions were correct, there were likely others within, perhaps even another spiritual beast. Would her Lin family be able to contend with someone who had an earth-tier spirit beast as a guardian? Just as the girl pondered this, the white fox stood on its hind legs, raising its front paws and unleashing several waves of spiritual energy towards the group. Seeing this, the girl and her companions quickly formed hand seals. conjuring a protective barrier before them. With a series of anguished cries, the group was sent flying, including the pink-clad girl herself. "Miss, are you alright?" After the fall, two of the weaker attendants fainted, their fates uncertain. One of the attendants closest to the girl struggled to rise, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "I am well, but that white fox's strength is overwhelming. We are no match for it. We must retreat for now and wait for father to arrive," the girl replied, using her longsword to support herself as she stood, after retreating approximately 500 meters and confirming that the white fox did not pursue them. She finally exhaled in relief. The individuals within the cave must be in a critical phase of their cultivation. That spirit beast would not dare stray far, otherwise it would not permit us to leave unharmed. Lang Yu and Wei take the injured three back. The rest will remain here with me to await father." Understood. After the five departed, the girl continued to observe from nearly 1,000 meters away with her remaining three companions. "These audacious humans dare linger here. I long to eliminate them," she seated. As Bai Xian gazed at the distant figures of several predatory human beings, her anger flared, causing her fur to bristle. "Sister Xian, do not be upset. These individuals, upon seeing you, refuse to depart. They must have formidable allies lurking in the shadows. Our master is currently at a critical juncture in her ascension to Spirit General. We cannot fall prey to their ruse of luring us away," Xiao Tian consoled her, also offering a timely reminder. Xiao Tian, who would have thought that beneath your fierce exterior, you possess knowledge of such stratagems as the lure the tiger from its mountain technique? "Quite impressive," Bai Xian remarked. "Oh, not at all. If we speak of intelligence, the Fox clan is universally acknowledged as the wisest among the beast clans," Xiao Tian replied, flashing an innocent smile that instantly dissipated Bai Xian's fury. During the year that Ling Yu Huang spent in seclusion refining the source crystal, Bai Xian and Xiao Tian had stood guard together daily, which had fostered a close bond between them. An hour passed, and the spiritual energy within the cave grew increasingly pure and dense, while a hint of anguish appeared on Ling Yu Huang's face. "It be long now, within another hour at most. Our master will successfully ascend," Bai Xian observed, her gaze fixed intently on the surroundings, growing ever deeper as she sensed an impending danger swiftly approaching their vicinity. "Its father, he has arrived." The young girl nearby also sensed the same energy fluctuations and turned around with excitement. "Father, fourth uncle," she called out upon spotting two middle-aged men clad in gray-black robes. The leading man, upon seeing his precious daughter unharmed, finally relaxed the tension he had been holding. "Yuji, what on earth has transpired? Why the urgent plea for assistance?" he inquired of father. "Look over there," Lin Yuji said, pointing towards the cave. The two immediately followed her gesture, and their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. "The winged tiger and the blue-eyed snow fox, how could such noble-blooded beasts appear in this locale?" Lin Sunan, the head of the Lin family, questioned, furrowing his brow. "Brother, observe behind them. It seems there is a cave, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy seem to emanate from it." Lin Yu, the fourth master of the Lin family, noted. Hearing this, Lin Yuji added, "Father, fourth uncle is correct. The fluctuations in spiritual energy are indeed caused by that cave. However, my strength is too feeble to contend with the white fox, so I cannot ascertain whether the inhabitants within are human or beast. The white fox is an earth-level spirit beast, while the winged tiger is a 6th-level mystical beast. To have such powerful spirit beasts as guardians, the individuals within that cave are likely not to be trifled with." "Indeed, fourth brother speaks wisely, yet those two spirit beasts are undeniably tantalizing. Should we manage to subdue that spirit fox and bond it as a contracted beast for Yuji, she would undoubtedly become the foremost prodigy of the northern continent." Lin Sunan mused. Upon hearing her father's words, Lin Yuji's eyes sparkled with anticipation that if what her father claimed were true, perhaps she could ascend to the central continent's sacred hall before turning 30. "Since we have come this far, let us proceed to investigate. Even if we cannot overpower them, we can utilize the Lin family's secret techniques to make our escape," Lin Sunan declared, leading the group towards the cave. As they approached, Bai Xian hovered in midair, her fluffy white fox tail raised high, every hair brimming with latent power. When Lin Sunan's group neared within 100 meters of the cave, Xiao Tian dashed forth, targeting Ling Yu, a 7th-level spirit general. Knowing that dealing with him would pose no significant challenge, following closely, Bai Xian aimed for Lin Sunan, a 2nd-level spirit king, seeing that the white tiger and white fox offered them no opportunity to scout the cave. The two were compelled to engage the spirit beasts directly. Northwind slash. Lin Sunan summoned a black longsword, executing a swift strike that unleashed a powerful sword energy, akin to a chilling northern gale. Sending shivers down the spine, Bai Xian swiftly evaded, the sword energy slicing past. After dodging, her fluffy tail suddenly expanded and lunged towards Lin Sunan's chest. He swiftly lowered his left foot, bending his legs as he leaned back to narrowly escape Bai Xian's assault. In retaliation, he attempted to sever her tail with an upward strike of his sword. Chapter 61. A scheme in mind. Just as the black sword arced upward, Bai Xian retracted her tail, evading Lin Sunan's attack once more. Before he could recover, her tail elongated again, violently striking to the left. Lin Yu quickly raised his sword to block, but Bai Xian's tail collided with his blade. causing him to stagger as he struggled to maintain his footing. Though the impact did not inflict any substantial harm, Lin Sunan's mind began to race with a plan. Yuji, now is the time. Go and investigate that cave, he urged her. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Sunan's words, both Bai Xian and Xiao Tian became slightly distracted. Seizing the moment, Lin Sunan struck out with his palm towards Bai Xian. She sensed his movement and swiftly raised her paw, unleashing a surge of white spiritual energy to counter his attack. The collision of their powers uprooted trees and sent rocks tumbling, sending dust spiraling into the air. Before anyone could react, the figures of the man and the fox clashed once more, although this time, Bai Xian engaged Lin Sunan with her body and limbs, while keeping her massive tail poised behind her. Lin Yuji yearned to enter the cave, yet hesitated upon witnessing Bai Xian's imposing tail. Noticing Bai Xian was preoccupied, Xiao Tian intensified his efforts, determined to extricate himself and assist her. Escaping won't be so simple. Lin Yu scoffed, recognizing Xiao Tian's intentions. Frost palm, Lin Yu emanated a chilling aura, transforming the air around them into a frigid atmosphere. With a swift motion, a massive ice blue hand materialized in the air. In response, Xiao Tian let out a furious roar and unleashed a white surge of spiritual energy from his mouth. Seeing Xiao Tian ensnared, Bai Xian unleashed a low growl directed at Lin Sunan. Her anger palpable. In an instant, Bai Xian's size surged, her form expanding several-fold, exposing her sharp claws. Retracting her tail, she charged at Lin Sunan, her silver-white claws glimmering brightly in the sunlight. The clashing sounds of claws meeting weapons echoed incessantly. Much to Xiao Tian's dismay. At that moment, Lin Yuji finally seized her opportunity, darting swiftly into the cave. Inside the cave, Ling Yu Huang was enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy, rendering her figure the only visible presence. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Yuji's excitement surged, recognizing that the individual was at a crucial moment in their ascension. With a slight effort, she could ensure their demise. To think, merely a peak spirit master could earn the recognition of the blue-eyed snow fox. How utterly absurd, Lin Yuji scoffed, channeling her spiritual energy towards Ling Yu Huang's abdomen, the very center of her spiritual sea. Just as Lin Yuji believed victory was assured, her force was unexpectedly rebounded upon contact with the figure before her. Caught off guard, she was sent sprawling backward. She cried out in pain. Hearing her voice, Lin Sunan called out anxiously from outside the cave, Yuji, are you injured? Lin Yuji dared not admit her underestimation, quickly replying, Father, I am unharmed. The individual within is not strong, merely a peak spirit master. You need not worry, I can handle this. Upon hearing his daughter's reassurances, Lin Sunan relaxed, though Bai Xian remained anxious, even though her master had conveyed that she could manage. She was uncertain if Lin Yuji could truly handle the situation given that Ling Yu Huang was in the final stages of her ascension. Rising from the ground, Lin Yuji summoned her longsword and, putting forth all her strength, lunged at Ling Yu Huang's chest. The sound of metal shattering echoed as she realized her sword had failed to pierce the protective barrier of spiritual energy. Crumbling instead into several pieces. At that moment, the once dense spiritual energy dissipated, and a surge of spirit general level power shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Yuji's chest. She raised her hand to intercept the attack. Her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the figure before her. Before her stood a youth clad in white, with striking features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, lips ruby red against pearly whites. His deep-set gaze sparkled like the stars. The youth, dressed in flowing white, exuded an extraordinary presence, standing silently yet captivating all who beheld him. How can this be? A sudden breakthrough with no signs of exertion. And yet your aura stabilizes within mere breaths. Who on earth are you? Lin Yuji questioned, bewildered. Does it truly matter who I am? Ling Yu Huang replied, stretching languidly, having sat in meditation for an entire year. Her legs numb from prolonged stillness. Upon hearing Ling Yu Huang's words, Lin Yuji felt a surge of anger. It was the first time in her life that someone dared to treat her with such blatant disrespect. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish, she declared, brandishing her sword and striking at Ling Yu Huang. Ling Yu Huang lifted her gaze, then effortlessly extended two fingers, instantly seizing Lin Yuji's longsword. At that moment, her eyes transformed into a peculiar shade of blue, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from her, propelling her to an altitude beyond Lin Yuji's reach. A foolish child, how dare you harm my beloved disciple? Ling Yu Huang uttered, unleashing a powerful strike that sent Lin Yuji hurtling out of the cave. As Yuji tumbled out of the cave, Lin Sun anxiously sensed something amiss and rushed towards her. He caught Lin Yuji in his arms just as she violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Yuji, are you alright? Lin Sun cried out in desperation. Father, my spiritual sea, Lin Yuji gasped, clutching her abdomen in agony. At that moment, Lin Sun realized that her spiritual sea had been shattered, and his eyes filled with fury. Yuji, he pleaded, but before he could inquire further, Lin Yuji succumbed to unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Lin Sun retrieved a medicinal pill and placed it in Lin Yuji's mouth. Then began to probe her vital signs. Relieved to find that her life was not in danger, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet when he discovered the destruction of her spiritual sea, his rage became uncontrollable. Chapter 62. Heart-to-heart. No one knew the immense effort he had invested in cultivating Lin Yuji to her current level. She was the hope and pride of the Lin family. How could he accept that she had been so cruelly destroyed? Who is it who could be so audacious that Lin Sun laid Lin Yuji's body gently on the ground and turned with fury to face the cave? When he spun around again, Ling Yuewang stood at the cave's entrance. Spirit Emperor, upon sensing Ling Yuewang's aura, Lin Sun's fury transformed into shock, rendering him speechless. Is it you who seeks my life? Ling Yuewang's icy voice sent a shiver down Lin Sun's spine, compelling him to kneel without hesitation. Please spare me, my lord, it is all a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. Faced with Ling Yuewang's terrifying presence, Lin Sun wished to bury his head in the ground, unable to even meet the gaze of the youth before him. You wish to kill me, you are not worthy, Ling Yuewang declared, striking out with her palm. Lin Sun, too fearful to resist, was sent flying several meters away. Please spare me, my lord, I shall never dare again. I implore your mercy. As Lin Sun crawled to his feet, blood trickling from his lips, he dared not wipe it away, continuing to bow and plead for his life. If you wish to survive, surrender all your valuables, otherwise, today shall be your day of reckoning. I will comply. Lin Sun hastily removed his spatial ring, storage pouch, and all valuable artifacts from his person. Meanwhile, the injured Lin Yu also knelt, relinquishing all his possessions, prepared to strip himself if necessary. Take your daughter, the pride of the North Continent, and leave. Ling Yuewang's words, laced with lethal intent, froze Lin Sun's hand, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. He forced himself to suppress his resentment as he left with Lin Yuji in a disheveled state. After the Lin family departed, Ling Yuewang's body trembled slightly, her blue irises gradually darkening to black. Master, are you alright? Bai Xian rushed forward, supporting the faltering Ling Yuewang with her tail. I am fine, I merely broke through and forcibly suppressed the chaotic energy within me. I just need a moment to recover. With Bai Xian's assistance, Ling Yuewang returned to the cave to meditate. After a day of recuperation, her internal spiritual energy finally stabilized. The sensation of power was exhilarating. She gazed at her spiritual sea, her heart swelling with excitement. Xian, Xiaotian, let us go and converse with the spirit beasts nearby, Ling Yuewang announced, leading Bai Xian and Xiaotian out of the cave. To her surprise, she encountered a 7th-grade green-tailed scorpion immediately upon exiting. You shall do nicely. With a swift step forward, she summoned a longsword with her right hand, executing a horizontal slash toward the green-tailed scorpion. The scorpion, previously resting in the grass, sprang to attention, evading the attack with a flick of its green tail. Realizing it had been disturbed, the scorpion's eyes darkened, and its tail transformed from a light green to a deep shade. Angered by the interruption of its peaceful slumber, the green-tailed scorpion lashed out, sending a surge of green energy toward Ling Yuewang's forehead. Ling Yuewang deftly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the attack. Iceblade slash. Steadying herself, she positioned her sword horizontally and brushed her fingers across the blade, channeling a monumental surge of spiritual energy that radiated a chilling aura. With a swift motion, she unleashed a sword strike, condensing a blade of icy energy that descended upon the green-tailed scorpion. The scorpion, unable to dodge in time, raised its massive pincers and summoned a protective shield of energy. With a resounding thud, the scorpion was propelled 20 meters away. As it landed, its once erect tail drooped, fury evident in its eyes, yet it felt powerless. Gathering its strength, it prepared for a final desperate struggle. Alright, next, this one was truly beneath me. Just as the green-tailed scorpion was about to unleash its final attack, it witnessed Ling Yuewang casually clapping her hands before turning away. In truth, she had no intention of harming these spirit beasts. She merely sought to practice her combat skills, maintaining a friendly disposition towards the creatures. A 1st-grade crimson tiger beast, now that was intriguing. The crimson tiger, leisurely patrolling its territory, suddenly felt a chill on its back and swiftly turned to leap into action. Impressed by the king of the forest's quick reflexes, Ling Yuewang remarked on the tiger's agility as it effortlessly evaded her ambush. With a deafening roar, the crimson tiger expressed its indignation, shaking the surrounding foliage as if caught in a tempest. This tiger's speed is perfect for testing my own, Ling Yuewang mused, formulating a plan. Standing her ground, she levitated her longsword before her. Swordplay it will. With a flick of her thoughts, the sword trembled and lunged towards the crimson tiger. The tiger, sensing the threat, swiftly dodged and swatted at the sword. Ling Yuewang, quick to react, maneuvered the sword to evade its strike. Controlling the sword with her spiritual energy, she engaged in a swift dance with the tiger. Yet, the tiger soon realized that prolonging the encounter would deplete its energy. Abruptly, the tiger pivoted and lunged at Ling Yuewang, jaws agape. Reacting swiftly, she called her sword back and rolled to the side. Narrowly avoiding the tiger's attack, without waiting for her to rise, the tiger leaped, its paw aimed directly at Ling Yuewang. After rolling several times on the ground, Ling Yuewang had little time to recover. She quickly gathered her spiritual energy and conjured a protective shield before her. Chapter 63, Departure from the Dafan mountain range. With a resounding crash, dust filled the air, the shockwave stirring wildlife within a radius of several miles. As the dust settled, Ling Yuewang found herself 10 meters away, while the crimson tiger staggered back a few paces, panting heavily. Ling Yuewang felt the blood within her surge, having barely withstood the tiger's full-force attack. Thankfully, her abundant spiritual energy had allowed her to endure the blow. Once more, she resolved, regaining her breath as her spiritual energy surged anew, with her left hand forming intricate seals before her chest. A stream of green energy burst from her fingertips, summoning dozens of verdant vines that shot forth to ensnare the tiger. As the crimson tiger evaded the encroaching vines, it employed its razor-sharp claws to sever them. However, the sheer number of vines quickly overwhelmed it, leaving the tiger ensnared. Just when Ling Yuewang believed the vines would bind the tiger, it unleashed a mighty roar, shattering the vines with its incredible strength. Free from their grasp, the tiger glared at Ling Yuewang, its eyes ablaze with fury, and leaped towards her once more, intent on a final, reckless charge of the first level of the Imperial Phoenix technique, the initial cry of the phoenix. Ling Yuewang sheathed her long sword, then clasped her hands before her chest, channeling a surge of crimson spiritual energy that erupted from her palms. Miraculously, a phoenix mark appeared on her forehead. In the next moment, as Ling Yuewang thrust her palms outward, the fiery energy transformed in the air into a fire phoenix with closed eyes, albeit its form remained somewhat indistinct, giving only a vague impression of a phoenix. With a piercing cry, the fire phoenix charged towards the crimson tiger. Upon witnessing this, the crimson tiger immediately opened its maw wide and exhaled a fierce breath of tiger essence toward the fire phoenix. A moment later, a pained howl escaped the crimson tiger, which was sent tumbling backward several dozen meters, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of its mouth. This technique seemed excessively powerful. And feeling a pang of guilt at the sight of the crimson tiger's injury, Ling Yuewang cast a remorseful glance at her hands. To make amends, Ling Yuewang stepped forward and tossed a third-grade hemostatic pill to the crimson tiger, which regarded her with an expression of bewilderment, as though staring at a mad woman. A 9th-tier yellow-level black demon wolf, quite suitable for practicing reaction speed. A 1st-tier mysterious-level ghost-scaled python, perfect for honing strength. A 2nd-tier mysterious-level crimson peak leopard, perhaps a bit challenging, but a fitting opportunity for a cross-tire trial. In the days that followed, Ling Yuewang immersed herself in the pursuit of spirit beasts for sparring. Traversing the mountains for hundreds of miles within a mere half-month, this caused a wave of anxiety among the spirit beasts in the vicinity, who feared inadvertently provoking the youth with a penchant for beastly brawls. Even though this youth never killed beasts, being on the receiving end of a beating was never a pleasant experience, prompting some sentient spirit beasts to relocate with their families. When Ling Yuewang heard from Xiao Tian that no suitable spirit beasts remained in the vicinity for practice, she finally resolved to depart from this ancient mountain range. Have you heard? It seems that a treasure is about to emerge outside Suning City in our Chang'an Kingdom, as the unusual phenomena in the outskirts have persisted for several days. Of course I have heard. This matter has not only stirred our northern continent but has seemingly caught the attention of those from the northern wilderness as well. It's curious what kind of treasure could provoke such celestial anomalies. I wish to witness the commotion. You should refrain from going. You might end up losing your life without even joining the excitement. That is true. We the small fry ought to content ourselves with foraging for low-tier herbs around the outskirts of the Great Fan Mountain for some cultivation resources and coin. Let us go, as spring is nearing its end. Soon summer will arrive, bringing abundant rain and an increase in herbs, allowing us to live a bit more comfortably. Indeed. As Ling Yuewang reached the outskirts of the mountains, she overheard the conversation between two herbalists, instantly piquing her interest. With a single step, she found herself soaring into the air. In the ancient spirit continent, once one attains the spirit general realm, they can traverse the skies with ease. However, the speed and altitude of flight vary with one's strength. At present, Ling Yuewang could only meander leisurely through the air. After several hours of flight, she finally arrived at Suning City. Suning City, situated in the northern part of Chang'an Kingdom, is a border city akin to Huanxi City, adjacent to the mightiest nation of the northern continent, Qilan Kingdom. Come, take a look. This is a riding whip from Qilan Kingdom, practical and affordable. Ice-sculpted desserts, come and taste, sweet and refreshing, delicious and inexpensive. Don't miss out as you pass by. Buns, just out of the steamer. Good sir, would you like a basket? Handcrafted hairpins, exquisite and elegant, reasonably priced. Those with a beloved should come and choose quickly. Amidst the clamor of hawkers, Ling Yuewang strolled into Suning City. Gurgle. She gazed at the various delicacies being sold at the street stalls, swallowing hard as her stomach audibly protested. Since last year, after acquiring the spirit-concealing stone through sheer strength in Huanxi City, she had hidden herself deep within the mountains for an entire year, although her cultivation now rendered her less susceptible to hunger. 1 year without sustenance, coupled with her passion for food, made it impossible to resist. Owner, I'll have a basket of buns, Ling Yuewang said as she approached the steamy bun stall. Certainly, please wait a moment. The stall owner beamed at Ling Yuewang, swiftly packaging a basket of buns for her. That LLB 3 gold coins. After handing the buns to Ling Yuewang, he smiled and informed her she extended 3 gold coins, took the steaming buns, and turned to leave. Clatter, just a few steps away. As she took a bite, her bun was suddenly knocked from her hand onto the ground. Out of nowhere, several children aged around 12 or 13 emerged, swiftly snatching the fallen buns and devouring them with abandon. Observing the ragged children voraciously gorging themselves, Ling Yue Huang's initial impulse to reprimand them dissipated. Chapter 64. Accosted. Seeing that Ling Yue Huang appeared disinclined to retaliate, 5 or 6 children hurriedly melted into the crowd. Beggars exist in every era, every nation, and every city. Most are born into poverty or have suffered calamities. No one is born wishing to become a beggar. Just like her in the past, despite residing in a resplendent royal estate, her meals consisted solely of the leftovers of the maids and servants, not much different from these little beggars. Reflecting on this, a cold smile crept across Ling Yue Wang's lips. Some debts are destined to be repaid. She turned back and purchased another basket of buns from the stall, but this time, the beggars did not return to snatch them. However, just as she was about to depart, a small, frail figure suddenly appeared before her and knelt down, gazing at the filthy child with wounds on his face and hands. Ling Yue Wang thought, surely I am not about to be swindled. Please, noble sir, have mercy, save my sister, I beg you. The boy, appearing around 12 or 13, was filled with sorrow and helplessness, tears brimming in his eyes. Fine, since I've done a good deed once, I might as well do it again. Ling Yue Huang mused, extending the bun in her hand toward the boy. To her surprise, the boy shook his head and, noble sir, my sister is ill, not hungry. I implore you for some gold coins to hire a doctor for her. If she does not receive treatment, she may not survive the night. Please, I beg you for some gold coins to save my sister. Upon finishing, the boy prostrated himself before Ling Yue Huang, his forehead soon bleeding from the impact. Ling Yue Huang glanced around the crowd, noting that few were paying attention. Most merely cast a glance before moving on. Clearly, in this place, such occurrences were commonplace, and even the interest in witnessing the spectacle was absent. You girl, this child has potential. Didn't you mention wanting to find a few shadow guards? In the midst of Ling Yue Wang's hesitation, Lin Jiuquan's voice resonated in her mind. Upon hearing Lin Jiuquan's words, Ling Yue Huang made her decision. Since you've already set your sights on me, then lead the way. Coincidentally, I possess some medical knowledge. Upon hearing Ling Yue Wang's words, the boy was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her with profound gratitude. If this person demanded his life, he would not hesitate to oblige. All he desired was to save his sister. What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to save your sister? Ling Yue Huang raised her voice slightly, prompting the boy to regain his composure. Please follow me. The boy hastily scrambled to his feet and led Ling Yue Huang through a series of alleyways. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a dilapidated thatched hut. Upon entering, a musty and rancid odor assaulted Ling Yue Huang's senses, nearly inducing nausea. Fortunately, she quickly shielded her sense of smell, allowing her to endure the discomfort. Inside the thatched hut, a few moldy wooden planks were strewn with dried grass, upon which lay a young girl whose complexion was pale, limbs swollen, and breathing faint. She was covered only by tattered, filthy rags. Though it was late spring, the temperature in Suning City still brought a chill to ordinary folk. In this season of renewal, where life burgeoned around them, this brother and sister duo had reached the brink of despair, teetering on the edge of life and death. Ling Yue Huang approached the girl, lifted her hand, and took her pulse. Channeling a thread of her spiritual energy into the girl's body, she quickly discerned the source of the girl's affliction. Your sister has been poisoned. Did you consume any unfamiliar wild fruits? Upon hearing Ling Yue Huang's words, the boy's eyes widened in shock, and he fell to his knees once more. I beseech you, noble sir, to save my sister. Just a few days ago, we ventured into the streets to beg for alms, but my sister, frail in health, fainted midway. At that moment, a carriage happened to pass by, and her body obstructed its path. Initially, the guards of the carriage intended to slay her on the spot, yet the occupants intervened, compelling the maidservant to bestow upon us some fruits. Subsequently, I carried my unconscious sister back home, and upon noticing the fruit's delightful aroma, I refrained from consuming them. When my sister awakened, I deceived her into believing that we had encountered a fairy who gifted us an abundance of fruits, claiming I had only devoured half and left the rest for her. Naturally, she believed my words wholeheartedly and consumed all the fruits without hesitation. However, shortly thereafter, she began to complain of abdominal pain. Initially, I presumed that the fruits were simply too rich for her delicate constitution, so I sought out some wild herbs to aid her digestion. Yet, her condition worsened, and for the past 2 days, she has been in a deep slumber, devoid of any sign of vitality. Out of desperation, I ventured out today to beg, hoping someone might come to my sister's aid, but despite my efforts throughout the day, no one has shown us kindness. I understand that these people owe us nothing. Their refusal to assist us is entirely reasonable, and I harbor no resentment towards them. Yet, I cannot bear to watch my sister perish before my very eyes, leaving me alone in this indifferent world. In the midst of my despair, I witnessed the ruffian bump into you, and the other beggars snatch away your bun, yet you remained unperturbed. Hence, I took one last gamble and approached you. Upon hearing the boy's words, Ling Yue Huang grasped the situation's essence and addressed him. You wait outside while I tend to your sister. The boy nodded in agreement and stepped out, placing his trust in this unfamiliar stranger. Ling Yue Huang assisted the young girl, administering a first-grade detoxification pill, followed by a set of silver needles that she skillfully inserted into various acupoints on the girl's body. After completing these tasks, She pricked the middle finger of the girl with a silver needle, causing dark blood to ooze from the fingertip. As the girl's swollen limbs gradually returned to normalcy, Ling Yue Huang retrieved a set of garments from her space and draped them over the child. Then offered her some clean water to drink. Chapter 65, A Shared Enemy. As Ling Yue Huang emerged from the thatched hut, the young boy awaited anxiously outside. Upon seeing her, he hurriedly inquired, "Benefactor, how is my sister?" "Do not worry, your sister is no longer in peril. The poison she ingested is not lethal, rather, it is a toxin from the Snow Mountain blue-faced pear. Essentially, the fruit is harmless, depending on who consumes it. For a cultivator, it bears no difference from an ordinary fruit, but for one without cultivation, it can be toxic, as it contains a substance that causes the meridians to swell. Generally, cultivators can harness this property to enhance their physical capabilities. However, for an ordinary person, the inability to absorb the toxin leads to symptoms of swelling and discoloration. If the toxin is not expelled in time, the individual may perish within 3 to 5 days due to the unbearable swelling." The boy shuddered at Ling Yue Huang's words, his frail body trembling with fear. He realized that the woman who had given them the fruit had no benevolent intentions. She sought their demise. Chu Qi expressed his gratitude for the life-saving intervention, stating, "I am in your debt, and though I have nothing to offer, this cultivation method is a treasured heirloom of the Chu family. I hope you will not disdain it." As he spoke, he tore his clothing, revealing the technique concealed within, which he presented to Ling Yue Huang with both hands. Ling Yue Huang glanced at the technique, noting it was a 5th-grade earth-level cultivation method titled Chu family's Fierce Dragon Spear Technique. "You may be young, yet you possess the cultivation of a 6th-tier spirit practitioner. Should you desire it, any respectable family would welcome you. In such a case, rescuing your sister would not be insurmountable." Chu Qi shook his head in resignation, replying, "Benefactor, it is not pride that prevents me from seeking help or fearing servitude. Rather, both my sister and I are wanted by the court, and we dare not approach these prominent families, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves." Ling Yue Huang, intrigued, asked, "Has your family offended the imperial court?" Chu Qi nodded. "Indeed, our Chu family was once among the prominent families of Fanzi City. However, 3 years ago, my father inadvertently acquired a treasure, a mere blueprint detailing the construction of the royal tomb of the Chang'an kingdom. After the founding of the kingdom, Emperor Liang he began constructing his tomb, expending immense resources. Each subsequent emperor continued this tradition, resulting in a mausoleum of nearly city-sized proportions, after the completion of the underground palace. All involved in its construction were secretly executed to conceal the secrets within. My father's blueprint was drawn by one who escaped such fate. Fueled by anger, ultimately the blueprint surfaced in the world. But at first, its significance eluded recognition. Only a ruler could harness its value. My father, an aficionado of antiques and curiosities, recognized the diagram's worth and, after thorough study, discerned its relevance to the royal tomb's construction. Upon learning of its importance, he concealed the blueprint and warned those who had seen it to remain silent. Yet secrets cannot be kept indefinitely. News of the treasure spread, leading to probing by various families. Eventually, they conspired against my father, seeking to compel him to reveal the blueprint. In the end, he chose to surrender it to the court, returning it to the Liang family, but this act brought ruin upon us. The Chang'an emperor, swayed by the words of a malicious consort, accused our Chu family of infiltrating the royal tomb and stealing the secrets. Thus, we were falsely branded as thieves, leading to the execution of 132 members of the Chu family in a single night, leaving only my sister and me behind. As Chu Qi recounted his family's tragic fate, his youthful visage bore an overwhelming hatred, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ling Yue Huang, moved by his plight, reflected on the profound injustice that cost the Chu family so dearly. A mere drawing claimed the lives of over 100 souls. A testament to the emperor's cruelty. Observing the boy's anguish, she understood that this burden of hatred had long been festering within him, suffocating his spirit. Rather than immediately comforting him, Ling Yue Huang chose to remain silent, allowing him to weep until he had exhausted himself. Only then did she speak gently, "This technique you offer holds little value to me. However, I am in need of a servant. I wonder if you would be willing to serve me?" The boy, taken aback, could scarcely believe his ears. "Benefactor, I am a wanted criminal. Even the families in the capital might hesitate to shelter me. Do you truly desire me as your servant?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "After all, I too have grievances with the imperial court, and your enemies are mine as well." Upon hearing this, Chu Qi's face lit up with disbelief, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "What has caused you to become an enemy of the imperial family?" "That is not for you to know. Suffice it to say, our goals align." Chu Qi expressed his willingness to follow Ling Yue Huang, but he had one request: "Since I am to accompany you, my sister must follow as well. You need not worry about our separation." Upon hearing this, Chu Qi's heart swelled with joy, and he clenched his right fist to his forehead, declaring resolutely, "I, Chu Qi, pledge to follow you for life." Just as he was about to reveal the name of his benefactor, he realized he had yet to inquire. Chapter 66, The Heart of Chivalry. Ling Yue Huang, she interjected before he could speak further. Promptly answering his unvoiced question, I, Chu Chi, vow to serve Master Ling Yue Wang for all my days, to brave fire and water without hesitation, and to never betray. Should I falter in this oath, may heaven condemn me to eternal suffering. Rise and speak, she commanded. A man should not kneel except before heaven, the earth, and his parents. Beyond that, do not bend your knee before anyone else. Yes, Master, Chu Chi replied respectfully, bowing to Ling Yue Wang before rising from the ground. Go and carry your sister. Let us depart from this place before discussing anything further. Ling Yue Wang instructed Chu Chi without hesitation. The surroundings, to put it mildly, resembled a den of beggars, but more accurately, it was akin to a graveyard, exuding an aura of deathly silence and gloom that weighed heavily on Ling Yue Wang's heart. In her past life, she had taken many lives and witnessed her share of bloodshed. This life was no different, however. Upon seeing these innocent children perishing from starvation in such a desolate locale, she felt a deep discomfort in her soul. She acknowledged that she was not a virtuous person. Yet she was not devoid of compassion. Perhaps every individual of Huaxia descent possesses a heart that yearns for justice and righteousness. In times of poverty, one tends to focus on self-preservation, but in times of prosperity, one should strive to benefit the world. Currently, she was weak and powerless. All she could do was turn a blind eye and safeguard her own existence, yet she vowed that if one day she acquired the strength to protect herself, she would surely do something for these children. At the very least, she would eliminate the root cause of their suffering, restoring peace to this world. Observing Ling Yue Wang's furrowed brow as she surveyed the dilapidated beggar enclave, Chu Chi, sensing her unspoken distress and determination, mustered the courage to inquire, My lord, if you had the ability, would you save them? Indeed, Ling Yue Wang replied with resolute certainty. Having received the answer he sought, Chu Chi entered the dwelling to lift his sister. Then followed Ling Yue Wang as they left the grim surroundings. Upon returning to the bustling city, Ling Yue Wang found a modest inn for the Chu siblings to stay in, ensuring they each received a few sets of clean clothing. When Chu Chi stood before Ling Yue Wang clad in his new attire, she nodded in satisfaction. Though his complexion remained sallow and his skin rough, indicative of malnutrition, the foundation of his appearance held promise. With care, he could indeed become quite handsome. Let us first indulge in some nourishment. Your sister shall not awaken until tomorrow, Ling Yue Wang suggested, gesturing for Chu Chi to sit down for a meal. I cannot, my lord, Chu Chi replied, immediately bowing in a display of respect, his demeanor tinged with trepidation. I have already dined. This is a special meal prepared solely for you. If you do not wish to partake, it can be removed. Nay, I wish to eat, Chu Chi declared, abandoning his reservations as he seated himself and began to consume the meal voraciously. For 3 years, the siblings had evaded capture, their lives characterized by constant hunger, never once having their fill. Soon, the table was cleared of every dish, leaving only the gleaming plates behind. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Chu Chi scratched his head before stepping aside. Now, I have a few questions for you. First, during the calamity that befell your family, how did you and your sister manage to escape? In response to my lord, our family, the Chu clan, comprised 132 souls, of which 72 possessed martial prowess. My father and uncle were the most formidable, both at the 6th tier of spirit general, yet only a little over 10 were executed. The rest perished in battle to protect us, their sacrifice unyielding. Chu Chi recounted, tears spilling from his eyes once more. Ling Yue Wang took a moment to sip her tea before proceeding with her inquiry. The second question, how did you and your sister traverse the distance from Fengzi City to Suning City? A journey of 1,000 miles, one to the south and the other to the north. Initially, my sister and I fled northward to evade the court's pursuit. Eventually, we encountered a man who claimed to be a friend of my father. Upon learning of my father's demise, he expressed a desire to adopt us, promising to ensure our safety. At that moment, we naively believed his words. He guided us from the south to Fanyun City. In the beginning, he treated us well, but soon he began to subtly inquire about the whereabouts of our family's secret martial arts. It was then that I realized all his actions were motivated by a desire to obtain our family's techniques. My sister and I resolutely insisted that the techniques were kept by our father, and we knew nothing of their location. When he saw we would not relent, he attempted to use my sister's life as leverage against me. Fortunately, I had been cautious since he first sent people to search through my clothing, and on the eve of his intended assault, I set fire to the front hall and escaped with my sister through a dog hole in his backyard. Afterward, we dared not leave Fanyun City, blending in with the beggars to avoid detection. To disguise my sister, I dressed her as a boy while I assumed the guise of a girl. Only when he believed we had truly left Fanyun City did I feel it safe to lead my sister to Suning City. Why did you choose to come to Suning City? Because it is closest to Chilan country, which in turn is nearest to the northern wilderness. Do you intend to travel from Chilan country to the northern wilderness? Indeed, I have heard tales that the sects in the northern wilderness recruit disciples based solely on talent irrespective of lineage or family background. Thus, I wish to venture there. Regrettably, it took me half a year to journey from Fanyun City to Suning City. I shudder to think how many years it might require to traverse Chilan country. We may never escape from Cheng'an country at all. One final question, do you recall the blueprint of the royal tomb that your father possessed? When Ling Yue Huang posed this question, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Chu Chi's face. He was unsure why Ling Yue Huang sought such an item, yet he answered honestly, "I have seen that blueprint. And I even made a copy of it myself." Upon hearing Chu Chi's words, Ling Yue Huang's eyes sparkled with interest. "Might I see it?" With an apologetic tone, Chu Chi replied, "The copy I made is still at the old residence of the Chu family. I fled too hastily to retrieve it. If my lord wishes to see it, we can return to Fanzi City to collect it. Rest assured, I guarantee that no one will find it where I left it. The blueprint will surely be there." Chapter 67. Mao Jiyu. Upon hearing that the blueprint still existed, Ling Yue Huang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once her affairs in Suning City were concluded, she would take Chu Chi to Fanzi City to retrieve the blueprint. "There is no need to rush. After I finish my matters here, you and your sister shall rest in this inn. I will provide you with some resources for cultivation. You have spent the last 3 years fleeing for your life, neglecting your training. I hope to see a transformed Chu Chi in the time to come. Do not disappoint me, understood? I shall not fail to meet my lord's expectations." Chu Chi vowed, kneeling once more in reverence. "I have some cleansing pills and foundational pills for you. Take them to expel the impurities from your body and replenish your energy, facilitating your future cultivation. As for your sister, she is not yet ready for cultivation. She needs ample rest and care. Her condition has deteriorated severely, and recovery will not happen swiftly. You should prepare yourself for this." Gazing at the pills on the table, Chu Chi looked at Ling Yue Huang in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. "My lord, are you an alchemist?" Ling Yue Huang simply nodded nonchalantly and exited the room. After she departed, Chu Chi held the porcelain vial in his hands and approached his sister's bedside. "Fear not, we are saved. We have encountered the kindest soul in this world. We shall no longer live like mice in a foul, decaying straw hut. You must recover swiftly." A night passed, and on the following morning, after bestowing some gold coins upon Chu Chi, Ling Yue Huang left the inn. Ling Yue Huang had spent the previous day without acquiring any useful information, so she arrived early at the bustling morning market to gather news. "Oh my, it has been ages since Suning City has been this lively. It is quite rare to see so many people out at this hour. Indeed, Suning City has been bustling these past few days, with an uncountable number of carriages and horsemen coming and going. It is only for these few days, I hear. The woods to the west of the city are now teeming with people. Quite a spectacle. I have heard as much. It seems many powerful factions have arrived. Who knows what treasures may emerge? Whatever it is, it must be something remarkable, otherwise it would not have caused such a phenomenon. They say the anomaly resembles a dragon coiling above the mountains, lingering for several days without dissipating. Wasn't it said to be a giant python? How did it become a dragon? Who knows? It is certainly not an ordinary occurrence. Your words are quite enchanting. It makes one eager to investigate. Shall we go take a look? If you wish to go, then by all means. I shall remain behind. Surely you are aware of the dangers that mountain harbors? Indeed, Mount Jiyu is not a place for us to tread. Let us merely listen to the commotion without risking our lives." Ling Yue Huang, overhearing their conversation, felt intrigued and set aside her food to approach the group. "Gentlemen, might you enlighten me about this Mount Jiyu you speak of? Who are you?" The sudden appearance of the young Ling Yue Huang incited anger among the burly men, one even rising to his feet in indignation. However, Ling Yue Huang remained unfazed, producing a bag of gold coins in the next moment. Upon seeing the coins, the men's eyes widened in astonishment, their previously hostile expressions quickly transforming into ingratiating smiles. "This is 500 gold coins. All you need to do is share the information you possess, and these will all be yours." Upon seeing the money, several individuals promptly altered their previous demeanor, smiling as they offered a seat to Ling Yue Huang. Subsequently, they began to relay everything they knew to her, speaking for approximately the duration of a burning incense stick before they finally concluded. Although Ling Yue Huang was aware that only a few sentences contained truly valuable information, she was pleased to listen, for the more she knew, the more advantageous it would be for her. After absorbing their accounts, Ling Yue Huang departed from Suning City alone, heading toward the mountain they referred to as Jiu Mountain. In truth, Jiu Mountain was not originally named as such. It was once called Jinyan Mountain many years prior. A brilliant light had cleaved the heavens above Jinyan Mountain, and a purple radiance cascaded from the sky, landing precisely upon the mountain. Many witnesses at the time believed it to be an auspicious omen, convinced that a celestial treasure had descended upon Jinyan Mountain, prompting a throng of people to rush there. When they arrived, the purple light had yet to dissipate, and the crowd surged toward the mountain as if entranced. However, as they attempted to approach the purple radiance, it abruptly transformed into a swirling black mist, and in an instant, the world seemed to turn upside down, plunging everything into darkness. The crowd endeavored to harness their spiritual energy to discern their surroundings, but their powers appeared sealed, utterly unusable. In the suffocating darkness, impatience soon morphed into agitation, and fear began to creep into the hearts of everyone until a fragile balance was shattered. That balance was merely the gentle collision of one person with another, after which chaos ensued. It was unclear how much time had passed before Jinyan Mountain returned to tranquility, and the survivors finally beheld the long-awaited sun. Yet, upon exiting Jinyan Mountain, those individuals began to lose their sanity. incessantly raving about unparalleled beauties, opulent palaces, exquisite liquors, countless gold coins and spirit stones, handsome young masters, and supreme cultivation techniques, among other things. Subsequently, these individuals became ensnared in the world they described, unable to extricate themselves. Though their visions varied, one element remained constant: each was immersed in blissful reverie, wearing smiles of ecstasy. Later, when some skeptics heard of this tale, they ventured inside to investigate, but only a scant few, possessing formidable cultivation, managed to exit unscathed. Those of lesser skill either perished within the mountain or emerged as lost as those before them, entrapped in their own fantastical world. So from that point onward, Jinyun Mountain gradually transformed into a forbidden domain that the people of Suning City dared not approach, ultimately adopting the name Jiao Mountain, though much time has elapsed, rendering the event a mere legend. Families of certain lineages would never allow their descendants to set foot on Jiao Mountain. As Ling Yuehuang reflected on the words of those individuals, she recognized that while these legends may possess elements of exaggeration, they were not entirely baseless. The celestial phenomenon that once graced Jiao Mountain was likely connected to the current occurrence, and given her modest cultivation level, it was prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 68, The Celestial Phenomenon Lost in Thought. Ling Yuehuang flew for nearly half an hour before reaching the outskirts of Jiao Mountain. At this juncture, numerous individuals had already gathered in the flatter areas surrounding the mountain, although not as crowded as the city dwellers had claimed. The atmosphere was indeed lively. Observing the mountain range from a distance, she selected a spot somewhat to the left and descended. Jiao Mountain comprised a series of undulating peaks stretching for several dozen miles. In a world where mountain ranges often spanned hundreds of miles, Jiao Mountain could hardly be deemed significant. Some of the onlookers naturally noticed Ling Yuehuang's presence, yet upon seeing her masked visage, they refrained from approaching her. Given the current circumstances surrounding Jiao Mountain, those who dared to join the fray alone typically possessed considerable skill. At such a critical juncture, who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves? Ling Yuehuang found a relatively flat patch of ground and settled down, then gazed skyward. Indeed, a cloud resembling a dragon hovered amidst the air, peculiar in nature, lingering without dissipating, its edges tinged with purple, imparting an aura of auspiciousness. Master, do you know what that cloud signifies? Ling Yuehuang, lacking experience, could only inquire of Lin Jiuxuan. That cloud is not a natural phenomenon but rather a man-made manifestation. It seems someone is scheming something. I just probed the mountain with a fragment of my consciousness, and within there appears to be a formidable barrier. Even I cannot glimpse its depths. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuehuang focused her gaze upwards, her thoughts deepening. As more individuals arrived at Jiao Mountain, the surroundings grew increasingly chaotic, and after enduring another day, the purple-hued cloud finally underwent a transformation. Look, the phenomenon is changing. With a startled cry, all eyes turned toward the sky. The cloud, once reminiscent of a dragon, began to coalesce under the scrutiny of the crowd, seemingly imbued with life, before plunging into the mountain range of Jiao, vanishing from view. Indeed, the phenomenon has entered Jiao Mountain. Treasures must lie within. Jiao Mountain is vast. Whoever finds it shall claim it. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Disciples of Qingye sect, follow me. The disciples of Qianshan sect split into two groups, one veering left and the other right, ready to communicate via secret methods. In an instant, various sects and clans surged into the mountain, as if fearing that a moment's delay would cost them the opportunity. Once the majority had entered, Ling Yuehuang prepared to follow suit when a gentle voice called out to her, "Little brother, the mountain harbors dangers. You are alone, and I advise against taking risks." Ling Yuehuang turned to see a handsome young man clad in a deep blue robe, elegantly wielding a folding fan. "Thank you for your kind concern, but I see you are also alone. Do take care." Ling Yuehuang casually cupped her hands in acknowledgement and then turned to step into the mountain. The moment Ling Yuehuang set foot on Jiao Mountain, an ominous feeling surged within her. With each step she took, this unsettling premonition intensified. As she ventured deeper into the mountain's heart, her anxiety grew, prompting her to slow her pace. Gripping her longsword tightly, she remained vigilant, prepared to strike at any moment. There is no need to be so tense. We are still quite far from whatever lies ahead. Suddenly, a casual remark drifted from behind her, causing Ling Yuehuang to halt. Turning to regard the speaker, "Why are you following me?" Ling Yuehuang regarded him warily. This individual had been trailing her unnoticed, suggesting a level of strength surpassing her own. "I am not following you. Our destinations merely coincide. You need not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Why should I trust you? Believe what you will. I assure you, I will not bring you harm." The young man spoke with remarkable calmness. Although Ling Yuehuang hesitated to accept his words, she recognized that now was not the time for hesitation, so she resumed her forward march, with him following closely behind. However, they had not traversed far when a fierce gust of wind swept through, and layers of white mist began to rise within the mountain. Upon witnessing the mist, Ling Yuehuang's brow furrowed instantly, and she held her breath. She conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy around herself, shielding her from the encroaching fog. Once she completed this task, she instinctively glanced back, only to find that the young man who had been following her had vanished without a trace. This revelation heightened her caution, and as she proceeded forward for several dozen meters, the entire mountain was enveloped in mist. Treasures, treasures, they are mine. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from ahead, with someone frantically screaming about treasures while others engaged in a fierce struggle. Ling Yuehwang swiftly made her way toward the source of the tumult. Upon nearing the area, she was confronted with a scene far more gruesome than she had anticipated. Before her lay dozens of corpses sprawled in pools of blood. While over a dozen others violently attacked one another, the eyes of the living were glazed with a crimson hue, their lips incessantly chanting about treasures. Ling Yuehwang paid them no mind and pressed forward. But just as she attempted to circumvent the chaos, a middle-aged man suddenly charged at her, sword in hand. Ling Yuehwang instinctively raised her sword to parry the man's attack, then struck out with her left hand. Aiming a palm strike at his chest, the man hastily retreated, and Ling Yuehwang seized the opportunity to unleash her sword, directing the blade toward his chest. Reacting swiftly, the man leaped into the air. Using his right foot to propel himself, Ling Yuehwang, wielding her longsword, leapt forward, aiming another thrust at him. The man raised his sword to block, and their blades collided, producing a shower of sparks. No one shall seize this elder's treasure. The man bellowed angrily at Ling Yuehwang, then gripped his sword with both hands, recklessly launching himself at her. Aware that the middle-aged man had lost control, Ling Yuehwang promptly unleashed her spiritual fire, striking forcefully at him with her palm. To her astonishment, instead of evading, the man revealed a sinister grin in response to Ling Yuehwang's attack. What followed was a horrifying sight. The man's aura surged violently, and he clasped his hands together in front of his chest, countless strands of spiritual energy converging into his palms. This is not good, Ling Yuehwang thought to herself, and then began to retreat. You cannot escape, the treasure is mine, the man declared. Chapter 69, The Fiancé. As the man's words fell, the middle-aged man's power surged through Ling Yuehwang's attack, pursuing her in the direction she was trying to evade. Realizing she could not avoid it, Ling Yuehwang halted abruptly, and with both palms extended, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coalesced before her into a thick shield. With a tremendous explosion, Ling Yuehwang was propelled backward, flying over 10 meters. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man seemed to have had all his vitality drained, collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, without granting the man a moment's respite, Ling Yuehwang deftly maneuvered her sword into his chest, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Only after the middle-aged man was dead did Ling Yuehwang finally exhale a sigh of relief. This man possessed the strength of a 6th-tier spiritual general, considerably stronger than Ling Yuehwang. Had he been in his right mind executing his chaotic moves, it would have been a formidable challenge to contend with him. The reckless manner in which he fought caused a cold sweat to break out on Ling Yuehwang's back. Who would exhaust their own spiritual sea to ensure another's demise if they were in full possession of their faculties? Having dealt with the man before her, Ling Yuehwang dared not linger. Continuing onward, the only thing within her sight was a mere 1 or 2 meters ahead. This was only possible with the aid of her mental energy, otherwise, a common person would surely see nothing at all. However, along the subsequent path, she encountered not a single soul. There were no corpses, only some footprints, and no other traces. Just as Ling Yuehwang found the situation peculiar, a sudden flash of purple light appeared, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes. When the radiance dissipated, what greeted her was not the misty woods but a resplendent palace. Ling Yuehwang turned to glance behind her, only to find herself utterly alone, with nothing but an empty street stretching behind her. With a creak, before Ling Yuehwang could push open the grand doors of the palace, they swung open on their own. Gazing at the opulent palace, Ling Yuehwang stepped inside. Once she entered, the crimson doors closed automatically behind her. Hearing the noise, she did not turn back. Your Highness, the princess, a group of armored men, each brandishing long weapons, suddenly appeared before her. Exuding an imposing presence, Ling Yuehwang was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Are you addressing me?" None of the kneeling soldiers responded to her question. Just as Ling Yuehwang was filled with confusion, a commanding voice laced with tenderness reached her ears. "They are calling you." "Naturally, yea, greetings, your majesty." Rise." Ling Yuehwang turned once more, and this time, standing behind her was a man clad in a black and gold embroidered robe. He stood over 7 feet tall, strikingly handsome, with dark eyes that seemed capable of perceiving all. His chiseled features exuded an unyielding strength and authority. "You know my name?" Ling Yuehwang asked, her expression grave as she regarded the man, unperturbed by her question. He smiled gently and approached her slowly. "If I did not even know your name, how could I be your fiancé? Wouldn't you agree, Yuehwang?" At his words, Ling Yuehwang became flustered, retreating while desperately trying to recall her identity. It seemed she had forgotten many things, such as which kingdom she belonged to or who this man before her was. Do not come any closer. Who are you? Who am I? The emperor paused, a soft smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I am Shangyu, the sovereign of the Zilong kingdom, and you are Princess Ling Yuehwang of the Chang'an kingdom. We have been betrothed since childhood. You are my rightful fiancé. Come now, do not be shy." Shangyu's voice possessed a certain enchantment, making one wish to comply with his every word. Ling Yuehwang's defenses began to wane, and she looked at him innocently, asking, "You say I am the princess of Chang'an, but why do I have no memories of it? You were ill before, which caused you to forget the past. If you do not believe me, We can take you to the place where you once lived, what do you think? Shang Yu extended his hand toward Ling Yuewang. She hesitated for a few seconds, her cheeks flushing shyly, but ultimately took his hand. Guided by Shang Yu, Ling Yuewang stepped into the magnificent palace, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she beheld the radiant halls. What do you think? Do you like it? This is the palace I specifically constructed for you. And you used to live here. Look, over there is your favorite spot. Following Shang Yu's finger, Ling Yuewang saw a dreamlike peach orchard in the palace's backyard, where blossoms were in full bloom, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. A familiar scene flashed in her mind. She stood beneath a peach tree in a pink dress, swinging joyfully. I think I remember something. I have been here before, Ling Yuewang murmured, shaking her head softly. Hearing her words, Shang Yu smiled with satisfaction, then took her hand once more. See, I did not deceive you. I am infatuated with you, and I wonder if Ye feels the same. As he spoke, he reached toward Ling Yuewang's waist. But she suddenly bent down to pick up a fallen peach blossom, narrowly avoiding his grasp. Since you are my fiancé, I shall offer you this flower, she said, presenting the blossom she had collected. Shang Yu, noticing the shyness in her eyes, grinned broadly as he accepted the flower, even bringing it to his lips to kiss it. Ye, look how beautifully this peach blossom blooms. Shall we take a stroll through the orchard? Yes, Ling Yuewang replied softly. Shang Yu took her hand again and led her into the orchard. Yeah, look at the peach blossoms, they are resplendent and captivating, just like you, so beautiful that one cannot help but be entranced. Upon hearing his words, Ling Yuewang's face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his gaze. Observing her reaction, Shang Yu opened his arms and lunged toward her, but Ling Yuewang swiftly dodged to the side. Yeah, why are you avoiding me? Shang Yu asked, his tone tinged with displeasure. Ling Yuewang fidgeted with her clothing, feeling a bit wronged as she murmured. Chapter 70, The Spirit of the Sacred Beast, Your Majesty. I wish to play a game of blindfolds. Would you be willing to join me? A game of blindfolds? What is that, and how do we play? Shang Yu inquired, puzzled. Simply cover your eyes with a cloth. And then using your hearing, try to catch me. If you do, there will be a reward. What reward? Whatever your majesty desires, I shall grant it, at your discretion. Ling Yuewang's voice carried a hint of allure. And Shang Yu immediately agreed to her proposition. Very well, let the games begin. Ling Yuewang carefully blindfolded Shang Yu before darting away. Little beauty, here I come, Shang Yu called out, laughing as he lunged toward her. Ah, little beauty, I caught you, he exclaimed, soon releasing a mischievous laugh. However, when his hands brushed against the skin of the person he had seized, he recoiled in shock. What is this? Before he could finish, a scream escaped his lips. And in the next instant, a thought crossed his mind, shattering the blindfold. When Shang Yu finally saw what lay before him, disbelief washed over him, followed swiftly by rage. You dare to harm me? Do you know who I am? He glared at the sword embedded in his chest, then turned his furious gaze toward Ling Yuewang and the two beasts beside her. You are merely the spirit of a long-dead sacred beast. Ling Yuewang replied nonchalantly. At her words, Shang Yu's expression darkened further. I am a peak sacred beast. Do you comprehend what that signifies? It means you are on the verge of ascending to a demigod. Is that not so? Yet you are dead. Do you truly believe you are still alive? Ling Yuewang retorted. Shang Yu scoffed. Even without my sacred beast form, my spirit is not something you can belittle. Oh, is that so? Then why not give it a try? Ling Yuewang challenged, charging toward Shang Yu with her companions. In truth, Shang Yu was not wrong. Even as a mere spirit, he was not something they could easily contend with. Once a beast reaches the sacred level, it can take on human form, speak, and wield terrifying power. Is this all you are capable of? A retrogressing winged tiger and a blue-eyed nine-tailed fox, willingly becoming contracted beasts of the human race? How utterly disgraceful. However, once I become the master of this body, I can certainly make use of these two fools. Shang Yu floated above the ground, his smile both wicked and sinister. So, you have been coveting my body from the very beginning. Ling Yuewang realized, suddenly understanding Shang Yu's motives for targeting her alone. From the moment you entered this mountain range, I, the king, sensed the uniqueness of your body. To draw you into this world I meticulously crafted for you. I have expended considerable effort, yet, although you have clearly fallen under my enchanting spell, we were so close, I could have merged our souls through the union of yin and yang. Why did you awaken? Why? As Shang Yu spoke, a sinister expression twisted his face, his gaze filled with malice directed at Ling Yuewang. Who told you that I fell victim to your enthrallment? From beginning to end, I have never succumbed to your illusions or enchanting arts. I merely showcased my finest acting skills to complement your performance. Impossible, my enchanting arts are not of the ordinary kind. How could a mere spiritual general practitioner like you possibly withstand my power? Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's words, Shang Yu immediately refuted, still unable to believe that she had escaped his enchantment. Ling Yuewang, however, chose not to argue further and continued her assault. Mental fire, are you an alchemist? Upon witnessing Ling Yuewang's attack, a flicker of change crossed Shang Yu's expression as the confidence in his eyes seemed to waver. Ling Yuewang had now mastered the ability to shape her mental fire into simple forms. Such as a flower or a leaf, though they appeared ordinary, the energy contained within was several times that of typical spiritual power. The mental fire represents the fusion of mental and spiritual energy. Encapsulating a person's spirit, thus serving effectively against those who wield mental powers. Even if your mental prowess is formidable, within my illusion, you cannot harm me. Cease your struggles, surrender and unite with me. Do you not desire to grow stronger? Once you merge with me, you shall possess power surpassing that of sacred beasts, and then you will command the entire continent. Is that not your aspiration? Ice Soul Sword. Ling Yue Huang did not respond to Shan Yu's words but instead turned and thrust her sword. As azure spiritual energy coalesced into countless ice blades, piercing towards Shan Yu, with a wave of his hand, a pale purple barrier formed before him, instantly blocking Ling Yue Huang's assault. Xiaotian and Bai Xian attempted to coordinate their attacks but could never reach the hem of Shan Yu's robes. Had it not been for their own powerful bloodline, the mere pressure from a sacred beast would have rendered them immobile. A mere jester dares to oppose me. After uttering this, Shan Yu raised his hand, unleashing two streams of purple spiritual energy towards Xiaotian and Bai Xian, forcing them to retreat hastily. Had it not been for Ling Yue Huang's timely summoning, both beasts might have sustained injuries. The first layer of the Imperial Phoenix technique, the Phoenix's first cry. Ling Yue Huang summoned Bai Xian and Xiaotian back, then swiftly formed seals with her hands, torrents of spiritual energy gathering at her fingertips. A crimson phoenix materialized before her, emitting a cry that resonated through the heavens. The fire phoenix charged towards Shan Yu with closed eyes, casting a scarlet hue over everything in its wake. Upon seeing the fire phoenix conjured by Ling Yue Huang, Shan Yu narrowed his eyes, then struck with both palms, sending a purple dragon rushing towards Ling Yue Huang's fire phoenix with an indomitable force. As the dragon and phoenix collided in the air, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy formed, the resultant explosions nearly shaking the entire illusion to its core. Ling Yue Huang was forced back several dozen meters by the residual force of Shan Yu's attack. When she regained her footing, his counterattack was less than 20 meters away. The second layer of the Imperial Phoenix technique, the golden eyes of the phoenix. Ling Yue Huang disregarded everything else and immediately formed seals again. Conjuring another fire phoenix before her, the fire phoenix, which had previously closed its eyes, opened them at the moment of flight, its regal gaze surveying the world. Seeing this, Shan Yu hastily withdrew his attack. Shifting to defense, the fire phoenix, embodying the might of a sovereign, crashed into Shan Yu, the violent clash of spiritual energies once again shattering the palace within the illusion. As the light of the fire phoenix faded, Shan Yu clutched his chest, glaring furiously at Ling Yue Huang. Chapter 71, Soul Shattered. Damn it, were it not for your underhanded schemes, I would never have fallen to you, but do not rejoice too soon. I have said, within this illusion, you cannot kill me. I shall return to devour the powers of those individuals, then I will come to slay you. With that, Shan Yu's form vanished from sight. Noticing his hurried departure, Ling Yue Huang understood that her recent strike had undoubtedly injured him. Master, what should we do now? After Shan Yu disappeared, Bai Xian asked anxiously. Ling Yue Huang glanced around the illusion. It had been crafted by Shan Yu after peering into her memories through his enchanting arts, and most of the elements within were tied to her recollections. Ultimately, this illusion was based on herself. Or with this thought, Ling Yue Huang closed her eyes, extending her consciousness throughout every corner of the illusion. Found it. Soon, Ling Yue Huang opened her eyes and flew towards the palace within the illusion. Upon entering the palace, she gazed at the throne with a smile, then raised her hand, unleashing a stream of spiritual energy that shattered the throne into pieces. As the throne was destroyed, the entire illusion began to disintegrate in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the illusion vanished, and where Ling Yue Huang stood was the summit of Jiyu Mountain. Before her lay the skeletal remains of a dragon, an arrow with feathers still lodged within its bones. With just a glance, Ling Yue Huang recognized the extraordinary nature of the arrow. The dragon's bones indicated it had been dead for no less than 500 years. Despite the passage of time, the arrow embedded in the dragon still emitted a faint silver glow, its presence rivaling that of a third or fourth tier spiritual artifact. Ling Yue Huang could only imagine the terrifying strength of the individual who had slain Shan Yu with a single arrow. Capable of killing a peak sacred beast in one shot, truly formidable. Master, we must locate Shan Yu quickly. If he devours the powers of those individuals, he will be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Bai Xian reminded her, showing no interest in who had slain Shan Yu, only eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Ling Yue Huang surveyed her surroundings and replied, there is no need to search for him. I have my own methods to draw him out. After saying this, a flame of mental energy ignited at the tip of her right finger. Master, are you planning to destroy Shan Yu's remains? Yes, Ling Yue Huang nodded, then with a wave of her hand, the green flame of mental energy surged towards Shan Yu's bones. As her mental fire made contact with Shan Yu's remains, his voice echoed from afar. Stop, quickly stop. Yet Ling Yue Huang did not cease her actions. The lingering essence of Shan Yu's soul was undoubtedly tied to these bones. In just a few breaths, Shan Yu's soul had arrived at the mountain peak. Upon witnessing his remains being consumed by the raging flames, Shan Yu was instantly engulfed in fury. I will ensure that you all have no place to be buried. With his anguished howl, countless tendrils of purple mist enveloped Jiyu Mountain, especially the summit where Ling Yue Huang stood, where fierce winds began to swirl. Shan Yu, you were once a noble bloodline, a purple dragon, had it not been for your grave errors. You would have transformed from a dragon to a true dragon rather than being obliterated. The one who sought your life spared your soul, intending to grant you a chance at reincarnation, yet you, ungrateful, have descended into this state, creating chaos and slaughtering the innocent. You have succumbed to madness. This world can no longer accommodate you. A mere human dares to speak so brazenly before me. How utterly laughable. Today you destroy my remains, and thus you shall repay with your own body. With his words, countless tendrils of purple demonic energy surged towards Ling Yuewang. All things possess a spirit, the heavens are boundless. Chaos and the five elements converge, the wind rises and clouds swirl extreme winds. Ling Yuewang rapidly forms seals before her chest, an immense surge of spiritual energy pouring forth from her body, causing the environment around her to resonate with her aura. Producing a cacophony of wind sounds. As Ling Yuewang unleashed her palms, an invisible whirlwind surged outward, as if seeking to blow the entire summit away, sweeping everything into its tempest. In an instant, Shang Yu's purple demonic energy could advance no further. The clash between the demonic energy and the whirlwind resulted in a violent confrontation, akin to dark clouds meeting a tempest, erupting in a series of explosive booms. Roar, with the roar of a dragon. Shang Yu erupted with an overwhelming surge of purple demonic energy, charging towards Ling Yuewang. The five elemental powers stirred. Thunder roar. Ling Yuewang gathered her spiritual energy once more, summoning bolts of purple lightning that cascaded from the heavens. Striking directly at Shang Yu raised a hand, the purple demonic energy soaring skyward, easily deflecting Ling Yuewang's lightning attack. A mere spiritual general dares to summon heavenly thunder, truly overestimating your abilities. As Shang Yu spoke, five tendrils of demonic energy rose from behind him, effortlessly blocking all of Ling Yuewang's lightning strikes. In the next moment, Shang Yu's soul materialized before Ling Yuewang, a smug smile playing on his lips. He raised his hand, and countless streams of demonic energy surged towards her. In the blink of an eye, the protective barrier Ling Yuewang had formed was entirely consumed by the demonic energy. This body is mine. Seeing Ling Yuewang's defenses fall so easily, Shang Yu transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards her chest, intending to seize her body. In an instant, Shang Yu's soul plunged into Ling Yuewang, and her expression contorted in agony. After the soul of Shang Yu entered the body of Ling Yuewang, it was eager to devour her soul, charging recklessly until it arrived within the realm of her consciousness. Just as Shang Yu believed that Ling Yuewang's soul was feeble and not a match for him, he struck without hesitation. In the next moment, an unexpected force instantly expelled Shang Yu's soul from his body, causing him to emit a pained wail. How dare a mere dragon soul lay hands on my contractee? A towering voice reverberated in Shang Yu's mind, and his previously arrogant pupils widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something unfathomably terrifying, rendering him incapable of thought. After a while, he barely regained his composure and knelt before Ling Yuewang, pleading for mercy. My lord, spare me, I did not act with intent. I beg you for my life, disperse. As this command echoed in Shang Yu's mind, a streak of light shot forth from Ling Yuewang, and in an instant, his soul was reduced to nothingness, vanishing from existence. Chapter 72. Clinging to power scattered and dissipated. This was the ultimate fate of Shang Yu. Once his soul disintegrated, the malevolent aura that had engulfed the entire Jiyu mountain began to dissipate rapidly, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. As the violet mist cleared, Ling Yuewang gradually regained her senses. Initially, she had intended to use herself as bait to lure Shang Yu's soul into her consciousness, where she could then employ her formidable awareness to confine and obliterate him. However, before she could act, a force emanating from the spirit sea had completely resolved Shang Yu, leaving Ling Yuewang astonished. That power. Was it from Ming Ying? Ling Yuewang inquired, her disbelief evident. Bai Xian nodded in affirmation, confirming her assessment. Indeed, it was the work of Big Brother Ming. Is he awake? Ling Yuewang pressed further. This time, Bai Xian remained silent, for he too was uncertain of Ming's state. After a moment, as Ming Ying continued to slumber, Ling Yuewang concluded that he had not awakened, rather, he had instinctively intervened upon sensing her peril, acting forcefully in his sleep. This revelation left her incredulous. It seemed that with a single strike, the slumbering being had sent the soul of a sacred beast into disarray. How formidable must he be if he were to awaken? Indeed, there was an undeniable thrill in having such a powerful ally. Ling Yuewang mused inwardly. Having dealt with Shang Yu, Ling Yuewang departed Jiyu Mountain alongside Bai Xian and Xiao Tian. This time, the number of individuals who had come to Jiyu Mountain was not fewer than 800, and the majority had perished. Should anyone assume that she had slain Shang Yu and claimed some treasure, it would be difficult for her to clarify her innocence. Although she had not acquired any artifacts, the elimination of Shang Yu was significant in her eyes. In life, one must possess aspirations, and she firmly believed in the cyclical nature of cause and effect, where good deeds are rewarded and evil met with retribution. After leaving Jiyu Mountain, Ling Yuewang returned to the inn. Upon her safe arrival, Chu Chia's anxious heart finally settled. My lord, you have returned. You are unscathed, I hope? Chu Chi inquired with concern. I am fine, Ling Yuewang replied. I heard that for the past few days, dark clouds have shrouded that area, and those who entered the mountain have not emerged. It must be extremely perilous. Did my lord uncover any treasures? Ling Yue Huang took a sip of water before shaking her head. There were no treasures, merely the machinations of a sacred beast's soul. The soul of a sacred beast. Upon hearing Ling Yue Huang's words, Chu Chi's eyes widened, and he was rendered momentarily speechless. My lord, you truly encountered the legendary sacred beast, who ultimately dealt with it? Chu Chi inquired. Curiosity brimming. Enough of this. Such matters are not for you to pry into. You must focus on your training if you do not wish to remain a frog at the bottom of a well. Hone your skills properly, Ling Yue Huang stated, turning to leave the room of the Chu siblings and entering her own quarters. Once inside, Ling Yue Huang swiftly entered the space of her divine bracelet, for she yearned only for rest. Her earlier battle with Shang Yu had drained a considerable amount of her mental energy. When Ling Yue Huang finally awakened from her slumber, it was already the following morning, after a brief conversation with Yu Feng in the space. She exited. My lord, you are awake. Yes, you two siblings should tidy up. We are leaving, Ling Yue Huang instructed before exiting the inn. Though Chu Chi did not understand the reason for their departure, it was his duty as a subordinate to obey orders. Brother, is that big brother our master? Chu Yuran asked, peering out from behind the door at Ling Yue Huang's retreating figure. Yes, Yuran must remember that he is the only one to whom we will owe our loyalty henceforth. Without her, you will never see your brother again. Understood, I will remember, Chu Yuran affirmed with a resolute nod. Despite her tender age of 9, she grasped the weight of a life-saving debt. Ling Yue Huang wandered about Suning City, procuring some medicinal herbs before returning to the inn. My lord, we are ready and can depart at any time, Chu Chi announced upon her arrival. Yuran greets you, my lord. The small Chu Yuran bowed respectfully before Ling Yue Huang. Upon noticing her, Ling Yue Huang's cold demeanor softened slightly as she said, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Rise. Thank you, my lord. Once Chu Yuran stood, Ling Yue Huang spoke earnestly. Yuran, my rescue of you was a transaction made with your brother. By saving you, he is bound to me. Thus, if you do not wish to accompany me, you may follow your brother's guidance after your recovery, living as an ordinary person or perhaps joining a sect. The choice is yours. Hearing Ling Yue Huang's words, a look of grievance crossed Chu Yuran's face. No, I will go nowhere. I want to follow my lord and brother. You are my brother's master, so you are my master too. Yuran and brother will follow you for life, without regret. The small child's gaze was resolute. After more than 2 years of wandering, she was no longer the naive little girl she once was. Now, like her brother, she simply desired to grow stronger. Since you have chosen to accompany me, you must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Furthermore, I do not tolerate idleness around me. Strive to become stronger, for only then will you have the right to stand by my side. Do you understand? Yuran understands. After confirming their mutual intentions, Ling Yue Huang departed Suning City with the Chu siblings. Considering Chu Yuran's frail condition, Ling Yue Huang arranged for a carriage for both herself and Chu Yuran. The carriage set off from Suning City, heading southward. The journey from Suning City to Fangzhe City would take at least a month at their current pace. But Ling Yue Huang was not in a rush. Along the way, she chose to traverse secluded and perilous paths. Within less than 2 days, they encountered trouble. I wondered why the magpies were calling so incessantly today. It seems a big business has come knocking. Before the carriage of Ling Yue Huang and her companions, a group of burly bandits brandishing large blades laughed heartily. Hey, a few little brats, hurry and get down from the carriage and hand over everything of value on you. The leader, a robust man clad in a black jacket, his shoulders broad as an ox, glared menacingly at Ling Yue Huang and her companions. Of the 6, only the leader possessed the strength of a 5th-tier spiritualist, while the others included 2 3rd-tier spiritualists and the rest mere commoners. And the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I want them all to be unable to move. Chapter 73. Returning to Fangzhe City, Ling Yue Huang sat poised in her carriage, casually stating, do it, yes, my lord. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chi summoned his weapon, a silver-white spear adorned with a red tassel. Before the bandits could react, Chu Chi had already darted in front of them. He thrust the spear first, knocking the nearest commoner to the ground. With a swift turn, he engaged the remaining cultivators in combat. First form of the Xiaolong spear technique, the spear strikes like a dragon. With the silver spear swirling, it resembled a coiling dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura while shifting with remarkable agility. Chu Chi's small frame darted about amidst the attacks, evading their strikes with his nimble movements. Second form of the Xiaolong spear technique, the wandering dragon emerges from the sea, the silver spear in Chu Chi's hand, bolstered by spiritual energy, transformed into a streak of light that sliced through the air, cleaving through the bandits' midsections in an instant. Poof! With cries of agony echoing, all 6 bandits collapsed, their lives not directly extinguished by Chu Chi's spear, yet they would soon succumb to blood loss. My lord, all 6 have fallen. How should we proceed? Let us depart. If they are fortunate enough to survive, it will be their fate. If not, it is no concern of ours. Understood. Upon completing his report, Chu Chi returned to the front of the carriage to drive for Ling Yue Huang. Throughout their journey, Ling Yue Huang encountered bandits 3 times and spiritual beasts 4 times, with numerous stops along the way. What should have been a month-long journey stretched into a month and a half before they finally arrived. When the Chu Chi siblings once again laid eyes on the three characters of Fong Zhe Chang, a look of anguish surfaced in their expressions. After a month and a half of rigorous training, Chu Chi had ascended to the 8th tier of spirit masters, and his resolve had steadily solidified. Let us proceed to the ancestral home of the Chu family to retrieve that item. Lest we invite unnecessary complications, suggested Lingyue Huang. With a sense of grandeur, she led the Chu siblings into the city, and along their journey, no one seemed to notice anything amiss. After all, during their 2 years of evading capture, the siblings had undergone significant changes in both appearance and demeanor. Under Chu Chi's guidance, it wasn't long before Lingyue Huang arrived at an old residence on the outskirts of Fong Zhe Chang. Upon opening the door, Chu Chi stepped into the dilapidated abode first. Observing the residence's disarray, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, yet he refrained from dwelling on the state of the old home and instead approached a water vat. Moving it aside to reveal a relatively clean stone slab, with considerable force, he stepped on the stone, causing adjacent slabs to shift, and in the blink of an eye, an entrance to a hidden chamber, approximately 1 meter in height, appeared before Lingyue Huang. My lady, please. Chu Chi gestured respectfully, and Lingyue Huang, not one to stand on ceremony, stepped directly into the dark passage, expecting the hidden chamber to be merely an ordinary one. She was taken aback to discover it was, in fact, the treasure vault of the Chu family. My lady, this is the item you sought. Chu Chi retrieved a box from a shelf and presented it to Lingyue Huang. Upon opening it and revealing the architectural blueprints within, a sly smile crept across her face. Do you wish to take the contents within? Lingyue Huang inquired after tucking the blueprints away. My subordinates wish to present all these items to you, my lady. I wonder if they might pique your interest. Chu Chi replied. Lingyue Huang blinked in surprise. Was it truly a matter of interest? The vault contained not only a considerable amount of gold but also herbs and various weapons, overall quite valuable indeed. Are you certain you wish to part with these items? She asked, her gaze fixed on Chu Chi. Indeed, my lady. The Chu family now consists solely of my sister and me. These items hold little value for us, serving only to exchange for cultivation resources. However, since we have pledged our allegiance to you, what is ours is now yours. We sincerely hope you will accept these items, lest they fall into the hands of others. Upon hearing Chu Chi's words, Lingyue Huang smiled and replied, in that case, I shall gladly accept them on behalf of you siblings. So for Lingyue Huang, who was in possession of abundant resources, the treasures of the Chu family held little allure. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the items from the underground chamber into her spatial realm before departing the Chu family residence with the siblings. Lingyue Huang had another motive for her visit to Fong Zhe Chang. Aside from acquiring the blueprints drawn by Chu Chi, located in the southern region, Fong Zhe Chang was renowned not only for its abundant herbs but also for its rich deposits of metallurgical resources, making it the city that produced the most weapons in the kingdom of Chang'an. As evidenced by the treasures found in the Chu family's vault, Lingyue Huang intended to visit this city to seek out the remnants of a broken sword she had previously acquired. Under Chu Chi's guidance, she arrived at a small swordsmith shop. Though the shop was modest and bore no sign, Chu Chi assured her that a master swordsmith resided within. Good day, do you require assistance? A young man, around 20 years of age, greeted them upon their entrance. We seek the esteemed Master Ling Qing. Is he available? Chu Chi inquired, bowing respectfully. What business do you have with my grandfather? The young man asked, his brow furrowed in confusion upon hearing their intent. Our master wishes to request Master Lang's expertise in repairing a weapon. We are open to any compensation he deems appropriate, Chu Chi explained. The young man immediately displayed a look of hesitation. Young brother, it's not that my grandfather is unwilling, but rather that he has grown frail and hasn't forged weapons in quite some time. I suggest you seek another craftsman, he replied apologetically. We have sincerely come to request your grandfather's assistance. Regardless of whether he accepts the commission, I believe he ought to at least examine the sword before declining. Would you kindly invite him to speak with me? Chu Chi pressed. The young man hesitated, but after scrutinizing Lingyue Huang, he ultimately retreated into the inner courtyard. Before long, he returned, a faint smile gracing his features. My grandfather has agreed to meet with you. Please follow me. Upon entering the courtyard, Lingyue Huang discovered a surprising expanse behind the humble storefront. Unlike the cramped and dilapidated front, the back was spacious and well lit, adorned with a bamboo grove and a courtyard. In a serene corner of the bamboo grove sat an elderly man clad in a grey robe, meditating with a teapot beside him, filled with freshly brewed tea. Junior Lingyu, I pay my respects to Master Lang. Lingyue Huang approached the elder, bowing with utmost reverence. Take a seat, Lang Qing gestured, inviting her to sit. However, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Chi and Chu Yuran. You two are the children of the Chu family? He eventually queried, his voice trembling with excitement. We are Chu Chi and Chu Yuran, paying our respects to you, Master Lang, they replied in unison. As they acknowledged their identities, Lang Qing sprang to his feet, urging them to rise. I never expected you two to return quietly. I have been restless these past 2 years without any word from you. The elder's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Forgive us for causing you concern, Master Lang, Chu Chi replied, a wave of guilt washing over him, though he quickly suppressed it. What is your relationship with this young master? Lang Qing's attention shifted to Lingyue Huang. Master, this is young Master Lingyu, our savior, and the one to whom we have pledged our loyalty, Chu Qi explained hastily. Hearing this, Lang Qing's expression darkened. A young master of the Chu family has become another's servant? And he appears to be no older than 16 or 17, how can he protect you both? Ling Yuehuang remained silent, but Chu Qi quickly interjected, Master Lang, I understand your concerns, but although our master is young, his strength is beyond question. You need not worry about us. Today, we wish to see you and also to request your assistance in repairing a weapon for our master. Would you be willing? Chu Qi continued, show me the sword. Lang Qing commanded. Ling Yuehuang stood promptly and presented the broken sword to him. Master Lang, could you repair this weapon? She addressed him directly, unperturbed by his scrutiny, calling him Master Lang without hesitation. Knowing that older individuals often had a soft spot for youthful audacity, taking the sword, Lang Qing examined it closely, yet his expression grew increasingly solemn. Where did you acquire the sword? He finally asked. It was a chance discovery, Ling Yuehuang responded. I found it to be exquisitely crafted, imbued with a sense of lethal intent. It seemed a fine sword, albeit missing its blade, which I lamented, thus wishing to have it repaired. Ling Yuehuang offered a vague explanation for the sword's origin, evading the truth. Lang Qing regarded her with a penetrating gaze, as if assessing her sincerity. Take the sword back. I cannot repair it, he declared. Returning it to her, Master Lang, are you truly unable to mend it? Ling Yuehuang asked, a hint of reluctance evident in her voice. Noticing her attachment to the sword, Lang Qing replied, Young lady, I see you possess some stature and background. However, I advise you to seal this sword away and abandon any thoughts of repairing it or wielding it. It is not suited for you. Ling Yuehuang's confusion deepened. Master Lang, what do you mean? Is there something wrong with the sword? With a discerning glance, Lang Qing contemplated for a moment before stating, this sword has been sealed by someone. It is not merely broken, it was crafted this way. Ling Yuehuang struggled to comprehend his words, as they were often cryptic. Sensing her intent to inquire further, Lang Qing interjected, you need not ask. I cannot break the seal, and the sword's destined wielder is not you. So it will be of no use to you. Realizing further inquiry would be futile, Ling Yuehuang decided to refrain from pressing the matter. In that case, I shall not insist. Thank you, Master Lang, for your guidance. She said, bowing respectfully, you need not be disheartened. Though this sword is not for you, its destined wielder is surely connected to you, or else it would not have found its way into your hands. Simply await the day you cross paths with them, Lang Qing reassured her. A flicker of anticipation lit up Ling Yuehuang's eyes. Although Lang Qing's words were shrouded in mystery, they resonated with an almost prophetic quality. Reminiscent of a fortune-teller rather than a mere swordsmith. Perhaps sensing the peculiar gaze with which Ling Yuehuang regarded him, Lang Qing casually remarked after taking a seat, a swordsmith may forge both the exterior and the soul. An object imbued with its essence must surely be extraordinary. A gentleman spends a decade honing a sword, and when it is drawn, it aligns with his heart, rendering him invincible. Ling Yuehuang inclined her head slightly, indicating her understanding. Subsequently, she refrained from further conversation, allowing the time to be devoted to Chu Qi and Chu Yuran. After they had conversed with Lang Qing for nearly half an hour, the three of them prepared to take their leave. Just as they were about to depart, a group barged in. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my home? Demanded Lang Qing's grandson, Lang Zhe. Stepping forward. At the forefront stood a man in his 40s or 50s. Sporting a scruffy beard and exuding an air of cunning malevolence. Upon observing Lang Zhe's slender frame, the man smirked disdainfully and proclaimed, you must be Lang Qing's grandson. Lang Zhe, I am here by the command of the Duke to invite you and your grandfather to our royal residence. Do not be foolish, otherwise, these swords are unforgiving. Upon his words, 7 or 8 guards behind him grasped their long swords firmly. Hearing this, both Lang Qing and his grandson were taken aback, prompting Lang Qing to rise and confront the man. Family is but an ordinary blacksmith in Fangzi City. How could we possibly attract the Duke's attention, warranting such a grand display of force from Lingji City to Fangzi City? Humph, do not be so modest to old man in Fangzi City, who does not know that when it comes to sword forging none can rival you. Every notable swordsmith here is your disciple now that the Duke has extended an invitation. You should accompany us without further ado. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lang Qing understood that evasion was futile. I will agree to accompany you to Lingji, but you must first allow these guests to leave. I need to tidy up before I depart with you, grandfather, the Chu siblings exclaimed in unison, not wishing for Lang Qing to go with this man, and they turned their gaze towards Ling Yuehuang. Chapter 75, Involvement. Ling Yuehuang remained silent for a moment, contemplating why, after all this time, the Duke's men had not discovered that the mine had been completely exhausted. As for the Duke's invitation to Lang Qing, she surmised the reason easily. The Duke, now possessing a gold mine in the resource-rich city of Huanqi, undoubtedly had ample funds. With money in hand, one must take action, otherwise how could he uphold his princely status? Lang Qing, being a master swordsmith, and a prince forging weapons, what implications could that carry? It was self-evident, the Duke truly exhibited remarkable patience. Having acquired the gold mine for over a year, he had only now thought to produce weapons. One could not help but remark on his sluggish response, which explained why he consistently lagged behind the crown prince. Yu. The leading man's composure faltered at Ling Yuewang's words, staring at her in disbelief. As if he had encountered someone of great significance, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Who are you? How dare you slander our lord? Such audacity! Guards, seize her and take her back to Lingji for the duke's judgment. As his command concluded, two men stepped forward, advancing towards Ling Yuewang with the intent to apprehend her. Bang! In the next moment, Chu Qi moved, sending them flying with a swift kick. Return and inform your master that if he dares to harm the Lang family, the matters he currently handles will find their way onto the crown prince's desk. I give you 3 seconds to leave this place, otherwise, none of you shall depart. Point 3. Go hurry, before Ling Yuewang could finish. The middle-aged man and his entourage fled, fearing for their lives. Once they departed, Lang Qin deeply bowed to Ling Yuewang. Thank you for your timely assistance, young master. Grandfather Lang, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a small effort on my part. However, this place is no longer safe. Lang Qin understood well that the duke's retreat today would surely be followed by a return with greater force. In the future, when Ling Yuewang was absent, no one would be able to protect them. Alas, I never anticipated that after living my life in Fangzhe City, I would have to leave my homeland to find peace. It is truly humiliating. Lang Qin was reluctant to abandon his home, yet for Lang's sake, he felt compelled to bow to necessity. The current emperor was incompetent, and the princes beneath him were equally ruthless and devoid of virtue. The fate of the Chang'an kingdom was nearing its end. Lang Zhe, who had remained silent, sighed to himself. Before these people arrived, he had harbored a glimmer of hope for the court, but now, it seemed that all his faith had been shattered in an instant. I see that Brother Lang is also a cultivator with grand ambitions. Why have you not sought the support of any faction and instead remained at home? Ling Yuewang inquired thoughtfully. It is rather shameful to admit, but I lack both martial prowess and scholarly aptitude. After enduring numerous misfortunes, I can only remain idle at home, tending to my grandfather. As a token of filial piety, Brother Lang, do not belittle yourself. Since childhood, you have been intelligent and a skilled businessman, amassing considerable wealth for the Lang family at such a young age. If not for the issues surrounding your uncle, you would not be in such a despondent state now. Chu Qi interjected, defending Lang Zhe. Hearing her words, Ling Yuewang's eyes brightened, and she scrutinized Lang Zhe anew. Chu, there is no need to speak on my behalf. My earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. It is nothing of significance. Had I possessed true talent, I would not have subjected my grandfather to such indignities, forcing him to leave home in his old age. Lang Zhe's words were laden with a sense of frustration and unfulfillment. Old Lang, if you would not mind, why not accompany me? I cannot guarantee much, but I can assure your safety. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's proposal, both Chu Qi and Lang Qin were taken aback. Your family would likely disapprove. You should take the Chu family children and leave us be. It was clear that Lang Qin regarded Ling Yuewang as a scion of some esteemed family, fearing he might bring trouble upon her. Ling Yuewang chuckled softly and replied, Grandfather Lang, to be candid, I have no family. I am an orphan, so you need not worry. This revelation left Lang Qin and his grandson stunned, for they could hardly fathom that this red-lipped, white-toothed youth before them was an orphan. Young master, you are not deceiving this old man, are you? Lang Qin scrutinized Ling Yuewang with skepticism. Indeed, I am not lying to you. I truly stand alone, otherwise I would not lack even a single attendant. Even my siblings are those I picked up along the way. Chu Qi stepped in to clarify for Ling Yuewang, allowing Lang Qin's family to finally accept that she was indeed without kin. If you two trust me, then please accompany me. It would be beneficial for us all to have company. After pondering for a moment, Lang Qin ultimately decided to leave with Ling Yuewang. He did not entirely trust her but had faith in Chu Qi. Moreover, he thought that should anything happen to him in the future, given Chu Qi's character, she would surely look after Lang Zhe. Following a brief packing, Lang Qin and Lang Zhe departed the swordsmith shop with Ling Yuewang. She first led them to stay in Fangzhe City for a night before continuing northward in a carriage. Master, are we returning to Suning City? Chu Qi inquired, glancing at the familiar path. Yes, I believe Suning City would be suitable for their survival. There, as long as one has money, nearly anything can be accomplished, and it is close to Qilan country, making it ideal for business ventures. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's intention to engage in commerce, Chu Qi instinctively glanced back at the carriage behind them. Then, as if struck by a thought, she nodded contemplatively. Throughout the journey, Ling Yuewang also inquired about Lang Zhe's circumstances from Chu Qi. Given their family's close ties, Chu Qi was well informed about Lang Zhe. It turned out that many years ago, the Lang family was considered a respectable clan in Fangzhe City, thriving on sword forging. However, Lang Zhe's father, Lang Feng, succumbed to a gambling addiction, gradually squandering the family fortune. This drove Lang Qin to the brink of despair, leading him to break Lang Feng's legs to prevent his escape. Subsequently, Lang Feng became a drunkard, abusing his wife and children, cursing his father to pay off his son's debts. Lang Qin toiled endlessly at sword forging, losing his passion and never producing another fine blade. Chapter 76, Shuiwa City. From a young age, Lang Zhe, being intelligent, assisted Lang Qin with the shop's affairs bookkeeping. selling swords and so forth effortlessly. By the time he was around 14 or 15, he had secured numerous sword forging orders, giving the Lang family a chance at resurgence. Regrettably, Lang Feng's true nature surfaced one fateful night when he drunkenly strangled his wife. Upon learning this, Lang Zhe severed ties with his father, opting instead to let him starve to death in retaliation. This incident left Lang Zhe in a state of perpetual despair, devoid of any vitality. He had once stated that had it not been for his grandfather's care, he would have ended his own life after killing his father. Hearing the tale of the Lang family, Ling Yuewang felt a deep sense of injustice for Lang Zhe. After all, those who indulge in vices like gambling and drugs deserve no sympathy, regardless of the circumstances. This time, Ling Yuewang and her companions took a month to return to Suning City. By the time they arrived, the city had long since regained its former tranquility. However, the events surrounding Jiyu Mountain continued to circulate among the populace, though the truth remained elusive amidst the myriad of opinions. Ling Yuewang instructed Chu Qi to find a spacious residence in Suning City for the elderly Cold Qin and his grandson, as well as for the Chu siblings, after settling Cold Qin's family into their new abode. Ling Yuewang engaged in a philosophical discussion with Cold Zhe, the specifics of which remain unknown. The following day, Cold Zhe ventured out alone. Not long after, Cold Zhe informed Ling Yuewang that they had successfully determined the location for their first shop. Each day, aside from enhancing his own cultivation, Chu Qi dedicated himself to guiding his younger sister in her training. After a month of diligent preparations, Cold Zhe finally opened the first tavern in Suning City. Aptly named Seeking Peace, regardless of the era, wealth has a way of smoothing paths, and with Ling Yuewang's substantial financial backing, Seeking Peace boasted opulent decor and a prime location, all while maintaining reasonable prices. Swiftly earning a stellar reputation in Suning City. As Cold Zhe's eyes sparkled with burgeoning hope, the elderly Cold Qin wore a long-awaited smile. Ling Yuewang, too, had not been idle, aside from her training. She delved into studying the intricate blueprints that Chu Qi had meticulously copied. Just as she contemplated visiting the Liang Imperial tomb for a respite, she heard news that the talented fourth princess of the Chang'an Kingdom was soon to return to the capital to celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony. It then dawned on Ling Yuewang that in this world a girl reaches adulthood at the age of 15, at which point she may discuss marriage, a matter of utmost significance for a woman. As the foremost prodigy of the Chang'an Kingdom and a legitimate princess, Liang Xinghan's coming-of-age ceremony was naturally a focal point of public attention and anticipation. The citizens of Suning City were abuzz with speculation about Liang Xinghan's standing within the Beiyun sect. Fearing that its members might attend the event, moreover, it was widely known that Liang Xinghan harbored affections for Qin Xiaofeng, a fact that had long since circulated among the masses. Now that Qin Xiaofeng had become an inner disciple of the Bei Huang Immortal Mirror sect, renowned as the greatest talent of the northern continent, the match seemed perfect, and discussions surrounding the two were filled with admiration. Hearing the townsfolk's chatter, Ling Yuewang's lips curled into a knowing smile. For it appeared she would soon meet her nominal sister, Chu Qi, investigate the recent whereabouts of the northern continent's top prodigy, Qin Xiaofeng. Ling Yuewang instructed. Although curious about her motives, Chu Qi complied and departed. A few hours later, he returned with news, surprising Ling Yuewang with the speed of his findings. Master, it is said that young Master Qin has recently been in Shuiwa City. Ling Yuewang was somewhat taken aback. As it was adjacent to Suning City, albeit within the territory of the Qilan Kingdom. Furthermore, Chu Qi continued, I have learned that young Master Qin is in Shuiwa City because the eldest son of the Shui family is a close friend of his. The head matriarch of the Shui family has been in a coma for reasons unknown, and they are actively seeking renowned physicians to treat her. Whoever succeeds will receive a substantial reward. From where did you acquire this information? Ling Yuewang inquired, her gaze fixed on Chu Qi, replying to my master, I have been begging within Suning City and have made many acquaintances, though they are beggars. They often traverse between Suning City and Shuiwa City in search of sustenance. Recently, you have generously provided us with funds, so I allocated a portion to them, asking them to keep an ear out for news regarding the royal family and prominent families. When I inquired about the Qin family, they swiftly relayed the information. Ling Yuewang's expression darkened as she pondered in silence. Mistaking her silence for displeasure, Chu Qi hastily knelt to apologize. Master, it was my folly to distribute the funds and to contact them for information. I hope for your leniency. Seeing him take full responsibility, Ling Yuewang shot him a cold glance before replying, which of your eyes sees me as angry? My silence is merely a reflection of my thoughts on how to ensure your friends can serve me as you do. While I cannot promise them wealth and luxury, I can guarantee their basic needs. However, the matter is far more complex than it appears and requires careful deliberation. Upon hearing this, Chu Qi's spirit soared. Master, you truly wish to cultivate them? Do not rejoice too soon. This must be approached gradually. I understand, Master. Although they are beggars, they are still subjects of the Chang'an Kingdom. Should they vanish abruptly, it would undoubtedly attract the court's attention, leading to dire consequences. Recognizing Chu Qi's insight, Ling Yuewang nodded in approval. This requires a long-term strategy. For now, discreetly engage with those among them who are more reliable. Assess their thoughts, should they choose to follow me. Life will be fraught with danger and discipline, far from the ease of being a beggar. Chu Qi nodded in agreement. After imparting some additional instructions to Chu Qi, Ling Yuehuang departed from Suning City. Upon leaving, she journeyed directly to Shueihua City. Although Shueihua City was merely a border town of the Qilan Kingdom, it was far more bustling and vibrant than Suning City. Upon arriving, Ling Yuehuang promptly sought out an inn to stay. After thorough inquiries, she confirmed that, as Chu Qi had reported, the Shui family was indeed actively seeking renowned physicians for their matriarch. Chapter 77, Alchemist Certification. However, Ling Yuehuang did not hasten to reveal herself. Instead, she first visited the Alchemist Guild. "Excuse me, is it possible to certify an alchemist's rank here?" Upon entering the guild, Ling Yuehuang inquired with a smile directed at the staff. Seeing her adorned in a white robe and exuding an air of refinement, the guild members responded with smiles. "Certainly, may I ask what rank of alchemist you wish to certify?" "Step aside, everyone, our esteemed guest has come to certify as a second-tier alchemist." "Clear the way, quickly." Just as Ling Yuehuang prepared to announce her intention to certify as a third-tier alchemist, an incongruous voice interrupted, followed by a group accompanying a young man who strode in. Upon seeing him, the guild's head rushed forward with deference, fawning, "Young Master Huang, what brings you here today?" "You are here to certify as a third-tier alchemist, I presume." Truly, young Master Huang is a prodigy, achieving such talent before the age of 20, most enviable. Satisfied by the sycophancy directed at him, the young man replied, "Enough with the pleasantries. Have these people step aside and fetch your appraiser. My time is precious. Of course, at once. Young Master Huang, please wait here a moment." The guild head hastily retreated upstairs, while the staff member who had intended to register Ling Yuehuang now busied himself with serving young Master Huang, completely disregarding her presence. Observing this, Ling Yuehuang stepped forward. Addressing another staff member, "Are you not planning to attend to the other patrons?" Her query instantly captured the attention of all present, particularly that of the young man known as young Master Huang. The guild staff exchanged glances with young Master Huang before responding. "This young lady, may I ask what rank of alchemist you wish to certify? I will arrange for your registration and an appraiser immediately." Wait, should you not register me first?" the young man interjected. "This person clearly seeks to certify as a first-tier alchemist. What merit is there in that? Let her wait." The staff member's expression turned conflicted at the young man's words. "I had no idea the Alchemist Guild had sunk so low as to cater to the whims of others. If this is the case, then the reputation of the three major guilds on the continent should be reconsidered." "You insolent, how dare you speak to the Alchemist Guild in such a manner?" Just as Ling Yuehuang finished speaking, the guild head, who had left earlier, returned with an elder in tow. Upon hearing her words, the head immediately chastised. "You dare to meddle in the affairs of my Alchemist Guild?" Ling Yuehuang regarded him coolly, then smirked disdainfully. How remarkable that the head of the Shueihua City Alchemist Guild must heed the opinions of others. "It is my first encounter with a leader as compromised as you. How much have you received to protect this young Master Huang?" Enraged by her words, the head bellowed, "Seize this arrogant wretch and throw her out. How dare she interfere with my Alchemist Guild?" No sooner had he spoken than several guards surged in, intent on apprehending Ling Yuehuang. In response, she unleashed her power, sending several guards flying with a single palm strike. As the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, the onlookers finally grasped that she had indeed dared to act within the Alchemist Guild. You dare to lay a hand on my Alchemist Guild's members? Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" The person in charge, realizing that his subordinates were no match for Ling Yuehuang, immediately invoked the name of the Alchemist Association in an attempt to suppress her. Rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. As the head of Shueihua City, today marks your end." Upon hearing Ling Yuehuang's words, the official merely chuckled dismissively, then arrogantly proclaimed, "Ha! A mere young pup dares to threaten me. By the looks of you, you probably don't even know who young Master Huang is." Ling Yuehuang, being honest, nodded and replied, "I truly do not know who he is." "Even if I did, what of it?" Upon hearing this, the man beamed with pride, declaring, "The esteemed young Master Huang before you is Huang Haiyun, the second young master of the Huang family in Shueihua City. He is also the foremost alchemist of Qilan Nation and a direct disciple of the second elder of our Alchemist Association's northern branch, a prodigious talent striving to become a third-tier alchemist at such a young age." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuehuang merely smiled indifferently, musing to herself, "No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Since you are affiliated with the Alchemist Association, shouldn't you be more aware of its rules?" "Rules? You speak of rules to me. I am the rule here. Guards, throw this person out." Before the person in charge could utter another word, Huang Haiyun spoke up on his behalf. Hearing Huang Haiyun's command, his subordinates rushed toward Ling Yuehuang. "Halt!" Just as Ling Yuehuang was about to retaliate, a resonant voice rang out, and in the next moment a formidable force immobilized everyone present, rendering them unable to move. Ling Yuehuang looked up to see an elderly man clad in a purple robe, his hair grizzled, exuding an ethereal presence. Upon his arrival, fear and confusion swept across the crowd. "Who are you, and why do you meddle in the affairs of the Alchemist Association?" Huang Haiyun questioned, glancing at the elder who bore no insignia or mark of authority. The elder turned to Huang Haiyun, then shook his head with an expression of regret, saying, "What a pity, he has taken on such a disciple." No wonder Ji Shan and the others always belittle him. Upon hearing the elder's words, the previously arrogant Huang Haiyun's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively knelt, realizing the significance of the elder's words. He understood that someone who could address his master so casually was no ordinary being. "May I ask, esteemed elder, who you are?" Huang Haiyun inquired softly while kneeling. The elder, however, did not answer him but instead turned his gaze toward Lingyue Huang. "Young one, do you wish to ascertain your alchemist rank?" "Indeed," Lingyue Huang replied with unwavering composure. "Then come with me, I shall personally authenticate you." Thus Lingyue Huang followed the elder out of the Alchemist Association. Chapter 78, A Friend of the Master. After Lingyue Huang departed with the elder, Huang Haiyun hurriedly exited the Alchemist Association branch, leaving the person in charge in a state of bewilderment. Lingyue Huang accompanied the elder westward, soon arriving at a secluded residence nestled in the mountains. "Young one, take a seat." Upon entering, the elder casually gestured to a spot for Lingyue Huang, who took a seat without hesitation and sipped the tea on the table. "You are quite the bold one, after following me all this way. Do you not have any questions? If the elder wishes to speak, I shall listen attentively, but if I were to inquire, would that not imply a lack of decorum on my part?" "Ha, you are an amusing lad. Since you seek to authenticate your alchemist rank, let us commence." With a wave of his hand, the elder enveloped Lingyue Huang in a surge of spiritual energy. As the protective barrier surrounded her, Lingyue Huang was taken aback. The elder's prowess was indeed formidable, capable of isolating the very fabric of reality around her with a mere gesture, something even her master would find challenging. "Master, do you know who this person is?" Lingyue Huang inquired through a mental connection. "I am acquainted with him," Lin Zhouchuan replied. "He should be the disciple of my junior brother named Ouyang Ran, considered your contemporary. Years ago, my junior brother and I diverged in our philosophies, leading to a schism in our teachings, each establishing our own sections. I, being overly concerned with talent, took only one disciple, yet my indulgence fostered a selfish character in him. My junior brother once advised me that while talent is crucial, character and virtue are even more paramount. However, at that time, I was too enamored with my disciple, who appeared flawless in my eyes, rendering it hard for me to believe that one could masquerade to such an extent." Hearing Lin Zhouchuan's words, Lingyue Huang contemplated deeply, realizing that her senior brother might be a hypocritical figure akin to Hua Shan's Yu Buchuan. After a brief reflection, she dismissed these thoughts. This was not the moment for such ruminations, as she had come to authenticate her alchemist rank. With that resolve she focused, her spiritual fire flickering in her grasp. Subsequently, she formed hand seals, and a robust stream of spiritual energy coalesced within her palms, swiftly shaping into a cauldron. Observing Lingyue Huang's adept movements and the cauldron's formation, Ouyang Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. Followed by a profound scrutiny of her, the elixir she was concocting was a third-tier solidifying essence pill, renowned for its ability to invigorate and replenish vitality, aiding practitioners in swiftly restoring their energy. As Lingyue Huang skillfully placed various herbs into the alchemy furnace with precision, Ouyang Ran's gaze deepened, realizing the steadiness of her process and noting its striking resemblance to the techniques taught by their master. Where did this young talent come from? As Ouyang Ran pondered, the elixir began to take shape, and soon the third-tier solidifying essence pill would be complete. Under Ouyang Ran's watchful eye, Lingyue Huang gradually retracted her spiritual fire. Then with a flick of her right hand, the previously formed cauldron dissipated, revealing two pale yellow pills. Holding the pills in her hand, she smiled contentedly. "Elder, the alchemy is complete. I humbly request your appraisal," she said, presenting the pills to Ouyang Ran. Taking the pills, Ouyang Ran examined them and nodded in approval. "Young one, may I inquire about your master?" Lingyue Huang hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal her identity to Ouyang Ran. "Yue Huang, tell him, Ouyang is of good character, and I too wish to know how my junior brother fares." Encouraged by Lin Zhouchuan's words, Lingyue Huang replied, "I would appreciate it if the elder could set up a barrier. My identity must remain confidential, known only to you." Noticing the seriousness on Lingyue Huang's face, Ouyang Ran swiftly formed a sturdy barrier that enveloped the entire courtyard. Once the barrier was in place, Lingyue Huang turned to him and stated, "I am Lingyue Huang, and my master is Lin Zhouchuan." Lin Zhouchuan. Upon hearing the name, Ouyang Ran felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Just as he was about to utter the name, he abruptly halted, staring at Lingyue Huang in disbelief. You say your master is who?" Clearly, Ouyang Ran could hardly believe his ears and sought confirmation. "Ouyang, do you recognize this?" Lingyue Huang said, retrieving the alchemy furnace used by Lin Zhouchuan from her spatial storage. As Ouyang Ran beheld the furnace, his eyes welled with tears. "The Hunyuan 9 Stars furnace. This was the furnace used by my esteemed uncle, but my uncle has been gone for 2,000 years. How could he possibly have taken on a disciple? Speak, who are you, and how do you possess the Hunyuan 9 Stars furnace?" As Ouyang Ran spoke, he moved to confront Lingyue Huang, but Lin Zhouchuan intervened just in time. Halting his actions, when Lin Jiuquan's spirit manifested before Ouyang Ran, the latter's eyes widened in shock. Uncle, you are still alive. Ouyang, you remain as impetuous as ever. You hardly embody the demeanor of an alchemist. As Lin Jiuquan finished speaking, Ouyang Ran's eyes brimmed with tears, and memories of his initiation under Lin Jiuquan flooded back. Uncle, it has been 2,000 years since I last saw you at 13. I have searched for you all these years for a full 2,000. At this, Ouyang Ran could no longer contain his tears. How is your master? Lin Jiuquan inquired, his eyes filled with guilt and longing. My master, alas, has been in deep sorrow for many years, unable to recover from losing 2 of my senior brothers and unable to find you. Even I seldom see him. Upon hearing Ouyang Ran's words, Lin Jiuquan sighed with relief, for this was the answer he had longed for. As long as he is still alive, that is all that matters. These years must have been hard on him. Chapter 79, The events of that year. Master Shi, why did you vanish so completely back then, leaving not a single word behind? Upon seeing Lin Jiuquan merely as a wisp of a soul, Ouyang Ran could not help but yearn to uncover the mysteries of the past. Hearing Ouyang Ran's inquiry, Lin Jiuquan let out a soft sigh and then replied, it was Lu Junyang who ended my life. What? Ouyang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend Lin Jiuquan's revelation. After a moment of stunned silence, he slammed his fist onto the table beside him. No wonder my master and I searched for so long. It found nothing. Lu Junyang, that hypocrite. Observing Ouyang Ran's furious expression, Lin Jiuquan continued, back then, I was in seclusion amidst the vast snow-capped mountains of the northern wasteland, preparing to break through to the Spirit Lord realm. He insisted on accompanying me, claiming he could not rest easy without my presence. Who would have thought that just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, he would invoke a formation to summon a celestial phenomenon, causing the heavenly Tao to perceive my actions as a defiance of its authority, and thus it unleashed divine punishment upon me. At that moment, I had already endured 16 heavenly tribulations and could bear no more. Despite my desperate resistance, it was futile. I confronted Lu Junyang, demanding to know why he had done this. He claimed that although I was his only disciple, he could no longer wait. He declared that as long as I existed, he could never dominate the continent. I was his greatest obstacle, and he resented my secrecy regarding the sex power, even withholding my own unique skills from him. When he uttered those words, I was taken aback. I had always believed I treated him with utmost affection and never denied him anything. My intention in limiting his power was to ensure he focused on his cultivation, so that one day he could establish his own sect and become a formidable figure. As for my unique skills, I had never kept any secrets from him, yet he accused me of possessing a powerful technique named Heaven's Punishment that I had acquired in a secret realm, which he had witnessed me practicing. It was from that point that my cultivation soared, allowing me to ascend from the 1st to the 9th level of the spirit realm in less than a century. He had persistently expressed a desire to learn that technique, but I always brushed him off with various excuses. It was then that I finally realized the depths of his malice. In the past, I had never believed my master when he spoke of Lu Junyang's unscrupulous nature, his impatience for quick success, and his self-serving calculations. Indeed, Heaven's Punishment is a technique of exceptional caliber, yet it demands a highly compatible physique. A moment's carelessness could lead one to madness and eternal torment. He has always been obstinate, and I feared he would blindly pursue that path, which is why I forbade him from touching that technique. Little did I expect that he would harbor such animosity towards me because of it. Ultimately leading to my demise. After my death, he employed forbidden methods to imprison my soul and transported it to the kingdom of Chang'an, confining it within a mountain range using a soul-locking formation. I remained trapped for 2 millennia, and had it not been for a fortunate encounter with Yue Huang, I might have faded into nothingness unknown for 10,000 years. As Lin Jiuquan finished speaking, Ouyang Ran's face was filled with fury. He could scarcely fathom Lu Junyang's cruelty. After your disappearance, Lu Junyang returned to the Lansung sect after a 6-month absence, and the first thing he did was find my master, weeping and claiming that you had encountered an accident during your ascension and had vanished without a trace. He searched the entirety of the northern wasteland for you but found nothing. When my master heard this news, he inquired about what had transpired, and Lu Junyang told him that you had used an exceedingly powerful technique to contend with the heavenly Tao during your ascension, resulting in a rift in space. My master could not see what had truly happened from afar, and by the time he realized something was amiss, you had left no trace behind. Naturally, my master did not believe his words and chose to travel to the northern wasteland with my senior brother in search of you. Alas, no matter how diligently my master sought, he could not find you. At that time, the Lansung sect was leaderless, and Lu Junyang, as your sole disciple, naturally assumed the position of acting sect master. The Lansung sect, which you had founded, was once a prestigious sect in the central continent, far surpassing the Zisho Hall established by my master in the western wilderness, shortly after Lu Junyang became the acting sect master. He announced your death, prompting many elders to visit the Zisho Hall in search of my master. Expressing doubts about your demise, however, my master could not find any trace of you, and could only watch as Lu Junyang seized control of the Lansung sect. Subsequently, my master continued to send people across the continent in search of you, but to no avail. It was not until 1,000 years ago that my master passed the position of Zhou master to my senior brother and embarked once more on the quest to find you. He searched for many years, traversing the entire continent, yet still found no news of you. Eventually, my master concluded two possibilities regarding your disappearance, the first being that you were still alive but had entered another realm due to the rift in space. The second being that you had indeed perished following the passing of my senior brother and the injury of my second senior brother. My master was deeply affected. From that point onward, he began to withdraw from the world, even entering seclusion for decades. He expressed a desire to live longer, hoping to witness if anyone could transcend the spirit saint realm and open the gates to other realms. Perhaps then, he would finally reunite with you. I never imagined that my master would go to such lengths for me. It is truly a burden for him. Hearing Ouyang Ran's words, Lin Zhoushuan felt a profound sorrow, unable to fathom the hardships his disciple had endured in search of him. My master said you are nearly 100 years my senior, and since he joined the sect, you have cared for him in both cultivation and life. In his heart, you are like a brother and father. He cherishes the bond of brotherhood and the ties of kinship, never forgetting. Indeed, we are of the same school, bound by brotherly affection. Little did I expect that our parting in the western wilderness would become an eternal farewell. Master, do not worry, I shall cultivate to the level of a sage, allowing you to be reborn and reunite with Uncle Shi. Ling Yuewang's words shattered the somber atmosphere, bringing Ouyang Ran and Lin Zhoushuan back to reality. Well, the past is best left behind. The wheel of fate turns. Lin Zhoushuan, believe in the cycle of the heavenly Tao and karmic retribution. Ouyang, you must not divulge today's matters to your master yet. Given his temperament, he would surely come to the northern continent to confront me. Chapter 80. The delicate flower. Currently, I exist merely as a soul, residing within my disciple's body. In such a state, I am unfit to meet your master. Moreover, should he learn of the events of the past, his nature would compel him to seek vengeance against that beast. Yuewang is still young and requires time to grow. For matters regarding my legacy, it is imperative she takes the lead, ensuring everything is in order. That beast now holds the position of the most powerful individual in the central continent, and he is not easily dealt with. If he learns of my escape from his grasp, he may go to any lengths to obliterate all of you. You understand the gravity of this situation, do you not, Uncle Shi? Rest assured, your concerns are understood. Lu Juanyang's strength is such that even my master may not be able to contend with him. I know what must be done very well. As long as you comprehend, I am weary now. The remaining matters are for you siblings to discuss. With that, Lin Zhoushuan returned to the primordial 9-star furnace. Farewell, Uncle Shi. Ouyang Ran clasped his fists in respect as he bid farewell, while Ling Yuewang made a motion to store the primordial 9-star furnace within her spatial realm. Ouyang Ran noticed the spatial artifact on Ling Yuewang and merely glanced at it before averting his gaze. Senior brother Ouyang, I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. I hope you will not hold it against me. Ling Yuewang said, bowing in respect. I never anticipated that the lad I took a liking to would transform into my little junior sister. If you hadn't confessed, I might not have recognized you as a girl. Ouyang Ran remarked, still marveling at the peculiar circumstances of the date. I too did not foresee that Senior Ouyang would be my senior brother. Fate truly is the most wondrous of things. Ouyang Ran chuckled and then picked up a pill from the table, glancing at it before inquiring, Junior sister, this pill is of a high third-grade quality, excellent in nature, and since you produced two from a single furnace, you should have certified your alchemist rank long ago. Why have you only come to certify now? Ouyang Ran looked at Ling Yuewang, whose demeanor was ethereal, with a perplexed expression, in his view given her talent. It was unexpected for her to be seeking certification as an alchemist only now. Senior brother is unaware. It has been less than 2 years since Yuewang joined Master's tutelage, and prior to meeting him, I did not even possess a spirit root. Therefore, I am not well versed in these matters. What? Are you saying you have been learning alchemy for less than 2 years? Ouyang Ran reacted as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. His expression becoming somewhat exaggerated and contorted. Ling Yuewang nodded in response to his shocked gaze and said, indeed, that is the truth. A genius, truly a genius. Within less than 2 years, you have not only reached the first level of the spirit general realm but have also attained a third-grade alchemist rank. No wonder Uncle Shi holds you in such high regard. In accordance with your pace of cultivation, it may not take a century for you to surpass us, and consequently you could seek vengeance for Master Uncle. By the way, may I inquire about your background, junior sister? If senior brother is curious about my origins, then it would be courteous for him to first address my question. I am still unaware of the status you currently hold within the Alchemist Guild and how you came to be in Shueihua City. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's inquiry, Ouyang Ran promptly elucidated, I am now an elder of the Alchemist Guild. My presence in Shueihua City is due to an invitation from the sect master of Beiyun sect. Beiyun sect is about to host a grand competition, and the victor will become the young sect master. The sect master and I share a certain camaraderie, which is why I was asked to witness the event. Furthermore, I have heard from members of the Alchemist Guild that a plethora of prodigies have emerged in the northern continent over the years. I wish to seize this opportunity to observe them. And should I find a suitable candidate, I may take one back to become my closed-door disciple. Upon hearing Ouyang Ran's explanation, Ling Yuewang immediately comprehended that Ouyang Ran was here to select a disciple. No wonder he appeared in Xilan country, as Baiyun's sect is indeed located there. Might I ask if there is anyone you have taken a liking to, senior brother? Ling Yuewang inquired with curiosity. Ouyang Ran shook his head and then expressed with a hint of melancholy, there was someone, but alas, she has now become my little junior sister. In this continent, where talents abound, it would not be a loss for you to take another look. Senior brother, moreover, I was once renowned in the northern continent as a notorious waste. Had I not encountered my master, I would have long been discarded in the wilderness. Waste, discarded in the wilderness? Ouyang Ran was evidently astonished by Ling Yuewang's words, his eyes revealing a sense of inquiry once more. Indeed, have you heard of the wasteful third princess in the kingdom of Chang'an in the northern continent? I have not heard of this. I have only recently arrived in the northern continent and have been wandering within Xilan country, so I am not well informed about matters concerning Chang'an kingdom. However, I grasp part of what you are saying. You were once the third princess of Chang'an kingdom, unable to cultivate due to lacking a spiritual root, and thus were labeled as the wasteful third princess, is that correct? Ling Yuewang nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. Seeing Ling Yuewang's affirmation, Ouyang Ran remarked, the people of Chang'an kingdom deserve their fate, for those who cannot cultivate living among royalty must be quite a plight. Senior brother need not be angered, I will repay them in due course. However, there is one matter I wish to entrust to you. What does junior sister wish for me to do, while it is customary for me not to interfere with your selection of disciples in the northern continent? There is one individual who is my enemy, and I do not wish for her to have any association with you, lest it jeopardize our future camaraderie. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's words, Ouyang Ran immediately replied, speak freely, junior sister, regardless of who it may be, even if they possess remarkable talent, I will not spare them a second glance. This person is named Liang Xinghan, the current prodigious princess of Chang'an kingdom. I wonder if you have heard of her, Liang Xinghan? I have not. However, since you have mentioned her, she is naturally my enemy as well. As long as you are willing, I am prepared to assist you in bringing her to ruin. Your goodwill is appreciated, senior brother, but this enmity runs deep. It is a blood feud, and thus I must exact my own vengeance. Upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Ling Yuewang's eyes, Ouyang Ran understood that this individual must have committed unforgivable acts against her. In matters of blood feuds, vengeance must be paid in kind, and he believed in Ling Yuewang's capability to seek retribution herself. Very well, if you wish to take action yourself, I shall not pry further. Just remember, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Understood, I appreciate it. Chapter 81. Another fierce general added, this is the proof of your alchemist rank. Henceforth, wherever you go on the continent, you may present it to validate your identity as an alchemist. As he spoke, Ouyang Ran handed a token inscribed with the title of alchemist to Ling Yuewang. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Yuewang accepted the token and promptly stored it away. And here is another, take this, it is my identity token. It contains my soul imprint, and should you seek assistance from the Alchemist Guild in the future, simply present this token. Not if you find yourself in danger. Activate the soul imprint within this token with your spiritual energy. It can withstand an attack from a spirit realm expert. Furthermore, once you trigger this soul imprint, I will sense it and will come to your aid. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Yuewang received the token, warmth flooding her heart. I will remain here for the time being. If you find yourself unoccupied, you may practice here, and I can provide you with guidance. Very well, I happen to be in Shueihua City for a while, so I shall trouble you during this period. To have the guidance of a powerful expert is an opportunity that many covet yet cannot attain. Since you would be active in Shueihua City anyway, it would be wise to learn from Ouyang Ran. Let us do this. There will be an auction in Shueihua City in the next couple of days. And I have noted that a fine alchemy furnace appears on the auction list. I will take you there to procure that furnace for your use, although using spiritual energy to form a furnace is indeed feasible. It poses no issue for refining pills of grade 5 or lower. However, for those of grade 6 and above, without a high-grade alchemy furnace to assist in the process, the consumption on the alchemist will be tremendous. Therefore, you must learn to use an alchemy furnace as soon as possible. Should you encounter a suitable one in the future, it will greatly benefit your future achievements in alchemy. I will heed senior brother's advice. Ling Yuewang had been contemplating the matter of the alchemy furnace but had struggled to find information regarding it. Qinghuan Ouyang Ran suddenly called out towards the door, "Yes, elder, you summoned me." Before long, a young man dressed in a light gray robe with a black sash, bearing a gentle smile, entered the room. I at him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ling Yuewang was taken aback, never expecting that the individual she had encountered on Jiyu Mountain would be associated with the Alchemist Guild. "Qinghuan, this is a very important relative of our sect. From this day forth, you will remain by her side to ensure her safety." "Yuewang, this is Su Qinghuan, someone who has been by my side since childhood. I am entrusting him to you, which will allow me to feel more at ease." "Senior brother, junior sister, you need not voice any objections. This decision stands. Should anything happen to you, I would be unable to bear the consequences." Having him by your side will grant me peace of mind. Ling Yue Huang intended to refuse, yet Ouyang Ran did not afford her the opportunity, however, considering that Ouyang Ran's actions stemmed from a desire to protect her master. She felt it inappropriate to decline. Then I shall thank you, senior brother. Meanwhile, Su Qinghuan was astonished by the exchange, piecing together the significance of their titles and conversation, realizing he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Xinghuan, from now on, you belong to her. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable danger, inform our sect at the first opportunity. Do not let her fall into peril. Understood. Elder Xinghuan will comply, and now, go prepare a room for her. She will be residing here for the time being. You both should take this opportunity to become familiar with one another. Yes, Elder. Su Qinghuan respectfully exited the room. Ling Yue Huang and Ouyang Ran continued conversing for quite some time before she finally left the chamber. Miss, the people from the Shui family have arrived. I have conveyed your message, and he indeed requested for you to make the trip. Upon hearing Su Qinghuan's report, Ling Yue Huang revealed a mischievous smile. Before long, she appeared before Su Qinghuan, donned in elegant female attire. Although he had known that his new master was a woman, witnessing her in her feminine guise was still a breathtaking surprise. Despite her face being veiled, revealing only her star-like eyes, her overall aura and figure captivated him instantly. Let us depart. Ling Yue Huang, clad in a pale blue inkwash gown, spoke with an ethereal coolness. Swiftly, Ling Yue Huang led Su Qinghuan to the presence of the Shui family head. When the head of the Shui family set his eyes upon Ling Yue Huang, a look of astonishment flickered in his gaze, yet, confronted with Ling Yue Huang's esteemed identity, he dared not gaze upon her for long. Miss Ling, I am Shui Yinhang, the head of the Shui family. I apologize for the intrusion, but my wife is gravely ill, and I seek your understanding. It is of no consequence, however, as the elder is absent. I can only accompany you for a visit. The outcome will depend on meeting your esteemed wife. Ling Yue Huang replied, very well, miss, please. Shui Yinhang said, gratitude evident in his expression upon hearing Ling Yue Huang's willingness to assist. Shortly thereafter, Ling Yue Huang arrived at the Shui residence. Father, have you summoned the alchemist? As Shui Yinhang reached the entrance, a man clad in a light purple robe hurriedly approached him with a sense of urgency. Sir, the alchemist is currently unavailable in Shuiwa City, but he has sent a junior in his stead, so I have brought him back. Chapter 82, let you call me old sir. Upon Shui Yinhang's words, Ling Yue Huang disembarked from the carriage. When Shui Su caught sight of the mysterious woman alighting from the carriage, disappointment washed over his face. Come, sir, quickly greet Miss Ling. Despite his lack of hope towards Ling Yue Huang, Shui Su still performed the necessary courtesies. Ling Yue Huang, however, chose not to engage in further conversation with the Shui father and son, directing Shui Yinhang to take her to his ailing wife inside the Shui mansion. Ling Yue Huang did not pause to sip tea, proceeding directly to the bedside of the Shui matriarch. Observing the pale and unconscious woman, Ling Yue Huang immediately extended her hand to take the woman's pulse. She relayed her observations regarding the illness to Lin Zhichuan, who soon reached a conclusion. Disciple, you were correct. This lady has been poisoned. The toxin is known as Qianchang San, a chronic poison that requires at least 3 years of ingestion to permeate the marrow and induce a coma. Master, do you possess an antidote? Ling Yue Huang inquired promptly. Indeed, Qianchang San is quite common in Zhengzhou, though its potency is deeply entrenched in the marrow. To detoxify, one requires a variety of medicinal herbs and a minimum of 3 months of continuous use to completely expel the toxin from the body. Subsequently, Lin Zhichuan provided Ling Yue Huang with the list of necessary herbs, and she conveyed her diagnostic findings to the Shui family. Miss Ling implies that my mother has been afflicted by a chronic poison for over 3 years? Shui Su's eyes brimmed with fury at Ling Yue Huang's words, for her assertion suggested that the perpetrator might be among those closest to him. Inciting his anger, indeed, the poison your mother suffers from is called Qianchang San. Such toxicity could not have manifested without prolonged exposure. I will now write down the antidote prescription. The rest is up to you. After stating this, Ling Yue Huang swiftly moved aside to inscribe the antidote prescription given by Lin Zhichuan. Is it truly necessary to gather so many herbs? Shui Yinhang remarked instinctively. Shui Su took the prescription and pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards Ling Yue Huang. Thank you, Miss Ling, for your timely intervention. I shall ensure that these herbs are procured post-haste. Today, the Shui family owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Should you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my power, I shall oblige. Shui Su concluded, clasping his hands in a bow towards Ling Yue Huang. Your kindness is appreciated, young Master Shui. Given your filial piety, allow me to offer a word of caution. Your mother finds herself in such a predicament, likely due to treachery within the Shui residence. Today, the Shui family has been fortunate to encounter me. Such luck may not hold in the future. With that, Ling Yue Huang took Shui Su's jade pendant and departed from the Shui residence. As she exited the inner courtyard, she brushed past Qin Xiaofeng, who approached from the opposite direction. Upon catching his first glimpse of Ling Yue Huang, his previously calm demeanor transformed, his eyes alight with intrigue. Although Ling Yue Huang left the courtyard, she still overheard the conversation between Qin Xiaofeng and Shui Su. Brother Su, how fares your mother's health? I have heard you sought the elder from the Alchemist Guild today. Did he arrive? Oh, Xiaofeng, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out for a favor. My mother's ailment now has a remedy. We initially planned to summon the alchemist, but alas, he was not at home. Fortunately, a relative of his was present, and my father brought him back. Shui Su explained. Did you not notice her upon your arrival? She is the young lady my father just escorted. Xin Xiaofeng, taken aback, asked. That young lady appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Is she truly capable? One must not judge by appearances. Brother Xiaofeng. Do not underestimate her youth. She is a third-grade alchemist. And I sensed her aura suggests her cultivation is not significantly inferior to ours. Let us not belittle her, for she hails from Zhengzhou. Qin Xiaofeng nodded, and at that moment, Lingyue Huang chose not to eavesdrop further. Upon returning to Ouyang Ran's residence, Su Qinghuan, who had been following Lingyue Huang closely, could not suppress her curiosity. Miss, your elaborate efforts to attract the attention of the Shui family, are you aiming to garner their notice? Or that of the Qin family scion? Lingyue Huang turned to glance at Su Qinghuan, acknowledging her perceptiveness. Oh, do you know why I wish to draw his attention? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qinghuan replied. While I cannot fathom your precise intentions, I suspect there exists some connection between you and that individual. As to whether it is one of enmity or favor, I cannot ascertain, though I surmise enmity is the more likely scenario. Lingyue Huang smiled appreciatively at Su Qinghuan's insight. Your name is quite fitting. However, calling you Qinghuan like my senior brother feels somewhat awkward to me, given your greater age. Do you have another name? If not, may I call you Old Su henceforth? Su Qinghuan was taken aback, having expected Lingyue Huang to discuss the Qin family scion, yet the topic shifted unexpectedly. I have only ever had this one name. I have no objection to how you choose to address me. Very well, Old Su it is. It may be a tad rustic, but it flows better than Qinghuan. As long as it pleases you, my lord. Old Su, how many years have you been by my senior brother's side? Lingyue Huang suddenly inquired. 19 years, and how old are you now? 27. What is your current level of prowess? Spirit King, 3rd tier. 5th grade alchemist. Do you feel any grievance in following me? None whatsoever. Why is that? Based on my understanding of the elder, his master is the former head of the Zhixiao Palace, known as the Zhixiao Venerable, one of the top 10 powers in the continent. The Zhixiao Venerable has 3 disciples. The eldest perished centuries ago, and the second has been gravely injured for 100 years, now living in seclusion like the Venerable. Meanwhile, Elder Ouyang is the youngest disciple of the Zhixiao Venerable, although he does not preside over the Zhixiao Palace like his 2 elder brothers. He is a revered elder of the Alchemist Guild and maintains countless ties to the Zhixiao Palace. Chapter 83. Facing moral coercion. Logically, Elder Ouyang has only 2 elder brothers and no other disciples. Yet, since he refers to you as his junior sister, it indicates that you share the same master. Throughout these years, I have remained by Elder Ouyang's side, yet I have never heard of the Zhixiao Venerable taking on new disciples. Thus, those who share a master with Elder Ouyang must either be newly accepted disciples of the Zhixiao Venerable or belong to his elder brother's lineage. Regardless of your affiliation, following you presents a bright future. From the moment I first saw you at Jiyu Mountain, I knew you were no ordinary person. You remind me of someone I encountered before. Lingyue Huang, upon hearing Su Qinghuan's words, gained a deeper understanding of him. Someone who could remain beside Ouyang Ran must possess considerable foresight. I am curious about the person you mentioned. Who is it? Su Qinghuan, sensing Lingyue Huang's interest, replied. The 3rd prince of the Lanhui kingdom. Helian Su, renowned as the continent's foremost prodigy, cold, ruthless, unpredictable, wielding great power, decisive in his actions, and strikingly handsome. Such descriptions are often attributed to him, and I believe it won't be long before you cross paths with him. Why would I encounter him? Lingyue Huang inquired, perplexed. Given your talent, it is improbable for you to remain in the northern continent indefinitely. Should you indeed belong to the Lansung sect, your journey to Zhengzhou is inevitable. At that juncture, you will naturally meet him. Lingyue Huang did not refute this statement, as she recognized that Su Qinghuan likely had already surmised her identity and anticipated future events. If the prince he mentioned is indeed regarded as the continent's greatest prodigy, it stands to reason that should she reveal her capabilities in the future, an encounter with him would be nearly unavoidable. However, Lingyue Huang refrained from contemplating the worst-case scenario. She had yet to even lay eyes on that prince. So how could she definitively conclude that they would inevitably become adversaries? Well, I believe we've conversed enough for today. Please keep an eye on the individuals from the Shui family. I must commence my cultivation. After dismissing Su Qinghuan, Lingyue Huang gathered her thoughts and proceeded to the cultivation chamber. After a sleepless night, under the guidance of Ouyang Ran, Lingyue Huang was utterly absorbed in her practice, eager to showcase her shortcomings in cultivation before him. It was not until the following morning that she returned to her chamber and slept for 2 hours. When Lingyue Huang awoke from her slumber, it was already close to noon. Su Qinghuan had thoughtfully prepared some food for her to enjoy. Although Lingyue Huang could forego meals for several days, she did not wish to waste the delicious dishes specially prepared for her. After finishing her meal, Lingyue Huang inquired about the situation with the Shui family. After their departure yesterday, the young master of the Shui family had entrusted the task of gathering medicinal herbs to Qin Xiaofeng and his father, while he personally undertook a thorough investigation of the Shui family. By last night, the Shui family had identified 7 individuals with ulterior motives, and the culprit behind the poisoning turned out to be the Shui family's cousin, a young woman named Song Qingqing. What relation does Song Qingqing have to the Shui family, and what could have compelled her to act thus? According to the people from the Shui family, Song Qingqing is the cousin of the young master and the Shui matriarch is her aunt. She poisoned the young master's mother out of affection for him, yet the matriarch dismissed her as merely an orphan unworthy of her son, thus she bribed a maidservant close to the young master's mother to poison her food. This is what the Shui family's people have said. However, the truth of their claims remains unknown to me. Upon hearing Su Qinghuan's words, Ling Yuehuang was somewhat surprised. She had initially assumed it would be the young master's concubine causing trouble. Not realizing it was the work of a cousin, it raining outside. Suddenly, Ling Yuehuang heard the sound of falling water and looked up to see the rain pouring down. Do you happen to know where Qin Xiaofeng is currently? I do. He went to the medicinal herb market today. He is likely still there, as it is not easy to gather all the herbs you listed yesterday. Oh, then let us also visit the medicinal herb market today. After saying this, Ling Yuehuang stepped out with Su Qinghuan. In no time, Ling Yuehuang found herself in the largest medicinal herb market in Shuiwei City. A gentle rain was falling, and she was clad in a flowing white and pink gown. Her face veiled, holding an oil paper umbrella. Upon seeing her, the people around instinctively stepped aside. As she walked, Ling Yuehuang perused the various stalls, searching for herbs she required or those of notable rarity. Excuse me. How much for the Xinchuan Bailan? Ling Yuehuang quickly encountered the first herb she desired. This young lady has a keen eye. I just received the Xinchuan Bailan this morning. Freshly picked yesterday. Since you seem to appreciate fine goods, how about 500 low-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing the vendor's price, Ling Yuehuang frowned slightly. It appeared the stall owner was attempting to swindle her. This Xinchuan Bailan is worth at most 200 low-grade spirit stones. Will you sell it? When the vendor heard Ling Yuehuang slash the price directly from 500 to 200. His expression fell immediately. Hey, young lady, that is not how bargaining works. You look like a wealthy young lady. Why must you make things difficult for a humble vendor like me? Gatherers like us struggle for survival on the brink of life and death. Can't you be a bit more generous and consider this a charitable act? Ling Yuehuang's eyes darkened with disdain upon hearing the vendor's words. How dare you presume to teach us how to conduct ourselves? As a seller, you should price your goods fairly. Just because you see that we have wealth does not give you license to inflate your prices arbitrarily. Furthermore, do you think you are the only ones who suffer? You are merely a seller. The hardships of gatherers are none of your concern. To exploit their struggles to pressure us into purchasing your wares is utterly despicable and tarnishes the reputation of merchants. Indeed, this person is quite shameless. Seeing a young lady dressed elegantly, he thinks to swindle her. How utterly lacking in integrity. Exactly, he sells herbs that others also have. To demand 500 spirit stones is preposterous. Why doesn't he just rob someone? Clearly, he assumes that due to her youth, she is naive and can be easily deceived. Indeed, we sellers abide by the principle of you get what you pay for. That Xinchuan Bailan is worth at most 200 spirit stones. He demands 500, and when she refuses, he throws a fit. Truly heartless. Chapter 84, An Unexpected Encounter. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the vendor realized that no one was supporting him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Fine, 200 it is, just take it. I'm sorry, but these herbs were procured at the cost of the gatherers' lives. I cannot accept them. You may keep them for yourself. After saying this, Ling Yuehuang turned to leave. Ling girl, please wait. At that moment, Qin Xiaofeng's voice suddenly reached her ears. Ling Yuehuang turned to see him approaching swiftly with several attendants. As he reached her side, he promptly produced 200 spirit stones. Purchasing the Yinlan and presenting it to her, Ling girl, this is for you. Do you recognize me, young master? Ling Yuehuang feigned surprise. Ling girl, we met yesterday at the Shui residence, but I was in a rush and could not greet you properly. It was only through brother Shui Su that I learned you saved my aunt. I recall now. We did meet yesterday. However, my rescue of the Shui matriarch was at the Shui family's behest, and I received my due compensation. As for your kind gesture, I must decline. After saying this, Ling Yuehuang turned to leave. Qin Xiaofeng intended to say something, but before he could utter a word, she had already departed. Seeing this, he wanted to pursue her but noticed the Shui family members trailing behind and halted his steps. Miss, did you come all this way just to see that young master of the Qin family? Ling Yuehuang paused a short distance away, and Su Qinghuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Whether I did or not is inconsequential. What matters is whether he can be kept under my control. After saying this, Ling Yuehuang entered a medicinal herb shop. After acquiring the herbs she sought, she did not linger at the market but returned directly to her residence. Once back, she processed the herbs she had purchased and began refining elixirs. After several hours of diligent work, she successfully crafted 3 Yang Yuan Dan. After preparing the elixirs, Ling Yuehuang divided 2 of them between Xiaotian and Baixin. Recently, they had been confined to the space for cultivation. and her elixirs served as treats for them. Ling Yuehuang spent some time conversing with Lin Zhouchuan in the space, then glanced at the still slumbering Minging, noting that he showed no signs of awakening. She finally exited the space. Tonight, Ling Yuehuang chose to cultivate through the night once more. With the guidance of Ouyang Ran and Su Qinghuan, she felt her understanding of cultivation deepening beyond her previous insights. Lin Zhouchuan had once remarked that the methods of cultivation in this world were not singular, each individual's comprehension was unique. By gathering the strengths of many, one could better discern their own path. As per usual, Ling Yuehuang cultivated until dawn before resting. However, not long after she lay down, she was awakened by the commotion outside. Hearing the noise, she rose and stepped outside. Vold Su, what is happening? Ling Yuehuang asked as she emerged from her chamber. Spotting Su Qinghuan approaching, Miss, the young master of the Shui family and young master Qin have come to visit, stating that the Shui matriarch has awakened, and the young master wishes to express his gratitude. Is my senior brother present? Ling Yuehuang inquired, glancing toward the main courtyard. Returning to Miss, Elder Ouyang left early this morning and mentioned he would return later. However, he instructed his subordinates to inform you that he will take you to the auction tonight, do not forget. Upon hearing that Ouyang Ran was absent, Ling Yuehuang promptly commanded, inform the young master of the Shui family and Qin Xiaofeng that I acknowledge the Shui family's intentions, but as my senior brother is not here, I am not convenient to meet with visitors. They should return from whence they came, but they may leave their gifts. Additionally, inform them that we will attend the auction tonight. Understood. After issuing her instructions, Ling Yuehuang turned back to her chamber. Disturbed from her dreams, Ling Yuehuang found no further desire to sleep. She quickly freshened up, then left her room to head to the cultivation chamber, after sending the Shui family members away. Su Qinghuan had intended to ask Ling Yuehuang how to handle the gifts they had brought, but upon returning, she found Ling Yuehuang had already entered the cultivation chamber once more. How long has it been since she just came out? Why is she going back in again? This relentless cultivation, won't she risk losing her mind? Su Qinghuan was astounded by Ling Yuehuang's reckless approach to cultivation. Was it not said that geniuses did not need to toil? It appeared that those were merely the self-soothing words of the weak. True geniuses labored with an intensity that was astonishing to it. Seems I must also strive harder, otherwise it won't be long before I become obsolete. With a sense of resignation, Su Qinghuan returned to her small courtyard and began practicing her own techniques. As time passed, Ling Yuehuang remained in the training room until a quarter past the hour of Shen. At that moment, Ouyang Ran returned to the main courtyard and, upon seeing Ling Yuehuang clad in a simple garment practicing in the training room, he remarked, Junior sister, why are you still here? Did Qinghuan not inform you that tonight your senior brother intends to take you to the auction? Senior brother, please do not misplace your blame on Qinghuan. I have always presented myself in the guise of a male. Now, even though I wear women's attire, I remain indifferent to gaudy adornments. I believe this understated appearance is quite adequate. Upon hearing Ling Yuehuang's explanation, Ouyang Ran, who had initially worn an expression of irritation, gradually softened. However, observing her plain attire and the absence of any decorative hairpins, he still felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Senior brother, although I am presently by your side, I must eventually depart. I do not wish to attract excessive attention. If I dress too ostentatiously, I risk losing my air of mystery and drawing the unwanted gaze of those with ulterior motives. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. However, rest assured, once you regain your identity, I will provide you with splendid garments and jewels so that the world may know of my talented junior sister. Ling Yuehuang's face broke into a warm smile at his words. Her senior brother Ouyang, though older, was indeed quite endearing. Ouyang Ran then guided Ling Yuehuang and Su Qinghuan out, and shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the entrance of the largest auction house in Shuiwei City. At the entrance, an elderly man stood with a group, appearing to await someone. Upon spotting Ouyang Ran, the elder's previously stern demeanor transformed into one of reverence, and he quickly approached Ouyang Ran. Master Jin Dian of the Golden Moon Auction House pays his respects to you. Esteem Sir. Ouyang Ran responded nonchalantly, not even bestowing a cursory glance upon Jin Dian. Please, this way, my lord. I have arranged the finest private box for you. Jin Dian, with utmost deference, ushered Ouyang Ran and the others into the Golden Moon Auction House, eliciting astonishment from those present. Who is that person? To have Jin Dian, who is usually so arrogant, bow so low. Who knows, it seems this city has welcomed a significant figure, judging by Jin Dian's fearful demeanor. This individual must hold considerable status on the continent. It appears tonight's auction will showcase remarkable items. No wonder the Golden Moon Auction House has been shrouded in mystery, withholding information about the auction items and requiring invitations for entry. It is said that the Jin family places great importance on this auction, even sending their young master to oversee the event personally. One wonders if there's truth to that. If the young master is indeed present, the auction items are likely to be extraordinary. Indeed, it seems we have come at the right time. Tonight's auction should be quite splendid. Outside the auction house, the crowd buzzed with excitement about the evening's events. Ling Yuehuang followed Ouyang Ran into a top-tier private box on the 4th floor, which was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 people comfortably. My lord, please rest here for a moment. The auction will commence shortly. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall remain just outside. Upon entering the box, two maidservants entered with a pot of tea, pouring a cup each for Ouyang Ran and Ling Yuehuang before retreating. Once they had left, Jean Dian excused himself with a smile. Senior brother, do the people of the Golden Moon Auction House recognize your status? Ling Yuehuang inquired curiously. I do not know. They are merely aware that I hail from Zhengzhou and are unaware of my true identity. Why do you ask? I'm nothing in particular. I merely thought they might know your status. Otherwise, I would have to refrain from calling you senior brother in public. Upon hearing her words, Ouyang Ran replied with a gentle smile. It matters not even if they were aware of my identity. You calling me senior brother would not pose an issue. They would likely assume you were a newly accepted disciple of my master. Without suspecting anything further, indeed, but one must exercise caution. I am still too weak and do not wish to bring unnecessary trouble upon you. What nonsense! What trouble could there possibly be? I have traversed the continent for a millennium without fearing anyone. Were it not for your safety and that of our master, I would not be concerned about that beast at all. Of the thought of finally having a little junior sister yet needing to hide made Ouyang Ran seethe with frustration. He had once asked his master why he could not have a little sister when others did, yet their sect only consisted of brothers. His master had replied that he too had posed such a question to his own master. The response had been that girls were too delicate and unsuitable for the rigors of battle, and that they were difficult to manage and fickle, thus unable to become strong. Ouyang Ran found his master and grandmaster's views overly narrow-minded. They had devoted their lives to cultivation, never marrying or having children, only accepting talented disciples for training. In his youth, he had believed their reasoning was unreasonable, vowing he would not end up like them. Engrossed in cultivation and unable to find a wife, yet perhaps their sect was indeed fated to remain disconnected from women, for when he encountered a woman who captivated him at first sight, she proved to have no genuine feelings for him. Following that experience, Ouyang Ran abandoned any notion of marrying, gradually coming to believe that love was the greatest taboo on the path of cultivation. In their sect, aside from the eldest brother who had experienced family life, the second brother remained a solitary figure. Although Ouyang Ran had two disciples, having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he still envied those whose lives harmonized in love and companionship. Yearning for the joy of a child calling him father. He had initially thought their sect was truly bound by some restriction regarding women, but Ling Yuehuang's arrival made Ouyang Ran feel that this curse could be broken. Senior brother, do not be angry. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Surely you do not wish for me to remain under your wing forever. The burdens I carry can only be borne by me. Alas, it is the fault of my brothers for being incapable of protecting you. Senior brother, if you speak such words, it will only trouble my heart. Since we are indeed siblings, we are akin to family. If we are family, why must we speak in such a manner? It is merely that I endure a bit of hardship. What harm is there in that? Very well, you are indeed worthy of being one of my sect. Your spirit is commendable. I believe in you. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ling Yuehuang and Ouyang Ran were engaged in their conversation, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside the door. What is it, elder? The young master of the Golden Moon Auction House requests an audience. The voice of Su Qinghuan rang out, and upon hearing this, Ouyang Ran's previously gentle expression turned icy, while Ling Yuehuang also retracted her warm smile, adopting a calm demeanor. Let him in, Ouyang Ran instructed softly after a moment of contemplation. Soon, the door opened, and a man clad in a white and yellow robe entered. He appeared to be in his 30s but looked remarkably youthful. I am Jin Qingyu, the young master of the Golden Moon Auction House. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. Upon entering the box, Jin Qingyu immediately bowed deeply to Ouyang Ran, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. There is no need for such formality, young master Jin. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Ouyang Ran sat upright, exuding an aura of strength that pressed heavily upon Jin Qingyu, who found it difficult to meet Ouyang Ran's gaze. My lord's presence at our auction brings great honor to the Golden Moon Auction House. To avoid any oversight that might displease you, I have come to ascertain if there is anything you require. I have no immediate needs, however, if possible, please provide some high-quality spirit fruits. The snacks in this box are quite unpalatable. Ah, of course, I shall attend to that right away. Please wait a moment, my lord. As Jin Qingyu departed, he cast a fleeting glance at Ling Yuehuang, but immediately averted his gaze, the reason being, the moment he looked at her, Ouyang Ran's aura intensified, creating an overwhelming sense of danger that Jin Qingyu instinctively recognized. Chapter 86. A long life is a burden. After Jin Qingyu left the box, he quickly arranged for someone to retrieve his treasures. In truth, the fourth floor of the Golden Moon Auction House was already the highest standard of private box. The fruits and pastries presented there were among the finest spirit delicacies in Shuiwei City. Yet to Ouyang Ran, they still fell short of the mark. Young master, who exactly is that person in the box? The fruits presented there, even in our Jin family, are considered exceptional. How can they fail to impress that esteemed individual? A curious guard accompanying Jin Qingyu asked, having seen many prominent figures as the young master's attendant, yet this was his first encounter with someone so imposing. What do you know? He is someone whom even my father must respectfully address as my lord. From the moment my father ordered me to abandon all affairs and personally oversee this auction, I knew that Person S identity is one that our entire Jean family cannot afford to offend. Otherwise, my father would not have repeatedly instructed me that, regardless of his requests, as long as it is within our Jean family's capability, we must fulfill them at all costs. Upon hearing Jean Xingyu's words, the attendant beside him instinctively swallowed hard, his previously nonchalant demeanor instantly transformed into one of solemnity. I observed the nobleman accompanied by a woman whose beauty could only be described as enchanting. Though her true visage remained concealed, her pair of eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars rendered one unable to gaze directly upon her. Why should the young master not exert some effort in courting that lady? Jean Xingyu shuddered at the suggestion and retorted sharply, preposterous, cease your reckless chatter. Do you wish for my life to be prolonged indefinitely? Do not squander your usual thoughts on these eminent figures. Do you not realize that merely casting a glance at that young lady in the private room nearly overwhelmed me with the aura emanating from that nobleman, the women we generally encounter? Even the princesses of the northern continent, we can dare to entertain notions of perhaps employing some stratagems, yet to toy with intentions before that nobleman, one misstep, and the entire Jean family would face ruin. You fool! Although Jean Xingyu often indulged in fleeting infatuations and extravagant displays of heroism in the presence of beautiful women, he was presently acutely aware that the lady in the private room was no ordinary character. With these thoughts in mind, he turned and descended from the fourth floor, determined to admonish the auction house staff once more. Tonight, even if it meant offending the entirety of Shueihua City, he could not afford to alienate the two individuals in the fourth floor suite. As time passed unnoticed, nightfall soon enveloped the scene. The hall of Jinyu Auction House was filled to capacity, with even the private rooms on the second and third floors illuminated. Upon noticing that the exclusive suite on the fourth floor was occupied, the guests in the lower levels began to speculate about the significant personage in attendance that evening. With a rhythmic drumbeat, a group of women clad in red dance attire gracefully approached the stage at the center of the hall. Following this, the dancers commenced their performance, accompanied by the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo. Their graceful figures and exquisite features, each smile and gesture imbued with seduction, captivated the audience in mere moments. As the dance concluded, the attendees emerged from their trance, and applause erupted throughout the hall. Esteemed guests, the melodies are delightful, and the beauty captivating. Such a splendid evening is rare, and treasures are hard to come by. We welcome you all to join us tonight at the Jinyu Auction House. I wonder if you still remember me. After the performance concluded, a lady garbed in a flowing purple-blue gown stepped forward, drawing the attention of all present. You have finally arrived. It has been far too long. You have been sorely missed by this young master. Indeed, it has been ages. You have grown even more enchanting. Particularly your figure, which seems to have blossomed. Laughter and playful banter erupted from the crowd, directed at the strikingly voluptuous Niao. Despite the crude remarks from the audience, Niao's alluring smile only intensified, captivating even further. I am grateful that all esteemed guests still remember me. I shall not say much more, and now let me introduce the auction rules for those unfamiliar with our proceedings. Tonight, we have a total of 9 items for auction. After I present each item, bidding shall commence freely, with the highest bid securing the prize. In front of each of you lies a number plate representing your identity, along with a bidding card that allows you to change your bid. Should you wish to participate, simply adjust the bidding card to your desired amount, and our dedicated staff will call out the bids in real time. I trust many of you have participated in various auctions before. I shall refrain from lengthy explanations to avoid dampening the atmosphere. Now, allow me to preside over tonight's auction. As Niao concluded her speech, applause erupted once more from the audience. Soon, a maid entered, carrying a tray covered with red cloth. Esteemed guests, this is our auction house's first item of the evening, Niao announced, lifting the cloth to reveal a meteorite dagger, razor-sharp and exquisitely adorned with 7 gemstones of varying hues. The starting bid for this dagger is 500 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Upon her declaration, she stepped aside, and all the lights in the auction house focused on the dagger, causing its gems to sparkle dazzlingly. Wow, the dagger is truly beautiful and exquisite, indeed, not to mention its sharpness. Even just the 7 gemstones must be worth a fortune. Some women in the audience began to be drawn to the dagger's gems, valuing its beauty over its practicality. Guest number 47 bids 600 spirit stones. Quickly, the auction house staff began to announce the bids loudly. Ling Yuehuan gazed down from the 4th floor. Within the auction hall, 10 individuals were responsible for calling out the bids. The first floor, being the most populous, had 6 staff members, while the second floor, with nearly 20 private rooms, had 2 staff members. The third floor had 6 rooms and also boasted 2 staff members. As for Ling Yuehuan's 4th floor, it had no dedicated staff due to the presence of only one private suite. Should someone in the 4th floor suite wish to bid, they needed only to write their desired price on a crystal stone, which would then project the price onto the crystal hanging outside the suite. thus showcasing the exclusivity of the fourth-floor patrons while safeguarding their privacy. Guest number 25 bids 800 spirit stones, guest number 19 bids 1000 spirit stones, guest number 8 bids 1500 spirit stones. Guest number 5 from the third-floor suite bids 3000 spirit stones. As the first-floor attendees increased their bids incrementally, a sudden hush fell over the room when the third-floor guest 5 raised the bid to 3000 spirit stones. Ling Yuewang turned her gaze to the source of the voice, realizing it belonged to Qin Xiaofeng and Shui Suo. It appeared that Qin Xiaofeng was the one calling out the bid. The occupants of the third-floor suite seem to be from the Shui family, right? It would seem so. No wonder their bidding is so extravagant. The Shui family is indeed the foremost family in Shui City. Could it be that a young master from the Shui family has taken a liking to someone? I wonder which young lady has captured his attention. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, several young ladies from prominent families in Shui City displayed expressions of jealousy and resentment. They were perplexed, having heard no whispers of a young master from the Shui family having a romantic interest. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? After a few moments of silence, Niao Niao stepped forward with a smile, inquiring of the crowd. The hall fell silent once more, with no one daring to raise their bid. Niao Niao gently tapped a small drum in her hand, producing 3 rhythmic sounds. The first item, the meteorite dagger, belongs to the esteemed guest in the third-floor suite. As the first item was removed, the second item was promptly brought forth. This item, carried by 2 burly men, was a large red box, indicating its considerable size and weight. The second item was a golden silk armor, a 4th-grade spirit artifact, designed to withstand attacks from cultivators below the spirit general realm. It was particularly suitable for generals during military campaigns. The starting bid for the golden silk armor is 500 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. As Niao Niao finished her announcement, the 2 sturdy men unveiled the golden armor for all to see. However, the crowd's enthusiasm appeared lukewarm. For most cultivators, lighter garments were preferred for effective practice, and only those engaged in warfare would favor such cumbersome armor for protection. Guest number 32 bids 600 spirit stones. Guest number 61 bids 700 spirit stones. Guest number 103 bids 800 spirit stones. Guest number 270 bids 900 spirit stones. Guest number 204 bids 1000 spirit stones. Once the price reached 1000 low-grade spirit stones, the pace of bidding slowed considerably, with no one willing to continue. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? Guest number 61 bids 1100 spirit stones. 1100 spirit stones going once. Anyone else? After a moment's pause with no further bids, Niao Niao stepped forward again. 1100 spirit stones going twice, 1100 spirit stones going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to our esteemed guest number 61. With Niao Niao striking her small drum 3 times, the second item was promptly taken away. Soon after, the third item was presented by a maid. This third item was a 5th-grade third-tier spirit sword, known as the Flying Rainbow Sword, crafted by a 6th-grade artifact master from the Northern Wilderness Immortal Mirror sect. It was compact, exquisite, and of superior quality. The starting bid for the Flying Rainbow Sword is 1000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100. Let the bidding commence. Senior brother, I adore this sword. Would you be willing to bid on it for me, in the private box number 3 on the 2nd floor? A soft feminine voice echoed, as Ling Yuewang extended her consciousness to envelop the entire auction hall, observing every movement of the attendees. Upon hearing this voice, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. Very well, since Suing desires it, then my senior brother shall secure this spirit sword for her. It is Liang Suing. What a narrow path for adversaries to cross. When another male voice resonated from the box, Ling Yuewang could not help but silently curse. Liang Suing, the eldest daughter of Liang Jing, the Grand Princess of the Chang'an Kingdom, is the firstborn child of Liang Jing. Had it not been for her mother's lowly status, the title of Grand Princess would not have been bestowed upon Liang Xinghan. In the past, after being bullied by Liang Xinghan, Liang Suing would often retreat to the royal villa to lash herself as a means to assuage her grievances. It was said that she was not accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Qingye sect until she turned 10. And only because of Liang Jing's influence. Bidder number 10 calls out 1100 spirit stones. Bidder number 29 calls out 1300 spirit stones. Bidder number 120 calls out 1500 spirit stones. Bidder number 73 calls out 1600 spirit stones. Bidder number 209 calls out 1700 spirit stones. Bidder number 10 calls out 2000 spirit stones. Bidder number 120 calls out 2100 spirit stones. Bidder number 3 on the 2nd floor calls out 2500 spirit stones. Bidder number 10 calls out 2600 spirit stones. Bidder number 120 calls out 2700 spirit stones. Bidder number 3 on the 2nd floor calls out 3000 spirit stones. As the bidding from box 3 on the 2nd floor commenced, the price surged by several hundred each time, causing the pace of bidding in the hall below to gradually slow. Observing the firm resolve of the number 3 box on the 2nd floor, The man bidding number 10 began to inquire with those beside him, uncertain of the sentiments held by the second floor participants. Master, I believe that sword is not worth this price. Perhaps we should reconsider. Bidder number 120 calls out 3,100 spirit stones. Just as bidder number 10 hesitated, bidder number 120 made the first move to raise the bid. Bidder number 3 on the second floor calls out 3,500 spirit stones. With the price climbing once more, bidder number 120 showed signs of indecision, remaining silent for a time. That Fei Hong sword belongs to my junior sister, a confident voice emanated from the third box. Thank you, senior brother, you are truly kind to Ying. Liang Suing replied sweetly to the man. 3,500 spirit stones, once. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? Bidder from the fourth floor calls out 4,000 spirit stones, just as the host, Niao Niao, believed no further bids would come. Jin Dingyan's voice startled her. Niao Niao immediately lifted her gaze to the fourth floor, where numbers appeared on the crystal stone outside the box. Wow, they actually used a recording crystal for the bid. Jin Yu Auction House truly is extravagant. It was known that the fourth floor boxes could only be accessed by esteemed members of Jin Yu Auction House. Aside from the elusive owner, only the most prominent figures of the continent could meet the criteria. One could only wonder who the individuals on the fourth floor were. Before entering the auction house tonight, I had the fortune to glimpse the people in the fourth floor box. Their aura was so overwhelming that we could hardly bear to look. Yes, I caught a distant glimpse as well, especially that young lady. She seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, radiantly beautiful. If only we had the chance to behold such a grand figure. What an extraordinary powerhouse must she be. Listening to the chatter in the hall below, the man in box 3 on the second floor felt his previous ire transform into a weighty seriousness. Senior brother, are you truly giving up? Liang Suying's voice resounded again in the box, revealing her reluctance to concede, for she genuinely yearned for a spirit sword. Junior sister, let us wait for the next occasion. Rest assured, I will find you a suitable spirit weapon. This time, let us yield to them. What say you? Upon hearing his words, Liang Suying's eyes brimmed with tears. Senior brother, can we not try just a little harder? Ying truly desires that Fei Hong sword. Besides, did you not tell me you had prepared 100,000 spirit stones for this auction? The implication in her words was unmistakable, and the man's expression wavered in indecision. After a moment's contemplation, he finally conceded. Very well, since you wish for it, I shall make another attempt for you, but know that the value of this spirit sword cannot exceed 6,000 spirit stones. Understood. Ying will not hold on beyond that amount. 4,000 spirit stones, once. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? Niao Niao's inquiry resonated throughout the hall, and an audible silence fell as all eyes turned to the second and fourth floors. Bidder number 3 on the second floor calls out 4,100 spirit stones. The announcement from the staff elicited gasps from the crowd. No one had anticipated that the participants in box 3 would indeed dare to continue bidding. Who could those people in box 3 be? It seems they are from a sect, but I am unclear. The audacity of the individuals in box 3 is commendable. To continue bidding under such circumstances is remarkable. Those on the second floor likely have no inkling of the identity of the bidder from the fourth floor, nor do they understand what it means to sit on the fourth floor. I doubt it. This so-called auction is meant to reward the highest bidder, not merely those of noble status who can easily claim the items they desire. Is that not akin to bullying? Indeed, well said. An auction must adhere to its principles. He who has the wealth shall obtain what he desires. There are no rules stating that those of high status may bid without contest. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, the man in box 3 gradually shed his heavy mood. Bidder from the first box on the fourth floor calls out 6,000 spirit stones. Gasper. The audience collectively inhales sharply, awed by the grandeur of the fourth floor's senior brother. Let us concede. Perhaps it is fate that Ying and that sword are not meant to be. Forgive me. Junior sister, fear not, I shall certainly find you a fitting sword in the future. Ying trusts in her senior brother. Upon hearing their exchange, Ling Huang could not help but smirk in disdain. A grand princess of a nation, yet unable to produce 6,000 spirit stones. One could only imagine the hardships Liang Suing faced in the Chang'an Kingdom. 6,000 spirit stones, once. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? Niao Niao's voice echoed once more, and this time, no one dared to counter. Ling Huang effortlessly secured the 5th grade spirit sword. Why does my junior sister wish for that low-grade spirit weapon? Surely you do not lack a sword even now. Ouyang Ran inquired, curious about Ling Huang's acquisition of the 5th grade spirit sword. Do not misunderstand, senior brother. I have procured this sword as a gift for a friend. I already possess a sword of my own. Ling Huang clarified. Ouyang Ran nodded in understanding. As Ling Huang's senior brother, it would indeed be a source of shame if she lacked even a 5th grade spirit sword, just as Ling Huang conversed with Ouyang Ran. The 4th item for auction was presented in the center of the hall. Next, we present the 4th item for our auction, a 7-colored celestial skirt crafted from the tail of a mermaid. As Niao Niao unveiled the red cloth draped over the celestial skirt, a radiant light, akin to the glow of dawn, captured the attention of all present. Wow, how beautiful! Good heavens, is this truly just a garment? It appears even more exquisite than a mermaid's tail. If I could wear this celestial skirt, surely I would capture the heart of the one I desire. Brother, please buy this for me. Most of the women in the hall were utterly captivated by the garment. Unable to tear their gaze away, the starting bid for the 7-colored celestial skirt is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Bidder number 3 calls out 2,300 spirit stones. Bidder number 15 calls out 2,500 spirit stones. Bidder number 160 calls out 3,000 spirit stones. Bidder number 1 on the second floor calls out 3,100 spirit stones. Bidder number 49 calls out 3,500 spirit stones. Bidder number 6 on the second floor calls out 4,000 spirit stones. Bidder number 18 calls out 4,300 spirit stones. The price of the 7-colored celestial skirt soared rapidly, as if auctioning a peerless treasure, with participants eager to secure it before it slipped away. Junior sister, do you fancy that garment? Ouyang Ran inquired, glancing downwards before turning to Lingyue Huang. No, Lingyue Huang replied, shaking her head. While the garment appears splendid, the process of its creation is profoundly gruesome. Though the strong dominate this world, it does not negate the significance of the weak's existence. The mermen, despite their low spiritual power, still possess human bloodlines. The strong may prey upon the weak, yet it does not grant them the right to slaughter them without mercy. This is not my way of dealings. Ouyang Ran nodded appreciatively, increasingly fond of his junior sister. Regardless of the state of the world, compassion and righteousness are fundamental virtues every cultivator must uphold. Those who resort to bullying others are ultimately met with retribution. Chapter 89. The world is indeed small. In the VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor, the bidding price for the Rainbow Cloud Immortal skirt has reached 5,000 spirit stones. Brother, are you planning to acquire this unique skirt to present to Sister Xinghan? With its unparalleled beauty, it is likely that Xinghan would be quite fond of it. The staff on the 3rd floor announced the bid. The conversation from room number 1 echoed into Lingyue Huang's ears. Upon overhearing their dialogue, Lingyue Huang immediately recognized that the sister they referred to was none other than Liang Xinghan. How small the world of the affluent is. She couldn't help but silently scoff. The bidding for the VIP room number 3 on the 3rd floor has now reached 6,000 spirit stones. Just as Lingyue Huang was taken aback, the staff's announcement rang out once more. This time accompanied by a familiar voice. Xiaofeng, are you also interested in that skirt? Yes, I intend to bid on it as a gift for someone. For whom? Could it be the infatuated Princess Xinghan? No, my intended recipient is someone else. I had no idea that you had a romantic interest, Xiaofeng. It seems that during my mother's illness, you must have encountered circumstances unknown to me. However, it appears you are reluctant to disclose this person to me. Very well, this is your private matter. We shall discuss it when you are ready. Hearing the exchange between Shui Su and Qin Xiaofeng, Lingyue Huang's lips curled into a knowing smile. Why is it that even the patrons on the 3rd floor are interested in this skirt? How unfortunate. A somewhat irritable voice emerged from the 2nd floor's room number 3 upon hearing the 3rd floor's bidding. Of the man, who initially intended to bid, suddenly lost his competitive spirit. Brother, there is no need to be upset. Ying isn't particularly fond of that skirt either. Though beautiful, it carries a rather bloody aura. She fears she wouldn't be able to enjoy it. You are indeed kind-hearted, junior sister. I shall heed your advice and seek a more splendid dress for you next time. Upon hearing the man's words, Lingyue Huang chuckled disdainfully. A miser and a green tea bitch, what a fitting pair. The bidding for VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor has now risen to 6,500 spirit stones. VIP room number 3 on the 3rd floor has countered with 7,000 spirit stones. The bid from VIP room number 1 has escalated to 8,000 spirit stones, only for room number 3 to raise it to 10,000 spirit stones. As the prices soared, the attention of the crowd converged on the 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, where rooms number 1 and number 3 locked in a battle of wills. After all, those who could access the 3rd floor were either wealthy or noble. How could they willingly relinquish what they desired? It would now depend on who was prepared to spend more. Xiaofeng, I inquired earlier and learned that the individual in room number 1, while a disciple of the Beiyun sect, is not your childhood friend, so you need not worry about competing for the bid.su. Brother, I have already stated that I harbor no romantic feelings towards her. We are not close. Alright, you are not close. It was my mistake, please continue. The bid from room number 1 has reached 15,000 spirit stones. Room number 3 quickly countered with 20,000 spirit stones. Who exactly is in room number 3 to dare oppose a member of the Beiyun sect? Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng raise the price to 20,000 spirit stones, the expressions of those in room number 1 shifted dramatically. Although they possessed some wealth, they had come with a mission tonight. The funds they brought were intended for acquiring items essential for their sect, not for competing over this inconsequential garment. Room number 3 bids 20,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Room number 1 responded with 23,000 spirit stones. Brother, did you not say we could only spare a maximum of 20,000 spirit stones this time? Do not worry, I will make up the additional 3,000 spirit stones. Room number 3 then countered with 30,000 spirit stones. Cursed, who on earth is so audacious? In room number 3, brother, should we continue to raise the bid? Raise what? 10,000 spirit stones is no small sum for us. We cannot let it jeopardize our major undertaking. As for the gift for junior sister, we shall look for something more suitable later. This skirt is beyond our means. Room number 3 bids 30,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to raise the price? Noticing that room number 1 had fallen silent, Niao Niao promptly inquired. 30,000 spirit stones once, 30,000 spirit stones twice, 30,000 spirit stones thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guests in room number 3 for successfully acquiring our 4th item for auction. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the 5th item was swiftly brought forth. Next up is our 5th auction item. 3 grade 5 transformation pills for practitioners below the spirit realm. Consuming this pill can instantly alter one's appearance, lasting for 1 day. The starting bid is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 spirit stones. The bidding begins. VIP room number 2 bids 6,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 7 bids 6,300 spirit stones. VIP room number 12 bids 6,500 spirit stones. VIP room no. 41 bids 7,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 2 on the second floor bids 7,500 spirit stones. VIP room number 109 bids 8,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 4 bids 8,500 spirit stones. Who would have thought that the transformation pills would be so popular? Ling Yue Wang remarked in surprise as she listened to the fervent bidding below. Miss, you may not realize that while transformation pills are indeed a rare type of elixir, their effects are substantial, especially for those with ulterior motives. They are particularly sought after. Ling Yue Wang nodded in understanding. She was well aware of the properties of the transformation pills. Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that this dubious concoction would attract such fervent competition. VIP room number 2 bids 20,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 2 bids 21,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 4 bids 22,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 7 bids 25,000 spirit stones. VIP room no. 4 bids 26,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 7 bids 30,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 4 bids 32,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 7 bids 35,000 spirit stones. As the price climbed to 35,000 spirit stones, the bidding abruptly ceased, leaving an instant silence in the hall. VIP room number 7 bids 35,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Niao Niao stood in the center of the hall. Beaming with a radiant smile, the auction items had far exceeded her expectations, and upon its conclusion she would receive a handsome reward. 35,000 spirit stones once, 35,000 spirit stones twice, 35,000 spirit stones thrice. Sold. Congratulations to VIP room number 7 for securing our 5th auction item. Chapter 90. Poverty restricts imagination. The 5th item was traded successfully in less than a short while, leaving everyone feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Amidst the increasingly expectant gazes of the crowd, the 6th item was already positioned in the center of the hall. And next is the 6th item of our auction, a grade 6 storage bag with an internal space of 60 feet. Originating from the renowned Nalan family of Eastern Wilderness, the starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The bidding begins. Wow, a grade 6 storage artifact. And from the prestigious Nalan family of Eastern Wilderness no less, this storage bag truly has an impressive pedigree. Indeed, the spatial artifacts we typically encounter only have internal spaces of about 20 feet. Yet this bag boasts 60 feet. Such capacity could easily accommodate a family's entire collection of treasures. VIP room number 4 bids 20,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 11 bids 25,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 36 bids 30,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 100 bids 50,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 2 bids 53,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 1 bids 60,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price for the 6th item soared to 60,000 spirit stones, and it continued to rise. Junior sister, do you possess a spatial artifact? Ouyang Ran suddenly turned to Ling Yue Wang and inquired. Yes, I do, Ling Yue Wang replied with a nod to Ouyang Ran, then fell silent, merely sitting quietly observing Ouyang Ran's composed demeanor. Standing like a pine and sitting like a bell, Ling Yue Wang felt a surge of admiration. Wishing that one day she too could achieve such prowess, traversing the seas with unshakable confidence. VIP room number 2 bids 150,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 5 bids 160,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 3 bids 165,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 7 bids 167,000 spirit stones. VIP room number 2 bids 200,000 spirit stones. As the bidding suddenly escalated to 200,000 spirit stones, a hush fell over the audience. In Shuai City, 200,000 spirit stones could cover a middle-class family's expenses for an entire year. VIP room number 3 bids 201,000 spirit stones. Just when everyone thought the storage bag belonged exclusively to room number 2, unexpectedly room number 3, which had remained silent thus far, entered the fray. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Shui Su's voice echoed from room number 3. I have long heard that the Nalan family of Eastern Wilderness is the foremost family of artifact refinement on the continent. Particularly renowned for their spatial artifacts, half of the Artifact Refiners Guild is comprised of members from the Nalan family. In a few days, I shall return home to visit my family, and I intend to present this storage bag as a gift to my father. Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's response, Shui Su merely nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent thereafter. The individual next door appears to be the eldest son of the Shui family. When did he become so generous? The Shui family is indeed a prominent clan within the Qilan kingdom, and as the heir, Shui Su undoubtedly possesses vast resources, with hundreds of thousands of spirit stones being a trifling matter. Nevertheless, Shui Su usually conducts himself with remarkable discretion, and being a craftsman, it seems out of character for him to spend such a considerable sum on a storage bag. Perhaps it was not for him. Prior to entering the auction house tonight, I observed a young man of similar age and remarkable presence accompanying him, who might have instigated the bidding, while Qin Xiaofeng conversed with Shui Su. The guests in box number 2 on the second floor speculated on the motives behind the bidding from next door. A guest in box number 2 on the third floor bid 220,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 3 on the third floor bid 250,000 spirit stones. Damn it, what is Shui Su doing? Does he not realize we are the ones competing for the bid? Chio, let us concede this round. Shui Su is known for his prudence, and having exchanged glances before entering the auction house, he cannot possibly be unaware that we are bidding against him. His disregard for our presence only serves to prove that the young man beside him is likely extraordinary. 250,000 once. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? As the soft voice echoed through the hall, all eyes turned towards the third floor. After a brief pause, no further sounds emerged from the third floor. And Nionieo immediately understood that box number 2 had chosen to forfeit, and promptly declared 250,000 twice, 250,000 thrice, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 3 for acquiring our 6th auction item. At this moment, Ling Yuehuang bore a countenance of regret, realizing she had underestimated Qin Xiaofeng's financial prowess. Had she known he was so extravagant, she should have allowed him to procure several 100,000 spirit stones from the outset. Indeed, her poverty had limited her imagination. Amidst Ling Yuehuang's vexation, the 7th auction item was brought to the center of the hall, and next was the 7th auction item, a 6-leaf red lotus herb. The red lotus herb ranges from 1 to 9 leaves. The greater the number of leaves, the older and more effective it is. The red lotus herb demands an extremely stringent environment for survival, rendering it exceedingly rare, a precious variety among spirit herbs. As for its effects, many are already aware. It's a sacred remedy for healing the soul, and its value needs no further elaboration from Nionieo. The starting bid for the 6-leaf red lotus herb is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000 spirit stones. The mere presence of a 6-leaf red lotus herb, a highly coveted spirit herb essential for concocting soul-reviving elixirs, is worth its weight in gold. Not merely gold, even a 1 or 2 leaf red lotus herb can fetch a hefty price, let alone this 6-leaf variety. The red lotus herb is not solely useful for crafting soul-reviving elixirs. Even when used individually, it is an exceedingly valuable spirit herb with remarkable efficacy in restoring soul injuries. As the red lotus herb appeared, the hall erupted into a flurry of discussions. Even Ling Yuehuang, who had been waiting for a Dan furnace, revealed surprise in her eyes upon hearing the name of the red lotus herb. She had been searching for a spirit herb capable of healing souls but had yet to encounter one. Who would have thought she would find it here today? Is junior sister hoping to acquire the red lotus herb to restore Master's soul power? Ling Yuehuang merely shifted her gaze slightly, yet Ouyang Ran sensed her intentions. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuehuang nodded. The red lotus herb is indeed a rare find, and she would not let it slip away. While the red lotus herb possesses commendable efficacy in healing soul injuries, restoring Master's soul power requires additional spirit herbs. Does senior brother know how to restore the soul? Ling Yuehuang inquired urgently. I know a bit, primarily regarding methods to nurture the soul. However, I have never heard of anyone being able to reconstruct a physical body and bring the dead back to life. Chapter 91, The Ghost Snow Clan. As Ouyang Ran spoke, his expression was grave, even somber. Ling Yuehuang understood that Ouyang Ran was using this opportunity to warn her that a dead person cannot be revived. Urging her not to be overly fixated on such notions, anything is possible. The body is merely a vessel for the soul. As long as the soul remains intact, one cannot be considered truly dead. I am aware of senior brother's concerns, yet Master has shown me immense kindness. Even if I cannot bring Master back to life, I shall ensure that his soul endures through countless lifetimes. Hearing Ling Yuehuang's words, Ouyang Ran cast her a helpless glance and then said, Very well, your resolve is unshakable. Since you are determined, I shall offer my utmost assistance. Thank you, senior brother. Just as Ling Yuehuang and Ouyang Ran were conversing, The bidding continued vigorously below, with the price soaring from 50,000 to 200,000 spirit stones in a matter of minutes. A guest in box number 1 on the third floor bid 250,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 2 on the third floor bid 260,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 1 on the second floor bid 270,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 4 on the second floor bid 280,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 1 on the fourth floor bid 400,000 spirit stones. Hiss. When Ling Yue Huang from the fourth floor entered the bidding, the price jumped to 400,000 spirit stones, causing everyone to momentarily halt their bids in the face of such overwhelming wealth. The furious roar from box number 1 on the third floor echoed loudly. Damn it, how could the people from the fourth floor also be interested in this 6-leaf red lotus herb? I had hoped to make a profit at this auction, but now it seems we may not even complete our task. So, senior brother, what shall we do now? The man beside him inquired cautiously. What else can we do? We must continue to raise the bid. We came here specifically for this 6-leaf red lotus herb. If we fail to complete our task, it will be difficult to explain upon our return. A guest in box number 1 on the third floor bid 310,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 1 on the fourth floor bid 400,000 spirit stones. As the auction staff announced the bid from box no. 1 on the fourth floor, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The two individuals in box number 1 on the third floor wore expressions of fury, particularly the leading man, who slammed his fist heavily on the table. Senior brother, 400,000 spirit stones is our limit, the man beside him whispered. Add another 100,000. We can explain the circumstances to the sect later, and the additional 100,000 spirit stones will be compensated by the sect. A guest in box number 1 on the third floor bid 450,000 spirit stones. A guest in box number 1 on the fourth floor bid 500,000 spirit stones. Damn it, though the two men in box no. 1 on the third floor were reluctant to concede, they had no choice but to withdraw in the face of the formidable financial power from the fourth floor upon hearing the bid of 500,000 spirit stones. Nyonie could hardly contain her delight. The 6-leaf red lotus herb, which the auction house anticipated would fetch a maximum of 300,000 spirit stones, had unexpectedly exceeded by a full 200,000. According to the auction house's regulations, she would receive a considerable reward from the sale. 500,000 once, 500,000 twice, 500,000 thrice, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from the fourth floor for acquiring our 7th auction item. Soon, the 7th auction item was taken down from the center of the hall by a maid, and then delivered to the successful bidder. Next, we present our 8th auction item, which is not an inanimate object but a living being. As Nyonie spoke, a large box covered in black cloth was wheeled forward. With a graceful motion, Nyonie unveiled the black cloth, revealing the contents beneath. Upon seeing what lay beneath the cloth, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Inside a massive iron cage stood a woman, her body marred with wounds. Despite her injuries, her stunning beauty captivated all present. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our auction house's 8th item, a slave of the Ghost Snow Clan. Possessing unparalleled beauty, the Ghost Snow Clan, the woman is actually a member of the Ghost Snow Clan. I had heard they had been annihilated. It is surprising to discover that a descendant still exists. Indeed, it is said that the Ghost Snow Clan possesses the power of ice, capable of freezing an individual in an instant. Truly terrifying. That was in the past. No matter how powerful the Ghost Snow Clan was, they were ultimately destroyed by the North Wilderness Ice Extremity sect. Who would have thought? In their heyday, the Ghost Snow Clan was greatly revered in the North Wilderness, yet they sought to dominate the region, leading to chaos and suffering among the people. Ultimately, they were punished by the heavens, becoming a source of calamity. Since then, every member of the Ghost Snow Clan has been marked by misfortune, drawing calamity to those who approach them, leading to an untimely death. Such is the fate of those who engage in wrongful deeds. However, today, the Jinyu auction house presents her as an auction item. Who would dare purchase someone like her? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd below, Ling Yue Huang gained some insight into the woman in the cage. Regarding her background, Ling Yue Huang felt that the truth might not be as simple as these people suggested. During my travels with my master across the 8 directions, I encountered members of the Ghost Snow Clan in the North Wilderness. However, my master and I were disinterested in intervening in the affairs of the North Wilderness. Thus I did not gain much understanding of them. Moreover, this matter pertains to the entire martial world of the North Wilderness. Junior sister, if you intend to bid on this woman, it may attract unnecessary trouble. You must think carefully before proceeding. As Ouyang Ran observed the subtle shift in Ling Yue Wang's gaze, indicating her interest in the affairs of the Yoshue clan, he promptly interjected, "Elder brother need not worry. The fact that this individual is being auctioned off so ostentatiously by the Jinyu auction house suggests that she poses no threat to anyone, otherwise the people from the northern wilderness would not remain indifferent." Ouyang Ran nodded in agreement and continued, "Since you have made your decision, junior sister, so be it. After all, she is merely a slave of a fallen clan." As the murmurs among the crowd surged, The host, Niao Niao, timely announced, the eighth item of this auction is a slave girl from the Yoshue clan, starting bid at 100,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. With Niao Niao's words lingering in the air, the attendees redirected their attention to the iron cage at the center of the hall, observing the exquisite beauty within the cage. Many in the audience displayed lewd and avaricious expressions. However, after a prolonged moment, no one was willing to bid the 100,000 spirit stones for a slave. A cursed slave daring to demand such a sum. Despite her beauty, who would risk their life to acquire her? Although the girl was indeed a remarkable beauty, one could only dread the potential doom that accompanied her. To die beneath the peony is to die a spirited ghost. Go away if you wish to die, then die. Lot number 37 bids 110,000 spirit stones, just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation and no one had yet made a bid. A man wearing a black hat and speaking in a hoarse voice called out a price. There truly is someone unafraid of death. The audience turned their gaze towards the bidder, yet the mysterious attire of the 37th bidder deterred further discussion. Lot number 5 bids 120,000 spirit stones. With the first daring bidder, the floodgates opened, and soon a second audacious participant joined the fray. Lot number 5 from the second floor bids 150,000 spirit stones. Lot number 2 from the third floor bids 160,000 spirit stones. Lot number 6 from the third floor bids 110,000 spirit stones. Lot number 9 from the second floor bids 120,000 spirit stones. It appeared that once the first person spoke up, others were emboldened to follow suit. The various families seemed quite interested in the Yoshue clanswoman. As the bidding escalated, the crowd found it hard to believe that a person cursed by fate could incite so many esteemed families to participate in the auction. It seemed that the opportunity for a bargain had been extinguished. One would have to rely solely on their financial capacity. Upon hearing the bids from below, Ling Yuewang thought to herself, lot number 1 from the fourth floor bids 200,000 spirit stones. Gasp! When the auctioneer announced Ling Yuewang's bid, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The patrons from the fourth floor were indeed affluent. They did not merely make a move, they made a sensational one. It was evident that those from the central continent were of a different caliber. Such expenditure was but a trifle to them. Indeed, I have heard that in the central continent, individuals casually bid several million spirit stones, truly extravagant. Ling Yuewang, hearing this, could only smile wryly. She had no wealth of her own. Were it not for Mr. Ouyang covering the expenses tonight, she would never have dared to bid so boldly. Each bid made her heart ache slightly. The crowd, initially eager to acquire the orphan of the Yoshue clan, began to hesitate upon realizing that the fourth floor patrons also had their eyes set on her. After all, the identities of those in the fourth floor box were shrouded in mystery, and no one could ascertain their motives for bidding on a slave from a fallen clan. To offend a powerful figure from the central continent for the sake of a mere slave was an act only a fool would commit. Seeing that the crowd had fallen silent for an extended period, the host Niao Niao smiled and spoke, 200,000 spirit stones once. Is there anyone wishing to raise the bid? After a few seconds of silence she continued, 200,000 once, 200,000 twice. 200,000 thrice, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from the fourth floor box for securing our eighth item. As Niao Niao's words echoed, the staff of the Jinyu auction house swiftly lowered the iron cage, while two attendants gently brought forth the ninth item. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a total of 9 items in this auction, and we are now left with the 9th item yet to be bid upon. As the grand finale of this event, the 9th item is undoubtedly the most precious of the lots. Niao Niao spoke. She lifted the red cloth covering the item. When the cloth was removed, it revealed a sculpture. The sculpture, gleaming in silver, depicted a young general clad in silver battle armor riding a crimson steed. What does this mean? The 9th item is merely a sculpture, though the sculpture was of exquisite quality and craftsmanship. It was still just a sculpture. How could it be deemed a treasure? Let us refrain from haste. Let us see what the Jinyu auction house has to say. Perhaps it truly is a treasure. Upon seeing the sculpture, most attendees displayed expressions of surprise. Prior to arriving, they had heard rumors of a 6th-grade spiritual artifact being auctioned tonight, only to find it had transformed into a mere sculpture. Not only were others astonished, but even Ouyang Ran furrowed his brow slightly. He had come intending to bid on a 6th-grade alchemical furnace for his junior sister, otherwise, he would not have bothered attending such a modest auction. Qinghuan summoned the person in charge of the auction house. Ouyang Ran instructed through a mental transmission to Su Qinghuan, who was stationed outside the door. Soon, the box door swung open and Jin Dingyan entered. Trembling. My lord, how may I serve you? He asked respectfully, bowing deeply. I have heard from members of the Jin family that the 9th item of this auction was a 6th-grade spiritual artifact. Why has it turned into a sculpture? Upon hearing Ouyang Ran's inquiry, Jin Dingyan quickly responded, Your Excellency, please be informed that our auction house's finale item was indeed a 6th-grade alchemical furnace. However, just before the auction commenced, the furnace was stolen. Stolen? Ling Yuewang paused, clearly skeptical of this explanation. Your Excellencies, I would not dare deceive you. We only just learned of this matter. Our young master has already set out to investigate. I believe it will not be long before we obtain some clues. Our young master will personally come to apologize to both of you regarding this incident, and we hope for your understanding. Please leave us for now, Ouyang Ran said, his expression remaining largely unchanged after hearing Jin Dingyan's words. Allowing him to exit the box after Jin Dingyan departed, Ouyang Ran turned to Ling Yuewang and asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter, junior sister?" Ling Yuewang glanced at the crowd below before responding. The Jin family is the foremost family of Qilan Nation, possessing numerous large enterprises such as the Jin Auction House Dai and the Northern Continent. The Jin family's power is formidable. To dare to steal from the Jin family. The perpetrator must be quite significant, especially to do so without the Jin family noticing. This only affirms their prowess. Furthermore, the ninth item is a 6th-grade alchemical furnace, which is of use only to alchemists. A person of considerable cultivation and capability should not lack for resources. Why resort to such underhanded means as theft? Unless, of course, they were already aware of what the item was and knew how to obtain it safely without raising suspicion. Acquiring it at minimal cost, Ouyang Ran nodded in agreement with Ling Yuewang's analysis. What you can deduce, the young master of the Jin family likely can as well, but this matter may not be as simple as it appears. However, a mere 6th-grade alchemical furnace is of little concern. Once I return to the central continent, I shall procure a 7th-grade one for you. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuewang lightly nodded, then turned her gaze back to the sculpture below. Elder brother, do you know the origin of that sculpture? The figure depicted in the sculpture is known as Zhong Yao, rumored to be the only individual to have broken through to the realm of the spirit sage in the ancient spirit continent. Thus, in the ancient spirit continent, Zhong Yao is also referred to as the spirit immortal, revered as a deity among many cultivators, leading to the common practice of venerating his likeness. The only individual to have broken through to the spirit sage? Spirit immortal? This was the first time Ling Yuewang had encountered such obscure terminology. She had assumed that reaching the spirit sage was the pinnacle of cultivation in this world, only to discover that there were realms beyond it. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge is endless, and perhaps the journey of cultivation has no bounds either. Such concepts may be somewhat advanced for you at this moment, but junior sister, your talents are extraordinary. Your future achievements may well surpass those of both myself and our master. Therefore, I believe it is not a bad thing for you to learn of these matters sooner rather than later. Ouyang Ran remarked, observing Ling Yuewang with a sense of reassurance. Following this, Ling Yuewang inquired with curiosity, according to elder brother, where did Zhong Yao ultimately go? Is this world divided into several realms? Ouyang Ran shook his head and replied, "As for that, I cannot say. The truth behind Zhong Yao's tale is difficult to ascertain, and regarding the existence of realms, no one truly knows, although many formidable individuals believe that there exist even higher realms. Within the ancient and mystical continent of Ling, those who have attained the spirit monarch realm are exceedingly rare, let alone those who can transcend the shackles of the spirit saint and become the elusive true immortal." At this point, Ouyang Ran's eyes reflected a mixture of helplessness and yearning. He had been in the spirit monarch realm for nearly a century, and over this long span, he had only managed to reach the 2nd tier of that realm. After reaching the spirit monarch level, each minor elevation in rank posed a significant challenge for him. Perhaps during his lifetime, he would never be able to approach the threshold of the spirit lord. With this thought, Ouyang Ran could only muster a bitter smile in his heart, as his innate talent dictated that this was as far as he could go, thus discussing the prospect of breaking through to the spirit saint level. Surpassing existing realms and ascending to higher worlds was, for him, undoubtedly a dream that was both desirable yet unattainable. Senior brother, do not belittle yourself. In the ancient Ling continent, you are already a powerful being. As for those legendary existences, how could mere mortals like us dare to compare? We should simply focus on bettering ourselves, said Ling Yuewang, who did not dwell excessively on the so-called Zhongling immortal or any other worldly matters. For now she was merely a novice, and such lofty concepts felt far beyond her reach. In the midst of Ling Yuewang's conversation with Ouyang Ran, the Zhongling immortal statue below had already been purchased by the occupants of Box No. 8 on the 2nd floor for a staggering 620,000 spirit stones. Regarding this final item up for bid, the crowd below expressed their confusion, as many had only come to this auction after hearing rumors from various sources. Although the statue was crafted from precious materials, with its base adorned with 16 warm moonstones that maintained a stable temperature within a 5-meter radius, this was also its main selling point. Those 16 warm moonstones alone were valued at 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, which justified the family's willingness to spend 620,000 to acquire the statue. Despite this, the attendees expressed disappointment with the auction. Believing that the Golden Moon auction house was engaging in trickery, putting on a facade while delivering something subpar. In light of the crowd's skepticism, the head of the Golden Moon auction house, Jin Dingyan, asserted that the auction was conducted according to standard procedures, with no false advertising or deception involved. To placate the audience, the Golden Moon auction house promptly extended its utmost sincerity. Anyone attending the auction that day could enjoy a 20% discount on any item purchased that evening. Furthermore, in addition to the discount, every attendee was given a ticket for free entry to the next auction. Following Jin Dingyan's assurances, the attendees' disappointment was significantly alleviated, and they expressed their unwavering support for the Golden Moon auction house. However, the unusual maneuvers of the auction house that day had sparked speculation among many astute observers. It was evident that the final item had been hastily added at the last moment. The reasons behind such a decision by the Golden Moon auction house remained a mystery. The sudden change of auction items could stem from two scenarios: either the consignor had a change of heart, or the item was forcibly reserved by someone. What did Xiaofeng think of this situation? There was also the possibility that the item had gone missing. Missing items, Xiaofeng mused, yet the Golden Moon auction house boasts formidable guardians, and their display areas are laden with traps. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach, let alone steal anything. Brother Su has mentioned that those measures are intended for common folk. What if the intruder is not an ordinary person? Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Shui Su blinked, then quickly composed herself, directing her gaze towards the fourth floor. If it were not them, such individuals would hardly stoop to such base tactics. Indeed, yet we remain unaware of what truly transpired. However, since the auction has concluded, it is time for us to depart. As Shui Su spoke, she prepared to lead Xiaofeng away, but he remained fixated on the upper levels through the window. Within the fourth floor box, the auction house staff were handing over the items that Ling Yue Huang had purchased. Miss, here are the 5th grade flying rainbow sword, the 6-leaf red lotus herb, and the slave from the Snowy Spirit clan. The total comes to 706,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, as you are the most esteemed guest of the Golden Moon auction house, we will only charge you a total of 700,000. Moreover, you will not incur any additional transaction or service fees. How would you like to proceed with the payment? Ling Yue Huang was about to present her silver card when Ouyang Ran preemptively produced a gold-grade spirit card. With your senior brother here, must you pay for yourself, little sister? Then I shall gratefully accept your assistance, senior brother. Ling Yue Huang replied without hesitation, for she was genuinely impoverished. Soon, the transaction was completed, and after acquiring the 6-leaf red lotus herb and the Snowy Spirit clan slave, Ouyang Ran stood up and escorted Ling Yue Huang down from the 4th floor. However, when Xiaofeng reached the 1st floor, he realized that Ling Yue Huang and Ouyang Ran had already vanished into the crowd. On their way back, Ling Yue Huang instructed Su Qinghuan to investigate the origins of the individual who had stolen the alchemy furnace that night. Little sister, there is something I must tell you. Ouyang Ran suddenly spoke upon returning to their lodgings. What does brother wish to convey? I have just received news from the Alchemist Association. There have been some developments in the central continent that necessitate my return to handle matters. Thus I must depart from the northern continent tomorrow. Upon hearing Ouyang Ran's words, Ling Yue Huang felt a surge of worry and promptly inquired, brother, will this journey entail danger? Do not fret, little sister. It is merely an internal matter of the association, and there is no need for concern. However, once I leave, I cannot ascertain when we shall meet again. Rest assured, brother, I will strive to reach the central continent as soon as possible to seek you out. Indeed, for your safety, I shall not return to the northern continent again. My master and I will await you in the central continent. I eagerly anticipate that day. I will surely do my utmost. Ling Yue Huang solemnly assured Ouyang Ran. After exchanging further words, they each retreated to their respective chambers. Ouyang Ran's sudden departure suggested that the situation in the central continent was precarious. His visit had been at the invitation of the Northern Melody sect's leader, and now he was hastily returning, disregarding his promise to the sect leader. Ling Yue Huang worried about the magnitude of the issues he might face. She had come to understand through their time together that Ouyang Ran genuinely cared for her, and she recognized him as her brother. The thought of potential danger filled her with anxiety, yet, in her current state of vulnerability and limited strength, she felt utterly powerless to assist anyone. She could barely contend with the small nation of Chang'an, let alone the perilous central continent. Ling Yue Huang sighed softly to herself and then summoned Bai Xian to bring in the Snowy Spirit clan slave. After leaving the Golden Moon auction house, Ling Yue Huang had entrusted the Snowy Spirit clan slave to Bai Xian for transport back to their residence. Your servant greets you, master. The Snowy Spirit clan slave knelt respectfully before Ling Yue Huang upon entering the room, her wrists and ankles still shackled by thick iron chains. What is your name? Ling Yue Huang inquired, gazing at the young woman before her. Your servant's humble name is Lung Shuanghua. Shuanghua. Indeed, as the saying goes, beyond the curtain the flowers wither, the frosty blossoms are cold and solitary. Truly, you embody your name, being both exquisite and proud. Your servant is unworthy of such praise, Lung Shuanghua replied, her body breaking out in a cold sweat at Ling Yue Huang's words. In the next moment, several strands of spiritual energy flashed past Ling Shuanghua, causing her to instinctively shrink back, just as she thought she was doomed to meet her end that day, and closed her eyes in despair. She heard the sound of the chains clattering to the ground. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes, astonished to find herself liberated. Thank you, master. Ling Shuanghua bowed deeply in gratitude towards Ling Yue Huang. Do you know why I purchased you? Ling Yue Huang asked in a low voice. You are interested in the secrets of the Snowy Spirit clan. As your servant is a descendant of that lineage. It is only natural that those who buy me would seek our clan's mysteries. And I presume you are no exception. As she spoke of her clan, a profound hatred flickered in Lang Shuanghua's eyes. Despite her efforts to conceal it, the murderous intent emanated from her being, betraying her deep-seated resentment. Indeed, I am curious about the events of your that led to the downfall of your once mighty lineage, rendering you mere prisoners. However, my primary motive for purchasing you is to ensure that a being of innate divine power is not subjected to the indignities of vile men, ultimately succumbing to hatred. Will you trust me? After Ling Yue Huang's declaration, she fell silent, simply watching Lang Shuanghua, who was now weighing her words in contemplation. After a long pause, Lang Shuanghua finally spoke. What does my master wish for me to do? I desire you to accompany me as my handmaiden, pledging your loyalty to me. In return, I shall provide you with a safe environment and ample resources for cultivation, enabling you to acquire the strength to pursue your own aspirations. Upon hearing this, Lang Shuanghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Does my master not fear the curse that afflicts me? Our clan is under the curse of the heavens. We are all beings of misfortune. Anyone who approaches us will be ensnared by calamity. Are you truly unaware of this? The heavenly curse. When has the heavenly way intervened in matters among mortals, even if the heavens were to curse? It would be those wicked individuals, not a blessed lineage like yours. I had initially thought that Ling Yue Huang would be filled with fear and trepidation, yet to my surprise, she could coldly utter such words, causing Cole Shuanghua's eyes to instantly redden. It turns out that in this world, there are still those who understand. As a servant, Cole Shuanghua is willing to follow her master, never to betray, otherwise she would ensure that the entire Yoshue clan meets a wretched end, forever vanquished from this realm. As Cole Shuanghua's words fell, the power of heavens will descended, solidifying her vow. Now rise and speak, Ling Yue Huang commanded, seeing Cole Shuanghua's willingness to follow her. I am aware that there must be hidden truths regarding the Yoshue clan, yet I currently lack the time to delve into them. Moreover, both our strengths are inadequate. Knowing more would be of no avail. Therefore, your foremost task now is to enhance your own power, although you have concealed your talent with secret arts. I know your gifts are extraordinary. Given a little time, you shall surely manifest the unparalleled talents of your Yoshue clan to their fullest potential. If you wish for vengeance or to clear the names of your kin, it must rely solely on you. Do you understand? Shuanghua comprehended. She would follow her master's commands without question. Very well, in the days to come, stay by my side peacefully. You must be weary from today. Let Shen Xian take you down to rest. The servant takes her leave. At that moment, Bai Shen stepped forward, waving her claws a few times before escorting Cold Shuanghua away. Once the matter concerning Cold Shuanghua was resolved, Ling Yue Huang retrieved the 6-leaf red lotus grass she had collected that day and entered her spatial realm to present it to Lin Jiuchuan. After conversing with Lin Jiuchuan within the space, Ling Yue Huang began her cultivation. The following morning, Ling Yue Huang exited the space early, intending to bid farewell to Ouyang Ran. However, upon arriving at Ouyang Ran's door, she discovered Su Qinghuan standing there. Miss, the elder has already departed. He instructed me to convey to you that he faces no danger on his journey, and you need not worry. Additionally, the elder mentioned that he will secretly plan for you upon his return, awaiting the day when you can return in rightful standing. The elder said that although he cannot visit you again in Beizhou, should you encounter peril, simply shatter the elder's token, and he will come to your aid. Hearing that Ouyang Ran had already left, Ling Yue Huang felt a twinge of disappointment. Her senior brother was in such haste, indicating that matters in the central continent must be pressing. Chapter 95, A Visit. So only we remain, Ling Yue Huang remarked as she turned to walk toward her courtyard. Noticing Ling Yue Huang's slightly downcast mood, Su Qinghuan quickly offered consolation. Miss, you need not worry about the elder. He is immensely powerful, a top-tier expert on the continent, and of noble status. No one would dare to challenge him. I understand, yet I cannot shake the feeling that my senior brother's visit to Beizhou was solely for my sake. I believe that heaven has always favored me. Prepare yourself. We shall be leaving shortly. Miss, where shall we go next? Naturally, we shall return to Chengangua. Just as Ling Yue Huang was readying herself to depart from Shueiyue City, Qin Xiaofeng sought another audience. This time, unexpectedly, Ling Yue Huang permitted him to enter her humble abode. Young Master Qin, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Ling Yue Huang seated herself in the reception hall, her voice icy and aloof. My sudden arrival is indeed abrupt. I hope Miss Ling will forgive me. However, I assure you, I come with no ill intentions. I simply wish to befriend you, hoping we might become friends. Qin Xiaofeng's words were sincere, and when he gazed at Ling Yue Huang, his expression bore a hint of flattery. Hearing that Qin Xiaofeng was now the deputy leader's prized disciple of the Xianjing sect, renowned for his talents and hailed as Beizhou's foremost genius, Ling Yue Huang inquired, "Is this truly the case?" With the veil obscuring her face, Qin Xiaofeng could only see the smile in her eyes, as if she were observing him. I am unworthy of such praise. It is merely idle gossip from certain individuals. In the presence of a prodigy like Miss Ling, my modest talents pale in comparison, and I fear I might only amuse you. Young Master Qin need not underestimate himself. With your current abilities, few across the continent could compare, moreover, with the legacy of a spirit sect expert behind you. Your future is undoubtedly boundless, a fact that even I cannot help but envy. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang's numerous remarks about him, Qin Xiaofeng's heart swelled with joy. I believe we have met a few times. And thus I consider myself a half-friend, yet, until today, I still do not know your name. Would Miss Ling be willing to share it? Ling Huang, what a splendid name. From this day forth, we may consider ourselves friends. To atone for my unannounced visit, I have prepared a gift for you, Miss Ling. I hope you will accept it. As Qin Xiaofeng spoke, he produced a brocade box from his spatial ring. Upon opening the box, a resplendent 7-colored celestial skirt, shimmering with the light of scales, lay within. Seeing the skirt, a smile involuntarily graced Ling Yuewang's lips once more. Qin Xiaofeng was indeed impatient, delivering the gift so swiftly. Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? While we may be considered half-friends, it is rather intimate for a man to gift clothing to a woman. Do you mean to insult me? Suddenly, Ling Yuewang's tone turned frigid, her previously amiable aura dissipating. Witnessing Ling Yuewang's anger, Qin Xiaofeng hastily withdrew the garment, eager to explain. Miss Ling, please do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. I merely felt this skirt suited your temperament and thought you would appreciate it. I acted impulsively, hoping to leave a favorable impression, but it seems I have erred, and I sincerely apologize. Please do not be angry. Hearing Qin Xiaofeng's flustered explanation, Ling Yuewang softened her demeanor slightly and replied, a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. As you just mentioned, we are merely acquaintances, and such a valuable gift from you is rather overwhelming. Furthermore, you already have someone special by your side. I hope you will exercise caution. Upon hearing Ling Yuewang assert that she had someone special, Qin Xiaofeng's heart sank. Miss Ling, have you perhaps misunderstood something? I am neither married nor do I have a beloved. I do not know from where the idea of my special someone arises. Your words are indeed curious. In all of Beizhou, and even the entirety of the northern wilderness, who does not know that the talented young lady of the Beiyun sect, Liang Xinghan, is infatuated with you, declaring you her one and only. She frequently appears by your side, accompanying you. It is said that you and Miss Liang are a perfect match, even to the point where some claim you acted against your fiancée for her sake. Is there any truth to this? As Ling Yuewang spoke, Qin Xiaofeng's expression grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that the people of Chang'anguo would weave such slander against him. Miss Ling, rumors cease with the wise. I trust you have your own conclusions regarding these matters. While I may be lacking, I have always conducted myself with integrity, certainly not as a base person. As for Liang Xinghan, she indeed harbors some affection for me, but that is merely her unreciprocated desire. I hold no feelings for her. Furthermore, regarding my former fiancée, that was a decree from the Emperor of Liang. In my youth, I had no choice but to comply. Moreover, her status was precarious, and she was quite foolish. I have never placed any value on her, viewing her instead as an insult to my family. Afterward, I left the Qin family to study at Qinjiazong. She passed away due to her frail health, granting me freedom. For someone like her, living held no meaning. Perhaps death was her liberation. I swear by my life that her demise bears no relation to me. Though I may have despised her, I would never stoop to harming her. Ling Yuewang listened to Qin Xiaofeng's words, her heart filled with mixed emotions. But have you never doubted that her death might hold some hidden truths? Qin Xiaofeng's brows furrowed slightly at her inquiry, and he replied, her death has nothing to do with me. Her mother, a revered queen, regarded her with disdain. If her own mother could act so, what could be expected from others? Even if her death were connected to the royal family, it is of no concern to me. That engagement was merely an insult from the royal family to me. Do you truly believe I am a heartless and ungrateful person? In response to Qin Xiaofeng's counter, Ling Yuewang merely smiled faintly and said, not at all. I simply find your former fiancée's fate rather pitiable, which is why I spoke a few extra words. I hope young Master Qin does not take offense. Chapter 96, Establishing One's Own Faction. Ling Yuewang once again posed a question to Qin Xiaofeng, who, upon hearing it, saw his serious expression soften slightly. Miss Ling possesses a kind heart. How could I possibly hold any grievance? That foolish girl is indeed pitiable, yet given her circumstances, one cannot blame others. If blame is to be laid, it must be on her mother for being so cold and unfeeling. Young Master Qin speaks rightly, but do you truly harbor no feelings for Princess Liang? She has admired you for many years. The Lin family is ruthless, and the Liang Emperor is cruel, while Liang Xinghan possesses commendable talent. Her character is exceedingly selfish. Qin Xiaofeng may not be a paragon of virtue, but I would never wed one who was malicious and would stop at nothing to achieve her ends. Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's words, Ling Yuewang suddenly comprehended that this Qin Xiaofeng seemed to possess considerable insight into Liang Xinghan. Perhaps he was also aware of the circumstances surrounding her demise, yet he chose to stand idly by. That is a private matter for young Master Qin. It appears I have overstepped. Does young Master Qin have other business to attend to on this visit? Noticing Ling Yuewang's implicit dismissal, Qin Xiaofeng recognized that he ought not to be overly eager in his approach to her. and that a more measured strategy was required. His intention was merely to meet Miss Ling and forge a friendship, but he had inadvertently risked inciting her displeasure. My sincerest apologies, Miss Ling, since you are preoccupied. I shall take my leave and return in a couple of days for another visit. In that case, Lao Su, please escort young Master Qin out. Yes, Su Qinghuan promptly led Qin Xiaofeng out of the courtyard. After Qin Xiaofeng departed, Ling Yuehuang also exited the premises. This courtyard belonged to the Alchemist Association, and after her departure, others would come to maintain it. Leaving Shueiyue City, Ling Yuehuang returned to Suning City, where upon her arrival, Chu Qi immediately informed her of the recent events occurring in the kingdom of Cheng'an. After listening to Chu Qi's account, Ling Yuehuang inquired, "You say the kingdom of Weiyun intends to enter into a marriage alliance with Cheng'an? Moreover, the legitimate princess of Weiyun is to be wed." Ling Yuehuang was somewhat perplexed. The kingdom of Weiyun and the kingdom of Cheng'an had always been at odds. Why would they suddenly seek a marital union? Indeed, my lord, it is said that Princess Furong of Weiyun has fallen in love at first sight with Prince Hong and is determined to marry no one else. Thus she has implored the monarch of Weiyun to dispatch envoys. And the emperor of Cheng'an has agreed to this union, with preparations for the wedding to commence shortly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuehuang realized that Prince Hong was the offspring of the Qingfei and was merely a year her senior. Being 17 this year, Liang Hong and his mother, Qingfei, had always maintained a low profile within the royal family, scarcely making their presence felt. Their sudden emergence suggested that they had been plotting behind the scenes for quite some time. Given Lin Huishu's disposition, she would surely not allow a prince to wed a foreign princess, thereby becoming a potential obstacle to her son, Crown Prince Liang Yi. This marriage, it seemed, would not come to fruition so easily. You speak truthfully, my lord. In recent days, I have heard whispers that the empress has urged the Liang emperor to send envoys to the kingdom of Qilan to seek a bride for Crown Prince Liang Yi. Upon hearing Chu Qi's words, Ling Yuehuang scoffed disdainfully. Lin Huishu is quite shrewd. Since Liang Hong is to marry the princess of Weiyun, she wishes for Liang Yi to marry the princess of Qilan, without considering whether the royal family of Qilan would acquiesce. In truth, the royal family of Qilan might not be entirely opposed to such a union, and at that moment, Su Qinghuan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Why is that? Ling Yuehuang was immediately eager to understand the rationale. Because the kingdom of Cheng'an has produced a youthful genius and a remarkable young lady. Should Liang Xinghan successfully wed Qin Xiaofeng, the kingdom of Cheng'an would then have the backing of both the Beiyun sect and the Xianjing sect. The royal family of Qilan has numerous intricate connections with the Beiyun sect, and as an outstanding talent from the Beiyun sect, Liang Xinghan would not be slighted by the royal family of Qilan. Allowing a princess to marry into Cheng'an would, in fact, strengthen the ties between the two kingdoms. It is likely that Qilan would readily agree to this arrangement. No wonder Lin Huishu appeared so self-assured, not vigorously opposing Liang Heng's marriage. It seems she possesses a trump card, leveraging Liang Xinghan's brilliance to secure her standing in the northern continent. Ling Yuehuang understood that if she wished to deal with Liang Xinghan, she must consider the Beiyun sect. To ensure the Beiyun sect did not interfere in her affairs with Liang Xinghan, it was imperative that Liang Xinghan's value diminished. My lady, there is no need for excessive concern. Although the Beiyun sect is the foremost sect in the northern continent, its leader is a just man. Before departing, the elder instructed that should the Beiyun sect pose any difficulties for you, you may present the elder's identity token, and the leader will certainly not act against you. Hearing Su Qinghuan's words warmed Ling Yuehuang's heart. Indeed, she was not without support. However, unless absolutely necessary, she would not reveal her identity, at least not until she set foot in the central continent. Next month marks Liang Xinghan's coming-of-age ceremony. Undoubtedly, the Liang emperor will seek to arrange a marriage for her. Let us observe how Qin Xiaofeng will decide regarding this union. Chu Qi, have you made any progress with the individuals you selected? My lord, I have identified 6 candidates, all of whom possess commendable talents and come from unblemished backgrounds. Take me to see them. Yes. Soon Ling Yuehuang arrived at the suburban estate chosen by Chu Qi and Lang Zhe. Within the estate, 6 young individuals clad in black were practicing with their weapons, while an elderly man stood nearby. Grandfather Lang, the lady has returned, Chu Qi called out, prompting the elder to signal for the 6 children to cease their training. Is it Ling Yu returning, Grandfather Lang? Thank you for your efforts, Ling Yuehuang acknowledged with a slight nod. Oh, it is no trouble. At my age, all I can do is keep an eye on them for you. Ling Yuehuang smiled at his words before turning her gaze toward the 6 individuals. Among them, 5 were boys, and only 1 was a girl. Under her scrutinizing gaze, the children suddenly appeared somewhat flustered. After observing them for a moment, Ling Yuehuang remarked, their foundations are acceptable, but the path of cultivation ultimately depends on personal will and destiny. Let them practice for now. We shall seek better prospects in the future. Lao Su, I entrust these children to you in the coming days. I have devised a training regimen for them. Whether they can become the deputy head of the Jiuyu Hall will depend on your capabilities. Upon hearing Ling Yuehuang's words, Su Qinghuan immediately grasped her intention. She aimed to establish her own influence. Perhaps in the near future, his name would resonate throughout the continent. I shall not disappoint you. My lady, here, this is your initial funding, Ling Yue Huang declared, waving her hand to reveal a mound of gold ingots, Chapter 97, each to their duties gazing at the mountain of gold before them. Everyone stared wide-eyed. My lady, have you struck gold? Chu Chi exclaimed, unable to suppress his gulp. Congratulations, you are correct. I have indeed exhausted an entire gold mine, thus, following me will ensure you do not go hungry. Ling Yue Huang teased, a rare jest, regardless of my lady's circumstances, we are willing to follow you. Chu Chi respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement. You, though still young, are always so serious and tense. This will not do. In the future, you shall assist Lao Su as his deputy, and when you are a bit older, I will arrange a position for you. After saying this, Ling Yue Huang handed over all the gold ingots to Su Qinghuan. These ingots would need to pass through Su Qinghuan's hands before being exchanged for coins and spirit stones at the bank. Given Ling Yue Huang's current standing, should she attempt to exchange these ingots herself? The events in Huanshe City would inevitably come to light, and she would be the first suspect, but Su Qinghuan's background was different. He was already of ambiguous origin, and should anyone investigate, they would only discover he hailed from the central continent, instilling a sense of caution that would deter them from acting against him. Here are the communication stones I previously requested from my senior brother, one for Lao Su, one for Chu Chi, and one for Lang Zhe. In the future, we should strive to communicate via these stones to minimize face-to-face meetings. The establishment of the Jiu Hall requires considerable work. In the coming days, you may purchase some slaves from the slave market. As for the location of the Jiu Hall, I have yet to finalize it, so we will determine that when I return next time. For now, discuss amongst yourselves. Understood, my lady. After detailing some logistical matters, Ling Yue Huang returned to Suning City. My lady, I wish to establish a branch hall dedicated to gathering intelligence from various regions on your behalf. Cold Shuanghua proactively expressed her thoughts upon returning home. Please share your thoughts. My lady, in truth, our Yoshue clan has not been entirely eradicated. We have members scattered throughout the northern continent and northern wilderness. Though most have assumed false identities and reside in seclusion within deep mountains, our Yoshue clan, in addition to our innate eye-sealing powers, also possesses extraordinary hearing and olfactory senses. Therefore, we can swiftly detect subtle movements and acquire the information we seek. Prior to the clan's downfall, we maintained a keen awareness of the happenings in the northern wilderness and across the continent. Regrettably, our clan was overly proud and too benevolent, ultimately falling victim to schemes and plots. Now that I have aligned myself with you, I wish to alleviate your burdens and rescue my kin from their plight. After hearing Cold Shuanghua's words, Ling Yue Huang narrowed her eyes. Cold Shuanghua's statement deepened her understanding of the Yoshue clan, especially the final remark regarding her kin, suggesting that Cold Shuanghua held a significant position within the clan. I have no objections to what you propose, but I have one stipulation. All who join must pledge unwavering loyalty to the Jiu Hall and must never betray it. Rest assured, my lady, I will ensure my kin are bound by an oath and will not undertake any actions that could harm you. Very well, then seek out Lao Su and Langjia. Collaborate with them, each of you has your own duties, and together you may achieve greater results. Here is your initial funding. Should it prove insufficient, feel free to come to me. After speaking, Ling Yue Huang presented Cold Shuanghua with a storage pouch filled to the brim with gold ingots. Cold Frost Hua took the gold ingot and departed from Ling Yue Huang's side. As Ling Yue Huang observed the light-footed Cold Frost Hua, a tinge of heartache flickered in her eyes. In this treacherous world, the once magnificent Yoshue clan, even as the foremost sect across the continents, commanded a degree of respect, yet now, they had been schemed against to the brink of extinction. From a princess she had been reduced to a slave. And her experiences, perhaps, were even more tragic than her own. After pondering for a moment, Ling Yue Huang entered her space and began to pen down the various plans swirling in her mind, including strategies on how to cultivate assassins. Among others, Ling Yue Huang wrote continuously from afternoon until night, finally succumbing to a deep slumber in the early hours. The following day, she dispatched several of her plans and suggestions through her servants to a few others, while she herself, accompanied by Xiao Tian and Bai Shen, departed from Suning City. According to Ling Yue Huang's previous plans, she had intended to appear at Liang Xinghan's birthday banquet and, before Liang Xinghan abduct Qin Xiaofeng, compelling him to refuse the marriage. However, it now seemed that even if she did not show up, Qin Xiaofeng would still decline to wed Liang Xinghan, and she saw no necessity to witness this farce. She had far more pressing matters to attend to. In a secluded valley, Ling Yue Huang sat beneath a waterfall that cascaded from a height of 100 meters, braving the deluge. After returning from Shueiyue City, Ling Yue Huang had resolved in her heart to cultivate the martial art Tianju. To practice Tianju, one must possess a robust physique, especially a resolute will. Therefore she had to temper her body, otherwise it would be arduous to withstand the backlash that the martial art would impose. Every morning, Ling Yue Huang would run several laps around the mountain. At noon, she would refine her will beneath the waterfall, and in the evening, she would sit by the waterfall practicing day in and day out, never faltering. Meanwhile, within the palace of the kingdom of Cheng'an, everyone was busy tidying up with an air of tension, ensuring that even the floors gleamed without a speck of dust. Be careful not to bump into anything. The princess is returning soon, and if she is displeased, you shall all mind your heads. Yes, a group of maids responded gravely, their movements becoming more delicate. Outside the queen's Qingshan palace, Liang Jing and Lin Huishu were seated in the hall. Eagerly awaiting, the eldest princess has arrived. With a sharp exclamation, a figure appeared outside Qingshan palace, and Liang Jing and Lin Huishu immediately stepped forward to greet her. I pay my respects to father and mother. May you be well. A melodious voice resonated as Liang Xinghan, clad in a green and white dress, respectfully bowed to Liang Jing and Lin Huishu. Rise, my child. Lin Huishu hurriedly approached to assist Liang Xinghan up. Then scrutinized the young girl before her. It has been over a year since we last met. My child has grown considerably, now even taller than I am, though you have slimmed down a bit. Yet you have become even more beautiful, surpassing your mother in her prime. Mother, how could I dare to compare with you? You will forever be the most beautiful woman in my heart, Liang Xinghan said. Playfully tugging at Lin Huishu's sleeve, her face adorned with a warm smile. Observing this, Liang Jing immediately interjected, you two, both in my heart, are the most beautiful. Come, let us enter the palace. Chapter 98, The Coming of Age Ceremony. Royal Sister. Royal Sister, you have returned. Shortly after Liang Xinghan entered the grand hall, three young boys rushed in from outside. You're, what brings you here? Upon seeing them, Lin Huishu inquired gently. We pay our respects to father and mother. The three boys first bowed to Liang Jing and Lin Huishu before responding. We heard that Royal Sister was returning today, so we asked the Grand Tutor for leave to come and find her. Upon hearing Liang Ye's words, Liang Xinghan exclaimed, you boys have all grown so much in just over a year, especially the Crown Prince. You are increasingly embodying the demeanor of a future ruler. Within the Qingshan Palace, the Liang Emperor's family of 6 was filled with warmth and joy. That night, Lin Huishu skillfully sent the Liang Emperor away, leaving Liang Xinghan alone with her. Honor, in just 5 days. It will be your coming-of-age ceremony. I in the kingdom of Chang'an. Once you have celebrated this rite, you may discuss marriage. Though your mother knows your heart's desire, I still wish to inquire about your thoughts. Liang Xinghan smiled at this and said, Mother, I have stated before that in this lifetime, I shall only love brother Xiaofeng, and thus I hope for your assistance. Observing Liang Xinghan's bashful demeanor, Lin Huishu understood that Qin Xiaofeng held significant weight in her daughter's heart. You are a royal princess and the beloved disciple of the third elder of the Baiyun sect. Given your talents, you are certainly deserving of him. The only question remains whether he has a place for you in his heart. Lin Huishu expressed her concerns, for she had some knowledge of Qin Xiaofeng's reputation, and she felt that he might not harbor deep romantic feelings for her daughter. Yet, Liang Xinghan, absorbed in her thoughts, remained oblivious to Lin Huishu's unease. I believe brother Xiaofeng must have a place for me in his heart. It's just that these past 2 years of rigorous training have led to our infrequent meetings, creating a sense of distance. Once the Qin family agrees to our union, I can rightfully stand by his side, and I trust he will come to love me. Let us hope so. I have already discussed with your father. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, we shall issue a decree to grant your marriage. As Lin Huishu contemplated the decree, a hint of worry flickered in her eyes, for she feared that the Qin family might not accept this union. However, Liang Xinghan remained oblivious to her mother's apprehension. Lost in the joy of soon becoming Qin Xiaofeng's wife, she was confident that if she adorned herself beautifully that day and actively sought her father's approval to marry into the Qin family, Qin Xiaofeng would surely be touched, especially considering the bond they had shared over the years. In the following 2 days, Liang Xinghan's spirits remained high, bolstered by news from her subordinates that Qin Xiaofeng had acquired a special item at auction last month in Shuiwei City, a 7-colored auspicious cloud skirt. Upon hearing this, Liang Xinghan's first instinct was that it was a birthday gift prepared by Qin Xiaofeng for her. She also learned that Qin Xiaofeng had returned to the Qin family, and had it not been for the need to maintain the royal family's decorum, she would have already rushed to the Qin family to seek him out. As Liang Xinghan's coming-of-age ceremony approached, the prominent families of Chang'an began to stir, well aware of Liang Xinghan's affections but still eager to prepare lavish gifts for her, should their offerings win the favor of the esteemed princess. It could very well grant their own offspring a chance to enter the Baiyun sect, contingent upon her word. In recent days, Jing'an City had also come alive with excitement, as Liang Xinghan's coming-of-age ceremony coincided with the impending union between the kingdom of Chang'an and the kingdom of Weiyun, prompting many to eagerly anticipate the festivities. Before long, the date of October 10th arrived, marking Liang Xinghan's 15th birthday. On this day, Jing'an City was adorned with festive decorations, leading many to mistakenly believe it was a royal wedding. The atmosphere resplendent. Within the palace, preparations were unfolding in an orderly manner, with invited families and dignitaries gradually arriving. Liang Xinghan was supposed to have her own princess residence, being the eldest princess, yet to highlight her unique status, her coming-of-age ceremony was set to take place in the Zhengyan Palace. Zhengyan Palace served as the royal venue for hosting banquets, where the emperor often held grand feasts during significant holidays. It was the most spacious palace apart from the emperor's sleeping quarters in the Changqian Palace and the Queen's Qingshan Palace, boasting ample room both inside and outside, including a separate courtyard adorned with pavilions. Lotus ponds and rockeries inside Xingxiang Palace, the queen was meticulously selecting suitable jewelry for Liang Xinghan, having commissioned several exquisite sets to ensure her daughter would outshine all others. My child in this delicate pink palace attire. Adorned with this complete set of peach blossom-themed jewelry, you will resemble a celestial beauty, captivating all who behold you. As a parent, Lin Huishu found no fault in her daughter. In her eyes, Liang Xinghan was the most beautiful girl in the world. That is also because I have a beautiful mother, which is why I am fortunate to look so lovely. Liang Xinghan replied with a sweet smile towards Lin Huishu, her own beauty radiating in that moment. Your Majesty, the guests have mostly arrived. His Majesty has said you may proceed. Just as the two conversed, a palace maid approached, indicating that they could prepare to head to Zhang'an Palace. Within Zhang'an Palace, a multitude had already gathered, including the prominent families of Ding'an City and the scions of noble lineages. Naturally, Qin Xiaofeng was among them, seated at the Qin family's table alongside his father, Qin Molan, and the two young ladies of the Qin family. Many families wished to engage Qin Xiaofeng in conversation but found themselves deterred by the aura he exuded, which radiated an unmistakable air of aloofness, causing them to hesitate for fear of inciting his displeasure. The queen has arrived, the eldest princess has arrived. With a loud announcement, the dais guest of honor, Liang Xinghan, made her entrance in a magnificent light pink palace gown. Her demeanor graceful and poised, although Liang Xinghan did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Lin Huishu in her youth that would leave one awestruck at first sight, she was nonetheless a striking beauty. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen and Her Highness the eldest princess. The crowd rose in unison to bow, and Lin Huishu raised her hand with a smile, saying, "Please, everyone rise. There is no need for excessive formalities today, as it is my daughter's birthday soon." The guests returned to their seats, and Liang Xinghan surveyed the assembly below with a satisfied smile in her eyes. From the perspective of these individuals, the esteemed status of the eldest princess may indeed surpass that of the crown prince by a measure. Chapter 99, the coming-of-age ceremony on the 10th day of October. A date deemed propitious, with stars aligning to offer their blessings. A ceremonial rite of passage for the eldest princess was to be conducted. As the words of an elderly matron echoed through the hall, several maidservants entered, bearing a tray adorned with exquisite jewelry. Meanwhile, Liang Xinghan rose gracefully, kneeling reverently at the center of the grand hall. Lin Huishu stood, moving to Liang Xinghan's side, then gently took a wooden comb from a maidservant's hands, her voice resonating softly. By the decree of the moon and the auspicious day, may you don your ceremonial attire, casting aside youthful aspirations and embracing the virtues of maturity. May your longevity be blessed with joy and fortune. Upon the conclusion of the Empress's benediction, she symbolically combed Liang Xinghan's long hair with the hairpin she held. After arranging her hair, she draped a delicate pink outer garment over Liang Xinghan's shoulders and recited further blessings. In this auspicious month and day, may you don your garments with respect, observing the dignity of your station, cultivating your virtues with prudence. May you enjoy 1,000 years of happiness, forever embraced by good fortune. With that, Lin Huishu inserted a hairpin shaped like a golden peach blossom into Liang Xinghan's hair, a piece of exquisite elegance. Finally, she lifted a white jade hairpin adorned with a crimson gem embodying grace and opulence. With the hairpin in hand, Lin Huishu recited another blessing, by the righteousness of the year and the decree of the month. May you be adorned in your finery, with brothers gathered to fulfill your virtues. May your blessings be boundless, receiving the grace of heaven. After completing her recitation, Lin Huishu gently placed the hairpin into Liang Xinghan's coiffure. The ceremony was complete. With a triumphant call from the matron, Liang Xinghan immediately clasped her hands together, bowing to Emperor Liang and Empress Lin. I humbly thank my father, the Emperor, and my mother, the Empress, for the grace of their birth and upbringing. I shall adhere closely to your teachings, embodying virtue and humility, and shall not betray your expectations. Rise, my child, Emperor Liang urged, hastily getting to his feet to assist Liang Xinghan. Once she was seated, the banquet commenced officially, beginning with the presentation of gifts. Various noble families showcased their meticulously prepared offerings, vying for Liang Xinghan's approval. However, her thoughts were not on the gifts presented by others. Despite her efforts to maintain a dignified demeanor, her gaze instinctively drifted toward Qin Xiaofeng. Among all the gifts, only a luminous pearl from the Wang family caught her attention, while she merely nodded in appreciation at the others, allowing them to be taken away. At last, under Liang Xinghan's hopeful gaze, it was time for the Qin family to present their gift. The bearer from the Qin family was Qin Xiaofeng's sister, Qin Zhuxin, who brought forth a 5th-grade elixir and an uncut jade stone. The Qin family's offering was thoughtful and valuable, as obtaining a superior 5th-grade elixir in the kingdom of Chang'an required considerable effort. Upon seeing the Qin family's gifts, Liang Xinghan was momentarily taken aback. She wondered why Qin Xiaofeng had not chosen to present her with the enchanting 7-colored celestial garment. Perhaps he intended to wait until the banquet concluded or until they were formally betrothed, allowing him to present it without hesitation. Surely he must be concerned that presenting it too soon might invite unwarranted gossip and tarnish her reputation. In her heart, Liang Xinghan endeavored to justify Qin Xiaofeng's actions. her gaze toward him imbued with affection. Soon, all the gifts had been presented, filling the back of the hall to overflowing. This delighted Liang Jing, as not only did his daughter receive congratulations from the kingdom of Weiyun and the kingdom of Qilan, but even the Northern Melody sect had sent their regards. Liang Jing knew that with Liang Xinghan's rise, he, the emperor of Chang'an, would no longer be a target for the neighboring realms to bully at will. After all, Chang'an was on the verge of an alliance with Weiyun, and even Qilan could only send their princess to be married, and now, in the northern continent, only the eastern Longqian kingdom remained somewhat detached. However, the Longqian kingdom was separated from Chang'an by a river. So long as neither crossed the Chang'an River, peace could be maintained. Reflecting on this, a smug smile spread across Liang Jing's face, his gaze toward Liang Xinghan and Lin Huishu softening. His past choices had proven wise. Although Lin Huishu's innate abilities had been compromised, her daughter had evidently inherited her talents. Observing his daughter secretly glancing at Qin Xiaofeng, he began to formulate a plan. Liang Jing rose and personally approached the Qin family's table, causing the head of the Qin family to inwardly recoil, fearing ill intentions from the emperor. Initially, the Qin family had harbored dissatisfaction with Emperor Liang Jing, given the turmoil he had wrought upon Chang'an over the years. Yet, such matters did not concern the noble families. Years ago, in an effort to humiliate the Qin family, he had betrothed a worthless princess to them. A memory they still held onto. However, with Liang Xinghan's emergence as a prodigy in the Northern Melody sect, the influence of Chang'an in the northern continent had steadily increased, especially after the rise of the Lin family as first prodigy in the kingdom of Qilan. Liang Xinghan had ascended to become the foremost talented young woman in the region. Thus, the Qin family found it plausible for Qin Xiaofeng to wed Liang Xinghan, given that both were gifted and backed by formidable sects, rendering them a perfect match. Yet, after Qin Xiaofeng's recent return, he revealed to his father that he had taken a liking to a woman from the central continent, belonging to a prominent faction. Upon hearing this news, Qin Molan realized that his son, now a favored scion and the deputy leader of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Mirror sect, had a future brimming with potential. Such stature allowed for greater choices, rendering Liang Xinghan's lineage insufficient in comparison. Therefore, Qin Molan naturally supported his son in pursuing true love, recognizing that an alliance with a family from the central continent could elevate the Qin family's status to the pinnacle of the northern continent. Qin Zhuge, it has been quite a while. How have you been of late? Allow me to toast you a cup. Cultivate goodwill with these noble families. Each emperor of Chang'an historically maintained matrimonial ties and conferred titles upon them, integrating them as vassals of the royal family. The heads of the three prominent families, the Qin, Yang, and Wang families, were all conferred the title of Zhuge minister, though this title was largely ceremonial. Lacking substantial power, your servant is honored, and I appreciate your majesty's concern that I am well, and I raise a toast to you, your majesty. Qin Molan bowed, cautiously downing the wine in his cup. Indeed, Zhuge, you are fortunate to have such a remarkable son in Xiaofeng, Liang Jing remarked, shifting his gaze to Qin Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, when do you plan to return to the capital? Why have you not visited Xiong'er and her brothers for leisure? As Liang Jing spoke, his face flushed deeper, his tone growing slightly tipsy. Your majesty, I have only just returned a few days ago. As subjects and sovereign, I dare not invite the royal prince without permission. I hope your majesty understands. Ah, Qin Zhuge, your son is even more stoic than you, yet this only attests to the strict principles upheld by the Qin family, a lineage that has endured for centuries. I am humbled. Chapter 100, The Coming of Age Ceremony, Part 3. Listening to Liang Jing's praises of the Qin family, Qin Molan felt a twinge of impatience. The Qin family, a prestigious lineage for over a century, known for its excellence and enlightenment, stood as a model for noble families and a beacon for virtuous ministers, earning the emperor's favor. Thus, he proposed that the emperor's cherished jewel, the eldest princess of Chang'an, the foremost gifted maiden of the northern continent, be wed to the Qin family's eldest son, Qin Xiaofeng, creating a legendary tale for the ages. What say you, Zhuge? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Qin Xiaofeng, for many considered this a rare and fortuitous match. I refuse. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. None anticipated that the first to voice opposition would be Qin Xiaofeng himself. Most attendees instinctively believed this union was an inevitable one, given that both Qin Xiaofeng and Liang Xinghan were young prodigies, supported by powerful sects, making them well-matched. Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's rejection, Liang Xinghan's previously expectant gaze transformed into one of profound disappointment. She could not fathom that Qin Xiaofeng harbored no feelings for her. Meanwhile, Liang Jing, upon hearing such a clear refusal from Qin Xiaofeng, became visibly displeased. After all, he was the sovereign, and Qin Xiaofeng was a subject. To openly reject a marriage proposal was tantamount to slapping him in the face. He thus turned to Qin Molan, coldly inquiring, Qin Zhuge, is this the fruit of your upbringing? Facing Liang Jing's ire, Qin Molan first offered a respectful bow and then replied, I am honored. And it is indeed my failure in educating my son that has displeased your majesty. I humbly seek your forgiveness, however. But what? Liang Jing pressed, seizing upon Qin Molan's hesitation, however, concerning matters of marriage. I find it inappropriate to intervene. The union of a man and woman relies on mutual affection, on hearts entwined, which is the essence of a harmonious marriage. If it is merely one-sided affection or a forced union, even if they were to marry, they would likely become a pair of resentful partners devoid of happiness. As parents, we of the Qin family have always prioritized the wishes of our children, thus, I hope your majesty can understand. You would surely wish for the eldest princess to marry a man who truly values her, ensuring her happiness, would you not, your majesty? In response to Qin Molan's words, Liang Jing's anger intensified, his eyes glinting with menace. By your implication, your son Xiaofeng harbors no interest in my daughter. Qin Xiaofeng, pray tell, why do you refuse to marry Xinghan? Liang Jing's tone was decidedly unfriendly, yet Qin Xiaofeng displayed no hint of trepidation. He rose slowly and addressed the assembly. In response to his majesty, I must express that my heart has long been pledged elsewhere. I implore your majesty to retract your decree. My relationship with the princess is merely that of ordinary friends. I have never harbored aspirations to elevate myself through her. I trust your majesty will see the truth in this. Ordinary friends, he dares to regard me merely as a friend. Upon hearing this, Liang Xinghan's eyes brimmed with tears. You audacious one, Liang Jing exclaimed in anger toward Qin Xiaofeng, yet in the next moment, Qin Xiaofeng exuded the formidable aura of a first-order spirit king. It is indeed the presence of a first-order spirit king. Who would have thought that Qin Xiaofeng, not yet 30, has already attained such a formidable realm? Truly remarkable. It is no wonder he is hailed as the greatest talent of the northern continent. His gifts are leagues beyond our own. What can one say when he has inherited the legacy of a spirit sect master? Let your envy simmer. Had he not possessed extraordinary talent, do you truly believe he would have been chosen for such a legacy? For someone like you, even if fate were to align, you would still be undeserving. As Liang Jing listened to the murmurs surrounding him, he gradually regained his composure. The current Qin family is no longer the same as it once was. They are no longer easily manipulated. Witnessing his father lose his regal dignity under Qin Xiaofeng's pressure, Liang Xinghan rose, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Qin Xiaofeng and inquired, Brother Xiaofeng, you claim your heart belongs to another. May I ask who she is, where she resides, and her name? No comment. Qin Xiaofeng's frigid response left Liang Xinghan feeling a tumult of emotions. No comment? What an intriguing statement. Is there truly someone, or is this merely a fabricated excuse to reject me? In her heart, Liang Xinghan believed it impossible for Qin Xiaofeng to harbor feelings for anyone else. She had always kept a close watch on him, and if he were indeed close to another woman, she would surely be aware. Thus she suspected this might simply be a pretext devised by Qin Xiaofeng to turn her away. Your Highness ought to understand that I have never been one to deceive. I truly have someone I admire. Throughout these years, I have regarded the princess solely as a friend, a sister, without a trace of romantic affection. I have expressed this to the princess numerous times and hope she will not persist in her pursuits. Not to persist, Liang Xinghan repeated the phrase softly, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. She had loved him for so many years, from the tender age of 7 to 15, a full 8 years. Only to be met with his request not to cling to hope. As tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, Lin Huishu felt a pang of sympathy, rising to intercede on Liang Xinghan's behalf. Young Master Qin, your steadfast refusal of this marriage proposal raises a question. For all these years, my daughter has been devoted to you. Even the hardest of hearts would have softened by now. I have never heard of your affections for another. If you have long held someone dear, why not have clarified this to my daughter sooner? Must it come to this, causing her to lose face as a woman? Do you truly despise her so? It was never my intention to conceal the truth. Until recently, I had no one I cherished, but upon my return, I encountered someone truly extraordinary. She shines like the radiant moon, akin to a lotus in a serene lake, evoking an irresistible desire to draw near. I did not foresee that His Majesty would publicly bestow a marriage decree today. After all, the princess has only just come of age and is still so young. Given the urgency of the situation, I had no choice but to refuse, and I ask for your Highness's and His Majesty's understanding. Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's explanation, Lin Huishu's expression hardened. Who would have thought that? Beyond her own daughter, someone could captivate Qin Xiaofeng's interest. The one you wrong is not me nor His Majesty, but rather Xinghan. Your refusal today may leave my daughter subject to scorn for the rest of her life. Truly, young Master Qin possesses remarkable resolve. Your Highness speaks too harshly. In the realm of Guling, a lady of the princess's stature would never be disparaged due to my words. If there is to be any gossip, it would merely reflect upon me, calling me arrogant and ungrateful. It would never tarnish the princess's reputation. Lin Huishu scoffed, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Qin Xiaofeng. Let this matter rest here. It is my failure to investigate thoroughly that has led to this misunderstanding, causing my daughter distress. Therefore, I hereby declare that Xinghan shall be bestowed the title of first-class national princess, with the fiefdom of Yingcheng.